2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Very good afternoon. Welcome to the opening round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. The 12 hours of Matsusaka. We're just under half an hour away from green flag racing. It's Alex Goldschmidt and Kieran McGinley bringing you the build-up for what's going to be an absolutely brilliant race in prospect. The first of 6 rounds, Kieran. Great job by yourself and Yusuf on the morning show. If beige was
Racing
pink,
for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing.
We're talking about the 27. It looks like the
Racing
BWT watercolour had definitely been watered down quite significantly, had it. But, you know, some great liveries for 2022. We've got, I think, the best part of nearly 30 teams competing. And qualifying yesterday was ridiculous. I think I needed to have the mobile defibrillator by the right-hand side of my chair when Mitchie Hoy just literally blasted everyone else out of the water.
Well, you got to see that lap live, so that was absolutely amazing. I was just in the background there, hoping that I could just catch a glimpse and see that lap time. But I'm sure that is going to be a lap that's going to be in Mitchie Hoyer's notebook and his scrapbook for years to come. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him say, "Oh, do you remember my lap in Matsusaka for GTR24H?" That's going to come up a lot, I reckon.
Yes, teams are in their final throes of, I think, say, afternoon warm-up. But at the moment, I mean, looking at how compact the field was after time qualifying, you know, some teams going quicker during the night time. I mean, I noticed quite a few in sort of like the GT3 classes, one of the two that I'm really excited about this season. Glam Racing not too far off of taking their maiden pole in the Audi R8, but Mugen Sim Racing, vice champions from last year after Unison beat them by the best part of just over 25 points, I think, at the Le Mans finale. They start on pole in the 82 in the McLaren 720S. You know, the depth and breadth of this talented field is really going to provide a fantastic opportunity for these drivers to really go toe for toe, driver to driver. And we all have commented on how tight this Matsusaka circuit is.
Yeah, and that's why qualifying is going to be critical, or it was critical, especially when it comes down to tenths and maybe even in some cases, especially in LMP2, hundredths of a second. The difference being, in the first couple of hours, the track is very narrow. There's very limited overtaking opportunities at Matsusaka. You've got the hairpin. That's going to be your main overtaking point.
Yeah.
And you've got the Casio triangle. Everywhere else around here, if you're trying to overtake for position, you're going to have a tough time trying to manufacture that gap you need and manufacture the move you need to make the move stick. However, as we progress through the race, strategies will take effect, and almost like I kept saying at Le Mans, you really don't know who's going to be on top until we really reach the final hour and when all those strategies have really panned out.
Big thank you to you all for watching here on the official GTR24H YouTube channel. Also, we'd like to welcome along our viewers over at motorvision.tv and the Esports Television Network, joining us for complete, live, uninterrupted coverage. And a big thank you to all our partners once again for their welcoming support. But there is a little bit of information we need to divulge with you right now, and it's about the prize pool. Because Kieran, the biggest caveat, that this is not a traditional prize pool. It's not based on the results themselves on the track. It's how the teams interact. Social media, interviews, written content, YouTube channels, sharing the stream. That's going to be a part and parcel of what these teams are going to have to do in order to maximise their opportunity for getting as much as that $150,000 prize pool is, isn't it?
Definitely.
And there's also some tokens to go along with it. But, you know, the thing is that sim racing has exploded over the last 2 years. You and I both know that. Yusuf knows that. Sim racing has been on the map for many a year. But it was only in 2020 when everything shut down, COVID-19 came around, and we're still battling it to this day. We're not out of the woods still, even though I was saying that, I was waxing lyrical about that right up until the end of the Le Mans race last year. But we come into 2022, things are starting to open up. But now, as Michi Hoyer and I discussed during the official press conference, which you were watching from home at that time before we flew over with Yusuf on Friday, that sim racing has its own place within the motorsport fabric. It is now a tried and tested platform. We've seen it through multiple different drivers, Lucas Ordóñez, Jan Mardenborough, amongst others, making a significant impact. Miguel Faisca, you know, those are 3 drivers that have gone through the GT Academy, pioneered by one Darren Cox, who now is heading up the race these days in WTF1. His vision was something that I think a lot of people had a lot of doubts of. But now, when you go into multiple different leagues or championships in sim racing, there is so much untapped potential that needs to be, I wouldn't say the word exploited, but given an opportunity towards, and that's what we're trying to do here at GTR24H, aren't we?
Definitely, and when you talk about giving teams and drivers the opportunity and the platform in order to give themselves the best chance of moving forward, take no further look than Verdukten, who have a very young stable of drivers ready to take on the challenge, and not only that, but to build experience on what it takes to drive one of these cars, the racecraft involved, and starting from such a young age, where normally when you're 10, 11 years old, you're looking at going into go-karting or looking into karting World Series. Here, you're being given a GT3 car or an LMP car and just said, you know, go have fun.
That's the whole point. I mean, sim racing, there is a big community that surrounds it, but also with that comes that caveat of having enjoyment. You know, getting behind the wheel, putting in 3 to 4, maybe even, you know, like some of the professional teams we've got racing with us, like Burst Esports, Simplexity, and Good Sunglasses, the 2 entries in DPI and LMP2 that will start in pole position for their respective classes after the amalgamated qualifying results were ratified and confirmed late last night. And you know what? I'm really, really excited. I think we've got a lot of opportunity for some great racing here at Matsusaka, and that will only lead on to the rounds at Monza, to Sebring, to Interlagos, Spa-Francorchamps, and of course the EEWC finale at Le Mans late October this year. And as you can see behind us, you can see some of the cars out on track. There's the if the beige was pink car, the 27 of MCM. It looks like it's a Racing Point wannabe with quite a few shades of pink being relatively turned down, but nevertheless it's a very, very clean livery. The sponsors pop on the side and on the front of the car there, Kieran. You know, I think you were talking about Team Iris. I managed to put on the message system that we were communicating by, saying, is there a particular livery that actually clashes with Yusuf's Crocs? And unfortunately, they're too darker green to be glow in the dark like a lightsaber at the moment. But he is comfortable. He's fine if he wants to do that. That's his bag. Good to see Alessio Neto from the 585 crew saying good luck to everybody. And we here at GTR24H want to wish every single team, every single competitor, everyone that's involved, the very best of luck for the 12 hours of Matsusaka, because when we go under green flag racing conditions, that's when the battle lines start to be drawn, Kieran. And that's where we're going to see a heck of a lot of action. And I can't wait to get started. I don't think anyone can, as we see Karl Lickergaard there.
He knew you were talking about it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they can actually hear us talk. You know, they can actually mute our audio, but can't mute our microphone. Well, they can mute. Yeah, we've muted our microphones right now, so they are at full concentration. And you can see Carl driving the 777. It looks like he's going to be starting the vehicle. But we've got teams anywhere between, you know, on a 12-hour race you can have 2 drivers, but for the 24 hours it's mandatory, like in real life, and we're simulating real life as much as possible here, Kieran. The true nature of sports car racing with a quartet of classes, just like they have in the FIA World Endurance Championship. You have your hypercars, you have your LMP2s, you have your GTE Pros and your GTE AMs, and that's what we want to simulate here. We want to give the folks a show at home.
Definitely, and not only give them a show at home, but almost be this an advertisement for the future teams, the future generations that want to go endurance racing. And I mean, we're looking at one class, well, Alexander Zakharov for the 717 Unison Racing, which has been certified as one Yusuf bin Sahail's favourite livery in GTE. That's certified. Yep. We can ratify that whenever we can. But a GTE, Yusuf and I were talking about it last night. We talked about it, dabbled about it on the morning show earlier today. That GTE is going to be a great class to watch. There's 9 teams that have entered into this class. But as soon as we said that, Alex, we had the LMP2s and their average qualifying time, all of them separated by around about a tenth or 2. So it's incredibly close, looking at LMP2s and of GTEs as well. So I'm thoroughly excited to get my teeth fully sunk into this season.
Joining myself and Kieran over the course of the next once around the clock adventure here at Matsusaka in Japan, we will have Yusuf bin Sahail. He'll be busy on the social media a little bit for us here at GTR24H, and we will be joined by none other than the man that most people know as King Kodiak. We like to call him Chris Buxton. He'll be joining us for some of the evening frolics and fun here at Matsusaka. But the Unison Racing 717 Alexei Mizin, it's definitely Milky Cereal approved.
Definitely, and as we discussed on the morning show, that is probably going to be his favourite livery of all. I just have to apologise for my voice. I woke up today with a frog in my throat, and I'm just trying to make sure I get through the next 12 hours. Luckily, I don't have to spend the next 12 hours shouting or talking at any time.
True.
Yeah,
true.
Luckily. So it should only get better, Alex. That's the main takeaway from this.
Yeah, I mean, this particular circuit opened back in 1962. It's one of 2 FIA Grade 1 listed circuits alongside Italy's Fiorano circuit, where Scuderia Ferrari normally go testing with the older cars. I mean, especially when you have the likes of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. Charles is a keen sim racer himself as well. I still remember the famed banana moment where Charles Leclerc decided to wear a banana suit on his Twitch, and it literally, I think there were memes aplenty from one driver from Scuderia Ferrari. Obviously, Formula 1 has already had its first 3-day testing outing, or shakedown as they called it. in Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. But to see these cars now roaring around the circuit, we are about 15 minutes from the lights going out for 12 hours. The way that the grid is actually formed is actually by the efforts of what they did in qualifying. So we're going to have a bit of a hodgepodge, a haberdashery, so to speak, bringing out the words there. I hope that Chris Buxton, you hear that one. But don't forget, you can follow us on all the social medias on GTR24H on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Pinterest. We're even on TikTok as well, so hopefully there'll be some posts on there later on. But you can also head to our official website, gtr24h.org, for further information about what we get up to here. And, you know, the track's looking pretty dry, 21 degrees air, 21 degrees track temperature. We saw in qualifying, though, Kieran, a very different set of circumstances. The air was cooler, allowing the engines to breathe a little bit more, but also the track temperature increased, and that gave us for those rapid lap times that we saw yesterday, didn't we?
Definitely, and one, as we already mentioned, Michi Hoyer taking full advantage of it in the day session. Well, it's not dry wet.
Well, it was in the dry and it was in the day. Yeah, so
it's not dry wet, Kieran. It's day night. That's what we're trying.
Daytime, nighttime. I'm not going to use the voice that goes along with it because I'll just embarrass myself at the same time. But I think you all might know what I'm talking about. But looking at things, you know, it's going to be a front row of DPIs with Burst Esports Simplexity and Maradnis E-Stars. I mean, we saw how quick Yimini Sula was yesterday, but you know, you had Mrocek and Simoncic going into that car for the nighttime stint, and between the pair of them, you know, when you have, I looked at the roster of Burst Esport, I was absolutely gobsmacked. They have brought some of their top aces. I mean, Simoncic is a known quantity here on GTR24H. Michi Hoyer, he's actually doing, and we've actually given Michi a bit of an opportunity, well, because he loves his streaming, doesn't he? He's always streaming as Michi Hoyer. It doesn't matter what he's competing in. They are going to do a complete point of view from the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car from Michi's perspective. So that will give so much different dynamic. One of the things that I'm loving is the interactivity and the banter on the Discord server that we have for GTR, where GIFs are being shared. I'm saying, stop asking me questions. Tony Janssen, I'm sorry, I'm having to name check you there. We are going to get some interviews with drivers during the course of the race itself, and hopefully some team bosses. So you'll also get to see, as we saw in qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 yesterday, how hard these drivers work behind the wheel. And I've always been impressed, Kieran, because the amount of you know, sim racing in comparison with, like, say, like karting, which is something that I commentate on quite a lot, and I have done for the last 5 seasons. Actually, this is my 6th year going into karting commentary, and my 3rd in sim racing. It's really funny how I now have to sort of pinch myself and say, Alex, is this really happening? Are you doing this full time? And it's sort of like, yes, I was in the automotive industry for 2 decades, but from that perspective, with that line, that glass ceiling now having been broken, it's really given an opportunity for drivers that are really good in real life, but they come across the sims and, like, literally everyone's going like, where's this guy come from? They do a Google search, then all of a sudden they get the frighteners put on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not the frighteners. They'll put the blinkers on.
That's probably the best term.
Perhaps they'll put the blinkers on.
Yeah,
Who knows?
definitely.
But no, it's fantastic. I mean, the environment here is really good. You've got you know, top class drivers coming into GTR24H and hoping to add yet more silverware to their ever expanding trophy cabinets. I mean, I'm lucky enough to own one of those in sim racing.
Do tell.
Well, it was I think it was a 2-hour race, so it's not on the grand scale of 12-hour or 24-hour, but it means everything to me.
Yeah.
The fact that I was the fastest driver in the team just makes it that little bit sweeter. That was about 3 years ago, so I have no idea how I am now. But I prefer this side of the desk now, that is for sure, rather than being behind the steering wheel.
Well, it goes like the old saying: if you know, if you're not good enough to drive about it, you talk about it, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're both really happy being behind the microphones, and obviously a bit of a change for us for this year because we can actually hear each other now rather than having a set of cans on our head.
What?
Yeah, exactly. I like what he did there. You see, it's always about banter.
Timing.
Timing And we're going to see plenty of that from Chris Buxton, an absolutely brilliant master of the superlative, but also description. I think if anyone's seen his Twitter activity, it's sort of like, and now for something completely disastrous. Oh, I mean different. And you couldn't get more different with the amount of drivers from different walks of lives. People, even though some of these drivers are doing this professionally, they're actually doing full-time jobs alongside it. So it goes to show that people are putting a lot of effort, a lot of passion behind the wheel, and that is what we saw in qualifying yesterday. But the race, you said about it, strategy is going to be crucial. Managing your pit stops, managing the tyres. If there's an incident, we always know, and you try and tell drivers this, you don't win a 12-hour endurance race on the first lap. That is a given.
Yes.
But there are people that are going to try that risk versus reward if you're trying to get through traffic. And when you look about it, Sem 9 Axel and Unison Racing are starting behind the top 5 in LMP2. Now, we've seen it before here on GTR24H, and I'll just give an example. When Pin Simulers Esports, who are no longer an entity within sim racing, had Martin Hemmingson and Henry Sinnick behind the wheel of a McLaren Senna hypercar, they started, I think it was something stupid like outside of the top 25. They went to the front of the field and made mincemeat out of the opposition. So expect some drivers to come through. Good to see Roman Senor joining us on the YouTube chat. Oh, Milky Cereal's already thrown his arm into that one as well. Good luck to Viaduct, and he says, the reason being with Viaduct's new livery, I have the inside track on that one. Myself and John Fabricius he said, I'm going to try and do a new livery, because we had that body in white with the big red fin, didn't we, last year. But he went, oh, let's try it in black, and had the red accents. And I went, well, let's invert it. And the red... Chris and I were talking about the old Toyota GT1 Le Mans car. That's what it reminds us of. But how do you see things playing out? Because, you know, you've got the GTEs. We've got Mugen actually qualifying above MCM and ID SimSport as B32. Having a bit of a moment, and Teleforingen, well, style points there for B32 Racing, with a little bit of a gentle tap to help them on their way to right themselves in the correct direction.
Yeah, you see it just had a shape on the entrance into the first Degner, and you're just never recovering from that. We've seen so much commitment going through the first Degner at a point where Yusuf and I were sort of saying, well, it's not a case anymore of, you know, you just chuck the car in, hope it sticks. You're chucking the car in there and knowing it sticks. That's going to be the huge difference. But not this time around. Back end was already lost before, well, as it was going through the corner. But there goes. That was my favourite livery in GT3. So
yeah,
putting that out there as well. But yeah, no, I got distracted, so I forgot the question. But I'll carry on as if I know what I'm talking about. There is the Michi Hoya, who in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine. I mean, we saw him in daytime running. There's a bit of cloud over the circuit at the moment, because this is the warm-up session, so this is just a chance for teams to, I'd say, brush off the cobwebs, but just make sure they get themselves ready for the race. And maybe this is your last chance of trying some race fuel, race trim, looking after tyres instead of absolutely trying to get every inch of rubber out of them laid out on the track on your flying lap. So, Michi Hoya running a bit deep there, slightly missing the apex of the second Degner, but you know, this is all, you know, last minute race practice, just making sure that everything's working both on your end and also making sure that the car's set up for the race.
Exactly, and the thing is, if there is an incident, the car is going to have to crawl back to the pit lane and just sort of negotiate their way through what problems they have. But also in sim racing, Kieran, and this is one of the things that we don't talk about that often, but it's in the back of everyone's mind, that you can have an issue with a problem with, like, maybe say the CPU, the GPU on the computer. Even the cooling can sometimes, you know, if you've got some heat sink, and that's really throttling the performance, as we now see Michi Hoya on screen going through the Casio triangle.
Has he got a drink in nearby?
Here we go. He's reaching for something. He's reaching for settings, actually. And I like, the setups that these drivers have. It was a swig of his coffee. Just like literally, I was waiting for him to put the pinky up as well for good measure. Just to rub it in. But, consummate professional. Really good to catch up with him post-qualifying. And, he's a known pedigree. He's R Factor 2 GT Pro Season 4 race winner. He's been running in the Formula Pro Series. He's taken third place in multiple different R Factor 2 championships. And I will not be at all surprised if they put him to start. That's why he's out in the warm-up. You would think that for some of these drivers, it's about just sort of steeling yourself, getting yourself calm, cool, collected, and just getting to the zone ready for the off, because we're not that far away from going green for 12 hours. And I think, as the Germans would say, Michi Hoyer, Gänsehaut pur, the goosebumps are already starting.
I'm glad you're good with your German, because I have absolutely no idea what you said there.
That's why I always make sure that I translate, and I thought it was quite funny last year when I went full French, full German, and then English, and then Yusuf went, I thought we were on a different language broadcast all of a sudden. But the thing is that we want to bring our own unique styles to the commentary perspective. We will give our opinions, but we will stay as neutral as we can throughout the race. Obviously, we'll wait to see if Yusuf throws anybody under the bus. He's already done that with you this week.
Yep, I'm expecting one for you coming along. Have you checked the schedule of when that bus is coming?
I know it's going to come at any moment, and I am prepared and waiting for it.
Oh, right, okay.
Yusuf, you're warned.
Yes. It's scary.
It is.
That bus is looming over you. You don't know when it's going to hit, but when it hits hard.
It's the double-decker bus going over London Bridge whilst Big Ben strikes 12.
I'm scared.
And just seeing Yusuf peer his head through production control, just
as if we're making this up. Why would we make this up?
We don't know. Look, the thing is that most of our, when we get into the nitty-gritty of going green, we're going to be ultra-professional. But obviously, throughout that time, there are going to be random stories about certain things, like we had Crocovision last night.
Please, let's not reopen that wound. Please.
Yeah. Look, Yusuf, you keep them on your feet this time. I'm warning you.
I can't get over that pole yesterday. Was it more than 60%? More than 60%. My voice can't even handle that, let alone me. It's unbelievable.
Mamma mia.
Unbelievable. But hey-ho. That wound is hopefully being healed over the next 12 hours. But yeah, as we get very much closer and closer to the season getting underway, I am very excited to see, with all this pre-race build-up, with all the build-up through the last couple of months, the sort of winding down after Le Mans as well, as we spoke to a couple of drivers, as you've been speaking to a couple of drivers as well, the sort of the recovery process after a 24-hour race with so much riding on the final race. I mean, I'm looking forward to doing it all over again.
Right, with that in mind, let's have a look at the weather check, if we can, ahead of the race itself, because if you go to weather.gtr24h.org, you'll be able to see the location of Matsusaka and also the surrounding areas. And yeah, at the moment, there is no forecast for any change of weather conditions, but we know that at any point here at Matsusaka, especially in Asia, when a rainstorm comes, it hits pretty hard, doesn't it?
It does. I think you only need to talk about the Fuji Speedway back in, I want to say 2007, in the Formula 1 race there, where it was a washout to some degree. We've had weather fronts at Suzuka as well.
Sepang.
Sepang as well.
Fuji Speedway 1976, when James Hunt won the F1 World title with McLaren, as Niki Lauda decided after 3 laps it wasn't worth risking it after that massive incident that nearly took his life in that particular year of the Formula 1 Championship with the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And we all remember through the documentary, so to speak, or the docufilm of Rush. But we're coming up to the last couple of minutes or so of the warm-up session, and then we'll be lining up. I think really, Kieran, what we need to start doing is taking people through the grid ahead of the first race out of 6. So I think we'll get cracking with that. On the front row will be Burst Esports Simplexity and the number 18 DPI car. Then it's going to be a DPI front row. Burst it'll be Muradnis E-Stars in the 64. Actually, courtesy of Daniel Murad, real-life GT3 racer from Works Mercedes AMG driver, and also a big, avid sim racer. He's also a former Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals winner in years past, the Canadian. Then it's an all LMP Road 2 and 3. We've got Burst Esport, Good Sunglasses and Juices Motorsport Club on Road 2. Sem9 Axel and Team Iris, that's 21 and 77 Road 3. Satellite Racing in the 164 will be joined by Sem9 Axel, the third place DPI car. Looking at it from there, Kieran, you've got Unison Racing, Cyberlinks, Team Adrenaline, Team Viaducton completing the LMP2 field and the DPIs. GTE looks incredibly competitive because between Juices Motorsport Club and the 74 Academy Aston Martin and the 67 Mugen Sim Racing, we had Roland Zux and Zoltan Varkonyi really pushing the envelope. On their cumulative average times, they were a tenth and a half on average behind Deuces, and we've already put some predictions in for who we think is going to win GTE. I've gone with Deuces, I've gone with MPE 54 second, and I think I've gone with Mugen third. What about yourself?
Well, that will be revealed later down the line.
Indeed. I'm throwing the first prediction out there of who I think is going to go for GTE. We'll get some insight from Yusuf and Chris a little bit later on, but just take us through how GTE and GT3 is looking, and it's looking rather ultra competitive, isn't it?
It is, as we knew it would be. Juices Motorsport Club in the number 74 leading the field in the GTE class. Then it's the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing machine. Looking at this, the next row, it's a lockout between Musto, the 54 leading the 53. Very interesting to see how that dynamic will turn out in the grand scheme of things, whether they should be allowed to race each other. We'll find out whether they do. Then it's going to be the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab machine in the GTEs, the 717 Unison Racing just behind there. Then we've got a GT3 car, the 82 Mugen Sim Racing machine. Yes, they've entered the GT3 entry, and they look pretty quick. So all eyes on them to see how well they can do, and maybe even challenge a couple of the GTE drivers as well. Then you've got MCM Motorsport and the number 27 ID Sim Sport in the 166 to round off the GTEs that set a lap time yesterday. Then it's all GT3s really. 404 Glam Racing. Then you've got the 585 Volante Racing by Acetec Simsport, the Treble 7 DSR Gadget Huset, number 13 CKR, 188 Telefoningen, number 32 B32 Racing, and the 264 Satellite Racing. If it does start, we'll be starting from the back.
And it is. Jan Granqvist looks to be behind the wheel, as the field now being led by the official pace car, the GTR Corvette, as they head through the first corner. This is where things are really going to ramp up a little bit, because we're now getting ready. The drivers are prepared. We're primed for some exciting racing. Looks like Viaducton is actually going to be starting from the pit lane, I believe. I just saw them pull out of their pit box. So Viaducton will have to make some early work early in probably the first 60 to 90 minutes of this race to try and get on a level pegging with the latter part of the DPI cars. But they've got an incredible amount of traffic in front of them, haven't they?
They do. They've got their work cut out for them to make sure that they get themselves through, and not only that, make sure they get through in one piece. That's going to be a huge element to this race for them. They can try just for the first hour, work through the traffic, make sure
to 120 kilometers. The entire grid is now aligned.
You can, pretty much make it through the first hour, see how the rest of the 11 will go. The most important thing, keep that car in one piece as you negotiate through the field. You don't get the blue flags to help.
Right, good. Good to see Lewis McGlade in the chat. He's gone, go Burst, right? Yep, well, then Rasmus Anderson from Burst has gone, well, yes, Lewis. Felipe Almeida says, good luck, Elesioneto. Do your best. The Brazilian AV community is with you. Justine Camille Roman Semitara saying, good luck, Inigo Anton and Team Sem9 Axel. Right. It's crunch time now. I'm rubbing my hands with glee right about now, and there you see picture in picture in picture in picture in picture. So you've got me and Kieran down on the bottom right of your screens, and you've got a lot of other cars as well. Wojtek Polezny leading the GTE field. Once the pace car goes in, it's all to play for. We're going to be going green for 12 hours, Kieran, and it's all it's going to be the first time we see the real battle lines drawn, and I'm expecting a dogfight at the front between Burst Esports Simplexity and Muradness E-Stars.
Yeah, it's going to be... Turn 1's going to be very interesting. It's not really a heavy braking zone, so you've got to bear that in mind as well. It's a very high-speed turn 1, a little bit of banking, a little bit of banking towards the apex to bear in mind. However, when you go through the S's, all about following the car. Make sure you remember you've got a heavy car going through the Casio curve, the Dunlop curve,
yep,
as it goes uphill. Make sure you counteract that shift of the weight. Should be an interesting first lap.
Okay, the field making its way through into 130R, led by the Corvette pace car. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round out of 6 soon to be getting underway here at GTR24H. Wojtek Polezny is leading Zoltan Vorkonyi, 2 incredible talents within GTE. Then they've got Manuel Biancolila and Michael Francesconi just behind. DIS Sim Racing Lab, an own quantity here. Andy Kirsten, a former GTR24H winner in terms of the championship. Pace car in the pits. Right then, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get racing for the first time in 2022. Hold on. Green flag waves, and off and away we go, and it's already dodgems between the 2 leaders in LMP2. Juice is trying to get on the opportunistic move round the outside of the first corner as Michi Hoyer, I'm just trying to see, Michi Hoyer is leading by a considerable margin over Jimmy Sula. And at the moment, Wojtek Polezny leading the way in GTE. We're riding on board, looks to be turn lower with the number 77 LMP2 car. Might have Inigo Anton just up ahead, but already a good start by the field. They kept it nice and neat and tidy, but I have to say, D'Alessandro from Juices was looking rather opportunistic round the first corner on Damian Skovron from Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses, Kieran.
He was indeed. There was that little bit of contact going into turn 1, to be expected really with a competitive field. You do tell them it's a 12-hour race, that they instantly throw that out the window as soon as they hear green, but we see there the number 77 trying to find a way through. Team Iris with a lovely livery trying to make that work as they make their way and try and go up the order. Currently 4th in class as they make their way towards the spoon curve, and all about just making sure now, make it through the first lap. The rest of the race, anything could happen. You've just got to be prepared and react accordingly.
Run up to 130R down the back stretch. We're on board with the 4th placed LMP2 car, turn lower from Team Iris. We head back. I think that is the leader at the moment, Michi Hoyer from Burst Esports Simplexity, through the Casio triangle for the first time. Nice use of curbing there on the entry to it, and they are pushing like crazy. It's only the first lap in the books, but Michi Hoyer seems to be stretching a little bit of a lead. He's pulling over 270 kph as he crosses the start-finish line, and we're already on to lap number 2, and we're just going to see a little bit of a... Now, you've caught something here, Kieran. What happened here? Oh! Cyberlinks having a massive slide coming out of Spoon Curve, and Team Adrenaline was just in front. That was Arturas Mazaitis in the number 33 car from the DPIs.
It was indeed, and yeah, just a little bit of a mistake there, and it's led them to go slightly behind the DPIs and the LMP2s, but most importantly, did not get caught by any of the GT cars. That's going to be really, really important for Cyberlinks Racing. So just a bit of an early mistake, but you know what? Get the early mistakes out of the way now.
Yes, indeed. The earlier it happens in a 12-hour race, the easier that you can counteract it through strategy and good management. But the lead already that Michi Hoyer has over Jimmy Sula, he's done a Sebastian Vettel like back in his Red Bull days. It's over 2 seconds. We're only on our second lap of the race.
He did say he was going to start, and him being at the start, at the front, there was going to be only one way that was going to end up, considering he was the only driver in the 142s in the day session in qualifying.
Yeah.
It's no surprise to see him pulling away at the rate of knots that he is. Meanwhile then, leader of the GTE class is the number 74 Juices Motorsport Academy car, currently driven by Wojtek Polezny. A good start from him. He's able to get himself a bit of a gap between himself and the 67 Mugen sim racing machine. It's not much, but it's good enough for now.
Yes, indeed, and that looks to be Wojtek Polezny there behind the wheel. and has extended the gap to about the best part of 3/4 of a second over Zoltan Varkonyi in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car, with Manuel Biancolila a further, who is about 1.3 seconds, as Varkonyi looks to be closing a little bit as they're going through out of 130R into the Casio Triangle. At the moment, Christopher Kianek leading the way ahead of Magic Kasperczyk from Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport, and Callum Wilson, the Glam Racing 404 car, started P2 on the grid and is about 1.3, close to 1.3 seconds behind. And then looking a bit further up, Damien Skovron leading the way. Michi Hoyer leading in, and he's already put in a 1:45.9. That's the fastest lap of anybody this race. But I would think, looking at this strategy, Burst are trying to get that initial advantage, whereas Muradness E-Stars in the 64 with Yumi Nisula behind the wheel, they're going to try and just mediate what's happening. And already, is that me, or I'm seeing Viaducton? They've moved up into 20th overall, so they're now going to start moving up through the GT3 field. They've got Angel Bangaras from MCN Motorsport in the number 27 car just up ahead. And what's Viaducton going to do? Threading the eye of the needle up the inside through into the Dunlop before they hit the Degners. 4th gear, then hard on the brakes into 2nd, rotate the car through under the bridge. They've got DIS to negotiate. Very young crew, but they're already making some strides, and I would say probably in the next handful of laps, I did say they need to do something in the first 60 minutes. They're getting on with it rather rapidly indeed.
They are. It was always important to make sure you dispatch the cars off them and make sure you get past them cleanly. Don't take too many risks in the opening few laps. Just make sure you get past all the GT cars, then you can focus on the rest of the race later down the line. That was always going to be the plan for Viaducton, starting from the pit lane. Yeah, it's going well so far. And they're making light work right now of the GT cars. That's to be expected, really, comparing the two cars there. However, it's not easy because they've got no blue flags, those GT cars. That is for overall positions, so there's going to be no blue flags whatsoever for them.
We're on with Arturas Mazaitis from Team Adrenaline. I'm actually riding on board. He's using... and this is actually quite interesting, that where people do not have the room, they go full VR, and it's quite a real shot in the arm when it comes to realism. You can see that he's talking to the team on his headset, but he's also just concentrating on what he needs to do. That car currently sitting in 5th place in LMP2, not LMP2, DPI, I've already done that once already, I'm sure that's not going to be the first time, but trying to keep pace, is about 1.6 seconds off of Unison Racing's Denis Eshenko in the number 17 Unison Racing car. That rounds out the top 4 in DPI, but top 3 in the respective classes at the moment. It's Michi Hoyer for the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car, leading the overall race, and is setting purple lap after purple lap ahead of Jimmy Nisula, with Nakib Aslan for the number 11 Sem9 Axel. LMP2, it's Damien Skovron leading the way for Burst Esport. Gooder Sunglasses, the 94. Darius Andre for Juices Motorsport, and Inigo Anton for Sem9 Axel. Kieran, what's the prognosis, or what's the current situation in GTE and GT3?
Well, it's looking like for GTE, it's still Juices Motorsports Club in the 74, leading the way from Mugen Sim Racing in the 67. Rounding off the top 3 is the 54 machine of the Musto Pescara team. And then in GT3, it's Mugen Sim Racing in the number 82, leading the way from the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport, and 3rd place in class at the moment, the 404 Glam Racing machine. Satellite Racing, who did have to start all the way at the back, having not set a qualifying time, are not bottom at the moment. They're 27th overall. They have passed the B32 Racing machine and are making their way up the order, or at least trying to. Team Viaducton, meanwhile, have cleared all the GT cars. Their next target now is an NMP2 car. It's the 241 of Cyber Lynx Racing.
Just keeping an eye on the battle between the two GTE leaders, who are now making their way through the Casio Triangle as we speak. Varkonyi is trying to get the car in the crosshairs in front, and that is the Juices Motorsport car. That is Wojtek Polezny, very great, good driver from the Czech Republic, as we see on the main screen. Juices Motorsport right up close and personal with Burst Esport, Gooder Sunglasses. So that battle is really heating up. Here's Wojtek Polezny and Mugen Sim Racing about a second adrift. So the gap between them has been anywhere between half a second to a second. So it looks like Mugen at the moment are trying to just keep pace. They're trying to keep them in the crosshairs. And when we come to those first round of pit stops, Kieran, we're going to see how the strategies unfold, whether teams have decided to use a lower engine map, a lower fuel map, in order to mitigate their strategy. Because one of the other things is that people can actually listen into the team radios of the teams themselves whilst this is going on. So the teams, the engineers, will be talking in their TeamSpeak channel. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. There'll be people looking at data, giving advice, saying, right, okay, you've outbraked yourself by 25 meters going into the deadlands. You need to slow it down a little bit earlier, nail the apex, get it through for the second one, and then that helps you going through into the hairpin. It's all about swings and roundabouts, and it never is easy when it's a 12-hour race, and we're getting close to the first quarter of an hour already completed.
We are indeed, and yeah, when it comes to pit stop strategies, we'll get an idea and a chance to see what is the thinking for the engineers, for the drivers, and everyone involved with the team. We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. Of course, different manufacturer of cars will have different size fuel tanks, especially when you're looking at the GT classes. Interesting to see how that will all develop as well. And as you said, engine mapping is going to be important. Yes, if you're following the car behind, are you in a higher mode that's going to use a little bit more fuel that you'll need to pit earlier? Or if you're leading that battle, are you in too high of an engine mode and others are behind you using the slipstream, are allowed to, save a little bit of fuel, see if they can get 1 lap, 2 laps extra. Then again, around a high-speed circuit with a lot of high-speed corners, you've got to take into effect of tyre wear as well. So it's all these little games that everybody has to play, and whoever comes out at the end of the 12 hours will have thoroughly deserved it. Right,
first penalty of the race has just been issued by Race Control. Drive-through penalty for Cyberlinks Racing, overtaking on the formation lap. That's not exactly the best way you want to start a race, but at least the thing is it gets it out of the way early. And you can see now that the two LMP2 leaders are just behind the Maradnes E-Stars car, which has still got Jimmy Nisula behind the wheel. Michi Hoyer, I'm just going to have a look at the gap at the moment. His gap is 7.5 seconds. I'm just going to basically say I am speechless.
Yeah, it's a good job so far from Michi Hoyer. He's absolutely running that car ragged and, building the gap that he needs to build. It's as simple as that. He's doing a great job out there. 7.8 seconds at the moment. And yeah, just doing a wonderful job out there. And it's putting the pressure on the likes of the 64 machine, of Maradnes E-Stars, that they also need to keep pushing on to try and catch the car ahead. But there are so many cars behind them. If they make a slight little mistake, there is going to be someone behind them that will definitely try to pick up the pieces.
Well, I'm looking at the latter quintet in GT3 being led by Glam Racing in the 404. Callum Wilson currently behind the wheel. He's got Pedro Delgado from CKR, Carl Lickergaard from DSR Gadgethuset Dottikor, Jan Brødsgaard from Teleforingen, and B32 Racing. Really getting close. It's 0.7 between Wilson and Delgado. Lickergaard's a further 0.4 behind the 13, the Brazilian outfit, who have got a wonderfully big Brazilian flag draped over the car. And you can see them coming through the final corner. Just look how close that is for GT3 right now. Absolutely epic stuff, and we're already into the first 15 minutes completed. But just looking at the main picture-in-picture, that Andre is keeping Skowron very much occupied, and Skowron's just going to be told by the team, look, just run your race. Until you have to worry about the driver behind, keep pushing, keep the blinkers on, focus on hitting every apex, every braking point, accelerate at the right time so the back tyres don't spool up. And if you need to make a pass through back marker traffic, make sure it's clear to do so, and make sure that you give them the, as Alexis Zagorodnev, who still runs with Juices Motorsport, running in an own team this time, Cyberlinks Racing, now comes to serve their drive-through penalty. They're now on the back foot, and it's all about what they do now, Kieran, that is going to be rather crucial.
Yeah, as well as drive-through penalty at Matsusaka is not the end of the world. It's your pit speed limit is higher than other circuits, that's for sure. So it's not going to be the end of the world. Thank goodness you didn't get it at Spa-Francorchamps, the drive-through penalty.
Oh, no.
You'd probably still be doing it into the next hour. But, yeah, so just a slap on the wrist there for that one. no harm done. You'd have lost about 15 to 20 seconds. You can press on now with the rest of the race and just iron out those mistakes early on. And now you get a chance to, well, look at it on the bright side, clean air.
Yeah.
That's what the bright side of this is.
It's always the way, but now already, back marker traffic coming into full prominence. That is the B32 racing car. A bit of a Thundercats inspiration on the back end of that livery, I think, even though it has Cougar written on the side of it. But they're quickly making work of the traffic getting through. But it's always about oh my goodness me, did you see that? I just clocked, it's the two 7.9 axle cars side by side going through into the Casio triangle, and it looks like the number 11 has gotten through. Nakib Aslan behind the wheel. His brother's in the sister car. We're going to have Alistair Young in the number 11 at some point during the race itself, I think, if memory serves me correctly. I'm trying to remember. With all these drivers and teams that we've got 28 teams with probably the best part of well over 100 plus the best part of nearly 100 drivers. Now they're having to get past Volante, and then you see once again the battle between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And what's happened here?
Their juices are off. Juices are off into the gravel. They've made contact with one of the back markers in the GT cars. They managed to just about recover. They were trying to find a way through in that traffic. They tried to see a gap. The gap opened up, but it was just as quickly as it opened, it slammed shut. So they got away with that one. Not sure whether they scraped the barrier or not. In any case, you can see in the background there one of the SEM9 machines getting really stuck into the action now.
Yeah, as Miradus E-Stars make their way up the inside of Glam Racing, CKR right with them. Burst Esports, good as sunglasses, now going around the outside through 200R. That's actually a pretty good overtaking opportunity to do that when you're circumnavigating back marker traffic. And here comes SEM9 Axel in the number 11. That's got Nakib Aslan behind the wheel. Inigo Anton behind the wheel of the sister car. So we're just going to take a look on board from Glam Racing 404, just how quickly we're on the back stretch. You can see the amount of traffic in the rearview mirror there, Kieran. Team Iris going through, and now Deuces, and they've got Satellite looking towards the back end of them. And it's always about, and then here comes, that's Unison Racing in the number 17. They've just got through. And whilst all this is happening, the biggest caveat here is that when you're in a class like GTE or GT3, and that was a real good perspective we got there on board from Callum Wilson, negotiating the gap between himself and CKR behind, whilst also having to anticipate what the LMP2 and DPI traffic are having to do, aren't they?
That's right. You're thinking about your own race, your own battles out there, but at the same time, you've got to remember that it's up to the faster cars to find their way around you. As long as you hold your line, you should be okay. And if you do hold your line, no one's going to be angry at you. No,
that's fair enough. And obviously with the incident involving Deuces, and I think that was 585, Volante Racing have dropped to 6th position in GT3. So Callum Wilson now holding the fort for 2nd position, as there's been more drama for the Juices LMP2 car. Oh, right. That's 2 incidents within 2 laps for Juices, and that is not going to be very happy. You can actually hear that there will be some team radio being broadcasted through the race itself, so we'll actually get an idea from our perspective here in commentary on how things are going. And as you can see, we've got a yellow out in Sector 1, I believe. That could possibly be for Juice's off-track excursion there as a Taurus Mazaitis around the outside of Teleforingen. But there is Glam Racing. Callum Wilson still behind the wheel. Pedro Delgado in that Brazilian flag. I would call that the Ayrton Senna tribute band right there, because, you know, that's a great show of national pride, isn't it? Having that flag, and also the fact that they've got their driver names emblazoned on the rear haunches of that McLaren.
Yeah, you're not going to miss that car out on track, really, are you? As it speeds past, and you know, if you're in the mirrors, you're definitely not missing it. So it's you know, as you say, the Ayrton Senna tribute band look. Yeah. It's it's lapping around there. You never guess what country that team's from, though. You would never guess.
What was it? Yusuf said yesterday, Spain or something like that.
Portugal.
Portugal.
Yeah. It was a pretty good guess, I think.
Well, but also I've just been keeping an eye on Jan Granqvist. Is now over halfway through the GT3 field, as we see Henrik Hoyer and Maria Rinhack. Maria being the team principal for Glam Racing. Good to have them in the studios earlier on this week. We've got a yellow out in Sector 3, I believe, and that's just been briefly retracted. But we stick with the GT3 battle for now. And then Wojtek Polezny, looking very close between them and Mugen Sim Racing for Zoltan Vorkonyi. These two cars were trading lap times like more times than I've had hot dinners on a Sunday afternoon, Kieran, and that would be roast dinners, I might add. Really good close competitiveness between those two cars at the moment. There's now DPI traffic, that is Muradnis E-Stars, and looks to be Nakib Aslan in the Sem 9 Axel. So the battle for second in DPI really heating up, but what Nakib's got to do is quickly get past Juices. He can't be that close to the car, surely, can he? He's going to wind it up, put the volume pedal down to up to volume number 11, in other words the accelerator thereof, and Burst Esport Gooder Sunglasses still with Damian Skovron behind the wheel, gets through. So good awareness from both Wojtek Polezny and Zoltan Vorkonyi heading through into 130R, where the GTE cars are pushing in 6th gear at around about 250 kilometres an hour. And there's Manuel Biancolila for MPE, currently 3rd in GTE at the moment. You can just see the... that's a real good sign of realism, that the camera that he's engaged in with the Google Meet, you can see that as he turns the steering wheel, it starts to shift from left to right, doesn't it?
It does, and it's almost matches the vibrations as the gets the force feedback coming through. There you can see going through the first turns here. You see it shaking, the force feedback, giving the driver the idea of if the car is actually gripping onto the road and by how much as well. You can normally tell pretty quickly if you haven't got the grip out there. And yeah, just through the S's here, the GT cars, all about patience through here. Don't overcommit going through these corners. The last thing you want to do is understeer at any point through those S's before you get to the Dunlop curve. Otherwise, the whole of the first sector pretty much becomes a write-off.
And at the moment, things are looking a bit hot and heated at the moment between 2nd and 3rd in GTE, as Jan Granqvist for Satellite Racing is now with them and is looking to get past at the earliest opportunity. They're going through the S's right now where they're pushing about 150 kilometres an hour. Different lines taken from Callum Wilson, a bit more flamboyance from Pedro Delgado there through the latter part as they're going to go through Dunlop and head towards the Degner. Jan Granqvist is sizing up a move but looks to think better of it. Discretion is the better part of valour. And we're going to keep our eyes for a couple of minutes before we go to a commercial break on what's happening. But really good to see that Carl Lickergaard keeping things rather nicely planted for the 777 car. As nearly a clash there between 2nd and 3rd in GT3. Delgado nearly outbraked himself, and that could have been disaster for Glam Racing.
Well, millimetrically perfect in stopping that car, whether he meant it or not. In any case, he's right on the back of that rear diffuser right now, and the Glam Racing machine just has to be careful. Meanwhile, we've got a battle here in the DPIs. In fact, that's Jimmy Nisela losing a position to one of the, I think that's Nakib Aslan in the number 11 car. So change for 2nd in DPI overall and overall in the race. So Nisula will need to get a little bit of a wriggle on. The leader for LMP2 is still with them, so Damian Skovron is very much keeping pace. I'm trying to look at the gaps between 1st and 2nd in the LMP2 class, and at the moment it's about 2.5 seconds as things stand. So really good pace to be seen so far. And with that in mind, we're going to keep our eyes on the action. We're going to go to a brief commercial break here on GTR24H. Don't touch that dial. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We turn our attention once again to GT3 as we ride on board with Pedro Delgado from Brazil in the CKR number 13 McLaren, as Jan Granqvist has already gotten past as they're on the backstretch heading towards 130R. This GT3 battle has been absolutely epic from second downwards, but looking at it from this perspective, if Volante hadn't had that incident as... Oh!
Careful now.
Well held. Well held. I mean,
held, yes.
We've seen so many moments coming out of 130R. That is just the tip of the iceberg of what we're going to see as we go to Carl Lickergaard from DSR Gadgethuset.decor in the 777 Callaway Corvette. The good thing is that from that perspective, you can see there's a smile on his face. He's really enjoying the fun aspects of sim racing, and from that instance, that's what it's all about. Smiles for miles, Kieran McGinley.
Smiles for miles indeed, and yeah, looking pretty good so far. Well, we'll have to wait and see how it's all panning out for the race. And yeah, just moments before the commercial break as well, we saw the number 11 get the way through, and yeah, a pretty good move as well from the 7/9 axle machine on the number 64 car.
Yeah,
a really good move, and you can see just well, I can see anyway, gap starting to open up just a little bit. Jimmy Nisler just trying to make sure it keeps the car and the pace on, but yeah, Lickergaard here just now trying to negotiate cars up ahead, trying to, well, find a way through.
Right. Yellow out in sector 2. I'm not too sure if there has been an incident of some description, but Carl Lickergaard closing in on Pedro Delgado. Gonna hear, well, the team radio. We're gonna, if there is any conversation, it could be in a foreign language thereof, and it could be Danish, and it could be something that maybe our Danish viewers will understand, but you can see how hard Carl Lickergaard is pushing. They're coming through Spoon Curve, now down the back stretch, heading towards the fastest corner on the circuit, the iconic 130R. There is a couple of cars up ahead as I see that the 585 Magic Kaspersik right in the wheel tracks of Jan Brunskard, and nearly looked to put it up the inside through 130R. Thank goodness he didn't do a Fernando Alonso a la Renault versus Michael Schumacher in Ferrari, if anyone might remember when the Spaniard put it around the outside of the German. As all Teleforingen having to go ultra defensive through the Casio triangle, keeping the 585 Volante racing car at bay. Well defended there, Teleforingen. They were very close to track limits right there in the entrance, weren't they?
Just very slightly close, weren't they? No, it was good, hard battling at the moment just for that position, and who cares what position it's for? It's for a position. You want to have it at this early stage. Give yourself as much advantage as you possibly can, and yeah, great to see that battling just continue even within the first hour of the race.
Yeah, as we keep with Carl Lickergaard, and the gap between these drivers is just about 4/10 as they're going through the S's, as Jan Granqvist trying to get past Callum Wilson. Now they're not battling for class position, because what Jan Granqvist will have is probably the best part of quite a few seconds of clear air in front of him. So the minute he gets past Callum Wilson, who I have to say is, as always, doing a really, really good job. Karl Likegaard wide out of the second Degner, as is the 585. Oh my goodness me, Kaspersik nearly getting it all onto the grass, and that could have put the car off the track and maybe clatter with the barriers, as now Jan Granqvist gets past what Callum Wilson will be told by Maria Rinhak and Henrik Hoyer: don't battle this guy, let him go. We've got our own race to fight, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're half a second ahead of this battle. It's now 6.5 tenths.
Ooh, that's a little bit of a moment there from the 264 Satellite Racing Machine coming through the spoon curve, and the Glam Racing Machine wants to put a nose up the inside, almost running side by side as we head towards 130R. It's going to be a little close, but who's going to blink? It is going to be Callum Wilson, who does blink, and now they've got LMP2 cars to deal with.
No, that's the DPI. That's the DPI car of 7.9 Axel and Pedro Delgado right on the back bumper. Viaduct and Moradnas E-Stars also in the middle of all of this. At the back end of this train, behind Karl Likegaard, will be Damian Skovron from Burst Esports, and he goes round the outside as we've got another yellow out in Sector 2. So whether someone's had a bit of a moment at the minute, but Jan Granqvist now has a little bit of an opportunity to pull away from Callum Wilson, and he already has done so, as the number 21 Inigo Anton piloted Sem9 Axel LMP2 car goes round the outside of the 777 Callaway Corvette C7 GT3. And now here comes Team Iris, turn lower, right round the outside onto the apex. Yeah, I have to say, I have to applaud Karl Likegaard right now, Kieran McGinley, because that was spatial awareness at its finest. As, oh no, Delgado slightly impeding turn lower, who's firing it round the outside, and he's going to get 2 for 1. Double bubble there, gets past the top, the remainder of the top 3 in GT3, and dealt with that rather expediently. Yeah,
Delgado's just trying to do everything he can to get the move on the Glam Racing Machine, the 404, as they head their way in towards the hairpin now. But yeah, a little bit too close for comfort with the faster cars going around the outside, but Delgado will put that behind him and just try and refocus and put even more pressure onto the Glam Racing Machine Callum Wilson. Yet more fast cars coming through, and just making sure Delgado sees the car coming up the inside, which he does, and making sure that the Satellite Machine, the 164 LMP2 car, does make its way through, which it does. And you've got to be careful about the traffic coming through as well. Being part of the traffic, you could use the DPIs and the NMP2s to your advantage, because it will put the car ahead, maybe slightly offline and maybe slightly off concentration.
Well, someone who is firmly concentrated for third spot in GT3, Karl Likegaard, really up close and personal. As right, we've had a first pit stop of the race on lap number 19. Michi Hoyer pits from the lead, and that unleashes Nakib Aslan to try and pull a gap over Jimmy Nisula, and that gap is now 1.3 seconds. Looks like Viaducton are also going to be in, as the number... So Michi Hoyer has now effected the pit stop and has gone back out on track, I think. So it's going to be interesting over the next few moments who decides to blink. If Burst Esports Simplexity have gone for all out, let's just do like Audi or Toyota at Le Mans, just push like crazy. And sometimes by doing that, you're either going to have one thing, or two things. You're either going to have a moment that takes you out of the race or out of contention for the victory, or it's going to be the strategy that you push and your rivals fall by the wayside like water under the bridge.
Yeah, and the strategy behind pushing, though, is that more often than not, it involves more pit stops to make up for the pace you have. As we see there, the number 11 car, Nakib Aslan, just playing with the rear end there, going through spoon curve, managing to gather it up then in the 7.9 Axel Machine as he now makes his way on towards 130R. And so with those first couple of pit stops, it is the number 11 7.9 Axel who's leading the DPI Hyperclass car.
Yep, and they're coming up. Bit tail happy there for Nakib Aslan coming through the Casio triangle exit, but manages to get past DIS and also the 166 of ID Simsport, both in GTE. And it's Marcus Ster behind the wheel of the 166. I will hazard a guess it might be Andy Kirsten, or one of their newer drivers that have joined the grid for this year. But good thing is, well, at the moment, I've seen that Viaducton are just, well, they've just exited pit lane. Quite a lengthy stop for the number 1 car. But back again to GT3, it's as Chris Buxton would like to say, it's the GT3 conga line, and there's 4 of them right now, led by Callum Wilson, Pedro Delgado, Karl Likkegaard, and Magic Kaspersik has got past Jan Brødsgaard from Teleforingen in the 188 BMW M6 GT3, and they've got Unison Racing in the DPI number 17 trying to filter their way through, as is the recovering number 15 Juices Motorsport car that started a bit further up the order. They started actually on 2nd position in the class, and they're down in what is 5th position, so they're trying to make some headway, and Darius Andre has the presence of mind to put the car exactly where he needs to, up through the inside through Dunlop, heading into the Degners, and then we'll wait before the run down to the hairpin for the next opportunity to get past Callum Wilson for Glam Racing. And this is crucial track management. We're seeing it already. We're into just over the first half an hour. We're going to head to Manuel Biancolila, and no, it's not Manuel Biancolila, that looks to be turn lower from Team Iris, already making mincemeat of the traffic. And there is Team Adrenaline, Taurus Mazaitis having brought the 33 Swiss outfit into the pit lane. Famous drivers from Switzerland include DTM and Formula E driver Nico Müller, amongst others. And also the late Joe Seifert as well was a Formula 1 racer back in the day before his tragic passing a few decades ago. So plenty of pedigree from Switzerland in its own right, but turn lower from the Netherlands with Team Iris really trying to close on in, and that is for LMP2 position, because just up ahead that is Inigo Anton, 2nd in LMP2. We've got a race on our hands, folks.
We have. I mean, within the first hour, we've got a race on our hands. Fantastic to see in these early stages. And, of course, we've got all of the pit stops to really keep us entertained as we see then drivers into the pit lane, the Unison Racing machine into the pits, all the way down to the bottom of the pit lane there, as they look to get at least get some fuel on board. Also, when do the driver changes happen? Rarely you'll see a driver change after the first hour of the race, but who knows, it might have been a very, very demanding first half an hour, first 45 minutes. You just never know, and it could be part of the strategy as well. Yeah,
we see Karl Likkegaard has the number 241 of Cyberlinks Racing's Alexei Zagorodnev just behind, going through into the S's, and Alexei will go through on the next corner. So Karl will pull the car as far to the right hand side as possible. Alexei will go off the traditional racing line to make the move up the inside, and the blue lights are flashing, so the drivers in the GT3 class and the GTE class will be aware there is faster traffic coming up to get past them. And I'll be completely honest with you, I was wondering what was going to happen with the back marker traffic, and I think both parties relatively have done a very good job. Nakib Aslan pits from the lead in Hypercar. That will now unlock Jimmy Sula from Moradness E-Stars into the lead. The good thing is that we're now seeing there's a different strategy, 22 laps, and Nakib Aslan comes into pit lane in the number 11 car. We've also got Inigo Anton, so it looks like the two Sem9 Axel cars here, Kieran, are working on probably a unilateral strategy.
Yes, and there's always an odd thing if you're really matching strategies. That's the Unison Racing car launching it, Denis Ischenko, in towards the first Degner, but fair play to him, he's still right onto the back of that Team Adrenaline car. There's the Sem9 Axel machine leaving the pits and joining onto the circuit, Inigo Anton, and the sister Sem9 Axel machine in 4th in class at the moment, making his way down the pit lane as well, rejoining the action. But yeah, always know if you're on the right strategy. If someone's pretty much matching you all the way through, it might even give you an opportunity to sort of, have a second guess. Not only am I on the right strategy, but if I'm matching you, what have I got to gain here? I've just got everything to lose. If you're the car behind and you're doing the same strategy as the car in front, you're not actually gaining anything. It's up to you to make the difference and make the change and see if you can pit maybe a lap earlier or even a lap later.
Yeah, Dario Sandro from Juices Motorsport has been in the pit, is just exiting out of pit lane. And Wojtek Polezny still leading the way in the GTE class. We did talk about the fact that Juices have been hard at work behind the scenes, and I had a very good catch up with superstar DJ from Durham himself, Mr. Nick Newcomb, on the official press conference. You can see now how hard Wojtek Polezny is working behind the wheel and talking to the team the whole time, but that gap has become substantial in terms of the GTE lead right now, and that is 2.8 seconds between Wojtek Polezny. Zoltan Varkonyi rounds out the top two, nearly 3 seconds adrift, and then Manuel Biancolila for Musto Pescara in third. The sister car with Michael Francesconi rounds out the top four, ahead of ID Simsport in the number 166, with Marcus Ster still behind the wheel. DIS in sixth, ahead of Angel Banganas from MCM Motorsport, and Yusuf Bin Sahil's favourite livery car, the 717 of Unison Racing, ahead of Jan Granqvist. So 9 cars from GTE still circulating. GT3, it's Christopher Kianek from Slovakia that leads the way as... Oh, we've got a fight on our hands. Watch out, Karl Likkegaard. You've got Magic Kasperszyk behind you from Poland, and the pole is about, well, less than 3.5 tenths of a second behind, but we know Karl Likkegaard will definitely put up a fight. Karl did channel his inner Valtteri Bottas grass-cutting skills from Red Bull Ring 2020 in the Mercedes-AMG W11, if I remember correctly. Both him and Mads, his teammate, they both... Mads did the style points and then Karl did the grass mowing, so in the same car, in the same session. It just goes to show that there's been a lot of highlights so far, but the racing now, you said about... We're now getting into that stage where things are happening, pit stops are happening. So Turn Lower has just come out of the pits. I think I did see Alexei Zagorodnev, I think I also came out of the pits as well, maybe at the same time. Not 100% sure, only just caught it. But the good thing is that you're now seeing, and here we go, Karl Likkegaard is still keeping pace with Pedro Delgado. Pedro Delgado, last lap, 2 minute 1.416. Karl Likkegaard a tenth behind on pace, but Kasperszyk was the quickest of the trio, 2 minute 1.399. You can tell now at the moment they are running with a full laden ballasted car with fuel, and also the tyres. We're going to see quite a lot of changes in terms of the strategy with GT3 GTE, but also up until 11th position the leader has lapped those drivers, and at the moment it's an LMP2 car leading the way with Nello Pastorino in the 164 for Satellite Racing.
Absolutely, and they'll be looking to keep that on board. And as you say, a heavy car at this stage, you're going to have to cope with a heavy car where at certain points in the race even. So you're just going to have to live with that. It's not qualifying anymore. You've got to make sure you keep that car on the road and really just make sure you get the most performance out of it that you possibly can, and just make best with what the equipment is in front of you. Looking at a couple of the standings all around, I was just having a look and seeing what the gaps are like out there, and well, when it comes to the likes of Hypercar, everyone seems to be pretty evenly spaced out. We do have a battle of Team Adrenaline and Unison Racing, the number 33 and the number 17 possibly having a battle very soon, although we do have yellow flags in sector 1 which have been quickly cleared, so that's normally a sign of drivers getting out of the way, is normally what that is. Team Adrenaline currently running I believe 4th in class at the moment, but so far apart from GT3 here, looks like the field's evenly spaced out for now.
Yep, there's the 188 GT3 BMW of Teleforingen, and at the moment that car is being piloted by Jan Brødsgaard, and doing a pretty good job. I mean, The M6, a real icon in GT3 racing, obviously for 2022. That car now has a heart and a home in the BMW Motorsport Museum in Munich. A great car that has been run in DTM, the GT World Challenge Europe and Americas and Asia, amongst others. It's also featured with Team RLL, with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Programme, and it's good to see that Teleforingen have brought it back here to the EEWC.
Definitely, and it's one of those that's a car you just simply won't forget, really, isn't it? It's made its way in history, as you say. Museums even fall over themselves to have the car displayed. It's a wonderful piece of history, and yeah, great to see it racing out there. Great to see also some racing going on. They may be over 2 different classes, but the drivers will not care. The teams might have another opinion on it, but when you're driving behind that car, if there is a car in front of you, you want to pass it, no matter what class it's in.
As quickly and as humanly possible.
Yes.
But at the moment, Michi Hoyer still now retakes the lead after drivers have pitted. So top 3 at the moment, Michi Hoyer for Burst Esports Simplexity, ahead of Nakib Aslan and Jimmy Nisula rounding out the top 3 in that class. LMP2, what's the situation there at the moment, Kieran, in terms of the top 3?
LMP2 at the moment is Burst Esports Godard Sunglasses, as driven by Damon Scovron, followed by the Sem 9 Axle Machine, the number 21 driven by Inigo Anton, and then 164 Satellite Racing rounding off the top 3 in LMP2. Right,
GTE at the moment, as things stand, it is still Wojtek Poleszny for Juices Motorsport, Zoltan Varkonyi in GTE, and Manuel Biancolila. Oh,
that's a move.
That was a send and a half right there. Well done, Magic Kaspersik up the inside through the hairpin of all places, I believe, going through in towards 200R. Absolutely brazen move from the car that started pretty much in 3rd place behind Glam Racing. So they're starting to make a resurgence. They've got Cyberlinks towards their outside, and that has opened a bit of clear air for Carl Lickergaard to start chasing down Callum Wilson in the 404 car just up ahead. We're now going a little bit further up towards 130R on board for the LMP2 car from the chase cam with Team Iris as Adrenaline to the outside. This is going to get close side by side between the pair, but turn lower. Really doing a great job just to get past Arturas Mazaitis, who has gone full virtual reality immersion, and you can see by the gesticulation there from turn lower, absolutely not happy with the situation. And that just goes to show that the drivers in LMP2 are just as passionate, emotional and competitive as anyone else in the grid.
I mean, those 2 drivers are in different classes. Let's be clear about that one. But they are racing as if it matters to them personally. So, I mean, yeah, you can see Tayan Lower is getting annoyed at the moment. He knows he can try and find his way past. He'll go round the outside, going through the S's. He might get a little bit of a squeeze there. He doesn't care about that. He's got the move done before the Dunlop curve. And, well, the calmness in his face then, I wouldn't have been that calm for sure.
No. Just been informed by Race Control. New penalty issued. Drive-through penalty for the 166 ID Sim Sport Aston Martin for not leaving enough space on the road just after the pit exit with regards to relation to number 45 DIS. So that's the second drive-through. I wonder what Turner was saying, like, right, I've done him, let's go.
Probably something along those lines. It was
yes.
A brave move, and in these LMP2 cars, yes, they've got a bit more downforce on them, but take nothing away from the move round the outside, as we've got Denis Ischenko getting a move then on the Team Adrenaline car, who ran wide going through the spoon curve. That's handed Unison that position on a plate.
Yes, indeed it did. And looking at it, Unison Racing started 4th. Team Adrenaline started in 5th place in the class as DIS up the inside of ID Simsport through the first corner, and Marcus Ster has to back out of it. But the thing is, they've got a drive-through penalty coming their way. They'll have 3 laps to respond, and if not, that penalty will be further exacerbated by Race Control. A big thank you for them to keep in touch with us directly. But now you can see Arturas Mazaitis and Denis Ischenko going into battle. Mazaitis hard on the brakes into the first corner. Ischenko just up ahead, and there. Well, look at the rate of knots I'm keeping my eye on this GT3 battle right now, because I've got in shot Callum Wilson ahead of Carl Lickergaard. This is for second in GT3. And you know what I see from Carl Lickergaard? He's got the old headlight tactic going, isn't he? Right about now.
He has indeed. He's got to be careful. That's within regulation, though. You've got to be careful with how often you use your headlights. But Lickergaard at the moment closing in onto Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing machine for third place in GT3. And Lickergaard right now, he's smelt blood. And he's wanting that position right now.
Anyone got the Jaws music on standby? Well, we can't play it because otherwise it'd be a copyright strike, and we don't want that happening. However, yeah, the way that he's doing it, and there's a couple of cars that have gone past. Oh, that was Viaduct, and getting it all kind of squirrely going through the outside of the first Degner, and manages to keep it pinned. But we're going to stay with this battle for GT3 right now, because through into the hairpin, Lickergaard looking to put a move on Wilson for second in GT3, now out towards 200R, and then the deceptive double left at Spoon Curve. And Lickergaard, you can see the focus, the concentration. This is a man well and truly possessed, hard into the braking zone, into the first apex, one of the, as you rightly put, I think it was last night, about Kamui Kobayashi, his favourite overtaking spot, and he was a man that did the old M&M round the outside. But Carl Lickergaard keeping Callum Wilson in check. Callum will be getting relayed information from Maria and Henrik at Glam Racing HQ, and Lickergaard very much in the wheel tracks. You can see how close it's going to be going through into 130R. They're both at full commitment, both neatly hit the apex on the racing line. Flames spitting from the back of the Audi R8 LMS GT3 2019 variation. And Lickergaard, you know what, he's keeping Callum Wilson so honest. Callum Wilson hasn't even got time to really draw breath.
Well, Lickergaard down the start-finish straight then towards the first turn. It's not a very long start-finish straight. Not a lot of time to make the slipstream to good effect, but you know, as long as Lickergaard is still in the rear view mirrors of the Glam Racing machine of Callum Wilson, there's always going to be that pressure applied. A smile on the face of Lickergaard there, no doubt, between himself and his engineers and his team. But yeah, he's really applying the pressure at this point. Okay,
so we're fast approaching 5 minutes away from completing the first hour of racing for the 12 hours of Matsusaka, the opening round of the GTR24H 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship here in Japan, one of 4 different continents, as we travel to 6 circuits all the way through right towards the tail end of November. Keep your eyes peeled as we're going to a brief commercial break. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
tournament. A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to GTR24H for continuing coverage of the opening round of the 2022 EEWC season, the 12 Hours of Matsusaka. Alex Goldschmidt now joined by Yusuf bin Suhail. Yusuf, this battle for GT3 has just kicked up another gear, hasn't it? Because Carl Lickergaard is closing in on Callum Wilson from Glam Racing.
Lickergaard, more like licking the rear end of that Glam Racing car, because he is all over it. I think he wants to get up close and personal. Maybe he wants to add a bit of purple colour to the front end of his 777 car. I'm
sure that will, well, as long as Callum Wilson does not end up off track, I'm sure that Maria Rinhack will be very, very happy about that one. But Lickergaard has been doing. I think what we're going to do, we're going to give you a rundown. Yusuf, take us through how things are looking in Hypercar, in DPI and LMP2 at present.
Sure, so it's Michi Hoyer unsurprisingly leading, and he's got a very large 19-second gap over actually Nakib Aslan, who's running in second. Then it's Jimmy Nisler in the 64 Moradnas E-Stars car. He's a further 37 seconds, or pardon me, he's a further 20 seconds behind Nakib Aslan. Then it's a rather long gap down to the 31. That's the Unison Racing of Denis Eshenko. And then you have Arturas Masaitis in the 33 Team Adrenaline, and Viaducton running in 6th in the hypercar class. LMP2 though, it's Damian Skovron who leads for Burst Esports Goodar Sunglasses. However, they only lead by just over a second. Never mind, that's just Jimmy Nisler behind him. Then a further 9 seconds behind is Inigo Anton for SEM9 Axel. Axel having a good start so far to the race in both the LMP2 and the DPI classes. Nello Pastorino runs in third in the LMP2 class for the 164 Satellite Racing. Then Darius Andre in the Juice Motorsport Club, followed by Turn Lower in the 77 Team Iris, with Alexei Zagorodnev rounding up the LMP2 class following the Cyberlink's early drive-through penalty.
Right, I'm going to take a deep breath because we've got GTE up next. 9 cars in total. Wojtek Polezny for Juice's Motorsport Club Academy. Aston Martin leading the way by just over 2.7 seconds ahead of Mugen Sim Racing's number 67 BMW M8, piloted currently by Zoltan Varkonyi. Manuel Biancolila leading the duo from MPE, Musco Pescara Engineering, the 54 Porsche, leading the 53 at present. Angel Banganas from MCM Motorsport brings an Aston Martin, another one, into the top 5. Alexander Zakharov from Unison Racing in the lovely Manga-esque livery that seems to be Yusuf's favourite at the moment. I think you would probably agree, wouldn't you? Yeah. There you go, it's 2 thumbs up from him. We've got Alexander Zakharov in 6th, Marcus Ster for ID Simsport in 7th. Jan Granqvist making some steady progress, has only got Christopher Kianik from GT3 to get through as the battle for second really heats up in GT3. We'll go to that in just a moment. Jan Granqvist and DIS, and there is the battle. Callum Wilson is in second position. Christopher Kianek from Slovakia for Mugen Sim Racing is 7.5 seconds up the road from this battle, but Magic Kasperczyk pressurising Carl Lickergaard in third position. And this is the squabble for second, third and fourth, and they are covered by less than half a second as they go down the back straight. Pedro Delgado for CKR in the number 13 in the distance, as well as Jan Brødsgaard in the 188 Teleforingen car, running out the top 6. And 7th, it's B32 Racing, but GT3 is alive and kicking right now, Yusuf.
It's the LMP2 class from 2021 reincarnated. There's one team far and away the quickest, and then a big bad battle for second. I'm loving it so far. We've got many more hours of this to go as well. And we can see on the left of your screen Carl Lickergaard, who is currently running in third place, sandwich between the Glam Racing car and the 585 car. That's a 585 Volante Racing car. So he has a little look down the inside of turn 2, but it's always very difficult to make something work there.
It is indeed. We're going to ride on board with Carl right now. And there you can see the proximity of him in the Callaway GT3, with the flames again spitting from the Audi. You can see the amount of concentration. Myself and Kieran were mentioning about this, how concentrated these drivers are, Yusuf. And to be honest with you, DSR had both dreams and nightmares last season in LMP2, but good to see that they've decided, you know what, we're going to comprise ourselves into one big effort. We're going to go GT3, we're going to see what happens, and already it's paying dividends. And when you look at it from this perspective, they were 4th in qualifying. They're now running a genuine P3 ahead of the car that actually started in front of them on the grid.
It's a genuine P3, and it could very quickly become a genuine P2. It's so close between these three, and don't forget as well that 13 of Pedro Delgado for CKR could be in this battle soon as well. We're still yet to see the pit stop phase for these GT cars. While with the DPIs we're expecting around 40 minutes, which we've seen, LMP2s around 45 minutes. Once we get to the GT cars, we're talking more 1 hour 20, maybe even towards 1 hour 30.
Yeah, whilst you say that, the first couple of GTR cars pitting in, 27 MCN, Aston Martin, Angel Banganas behind the wheel pits, as so does Michael Francesconi for the 53 car, the defending champions from last season. Musto and Pescara joined forces for 2022 as round the outside through into the Casio triangle goes Carl Lickergaard on Callum Wilson. It does not pay off, and here it opens the door potentially as Wilson pits, and now Lickergaard finds himself battling with Kasprzyk for second in GT3.
And this is still a three-way battle as well, because Pedro Delgado has now closed into the fray. But the question is, what can Carl Lickergaard do now that he has been given clear air? Will he be forced to defend from Maciej Kasprzyk, or can he pull away? And the answer looks to be the latter, as he's already stretching out a few car lengths over the GT car behind him.
Yeah, there's an LMP2 that will be turned lower in Team Iris, the number 77 car, round the outside. Look at the thread of the eye of the needle for the Dutchman, who I spoke with the other day, as Delgado has tank slapper for Delgado.
That's in the wall.
Cars in the barriers for the number 13 of CKR, with just over an hour and 6 minutes in the bag. And Unison Racing were trying to get through. I'm going to try and catch a replay of that from Delgado himself, but dramas for the Brazilian crew right there, and at one of the most tightest, treacherous parts on the circuit, Yusuf.
It's so easy to do. Kieran and myself have been talking about how difficult that Dunlop curve is, and especially when things are getting tense, and you can see how close it is between so many of the GT cars, just getting a bit too eager on the throttle, turning in a bit too aggressively, and the back end gets loose, steps out on him, and from that point you're just a passenger in the McLaren, and all you can try to do is make sure that it hits the wall, hits the barriers with as little force as possible.
Yeah, I'm just going to scan back and try and get a replay of what happened, because it was through a very, very difficult part of the circuit. It was before, I think it was definitely before the Degners. It was coming through, I think, Dunlop. So we saw the car sort of have a massive moment as Unison went up the inside. As soon as I've got that replay, because I've got the car now where it's trying to get back out on track. I'm just going to try and get a different angle of it, but oh my goodness.
Ooh, take a look at this, because Jan Grankvist is all over the rear end of Zoltan Varkonyi. He was practically sideways as well through turn one. The GTE drivers trying to grab some attention for themselves and saying, hey, all the action's not over in the GT3 class. Come and take a look at us.
Right, okay, here is some action from the GT3 class. Here's the replay. So now playing it as we speak. And I've just gone slow-mo. Front end. Bang. That's the first impact. Spins around. You can see the trajectory where this is going. Both front and rear ends of the car actually hit the same barrier. Bang, there's the second impact.
Trying to keep it symmetrical, I see.
Yes. And then Adrenaline goes to the inside, and then one of the MPE cars goes flying around the outside, but that's going to be significant. Manuel Biancolila for MPE now pits from the lead in GT3, but to be honest with you, that was very, very close indeed. And to be honest with you, as I said to Kieran, that's within the first hour and a half of the race. They can come back from that.
No, I'm just checking Callum Wilson, 20 22.086 in the final sector. Karl Lukagor 22.030. Karl Lukagor first sector 46.157. So let's see what Callum Wilson does in his first sector, because this is critical in seeing where Karl Lukagor will come out once he pits relative to the Glam Racing car.
We now see Jan Granqvist for Satellite Racing, the 264 crew. 2 cars for the team this year. They've got the 264 in GTE. They didn't have a good didn't set a lap time on both day and nighttime qualifying sessions. They're doing what one of my friends, Henry Baudet, a fellow karting commentator, would say a top gear from the rear, and he's up into what is now 5th position, I believe. You actually make that 3rd position according to the timing that we've got in GTE, but drivers are pitting. Alexander Zakirov in the 717 is in the pits. Christopher Kianek, the leader in GT3, is now in the pit lane as well. So Karl Lukagard is leading the GT3 class. I wonder if he's counting his lucky stars, Yusuf, because an hour and 10 minutes into the race and DSR are leading GT3 and they were 4th in qualification.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because Karl does still need to pit. We've seen both, as you mentioned, Christopher Kianek having pitted, same for Callum Wilson. Callum Wilson in the first sector, 45.5, brand spanking new fresh tyres on the Glam Racing Mobile, on the Audi R8. And right now, he is making those tyres work. He is lapping quicker than Karl in all of the sectors, so expect Karl to fall behind once he does make a stop. Key thing to remember, though, is that Karl's DSR car is going further, so this might mean that come the end of the race, while he's going a little bit slower lap on lap, he might be able to get away with one less pit stop.
Indeed, I think I just saw Michi Hoyer actually end up in pit lane as well for his 2nd pit stop. They've got a real aggressive strategy, 19 laps for the first stop, pretty much the same for the 2nd stop. And I was talking about this with Kieran, and we were of the same mindset that, you can push like crazy, you can go flat out sprint for 12-24 hours like a lot of, the real life racers do in WEC, but you've got to think of a couple of factors. Is a mistake going to accidentally be made in the latter stages of the race? And also, when we consider with sim racing as opposed to mechanical sympathy in a real life car, GPUs, CPUs, cooling, heatsink, all those factors these teams have had to take into account what they need to do.
Yeah, the main thing is, though, especially with GPUs and all of that, there's nothing that you can do about it, as that is contact from, that is not Denis Eshenko, that is actually Manuel Biancalila, who is right behind right now Jan Granqvist in the 264 Satellite Racing car, and we saw that Satellite Racing car struggling, running wide through corners. It was right on the back of Zoltan Varconi only a couple of laps ago.
Yes, indeed, and so I think what was it? You and Kieran talked on the post-qualifying show about the classes that you're really looking forward to. 2 classes that I'm looking forward to, and I have to say it's the same as what I saw last year. GTE and GT3, those kind of classes are really, really part and parcel of how I've grown up in terms of my sports car education. And to see, Biancolila! Mamma mia, that was a brilliant overtake from the Italian from MPE up the inside of Jan Granqvist, and of all places, that was at the hairpin. And as Kieran noted, that is a very good spot for overtaking here at Matsusaka.
Well, they say the Italians are good at cooking. Emmanuel Biancalila cooked up a great move, sending it down the inside, but Satellite Racing not done yet. They have a look on the inside into Spoon Corner, but Biancalila has it covered and has already pulled out a nice little gap to Jan Granqvist. I think he's got this one done and dusted. He can get his head down now and try to close in onto Zoltan Varconi, who is 9 seconds up the road.
Yes, indeed. So a very, very enthralling scrap there between the two. So Satellite Racing, a known pedigree. They won the Le Mans EEWC finale with your favourite Finn, of course. Pauli Ahonen was one of the drivers. Jimmy Nisula was also behind the wheel of said car, and that was the previous generation, the C7. And here is the C8. You can see Biancolila going off into the distance like a scalded cat off a hot tin roof as the 7.9 axle DPI roars its way past down the main straightaway. And I was really excited when I saw how close the GTEs were in terms of qualifying. Oh, moment for Grandquist, going wide off of the first corner. He keeps it out of the kitty litter, does the mowing on the grass. That is not what you wanted. I'm not too sure if there was a problem there for Jan Grandquist.
There has to be something wrong with that VRS car. We've seen him making these mistakes far too often for a driver of Jan Grandquist's standards. I don't know what is wrong with that car, but I think maybe there's some damage to the rear end. And maybe the rear end is just stepping out on him when he tries to commit in a corner, forcing him to correct and run wide. Maybe it's just some chronic understeer. Maybe he damaged the front splitter. I reckon it's something with the rear. You know what? If we can get an on board with Jan Grandquist, we can see how his steering is going into some of these corners, because this is bizarre. He's a much quicker driver than this.
Right, okay, I've got an on board with Jan Grandquist right now, and I'm keeping an eye because I can see DIS, you can see top right corner, that's the on-board. Look at the amount of correction, and they're bashing door panels, the pair of them, heading out of the hairpin into 200R, and Jan Grandquist keeps it pinned. That was brazen at its very best, but he was struggling like crazy with the steering on that car. DIS back up the inside, through into the next corner. This is spoon curve, and has to back out of it, but he's going to get a run. The steering, you can see he's having to correct, and I can see that being tilted to the right, left hand down a little bit there, Yusuf. I'm wondering if the steering is not 100% on that car when he's struggling through the corners, because obviously the C7 to the C8 is a completely different proposition. You go from front-wheel drive, front engine to rear-wheel drive, and then with the Corvette C8, it's mid-engined rear-wheel drive, and you can see the amount of opposite lock he's having to put on to correct the sliding from the back end of the car. And Grandquist instantly pits.
Yeah.
Good call there by Satellite to bring the car in.
I think he had a pit stop scheduled for soon, but it's better just to get that car in the pits as soon as possible. Don't quite know what's going on. We'll see how long the pit stop is, how far he falls behind, but hopefully Jan Grandquist can get back up to speed. Now, I do have a replay because there was an incident. You know, Deuces, how they had a driver and that driver left and then created his own team called Team Iris?
Turn lower.
Yeah, so Turn Lower was in the wars with the 15 Deuces car. How do you like that for a storyline?
I wonder if there's going to be words between the newcomer and Turn Lower a little bit later on, I'm sure, but...
So, someone just stole my replay. I had it set up, and then it got removed. Yeah. So, I'm going to go back. It was ready. It was ready to go. And, yeah. I will get it back up, though, for us.
Definitely. Well, you can see that the the Satellite racing car, the 264 GTE Corvette C8, the current car being used by Corvette Racing these days. Former drivers that have raced with them: Jan Magnussen, Oliver Gavin, who now is a colour commentator when it comes to endurance racing, as now the Satellite Racing 264 exits pit lane. Carl Lickergaard is in the pit, so Christopher Kianik now being given back the lead in the GT3 classification. But it's all changed. Arturas Mazaitis has pitted. There's Mitchie. Well, hang on. That is in the 18 car. Jurnej Simoncic is now behind the wheel. We know this man very, very well indeed, as he was one of the drivers that literally put the beats per minute up through my heart, through my rib cage when he did qualifying under the nighttime sky at the Nürburgring Nordschleife last year, and he went faster on both the last two laps he set in qualifying. And we know this guy is a very, very credible driver in his own right on the R Factor 2 platform.
Okay, now I have the replay locked and loaded. So this is Turn Lower, right behind Darius Andre, heading into Turn 1. Has a look for the inside, comes in maybe a bit too hot. Rear end steps out on him, so no contact between the two of them. He just lost it all on his own.
I think you used the term very, very eloquently. I don't know if it was this morning or last night. Risk versus reward.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, you're trying to get past the car in front. Kieran said, yeah, you always want to try and get past that car in front, and it's never easy when you're pushing that like that. You outbrake yourself, the back end steps out, you turn it in, you've got no hope in hell in catching it. We have seen some tank slappers very much coming through the exit of 130R. And what has picked up your interest now?
Darius Andre's made a mistake on the last lap. Only a 52.1. Turn lower, 48.0. He's closed 4 seconds to the Deuces. Remember that spin? Well, now when you look at the screen, guess what? They're both in the shot.
Oh, ding ding, seconds out, round 2, Yusuf, I think. But the track temperature, 26 degrees Celsius, air temperature, 17 degrees Celsius. Still looking a little bit cloudy overhead. We'll try and see if we can get a look at the weather radar as Turn Lower absolutely flings it like crazy. Nearly an ion, has a tank slapper through Degner 1, gets it nice and pinned for Degner 2, and is closing in on Darius Andre. But at the moment, Damien Scovron doing a really good job. Turn Lower right in the wheel tracks. Now this is a bit of pressurization, isn't it? A bit of blink and you'll miss it kind of move coming up right here, because they're heading down through in towards Spoon Curve. It's hard on the brakes. Turn Lower looks to the inside, goes wide, runs a little bit adrift. That's lost his momentum right there, but he can gather that back coming through the second half of Spoon Curve. But now he's got to do all that hard work that's just been undone all over again.
A question for you. Deuces versus Iris. Deuces versus the new Deuces, if you like. Will there be drama? Yes or no?
That's a no-brainer, of course.
I love it.
The thing is that I said at the beginning, at the top of the show when we did the pre-race broadcast, you know, the build-up.
Yeah.
I always thought that with Deuces, I mean, Nick was very, very adamant when he spoke to me in the official press conference, saying, "I'm not really going to talk about what's happened behind the scenes. That's between them." So there is an underlying story that we don't know about, as Turn Lower again has closed up to Darius Andre. Now this is for the battle in what is now 4th in LMP2. Deuces had that dramas earlier on the very first couple of laps, so they know that they got some work to do. But maybe I'm wondering if Turn Lower is going to wait, or is he going to bite the bullet, pull the pin on the grenade, throw it in the direction of the 15 and go, right, I'm going past you and I'm going to go pulling away into the distance. It can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, though, for Turn Lower, he needs to try to bide his time. He needs to try to work out where that Deuces car is slow and where Zoltan Varkoni can find a way through. Oh, pardon me, not Zoltan Varkoni. But where he can find a way through, he gets close through the hairpin as they make their way through 200R. Now they have the 717 Unison Racing car just up ahead, and maybe this could provide an opportunity for Iris to find a way through.
Yeah, it's all a case of just waiting and see, biding time, seeing what happens as Jone Simicic running in the Burst Esports Simplexity. So he takes over after a double stint from Michi Hoyer, who did that incredible qualifying lap. I think I thought Jone Simicic would do, Simicic would have an opportunity to put in a blinder. You very much categorically said they're not going to do a 142 in the night, but Michi's lap was incredible to actually see it from his perspective, as the 18 is having its point of view broadcast actually streamed live on Michi Hoyer's official YouTube channel, and he reached out to us. We gave him the opportunity to do that, so he will be connected to the server all the way through the race. There is Jone himself, also a very, very credible driver. Look, yeah. Simicic with the 1,000-yard stare at the screen.
Yeah,
right
he's not laughing now. Before in qualifying, he was having a few laughs, joking around. We were trying to guess what had got him to have those laughs.
Yeah.
We have had a pit stop in, so Turn Lower for that 77 Team Iris has said he's not going to try to find a way through on Deuces on circuit. He's going to pit and do it the old-fashioned way, through strategy.
Maybe doing the overcut or the undercut, depending on what happens with Deuces Motorsport as they start to resurge themselves through the field. They've already been doing that quite a lot as things stand, but we head to... This is the 164 car. This is the satellite racing car that has got Nello Pastorino behind the wheel, and Nello keeping it nice and neat and tidy, apart from when we saw him do the effervescent Knight Rider schemo through the Casio Triangle in official free practice, which was quite interesting because he literally walloped the curb. The car went up onto two wheels into the air, and we saw the slipstreamed aerodynamic undercarriage of one Erika 07. You can see both satellite cars, so there's the 264 from GTE on your right hand side, and Jan Granqvist going out for another stint behind the wheel as Pastorino threads his way through 130R at a great rate of knots.
Michael Francesconi in the 53 Musco Pescara EDG car also closing in onto the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab. last time round, 1 second quicker. The pair of them coming across the line now, so we'll see what the delta is in their lap times. Francesconi taking a further 3/10. The gap between the pair, 1.2 seconds.
Okay, so we're fast approaching nearly 90 minutes. Well, in about 7 minutes' time, we're going to have 90 minutes of this race completed. The first round of the EEWC here at GTR24H, the 12 hours of Matsusaka, as we still see picture in picture with Pastorino and Granqvist. As was that Viaducton? No, that was Maradnis E-Stars. Oh, who've just had a bit of a moment I've just seen. Well, that's one for the books. Maradnis E-Stars. I was expecting a really big, guns blazing, gung-ho battle between Maradnis E-Stars and Burst Esports Simplexity. At the moment, that hasn't materialised. I'm wondering, are Maradnis E-Stars struggling with Burst really putting them on the boot on the other foot, Yusuf? That's the biggest question I need to ask right now.
I'm going to go out there and say it. I'm always the one who likes to toe the line with these fun and sweeping statements. I think the likes of Henry Sinek, James Zuber, Jimmy Nisler, they got complacent last year. I think they were in satellite racing. They had a very easy season with not a lot of competition. And we saw, let's be real, we saw a lot of mistakes from them last year. We saw Casper Henningsen going over the wall, having that huge incident in Indianapolis. And that's just one of those cases. Now I think here with Burst Esports joining, I think they were a little bit more ready. And I think Maradnis might need 1 or 2 races just to get things going again. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that they can pick things up in this race.
And also the fact is, we've got a track that's going to be close to your heart because of your Italian descent. We're at Autodromo Nazionale di Monza next month for the 12 hours of Monza itself. That could be a track where drivers will have an opportunity to push at over 70% full throttle. But here, it's more about precision, keeping the racing line, making no unnecessary mistakes or unnotable mistakes. Oh, Pastorino's just had a mistake himself, going through in towards the S's. But we're now with the guys at DIS SR Lab. Good to...
I'm going to jump across you because we might be getting a move soon. Ace Tech right on the rear end of Glam Racing, and they've sent it down the inside into the hairpin. What a fantastic move. Coming in up into second place as well.
Well, it's Ingolstadt versus Ingolstadt. It's Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport getting past the 404 of Glam Racing. Glam Racing did a really good job last season. They got a spade of 4th place finishes, Yusuf, and the 24 hours of Spa and the EEWC Le Mans finale. They not only wrapped up 3rd position, final step of the rostrum for each race, but they took 3rd in the championship. And when I spoke with Maria Rinhack, she said, as long as we're 3rd or higher, I'm happy. You know what? I think this team have done a lot of work in the off-season. She said we were testing. She said, look, pick whichever car you think works comfortable. They found a good kindred spirit with the Audi. But it seems like Volante Racing, who we know of before, they raced in GTE last year. They've gone to GT3 running in a collaboration with Azatec Simsport, and they've decided that the Audi is the perfect package for them. And they're exploiting it to the full right now. However, Mugen Sim Racing, last year's vice champion in the 82, are comfortably ahead in GT3.
You know, I think if you told Maria and Glam Racing from before the season that they'd currently be running in 3rd right on the back of 2nd, they would have been really happy. But once you're actually in the race, once you know how close you are to 2nd, this is the bit where now they'll be wishing that they had that 2nd spot. If we could actually get a picture-in-picture up, because Michael Francesconi is right on the rear end of DIS, and we've got this battle for GT3 happening too, that would be absolutely wonderful because there's action happening all over the circuit.
Yeah, DIS down the straightaway. You can see advantage from what I'm seeing at the moment going through into first corner, and also the roof cam on your right-hand side from DIS. As this is going to get rather interesting. Hold on to your hats, folks. You might find your fingernails a bit into the quick by the end of this.
There's actually contact in the GT3 because it's Karl Lukagor who's gone for the exact same move that Masi Kashprich went for, but this time Glam Racing were aware of it. Callum Wilson slammed the door shut, and there was contact between the pair of them.
Right, okay, so I'm just keeping an eye now on the 717. That is Unison Racing, and they've got Alexander Sakidov behind the wheel of that car. But yeah, a risk versus reward situation again, and that just goes to show. I'm gonna try and get a replay of what happened exactly from a different vantage angle between Lykkegaard and also from Callum Wilson. I'm going to try and get an onboard. So bear with me on that
you
second.
try to get an onboard. We can continue focusing on this battle as DSR try to close in onto Glam Racing once again. And I do wonder, if you're Karl Lykkegaard, what are you thinking about right now? Are you thinking about going for the same move into the hairpin? Do you look to go for a move somewhere else? Maybe even send a dummy into the hairpin, then look for the outside, try to get the switchback, try to get onto the power earlier. The GTE battle still going on. Francesconi half a second behind DIS, but I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing a move in this GT3 class first. Alex, do you have that replay ready for us?
Teed up and ready. When I get the thumbs up, here we go. Right, on board with Karl Lykkegaard, heading into the right-hander here at turn 10. The first impact was not at the hairpin. It happens here. The car moves forward, left rear contact to right front. And that's how close it gets here. So Karl Lykkegaard from DSR was very, very lucky. I'm sure that Glam Racing will be spitting purple feathers right about now after that. You know, it was a slight assist going through, and then you get the SEM9 Axel DPI car getting through there as well. But that just goes to show how close it can get in this kind of combat situation, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And if you're watching and thinking, oh, why didn't he just back out of that? Once you go for a move, once you have in your head, right, I'm going for this move, you're fully committed, and it's so hard to be able to pull out of a move at that stage. And that's the situation Karl Lykkegaard was in. He thought that the door would stay open. It didn't. Maybe if we went to race control, they'd throw him a penalty, but right now it's rubbing is racing. Marco Francesconi 6/10 behind DIS, still last time round, only a 10th quicker. But you can see that Karl Lykkegaard is quicker than this Glam Racing car. And don't forget, the Glam Racing car out of your GT3 top 4, top 5, they were the first team to pit as well. So probably got a little bit less fuel in that car, but they are going through the fuel quicker as Karl Lykkegaard almost going for a bit of an Ayrton Senna style move.
And a most appropriate place, of course, the Casio Triangle, where Ayrton Senna da Silva and Alain Prost unfortunately came to blows, and the former was disqualified for using the runoff area. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway, just after the halfway mark here on this hour. We're going to go to a commercial break. Back in a few moments. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship, brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to GTR24H. Yusuf, big developments once again in GT3. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, we saw Carl Lukigo having a go at Callum Wilson right here. He got a great run coming up down the hill through 130R, but the inside was covered down to the Casio triangle. Carl Lukigo looked for a move on the outside, but was unsuccessful. You see the Unison Racing GTE car making its way past the pair of them into the triangle.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the 53 MPE Porsche closing in on DIS. That is for position in GTE, and that is going to be for 4th position as they're making their way through to 130R as we speak. And Francesconi is waiting like a coiled spring, but he runs a bit wide coming out of 130R, sweeps to the left-hand side through into the Casio triangle. The two Porsches currently line astern, and that is going to be interesting because they've got the Juicers Motorsport Club number 15 right behind them. As we see Carl Lukegaard again trying to close in on Callum Wilson. But if we can go picture in picture with the battle for GT3 and for GTE, Biancolila is trying to close on in on DIS, and that's for genuine position. And it's really funny because with the livery on the 53, which you were a bit divided about in comparison with Musto's livery from last year, you weren't too sure about it. I kind of like it. I'll give that a 7.5 out of 10.
I will admit it looks better on track than it did in the picture. It looks less bright baby blue.
Yeah.
So I prefer it. I'll agree. I was a bit harsh with my initial thoughts on the livery. So yeah, I can bump it up. Oh, I wouldn't say a 7, maybe a 6.5. Yeah.
Okay. Wait if Eros Masculi throws you under the bus on that one.
Eros can throw me wherever he'd like.
Oh dear. That's not a threat. That's a promise, Eros Masculi. You've been informed duly on that one. Tom
deserved.
Yeah, duly deserved. Mamma mia. Tom Oldenmega now behind the wheel, having taken over from Skovron in the 94 Burst eSport Gooder Sunglasses entry. They've got Alexis Zagorodnev, who had to serve that drive-through penalty for overtaking under the formation lap, which is a big no-no, and that is not for position. But good to see that they're bringing some big guns here at Burst. Zagorodnev getting very, very close indeed. There's Oldenmenger trying to go round towards the inside for the next sweeping left-hander on Team Viaducton. And not getting through quite yet as they go through Dunlop into the Degners. So still very interesting battle here, but despite the fact it's not for position.
Well, Tom Oldenmenger, we'll see what he can do over the course of the stint, having jumped into the car for the first time this weekend. We didn't see him piloting the 94 Burst eSports or Goodar Sunglasses in any of the qualifying sessions. I don't know if he had jumped in at some point during official practice. But right now, he finds himself at 12 seconds clear of Inigo Anton, who is running in second for SEM9 Axel.
Okay, we're going to give you a little bit of a roundup of what's happening so far. So at the moment, it's Yoni Simoncic from Burst Esports Simplexity that leads the way by nearly 19.3 seconds ahead of Nakib Aslan from SEM9 Axel. Jimmy Nisula still behind the wheel of the number 64 Muradnis E-Stars DPI with Denis Ishenko from Unison Racing, Team Viaducton and Arturas Mazaitis from Swiss Racing outfit Team Adrenaline rounding out the 6 cars racing. LMP2, it's Tom Oldenmenger ahead of Inigo Anton, so Burst Esport, Gooder Sunglasses and SEM9 Axel split by 12 seconds with turn lower, so it's Team Iris, Juicers Motorsport Club, Satellite Racing and Cyberlinks Racing. That's the 6 in LMP2. Yusuf.
A bit of a mistake from Glam Racing coming out of Spoon Corner, and Carl Lukigo was all over the rear end of the Audi. And is that another potential mistake? Could Carl Lukigo maybe have a look down the inside? Has a little think about it, but in the end, Callum Wilson has it covered once again. And these LMP2s, GTEs, DPIs, all of these cars that are lapping the GT3 cars are starting to provide opportunities for DSR.
Yes, indeed. And so what's occurring in GTE, Yusuf, as we're going to keep our eyes on... Well, I'm going to keep my steely eyes on Carl Lukegaard and what he does with regards to trying to get one past on Callum Wilson. What's happening in GTE right now?
Well, it is Wojtek Polezny who is leading the class for the Deuces Motorsport Club. He's 4 seconds clear of Zoltan Varkonyi. That's contact.
Oh dear, Likegaard off the circuit. And I'm now going to tee up a replay on that one. Because that was a bit too close for comfort, I believe. So I'll tee up a replay on that one very shortly.
I have a feeling that 777 DSR car might be filing an incident report against whichever prototype it was that made contact.
I think that was Deuces.
Ooh, that could have implications. I'll quickly go through the GT class while you get that replay queued. So Zoltan Varkonyi in second for Mugen, then Biancalile in the 54 Master Pescara car, DIS at Sim Racing Lab, Michael Francesconi, Angel Banegas for MCM Motorsport, then Alexander Zakharov in the 717 Unison Racing car, Michael Pedersen in the ID Simsport car, and Jan Granqvist in the 264 Satellite Race.
Right, I'm just trying to tee up that replay at the moment. I don't think it was I have just seen... Just try and wind things forward a little bit, so bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, because we do need to see this replay. And this was right, okay.
Carl Lukagor still in the same shot as Glam Racing. He's lost about 5 seconds, I'd say. Just going to double check on timings as Alex has that replay ready for us.
Okay, we're going to go slow-mo on this one when we're ready. Okay, so you can see here, you've got Callum Wilson in front, Carl Lukagard, then you've got the number 15 Juices car that's still got Darius Andre behind the wheel, so I'm just going to speed it up ever so slightly. I'm going to just try and keep it. So you see that Juices moves towards the outside through into the next corner. I'll change the camera angle a little bit here, so you're going to see it from different angles as I sweep through. So Juices pulls to the outside for the next left-hander. And Likegaard is trying to keep on the racing line. The Corvette, the Callaway GT3 turns in, and look at the steering angle from Juices. Bang, that's where the contact happens.
I think that might be a little penalty going the way of Deuces there for that one. Just turning across the GT3 car. I think the Deuces driver thought that he had cleared, just double checking who that was at the wheel of the LMP2 car. It is Darius Andre. So I think he just thought he had cleared him.
And unfortunately, Carl Likegaard ends up going rallycrossing as a direct result. But he's back underway. And just goes to show, I think that car, I'm wondering if that might have a little bit of damage that might be compromising its racing pedigree at the moment. As you can see that there's one of the MPE cars. Oh, that's the 54 Manuel Biancolila, who did that send and a half earlier on DIS Sim Racing Lab. Putting it to the outside, nicely, neatly cutting in front of Likegaard. Likegaard just lifting off the throttle ever so slightly, just to make sure that he does not have an incident like he just suffered a few corners ago.
I'm honestly actually quite surprised by how much quicker the GTE cars seem versus the GT3 cars, because in terms of lap time, we're talking about 2-3 seconds between them, but it feels a lot longer just by looking at it right now, just how far the Master Pescara car has pulled from the DSR car just down one straight.
Well, a big thank you to our CEO, John Fabricius. Charlie Lechner is behind the wheel of the Viaductin car. Wanna know how old he is?
I'm going to hazard a guess and say 11.
Spot on the nose, one of the youngest competitors, if not the youngest competitor. And I've just been informed that they're trying to fix their webcam so we can actually see Charlie at work behind the wheel. And that just goes to show how inclusive in terms of the sim racing community, so many different ages competing in a championship like this.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't need to tell you, I mean, you've worked so much in the entire karting sphere. You see the young juniors coming up from Bambino karts from the age of 6, 7, working their way up, and this provides an opportunity of seeing exactly what they're capable of doing against some of the older, more experienced guys, and it's always fantastic to see them having that opportunity.
I've actually got Viaductin on my screen at the moment. There they are, coming through into the Casio triangle. Running 5th in DPI at the moment, but still, you know, some nice lines taken there from Team Viaductin. And it's nice to see a refreshing livery, isn't it, from the body in white with the big red fin from last year.
You and Jon are really trying to boost up your livery designing skills.
No, the thing was, I had John actually asked
Good
me.
livery, to be fair.
Yeah, it was John's idea. He said, "I'm going to sort them out of livery," and we saw the flip side of it, where it was black on red. Didn't quite go, and I thought, well, red, maybe some nice text at the top, and you know what? Credit where credit is due, and it's always nice to help out others in the sim racing community too.
It's a simple design, and it's done well. Like, it's way better than the 2021 livery, which was white with an orange fin with Viaductin written on it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I like it. It's a good livery. It's
something something different, isn't it? But
exactly.
I mean,
ooh,
that was,
Classicus,
yeah,
some degree.
well, the thing is they're still learning. They're still learning. That's the biggest thing here, and they're here to enjoy the experience and to have young drivers like you say. I've seen kids as young as 4 compete in Bambino karting and actually being able to compete in a championship where they're given that opportunity.
Oh,
and
DIS have just pitted, and DIS were right in front of Michael Francesconi, so about half a second separating the pair of them. So we should keep an eye on that when Michael Francesconi does pit, see where he feeds out relative to DIS, as we're going on board with Viaductin.
Well, we were, but we ended up going through to Tom Oldenmenger, and I've just seen that Viaductin have just gone through 130R, 260 kilometres an hour in 7th gear.
Ooh, very nice.
So, but there is one thing that I have noticed, which is... right, okay. Oh, here we go. You said about a penalty for Juices. Here it comes. 10-second stop-go penalty for Juices Motorsport for not leaving enough space and causing an avoidable collision through the S's. You were right, there was a penalty coming their way. I was waiting to see what stop-go penalty was going to be hit, and it was a 10-second stop-go for Deuces, so that's going to add another pit stop to their tally. Not what they need right now.
It's not a good start for the LMP2 Juices. They're currently sitting down in P4 in the LMP2 class. They're about 35 seconds behind Tom Oldenmenger, and, well, they're going to stop-and-go penalty as well, so that's at least another half a minute, I want to say.
From the minute you get that thing stopped on the anchors, because the stop zone will be at the front of the pit lane, and that just goes to show in real life motorsport, where you have that stop box at the beginning of the pit lane, and then if you're going to do your pit stop, you've got to travel maybe a few hundred yards. It might even be at the end of the pit box as well, the pit lane, and that can be detrimental to a race. But that also depends on how they counter it with respective strategy calls. So they might light fuel the car, get the guy to go out. The guy will go to get behind the wheel and go, right, push. That's what you need to do. You need to push, but don't make any mistakes. Keep it at 90-95% of true pace. Don't overcommit. If you're not 110% sure of a move that you can do to get past back marker traffic, you are going to cause a problem. Because if you're not fully committed, I know the old ages from Ayrton Senna, if you don't go for a gap, you're not a racing driver. But if you...
I'm going to jump in with that one, because he said that ironically.
Yes.
And people keep on bringing it up as like it's as a serious thing when it's not.
No, exactly. It's more a case of, if you're not 110% committed, don't chance it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are going to be times with the risk versus reward situation, as we're riding on board with Michael Francesconi at the moment in the 53 car, the defending champions for GTE. They're going for a 3rd title. And when you look at the alliance they've made, I have to say that's a very, very shrewd decision, because one of the drivers on their list is 22-year-old Italian Riccardo Pera, vice champion 2019 European Le Mans Series GTE AM champion. He's running with GK Racing in GTE AM. He's a silver driver, and he's running in this car. That speaks volumes of who MPE have decided to get on board for 2022. And I saw some of the laps. Pera was sideways going through the second Egner, putting down the power, and the lap times he was putting in 157.9s, and that was before we'd even got to qualifying, where both Musto cars, on a cumulative average, they were in the mid to high 1 minute 55s. So when you have a real-life driver giving his experience from the real life, there are some things that can be transferred to the setup of the car, can't they?
Yeah, and it's, I think, one of the things back when Alex Young joined and we were talking to him about the differences between virtual racing and real life racing and the differences in how you compare, and he was saying that a lot of it is relatively similar. There's a few different things when it comes to how you set up a car and how it changes the handling of a car, but it's just something new that you have to learn and be able to implement.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies there. That is that the Corvette again? That is.
Yep.
So Carl Lickergaard again up for another bite of the pie, so to speak, on Callum Wilson. So Callum Wilson sitting in second position, and we're very, very close to getting towards the conclusion of 2 hours out of 12 for the opening round of the GTR24H EEWC Championship.
Oh, he's lost the rear end.
Oh, and that's in the barriers. Lickergaard in the barriers, off of the second Degner. The back end stepped out. You know what? I'm going to have to look at that from a different angle. But he was pushing like...
just got on the power too early as you go up in the curb. The rear end's already unsettled. And here's that instant replay. So through the first Degner, all fine. Jumps onto the brakes. Turns in. It's all looking good. He gets a wheel onto the gravel. That's what sends it round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right, I've got another replay queued up from a different angle, so when our team is ready and I get the thumbs up, here we go. Right, we're now going to go back to an outside view of what happened with Carl Lickergaard. So from here, he got a left rear wheel on the gravel, ran wide on the AstroTurf, hit two wheels in the gravel, spools up the rear tyres, gets it pointing the right way, and yeah, I think he's lost one of his 9 lives right there.
Well, we're not 1/9 of the way through the race. Actually, we are, so he's all good.
Yep.
if he stays on that trend.
We've got a yellow in Sector 2. I just noticed ever so briefly. It's your favourite car livery, I'm afraid.
No.
717 Unison Racing. That was Alexander.
Actually, that's fine. So, for anyone who's new to anime, all good animes.
Here we go.
They essentially, there's a point where the main character goes down the dumps. That's this moment for Unison Racing. You need to have that moment before you can have your power-up arc, which is now what's going to happen in Unison Racing, going to power through the field.
So, is that a League of Legends strategy right there that you're calling?
Oh no, it's just every anime ever.
Power up and every going Super Saiyan in the words of Dragon Ball Z sort of
yeah,
thing.
it's zero to hero kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a discussion for another time when you and I are in the booth together once again. We are coming towards the top of the hour once again. We're about to complete 2 hours of this race, and we've got that's ID Sim Sport versus DIS, and is that a battle for position? That is, I think,
7th in class of the GTE class. Less than a second between them. Then it's 20 seconds up to Alexander Zakharov. I think DIS did just pit, and ID Sim Sport haven't pitted, so it should be fresh tyres for DIS right now.
DIS have done 2 pit stops at the moment. So, and the 166.
One, I would assume.
Yeah, it's showing up no pit stops on there, but they have been through, as there is the leading LMP2 car at the moment. Tom Oldenmenger leading the way for the number 94 Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. And at the moment, in DPI, well, let's run through the respective classes. Yusuf, take us through DPI and LMP2, please.
Yeah, so DPI, it's the 11 of Nakib Aslan, who is currently leading for SEM9 Axel. They still have a stop to do over Burst Esports Simplexity, who are running in second. Yoni Simonchik at the wheel of the 18 car. Jimmy Nisila for Maradnes Isas, they are in third. They've also made their scheduled pit stop, so have one pit stop in hand over Nakib Aslan. In fourth is Denis Eshenko for the 17 Unison Racing car. Then Viaductin running in fifth ahead of Team Adrenaline. I do think Viaductin have to make a stop, and currently Team Adrenaline are just under a lap behind them.
Okay, LMP2, it is Tom Oldenmenger leading the way for Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. Inigo Anton, second for the number 21 SEM9 Axel crew. Turn lower in third for Team Iris. Liam Rance, fourth for Satellite Racing. Darius Andre, fifth for Juices Motorsport Club. And Alexei Zagorodnev for Cyberlinks, rounding out the sixth in LMP2. GTE, Yusuf?
Yeah, well, in GTE, as I'm going to hold on to that thought for a second because DIS are all over the rear end of ID SimSport as we're heading towards 130R. DIS look for the inside, but they're going to have to back out of the move. But just tapping onto the brakes, bit aggressive to go for the move there, and DIS will have to wait a little bit later. But it is the 74 of Wojtek Polesny who currently leads the GTE field. That is for the Juices Motorsport Club, ahead of Zoltan Varkoni in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing. Manuel Biancalila in the 54 Mosto Pescara car, 8 seconds behind Zoltan Varkoni. Then you've got the GTE, the other Mosto Pescara car of Michael Francesconi. Then Angel Banegas in the 27 MCM Motorsport car ahead of Alexander Zakharov. Then we have this battle on your screen now between Michael Pedersen in the 166 ID SimSport car and the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab, and Jan Grankvist completing the GTE field for Satellite Racing.
Final class before we go into a commercial break here at the top of the second hour for the 12 hours of Matsusaka. Magic Kasperschek brings the 585 Volante Racing by Azatec SimSport Audi R8 kicking and screaming by the scruff of the neck to lead the class, and it's an Audi 1-2 as we speak, as Callum Wilson for Glam Racing is second, about 8 seconds adrift. Carl Lickergaard rounds out the top 3 despite having that massive moment with the incident involving Juices Motorsport. The LMP2 car, the number 15, still rounds out the top 3 and is about 1.6 seconds ahead of CKR, who've also had a trip into the barriers just past the hour and 10 mark. And that is for 4th position. B32 Racing. Oh no, we've had another drama. It's DSR again in the wars as Liam Rance was trying to get through. I'm not too sure what happened there. We'll try and pick up a replay momentarily as DIS are closing in once again on Michael Pedersen from ID SimSport. Rounding out the grid in GT3 as things stand is Carl Lickergaard drops to 5th place, giving Pedro Delgado and B32 3rd and 4th, Thomas Brenjegard for Teleforingen and Christopher Kianek for Mugen Sim Racing. That's a big development. The pole sitters down to P7.
It's going to be 3 abreast almost into the Casio triangle, and this might open things up for DIS. We want to throw to a commercial break, but these GTE cars are not letting us do that. DIS still on the back of ID SimSport. Maybe they could have gone for a move, but a pesky prototype car, well, being a bit of a thorn in the side for DIS.
One of the other things, ladies and gentlemen, as we're 4 minutes away from the top of the hour, are the floodlights are on at Matsusaka. Very soon we will have sunset and we'll go into the deep of the night here in Japan on the Asian continent. We're going to throw to a commercial break. We'll be right back after these short messages. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Azatec SimSports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. racing for green.
No time for introduction, folks. We're riding on board with DIS ID Sim Support right in front through 130R, side by side, neck and neck. But ID Sim Sport hold on to the position. DIS on fresher tyres, we believe, and ID Sim Sport desperately trying to hold on to track position right now. But DIS unable to find a way through. They're slightly compromised on the exit of the corner. I am Yusuf bin Sahel, rejoined by Kieran McGinley as Alex Goldschmidt has gone for his scheduled break. I think it is 6th, yeah.
Yeah, they don't care what position it's for. It's that it's a position they want it.
Battles all over. We're 2 hours into our 12-hour races. That's wide from ID Sim Sport, but the wider line means that you can get onto the power a bit earlier, and as a result, their final corner exit. Your top 3 in the DPI class separated by 15 seconds, and then in the LMP2 class, you look at your top 2 separated by 2 seconds. You head down into the GTE class, and again, top 2 not separated by a huge amount, 3 seconds. Top 3 separated by 10 seconds. Then down to the GT3 class. Okay, a bit of a lead going on there. We have actually already seen... Wait, where's Christopher Kianik in 7th?
They, I believe, on my break, they had a couple of issues with internet connectivity as the DIS Sim Racing Lab runs a little bit wide on the exit of 130R. Not the greatest place in the world you want to run wide, but that's one of the LMP2 cars running even deeper. I think that's the satellite racing machine running very deep into the Casio triangle right behind him. Anything you can do, satellite say, we can do better as they stream their way through. There now you can see on the screen down towards turn 1. Yeah, I believe they had a couple of internet issues on their end, so that means they're slightly away down the order, but it is a long, long way to go. Just under 10 hours of racing still to really run through. And yeah, I'm going to correct myself because this GTE battle we're riding on board with is for 7th place. And yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. It looks brilliant out there. 2 drivers who do not want to yield this position.
Absolutely. If we could also get the battle for 2nd in the DPI class, because Nakib Aslan and Jimmy Nisila are very close to each other. Nakib Aslan actually, I think, just got past. He came out of the pits on the previous lap, and he didn't have the best of lap times.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it right now. Jimmy Nisila is still in front in that number 64 machine at the moment, in the Mirandus E-Stars machine. But yeah, the 79 axle car gets a little bit tail happy through the first part of the S's. But yeah, they are running line of stern at the moment, just trying to dispatch of some GT3 cars. Looks like the 404 Glam Racing machine as they just make their way through the left-hander of the Dunlop curve. But yeah, pretty much running line of stern at the moment, looking to open up the account as the 79 axle machine running very close to the gravel through the middle of the Degner curves. Got away with that one.
And YD Simsport having a look to come back at DIS into 130R. We missed how DIS got ahead. It happened on the screen, but I didn't see it somehow. How I managed that, I don't quite know. But ID Simsport not done with this battle just yet. They'll try to get the exit coming out of the Casio Triangle, but they don't quite get it. And DIS should have a bit of time to try to pull a gap between themselves and Michael Pedersen.
Yep, just keeping another eye on that DPI battle so far. Nakib Aslan just trying to put that pressure on. He's trying to make sure he puts the pressure on without falling into mistakes.
Oh, he's going to send it down the inside into turn 2. That's aggressive. Bit of contact. The rear end steps out, maybe on the outside into the S's, but too far behind. I thought DIS were going to get an opportunity to stretch their legs, but Michael Pedersen saying, no, not quite just yet. You still have to battle with me a little bit longer. Just
a little bit longer, and yeah, the more they battle, of course, the more intense it's going to get. How does it plan into fuel usage, into tyre wear? I mean, the drivers won't be thinking about that right now, but the teams will be scurrying around in the background trying to make sure the strategy still works, even with this intense battle going on.
Well, we've got a few battles. There's one here as Michael Pedersen outbreaks himself into Degner 2, and now I do think the battle is well and truly over. Then we've got Nakib Aslan, who is just a little bit behind Jimmy Nisler in the 64 Maradnes E-Stars car. And actually further down, Robert Pawn, after having that stop-go penalty for deuces following the contact between himself and the DSR car, is now 8 seconds behind Alexei Zagorodnev in the 241. Alexei, former Deuces driver, if I'm not mistaken. It's a former driver for something. It might have been Volante. I might be wrong there. But he's 6 seconds behind and closing in on to Zagorodnev as well.
Definitely so, as just looking around at the head of the orders for some of the teams here. The LMP2 class, the number 94 machine, is currently at the top of the order. That Burst Esports Cuda sunglasses machine. And I mean, Burst have been, bursting with pace at the moment, Yusuf. They're running away with both the classes they've entered at the moment.
I've just seen some notifications in the YouTube chat about the Mugen Sim Racing team. Apparently they crashed and disconnected and are back, but they have that 3-lap penalty, and this is literally Mugen from 2021 all over again, where they had these consistent issues. Last year was blowing up the engine time after time, and now this year it's a crash and a disconnect.
Yeah, and obviously it's a little bit of a sucker punch as well, that you have those issues and you have to take the 3-lap penalty. Yep. But it is stated in the rules and that will be the case. But yeah, still a long way to go, as that's a bit of a fishtail there from Nakib Aslan as he tries to wrestle the car through the first couple of corners, just trying to close in on that 64 machine, that Maradnes E-Stars machine. 14 seconds, by the way, separates Maradnes E-Stars from the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity, Yene Simoncic, in the car as we speak. And looking at sort of fuel and tyres, and you're looking at roughly, the first stints were roughly 40 minutes, I think. That was a bit close for comfort there. The 54 Mustang machine, well played, sir, because that 79 axle machine was always going for that inside line. And
this is a send actually from Ricky Jimenez into the hairpin, finding a way through on Jan Grangfer. Sorry to cut across you there, Kieran. That's a battle for 9th in the GTE class. You could dub it the battle for the wooden spoon.
Yeah, and the DPIs are going to get themselves involved as well, as they all now make their way towards the spoon curve. Everyone managing to negotiate their way through. Oh, but that's a bit of a moment there for Nakib Aslan as he just misses that braking point. The car snapped on him, really. The rear end did. A bit of a lock of the rear brakes. Manages to recover the car and get himself going again. But yeah, that would have been a bit of a scary moment for him.
And I just realised that 27 MCM Motorsport car, when we had our morning show, we talked about how it was like the BWT or a pink with loads of white added in and diluting it. I actually think that is just the beige of pink.
Well, that's what Alex was saying earlier on as well, the beige of pink. It's going to be the new phrase we take away from GTR24H from this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to comment on it. The both of you have said it. I'm going to leave them alone. They've suffered through both of you picking apart their livery enough. They don't need a third person to do it.
Okay, would you like to look at some stationary cars quickly, Kieran?
It depends what stationary cars.
Well, it's Zoltan Varkoni and Vojta Pelesny, both in the pit lane. So these two are synced in terms of their pit stop strategies. The 67 and the 74, that's Mugen Sim Racing and Usage Motorsport Club, your GTE leaders. There's about 4 seconds separating the pair of them before their pit stop.
Definitely, and yeah, we'll see how it all goes as they, as you said, both of them make their way into the pits. And interesting to see that, is that a reaction from Pelesny, or was that always the plan to come in on the same lap? And when you're pitting at the same lap with the driver ahead of you or the team ahead of you, it normally means you're running a similar strategy. And around a track like Matsusaka, where strategy is going to be key in the end, it's almost going to be, as we head towards the last hour of the race, who blinks first in, who pits in, and who's the one that's going to be the real difference in the strategy to try and get the position and try and seal that position out on track.
And both teams actually switching drivers. So 20 Janssen jumping in for the 74 Juice Motorsport Club. Meanwhile, for the 67 Mugen Sim Racing team, it's Gergo Baloch who is jumping in. And personally, I don't think there is any reactions to the pit stops just yet. Maybe in the final hour or so we might see some reactionary pit stops, but I think, as is usually the case with endurance racing, especially at the start, it's just run your own race, trust in your own strategy, and then once you get to the end, you see how everything pairs up against each other.
Yeah, it's a smart strategy. It's one that works. Make sure you just keep yourself out of trouble, and hopefully the results will follow. That's going to be the way these teams are going to be thinking, and it's much easier said than done. As soon as the driver jumps into the car, all manner of things can change, all manner of scenarios could happen. But if you've got a cool head on the shoulders somewhere in the team, you've got a good chance of getting a good result on your side. You've just got to make sure, again, that you keep yourself out of trouble.
Alexei Zagorod never jumping into the pits for the 241 Cyberlinks racing car. Now, two teams that were battling it out a fair amount in the LMP2 class last year are now battling it out once again, but in a different class. B32 Racing and DSR as well. So B32 Racing, we don't know who is at the wheel. They have a lovely facility here in Denmark. Sometimes we get to, well, I think they're probably actually still streaming it over on their Facebook page, and it looks awesome. Carl Lukagor, though, in the 777 is just 1 second behind B32 Racing. Last time round, taking about 7/10 out of B32.
Definitely, and B32 here might find themselves in a slight bit of trouble. On their last lap, they set their best Sector 3 time of their race, so they clearly do see the signs that they are being closed in on, and they need to do something quickly here.
We might be having a few more battles as well, because Inigo Anton is closing in onto Tom Oldenmenger. Oldenmenger, having made that pit stop from the lead of the LMP2 class, is 5 seconds behind the 164 of Liam Rance, Satellite Racing, and Inigo Anton in the 21 SEM9 Axle car. But considering we're nearly 2.5 hours into the race, still so many battles, and every lead still hanging in the balance. One mistake from either class leader could, well, be very interesting to say the least. And right now, I'm actually most interested in the GT3 class, because Christopher Kianik, 3 laps down with 9.5 hours remaining. What can he do?
The world is his oyster, and that goes for the team as well. It's obviously a tricky scenario to have the issues then be 3 laps down, but they'll be hoping now that's the end of their sort of mandatory issues. It's almost like a team will
mandatory
go through
issues.
Well, it does become mandatory issues. You know, 12 hours is a long race. You're gonna have a driver that maybe makes a mistake. You're gonna have maybe something to do with the hardware. It doesn't become a case of, oh, make sure you don't make any mistakes. Make sure you just keep your head down and keep driving. There's going to be something that, is a brick wall that you have to negotiate through in a long endurance. And just like we saw at the 24 Hour of Le Mans, we saw winners in all classes at some point have some issue that they had to overcome. So it becomes mandatory to me, a mandatory issue. You don't know what it's going to be, you don't know when it's going to turn up, but you're just hoping it happens early in the race so you can recover from it.
And I'd like to compare this with some of the IRL endurance races that I've done. It's not quite the same, but I remember one time where We were doing the 24 hours, the British 24 hours, or the BUKC 24 hours. It was one of the two at Teesside. And I was driving on a straight and I just felt the power just go. And it was really bizarre. So I came into the pits and they have mechanics who essentially look after all of the cars. It's not your own mechanics. So I came in and I essentially just explained it because I had half a lap to try to figure out what was going wrong. And I just said it felt like the left side just wasn't picking up. And the guy just looked at it and realized that the spark plug holder had just bitten the bullet. So it's one of those things that sometimes when you have these issues, the teams that are able to react the quickest and work out what's going wrong.
Oh dear, that's a little bit of trouble for the B32 racing team. They ran deep into the second Degner and never really recovered from that. They had to use the gravel. Couldn't quite see if they'd had to use the wall in any way, but they've lost that position. Are they going to lose even more? And, well, how much damage is there to that car?
Well, B32 Racing now behind Carl Lukagor in the 777. Did he hit the wall, Kieran?
It's hard to tell from the angle I had, unfortunately. It's something we'd have to seek back.
Just for you, Kieran.
Just for me?
Just for you. I will get a replay of it. And we can see if B32 Racing made any contact with the wall.
What's your best guess though? Well, were they hanging on in there and not hitting the wall?
I think they didn't hit the wall.
You didn't think they hit the wall?
Do you think they hit the wall?
Well, I mean, if they hung in there better than my voice is hanging in there, then they'll have done a very good job.
Okay, I am getting the replay up. Do you want an onboard or a trackside angle?
Surprise me. We saw it trackside, so I don't know if trackside's going to be a very good angle.
Okay, right. We have got the replay and we are ready to go. Production. So this was happening down into Degner 1. So it all goes wrong at the start with that rear end stepping out, Kieran.
Yeah, it does. And once that happens, you really it was a hit of the wall there.
Was that a wall though, or a barrier?
Well, barrier, wall, they're pretty much the same thing. They're going to give you damage no matter how hard or how nicely you treat them. Yeah, it all started to go wrong at the first Degner there. Lost the back end, and unfortunately for him, all he had to recover was grass, and as we all know, tyres and grass just doesn't mix.
I've got some big news in the DPI class. Nakib Aslan, DQ. Now that means that he's been involved in some kind of incident and is now, well, essentially done and dusted. Maybe they'll be able to rejoin, but a 3-lap penalty, and they were running in 2nd/3rd in the DPI class as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge obstacle. Your mandatory obstacle, I guess, when it comes to these sort of races. It's happening, it's sticking. As much as my voice
I like
is
the
sticking.
term. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Let me know, am I wrong? No. Because when it comes to these long endurances, you are going to face issues. You just don't know what they're going to be. It could be anything. We've got Robert Paulin here in the Juices Motorsport Club car trying to find his way past one of the hypercars. That's Denis Ichenko in that number 17 Unison racing machine. And of course, this would be for position out on track. But as we've already alluded to, Yusuf, this isn't for class. This is for overall position. They won't care. It's a car out on track. And in the terms of Robert Paulin, he wants to get past it.
I mean, it's just racing drivers. They want to overtake, and the LMP2s and the DPIs are so closely matched that they will go for it anyway. Honestly, if they gained a position by overtaking one of the GT cars, these guys would be happy as well, as he gets a very good exit coming out of Spoon, does the Juices car of Robert Paulin, tucking in behind Denis Ichenko. But don't forget, that DPI, that little bit faster in a straight line, where the LMP2s are quicker, is under the brakes and through the corners. They have that little bit better mechanical grippers. Well, that's an interesting curve. Yeah, it's an interesting interpretation of the track limits.
But it's an interpretation that seems to be working for them, so I'll leave them to it as we see them now coming down the start-finish straight. Then Robert Paulin, as you say, losing ground on the number 17 Unison racing machine purely because of the power that hypercar actually has. Down the straight, it will pull away. It's through the corners where Robert Paulin is going to be just making up that lost time. Well,
for now, Juices will have to sit behind. I think their best shot is down into the Casio Triangle. I think that's where they're going to try to make a move.
The only problem with that, though, is that the hypercars had all that lovely speed from the Exodus Spoon curve and onto 130R. It's going to be a difficult one if they can get this move done, but I wouldn't put it past Juices. I wouldn't put it past Robert Bone to try and get this move done. But yeah, it's tricky because he's really got to think about this. Coming up towards the hairpin, definitely thought about a move up the inside until Unison slammed that door shut.
See, I was thinking Casio Triangle because heavy braking zone, but I do have to agree with you on your point there, Kieran. So I'm going to change that to the hairpin because you're coming out of Degna 2. I think that's the place where the LMP2s will be prevailing over the DPIs, and then it's not the longest of runs into the hairpin, and it's a relatively heavy braking zone as well.
It is indeed, and well, we've got an interesting one just further down the order as well, but we'll keep an eye on Robert Poland because obviously he's got a little bit of slipstream now to that 17 Unison racing car, but again, coming down in towards 130R, you see how far the hypercar is away now, and for Robert Poland, they did have that GT car to negotiate, so they're obviously going to lose a little bit of time there. Heading on to one of the GTE cars, this is the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing machine. As driven by George Ballet as it stands, got a little bit of a GT3 in the way. That's the B32 machine.
Yeah, and well, B32 currently sitting in between the Glam, sorry, that's not Glam, that's the Mugen 67 car. Mugen 67, who is currently driving that? That's Gergo Baloch, who is just over a second behind Tony Jensen, and that 67 Mugen car has been closing in onto Deuces over the last few laps, so we'll be hoping to get past this B32 car as quickly as possible and continue their hunt of Deuces.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have liked to in the Mugen Sim car on the inside there, or at least on the outside, because that looked like the B32 machine was going to have a bit of a moment itself coming out of the second Degna, but managed to gather it all up and no harm done, no foul committed, so that Mugen car can now go up I would say a position, but it's not really for overall, yes, but in terms of classes, these are two different classes we're seeing out here as we're riding on board with one of the production cars at the moment as they now make their way in towards Spoon Curve.
It's Robert Pawn because Denis Eshenko has made a mistake and has fallen behind. So if we actually switch to Denis Eshenko, there you go, you can see that Robert Pawn is now ahead. So he's found a way through. Not fully sure where he's managed to make that. I'd imagine somewhere earlier on this very lap. And look at that closing speed heading towards 130R, but Denis Eshenko, he lifts out of it and says, I don't want to battle with this LMP2. I'm just going to sit behind and focus on my own race.
It's always a bit difficult to do that when you are theoretically going to be in a class higher than the car ahead of you. It's always a bit difficult how much you're going to be held up at certain points on the track, but heading down the start-finish straight now as they head their way down towards the first corner, he is closing in that car, but it's nowhere near enough as the Juices Motorsport Club car now through the rest of the first sector will use that grip that the production car has through these high-speed corners to simply pull away. He would have done had he not come across the one of the GT cars. I think that's the B32 racing machine having to try and find their way through, and it is with that Cougar livery on the wheel arches, the rear wheel arches as well, as we see the Mugen Sim Racing machine battling away as well with the I think that's the 264 of Jan Grangfist.
I feel really bad for Mugen because they wanted to lap Jan Grangfist there, but they were unable to do so because right when they were about to pull out, Deuces decided to show their noses, and that's actually going to, well, help Deuces because now Deuces, that's two Deuces in your screen right now. The LMP2 car coming to lap their GTE car as Tony Jensen tries to pull away from Gergo Baloch. Now, we also have more battling going on downfield, as well as some Spice. Now, Kieran, I think you like Spice, right?
It depends.
Right, so Deegan Fairclough in the 54 Master Pescara car is 14 seconds behind Gergo Baloch. Last time round, though, he went 3 seconds quicker.
Well, that is a bit spicy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. I'll tell you that for nothing. I really will. I'm having a look as well at the 777 and the number 32 because they will be locked in a battle very, very shortly with the 67 Mugen machine making its way through. That's not battling for position, but now when we rejoin them, those 2 out of the 3, the last 2 or last 3, as the Mugen Sim car runs wide, and then we've got the B32 racing machine coming into the pits, which leaves the Treble 7 car leaving it out there, and it's all too much for my poor voice to bear. It does seem to be, but the DSR Gadget Hosut car still now in the lead, but with the B32 racing car in the pit lane now, there's going to be a reaction here, surely, from the Treble 7.
Well, I think Carl Lukiger was going a little bit quicker. I'm trying to see what their most recent sector times were. I think Carl was quicker. So probably might stay out for a little bit longer. Let's wait and see. Is the Mugen car just cannot get past this DSR car right now.
Oh, that was a snap then from the Treble 7 going through the Dunlop curve, but manages to gather it back up and just about keep it in check. And maybe a change of underwear needed for Carl Lukiger as he rejoins or comes into the pits on his next one, because 130R is probably the worst place to lose the back end of a car.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Dunlop curve is going to be the second worst.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one's worse, because 130R, if you lose it, it's very hard to catch because it's such a high-speed corner, but at least you've got more runoff zone, whereas Dunlop curve, it's...
I think, in all honesty, with the amount of runoff area you have at 130R, I don't think that makes any difference.
True, actually.
You could have no runoff area at all, and you'd still have a tough time of stopping that one. You could give them 3 miles in a runoff area, and still, with the speed you carry through into 130R, pretty tough.
Honestly, with 3 miles and no barrier, they might even just take off.
They might do. They might do.
Start flying towards China.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, wouldn't it? A spectacle. Would we put an admission fee on that one, I wonder?
Nah, they can, what do they call it? Import free goods.
Oh, right, okay. Well, it seems like a fair trade deal, I don't know, but then again, we're just 2 commentators behind a desk, so what on earth do we know? How did we get here?
Not much, to be honest.
How did we get here?
To be honest, I'm surprised that I even managed to get onto the right plane on the way over.
I did need to help you, to be fair. No,
Yeah.
Yusuf, it's this way.
You actually did, because we were there. I was like, oh, Kieran, what's the gate number? And you're like, we're going here. And then I was like, what number did you say again? It's like, just shut up, Yusuf, and follow me.
It was one of those where it's sort of like, just make sure, drag him across by the collar and see how it all goes. But yeah, I mean, it takes us nicely and neatly into, well, I'm going to call it a little bit of a throat break, but everybody else calls it something different, Yusuf.
Yeah, we can call it the break while we watch Ricky Jimenez closing in onto DIS. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Peter.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are jumping on in to the final, the final 9 hours of the race. Final 9.5 hours of the race.
It's a weird way of putting that, Yusuf. The final 9 hours of a 12-hour race.
Look, when we get to the 24-hour race, you'll be saying it as well.
Yeah, that's very true. All right. I'll walk away with the tail between my legs. But we've also just seen the 777 come into the pit lane to serve its pit stop, and away it rejoins out onto the track. Obviously, strategy in full swing as we head into 9.5 hours remaining in this race.
Now, while we were in our break, Ricky Jimenez did manage to find a way through on DIS Sim Racing, so I'm going to try to get a replay of that available for us to see exactly how the 27 car managed to find a way through. I'm just double checking 27, the MCM Motorsport car qualified not too well, to be honest. Actually, I think they qualified like 8th or something.
Just having a look through standings and whatnot. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine, and closing in 2 cars ahead. And of course, that was the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine earlier on in this race was pretty much locked into a titanic battle for position. I mean, you and Alex were watching on how titanic of a battle it actually was. Oh, he's already forgotten.
I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
I get known very quickly as, so when I commentate League, we usually have like best of 3s.
Yeah.
As our producer is talking to us.
Yeah.
Hello.
He's
Oh, Andy Kurtzen's ready for an interview.
Oh, well, you know what? You've got the better voice. I'll
Okay,
let Andy have a chat with you. No one wants to be interviewed by this voice, that's for sure.
Okay. Don't say that, Kieran. Andy, can you hear me?
Just while we wait for Andy.
Andy, can you hear us?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Andy, how's it going?
Not so great. I just tore off my headset. 2 seconds. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to sit down. How it's going? It's actually going pretty well, I think. The start was a bit of a mess. I think all of this with, I don't know, the people in front didn't seem to go, and then of course crossing the start-finish line you should just go, and the people behind were just quicker, better at doing that. So I think we ended up basically being last, but well, had fun getting back some of those positions. So all in all, pretty well. And where we are in the standings right now is probably where we were expecting to be. So all in all, pretty good, I think.
You guys are currently running in P6. You're 3 seconds behind the 27 MCM Motorsport car. I think you guys just had your little battle between the pair of yourselves. How are you guys looking in terms of strategy? Are you guys, I mean, obviously you don't have to tell us, but are you guys trying to run long and preserve the tyres, or is it more of a case of pumping out the quick lap times?
As for right now, it's more pumping out lap times, if possible, staying in free air, avoiding traffic as much as possible. But with so many cars on the track, and it being Suzuka, of course, you can easily end up gaining or losing a lot of time if you hit the wrong people in the wrong places at the wrong time. So I think right now we're just focusing on our race, seeing how things develop. Taking it slowly, basically. Saying that while Mikkel is drifting, but yeah.
On my notes, I've got it down that you guys are a 3-man team. It's yourself, Andy, Mikkel. It's a 2-man team. I've got yourself and Mikkel Lundtoft down. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
So I do have to ask, how are you guys alternating between the two of you? Are you doing like 2-hour stints each, or are you trying to go longer in each of your stints?
Right now we're just doing 2-hour stints. I was actually supposed to drive something else as well. So the plan was for Mikkel to do 3 stints, but we are generally more comfortable in just doing 2 stints at a time. Then we are more fresh and getting something to eat, getting something to drink. But if for some reason it's needed that one of us wants a break or everything feels nice in the car, then we just take a 3rd stint. That's not something we have planned down to the smallest details. We will look into it later in the race when we get closer to the finish, seeing where we are, where everyone else are, and see if we need to change something or if we just keep running our race.
Okay, so you brought up something, and I want to bring this up as the final question.
Yep.
Eating food during a race. Now, I once had an endurance race, and my mum made me a box of noodles, and it felt really good to sit in my sim rig, legs crossed on the sim rig, lying back as my teammate, who was a lot faster than me, did his laps while I ate noodles. So what is your food of choice during a sim race?
Basically anything we can get our hands on. No, we actually, since we only have 1 car in the championship this year, we have a bit more resources regarding food. So tonight it's on risotto. One of our team members is making. Also, we need something that is kind of easy. That's smash out. Something that's kind of easy to make, something that we can warm again and again, because we're not all going to be able to eat at the same time. Nothing fancy, but more than good enough.
I'd say risotto sounds very fancy, but Andy, thank you again very much, and best of luck in the race, and enjoy your risotto tonight.
Thank you very much.
And Yusuf there, you can see the DIS Sim Racing Lab machine has had a moment and a half, and that's coming out of 130R.
It's probably a good thing we left Andy Cutson at that moment, because we might have started hearing swearing otherwise.
It may be, but we could have put it down to Yusuf's curse of the commentator. Talking about food led to that incident, Yusuf.
It made the driver hungry. He started hearing risotto. Where's the risotto?
Suddenly heard risotto and thought, oh yeah, that's 9 hours away. Yeah, it's always a tough one to take, but it looks like they got away with that one relatively scot-free. I mean, losing the back end through 130R, never fun, I would say. It's never going to be fun doing that, but seems like they've got away with it.
So my question now is, and this goes for everyone in the YouTube chat, don't forget you can get involved using the hashtag EEWC, or if you want, hashtag GTR24H as well. Sim racing food of choice. You're in an endurance race, Kieran. What's your food to keep you company?
Interesting, really. If you can even hear me. I don't do endurance racing very often, so I don't think I'm the best person to ask.
Okay,
but I would say
sprint F1 race between qualifying and the race.
Probably carbs. Anything carbs, so
Carbs.
anything pasta.
Ooh,
I would
pasta.
probably say is a good one. You want the energy release over a long time, so maybe a bit of pasta and a banana afterwards, and get that.
This is being too scientific. You're going into what helps you. I'm talking what makes you happy.
Okay, a pasta pot.
Okay,
From the supermarket. There you go.
Pasta
All right,
pot.
the truth is out there.
Supermarket. Yeah, you had to ruin it. You could have just ended at pasta pot.
Look, you wanted details. You got them.
I did. That's my own fault. I kind of asked for it.
You asked for as detailed as possible.
Do you want some more details?
Yes.
So we've got ID SimSport and Satellite Racing on your screens, but we've also got Gergo Baloch closing in onto 20 Jansen. This is the battle for the GTE lead between Mugen and Juices. And don't forget, Mugen fell back and they're now closing in once again.
They are indeed, and just riding on board the shoulder there and seeing what happens, coming down in towards the hairpin, or so I should say going up in towards the hairpin, running aboard with the satellite car. You can't see it, but there is a hypercar trying to get the way through. There it goes, streaming through. That's why there was a bit of an odd line being taken here and there. But again, concentration is critical when it comes to moments like that, when you're being approached by a car that is faster than your car, but you're also trying to battle the car ahead, Yusuf. You're caught in two minds, but you want to make sure that you pick the right option every time.
Two battles on your screen right now. Satellite Racing trying to find a way through on ID SimSport. Jan Grankvist against Marcus Steyer. Last time round, Jan Grankvist going 1.5 seconds quicker than the 166 ID SimSport car. Running wide through 130. Keeps it out of the barriers though, and that is the most important thing.
Yeah, but they can't be doing that too often, because otherwise race control will be having a look at those every single time, whether it gains them an advantage going through there. So just got to be careful that they don't do that too often and see how it all pans out. But this is for, I believe, is 8th place in class, as far as I can see, between Jan Grankvist and the 166 ID SimSport. It's actually for 7th place in class at the moment. So, well, we always say, Yusuf, that every battle matters, and in this case, this is no exception.
Yeah, every battle matters, and even if it's not for points, you could end up in a situation at the end of the season where you're tied on points and you're looking to essentially see who got the highest points finished as you go all the way down, and that one battle that you had that you decided to take could be the difference between, you know, you winning a championship or not winning a championship, or finishing second in the championship or finishing third. And I could go on, but I won't, because that would bore everyone
go
massively.
Go on.
Do you really want me to, Kieran?
No, okay, I only did it for comedic effect. Meanwhile, then the Satellite Racing machine maybe looking up the inside of the ID SimSport machine, and the ID SimSport machine saw that coming and closed the door going in towards the hairpin. Had to make the Satellite Racing driver of Jan Grankvist think twice there. They're heading through 200R, Yusuf. There might be another chance here.
Towards Spoon Corner we go. Satellite Racing trying to nose their way up the inside, and they create the space. Contact between the two of them, and the Satellite Racing car into the wall. I think that was ID SimSport turning into the rear end of Satellite. I don't think that 264 car did anything wrong.
Well, we just got that onboard shot then, and that's when the rear right quarter panel of the Satellite Racing car got caught. I will try and find a replay of that one, because hopefully I had the view of the track side. But yeah, in any case, that is definitely going to be one for the stewards. They will be having a look at that one, Yusuf.
And Mugen, they put a wheel onto the grass on the braking zone into the Casio triangle. They didn't end up spinning, but it meant that they had to run wide. And as they tried to rejoin the track, they thought that they could drive through, you know, one of those polystyrene boards that shows, like, yeah? They tried to go over that, and it launched their car into the air and back down. So hopefully for Mugen, there is no damage on their BMW, because otherwise that could be costing them massively. Gergo Baloch now 6 seconds behind Tony Jansen. All of that hard work that the driver had put in down the gutter.
Yeah, it is, but it's a long, long way to go. Just because the hard work you've put in so far has been slightly thrown away. There's still 9 hours of this race to make it up. It's not an ideal scenario, but it's not the end of the world. Just keep your head down, keep your focus, regain that composure, let the team sort out those little bits of paperwork with race control, focus on you.
Now, I've got questions for you, Kieran.
I might have answers for you.
I've got 2. And let's hear what your answers. So, Christopher Kianik for Mugen Sim Racing in the GT3 class, they had that issue. They had to rejoin the server, 3-lap penalty. They're last. They are trying to close in. Where do you think they finished this race?
It's 9 hours. I think they could be pushing for the likes of 5th place, the likes of trying to challenge Telefoningen and CKR for position. I think top 4, they might be just too far away. There's plenty of teams there that are just slightly quicker. And if you're slightly quicker when you've had all of those issues, there's just no way you can really catch them. But there is a chance here that they can grab that 5th place. And then again, it is Mugen Sim Racing. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they proved in qualifying that they are on pole
Very
position
fast.
by 0.7 of a second. That's the average time as well. It's whether they can keep that composure, 0.7 per lap. And we've done so far in this race, especially with GT3s. Just trying to see how many laps. 78 laps has the 585 Volante racing machine done. So if we say that's going to be about 80 laps per 3 hours, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tight.
Well, so you're saying 5th. I think that they could get a 3rd. So
Do you think they could break into podium?
I think they can break into a podium.
Because I think one of the things is that if you do have a tough race and you're quick, you're going to go for moves. There's going to be a sense of desperation coming in there. I do wonder if Mugen can really, sort of hold themselves back in scenarios they know.
Rein it in.
Exactly that. To rein it in and make sure that if they do make a move, they know under any other circumstance it is going to work, rather than making a lunge out of desperation.
I think also because there is a while yet, and I think a lot of the teams have their mandatory, how do you phrase it? Their mandatory
issues, yes.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of mandatory issues to come through. My second question was Nikib Aslan in the number 11 SEM9 Axel car has rejoined. Is currently 1 lap behind Arturas Mazaitis. Where do you think the number 11 car will finish? I reckon it's a 3rd place finish for them.
I was thinking the same. I think they're, a lap down after 9 hours, after 3 hours, with 9 hours on the clock.
There's a lap down on Arturus. They're like 4 laps down on Artem Shilaev.
Okay, so that makes it 5 laps. Okay, bit of a taller order then that I made it out to be. But yeah, I think, will they make it into the podium places? Oh, we got the DIS Sim Racing Lab off the track. And trying to figure out where that part is, where they are on circuit. I think that's entrance of Spoon Curve. So they have got that wrong big time going through there. Here's us waffling on about the number 11 car, about where it could be. But the DIS Sim Racing Lab car is, over the last 4 laps, ever since you talked to Andy Kirsten, there's been nothing but problems for the Sim Racing Lab team.
Well, I'm going to get a replay of that incident. Because, as you mentioned, I talked to Andy Kirsten. As I left, they had the issue. So it's actually me leaving has caused the issue.
No,
I think Andy Kirsten needs to get back in for an interview. Okay, yeah, maybe not.
No, I think you're clutching at proverbial straws here, Yusuf. I have to be honest with you. I think that is the Kirsten
I think the
commentator.
DIS car was trying to clutch at straws in the gravel trap.
Don't change the subject here. Don't change.
I've got
subject.
a replay if production is ready. So here we go, heading into Spoon Corner. What goes wrong for them? What? That looked like the rear end just locked up under braking.
Yeah, kissed the wall as well.
I don't think they touched the grass under braking.
I didn't think they did. It's definitely.
Oh, that steering's gone.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes through the next couple of corners. But look, everything seems okay.
Apart from that steering wheel, which is now desynced with the cars. Oh no!
There we go. It's back now.
Okay, it is broken though.
Down the straight.
Let's see if they came into the pits at the end of the lap.
Yeah.
Okay. Quite a few things out of sync for DIS, so maybe they've got. I don't say they've got an internet issue.
At this moment, do they come into the pits to see what they can repair? No, they stayed out. So clearly they're thinking everything's okay with the car, at least
okay,
for
it looks
now.
okay now.
Yeah, but a bit of a weird one. Whether they just locked the rear brakes and it just caused that spin. Here they come again. This is live with them now. So they make their way through. Yeah, a lot better that time around. Maybe one of those free lockups that you can get if you're just slightly too aggressive with the brakes. You do it time and time again, constantly. Sometimes you're going to have scenarios where you just brake millimetrically too late. And that makes all the difference with these fine margins. With these drivers, they'll have been practicing these fine margins for so long that all it takes is just that little bit later, just a metre or two later, and it could cause the brakes to lock up entirely.
Yeah, you're always searching for perfection, and if it goes a little bit wrong, then, well, things can look pretty bad. I'm just keeping an eye on Nikolai Bezrikov right now in the 717. He's actually 3 seconds behind Michael Francesconi in the 53 Mosto Pescara car. He's falling back. I think Francesconi has just recently made his pit stop. Also, your top 3 in the GTE class are currently separated by 10 seconds. Well, 11 seconds, but same thing at this point. And Deegan Fairclough in the 54 Mosto car is putting in some pretty good laps. All of the top 3 doing 59.8s or 59.7s.
Yeah, Matsusaka here. You can see one of the features that makes it a standout is a figure of 8 circuit. You go underneath the bridge and then go on top of it as you head towards 130R. And you know, first built in 1962, this track in Japan, originally as a test track for Honda themselves, before they decided actually we could just go racing here.
I mean, to be honest, you can go racing everywhere. Honestly, I just find any piece of tarmac and you racers. That's Team Iris right on the back of the 241. Okay, not right on the back, the 241 car, a little bit further up the road. So that's Cyberlinks Racing against, against Team Iris.
Absolutely, but yeah, keeping your head in the traffic as well is another thing you have to keep your eye on, both as you're trying to negotiate through the traffic and as you're trying to let that traffic through. It'll always make it look easier than it actually is, and there are a few hair-raising moments. We've seen, you know, a little bit of contact incident as well coming through, so we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out as that's
he's actually sent it into Spoon.
He has. So the Iris machine has now got ahead and making their way through Spoon Curve. Back down the hill they go. I do wonder here if the Cyberlink Racing team might have some sort of issue here, because they gave up on that position way too easily, and then they started to fall even further back.
Well, the first sector was 6/10 slower than Bensworth. The middle sector nearly 2 seconds slower. Let's see what the final sector is and whether that Cyberlinks car comes into the pit. It looks to be really struggling in the background. No, they're staying out. So maybe they just wanted to let everyone through and then get back with their race. Maybe they think, okay, we don't really care if Iris overtake us. We know they're quicker, or fresher tires or something like that.
Absolutely. As the drivers now make their way onto the start-finish straight, riding on board one of the SCM9 racing machines as they power their way through in towards the first corner, and it's Inigo Anton then in the SCM9 axle machine, third place in class at the moment. And having a look at the last lap times then, you know, at this stage within sort of 6/10 of the team's best at the moment, and in terms of endurance racing, that's not bad going.
Yeah, some pretty good lap times that are coming through for Inigo Anton. And well, let's see if he can close in. Who is ahead of him right now, ahead of Inigo Anton? He's 5 seconds behind Rasmus Andreasen, who's currently running second actually for Burst, although Rasmus has just recently pitted. We've also got a bit of a battle starting to form in the GT3 class with Michael Ciccolini in the 777 DSR car, currently just 0.2 of a second ahead of Joao Gabriel in the number 13 CKR car.
And there they go then in towards the hairpin, back onto the power they will go then. So Ciccolini here having to look at his rear view mirrors because Joao Gabriel is right behind him in that. Could you tell that the CKR team, the number 13 machine, is from Brazil? I don't know what gave that away, Yusuf, but it's they don't make it easy.
Must be
to
the
guess.
name.
Must be the name, yeah. I put it down for the name as well. But yeah, they don't make it easy to tell you where that team is from. But where they're trying to get to is the 777 DSR Gadget Hussit's fourth place. And Ciccolini here just got to keep his wits about him as they head towards 130R.
Right now, there's a bit of a gap between the pair of them. Last time round, Gabriel going nearly 2 seconds quicker than Ciccolini, so trying to bide his time. Ooh! That was a rear end stepping out. He's going to cut through the Casio triangle, rejoin the track. He'll lose a bit of time, but not too much.
That all started from him running wide on the exit of 130R, coming back onto the track, and possibly some rubbish on his tyres as well, and that just unsettled the car. Didn't have the same grip as he applied the anchors. And you could see there, he instantly knew that he was in trouble because you saw the wiggle into the braking zone down in towards the Casio triangle. But yeah, managed to get away with it. Oh, but runs wide on the exit of turn 2 as well. Really struggling is João Barbosa now.
Someone else who's struggling, Tony Jansen, because he's lost a whole heap of time to Gergo Baloch. There's less than a second between them. So Tony Jansen's dropped about 5 seconds in the middle sector of this lap. And now there's 3/10 between the pair of them. In fact, it was 6.5 seconds. So Tony Jansen's made a big mistake. My money is he dropped it in Degner 2.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds then as we head our way through. And we might be able to see this GTE battle then. So this is riding on board the Mugen sim racing machine as they make their way onto the start-finish straight. And yes, of course, that 74 car of the Juices Motorsport Club car definitely has made an error somewhere, because this right here is your battle for the lead of GTE.
Or rear end stepping out on Gergo Baloch as Mugen try desperately to close in onto Juices. They've been here once before, but then they made a bit of a mistake. They got caught up behind traffic. There have been other mistakes, but that Juices Academy car really seems to be struggling right now. This is your battle for the lead in the GTE field as we make our way through the S's and towards the Dunlop curve. The first big overtaking opportunity for Gergo is going to be up in towards the hairpin, as that is the Viaducton DPI car trying to find a way through on the Juices car. Not going to look for anything into the first Degner nor into the second.
Not just yet. Yeah, the Viaducton car is trying to make its way through as well, so kind of breaks up the battle for now. But I'll tell you something though, the Mugen sim racing machine is not going to take that line down. They'll try and close in once again on the Juices Motorsports Club car. Tony Jansen making an error there earlier on in the lap, and just having a look at it, somewhere out in Sector 2, yeah, he lost 7.7 seconds in Sector 2 alone on the last lap, so a definite error.
I'll tell you something else. Right now, Deegan Fairclough is closing in on the pair of them. Deegan Fairclough last time round, a 59.9. Gergo, a 2-minute 0.1. He's only 3 seconds behind these two. Give it one more lap, and we are going to have a three-way battle for our GTE lead, just like we had at the start of this race. Tony Jansen, now that he's recovered from whatever mistake he made on the previous lap, has started to stretch out the gap to Gergo once again.
He has indeed, and just seeing how it all, how that really goes about the action, and plenty to look at going through the order, especially because number 166, the ID SimSport machine, is now going to get a stop-go 30-second penalty for not respecting number 264, Jan Grankvist, in the satellite racing machine. So that is going to have to be served by Marcus Starr within the next 2-3 laps.
Yeah, that is not good news. We've also got battles occurring in LMP2, so if we could actually get a side-by-side picture-in-picture, that would be fantastic, because Liam Rons is only 1.5 seconds clear of Rasmus Andreasen, who is a further 2.5 seconds clear of Inigo Anton. This is the battle for our LMP2 class lead as well.
It is indeed, and we're still running aboard this GTE battle because we've got that 67 Mugen sim racing machine of George Ballot trying to find and manufacture that way through past Tony Jansen in the Juices car. Through Degner 2 they go, underneath the bridge and onwards and upwards they go towards the hairpin, with a couple of cars as well as traffic behind. There you can see one of them trying to go straight up the inside of the hairpin, and again that sort of breaks up that battle again, and that's a frustrating thing when you're in the shoes of Gergo Ballot here, is that you never quite get into the rhythm of trying to find that overtake. You've always got to be looking in that rear view mirror, and just when you get close enough to try the move, you've then got to give way to a faster car. It is a hugely frustrating experience.
Incredibly frustrating, and Gergo has already experienced that a couple of times, as we are seeing the face of Rasmus Andreasen trying to close in onto Liam Rentz. That is on the middle of the three screens, effectively. The Burst Esport Goodar Sunglasses car, as they are looking to retake the lead in the prototype class, or the LMP2 class, because the DPIs are prototypes as well. Gergo Baloch still within 1 second. Deegan Fairclough not having the best of laps, but still gaining a fair bit of time onto Gergo. Maybe we'll have that three-way battle shortly in the LMP2 class. Liam Rantz last time round doing a 54.0. Rasmus Andreasen a 48.6. Inigo Anton doing a 47.8. So closing in, and well, they're going to be a nip and tuck in a couple of laps.
They are indeed, and whilst we leave you to these pictures, we'll go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, 9 hours to go. Don't go anywhere.
You're gonna need to switch out.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Quarter of the way through the 12 hours of Matsusaka, and things are heating up, not just in one class. We've got two on the bubble. GTE and LMP2 really heating up. Kieran McGinley, I see that juices are coming under salvo fire from Mugen Sim Racing in the lead for GTE, but in the meantime, Burst Esport Gooder battling away with Sam 9Ax, who I just saw running wide. So the big thing is that there's two battles. We're a quarter of the way through the race. We've still got just under 9 hours, and the light is fading. The headlights are on all cars, and the floodlights are lighting up the circuit fantastically.
It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Very, very pretty. This circuit becomes under the floodlights, and as we've already seen with the nighttime racing, with the nighttime driving in qualifying yesterday, you know, that's going to change up the circuit dynamics. For some teams, it'll make them lap slower. For some, it'll make them lap quicker. Can't wait to see how it all unfolds later on. At the moment, though, you're seeing on screen the battle for the LMP2s. Moments before the commercial break, we also saw Juices Motorsport Club falling afoul of an error and being under pressure from Mugen Sim Racing. I'm seeing it on my screen as they head in towards the hairpin, and Giorgio Balla is all over the back of Tony Janssen as they make their way in towards the hairpin. Tried to see if there was a move up the inside, but nothing there. The door was always closing. But as you say, Alex, we've got a battle for the LMP2s now heading their way through.
Inigo Anton looking up the inside, runs wide, coming out of 130R. Rasmus Andreasen keeping it pinned on the racing line for Burst Esport Gooder Sunglasses in the number 94. They've got the number 32 B32 GT3 car. Andreasen pulls to the left, puts the throttle down, and Anton up the inside, down the start-finish straight, as it looks like the sister 7.9 axle car is in the pit lane at the moment. Nakib Aslan showing currently behind the wheel of the car as the two LMP2 leaders filter their way through the S's. We're going to take a look as we see here just how close they are in the braking zones, whilst Kieran's keeping his keen eye. It's about 6 car lengths between first and second in GT3. His eyeballs are very much on stalks at the moment.
They are indeed. I mean, I'm just seeing just how much of a battle, how much of a defence that Tony Janssen can put up against Giorgio Ballo. It's pretty intense. I mean, for Tony Janssen, he made that error about 10 minutes ago, and it's allowed this pressure from Mugen Sim Racing to really bombard Juices at the moment. And you know, fair play to them, they're holding off Mugen, but it is going to be a tough order, especially with that mistake creeping in. But I mean, these drivers battling away, you wouldn't think they've got 9 hours of the race left to go.
Inigo Anton still putting the pressure on Rasmus Andreas, and they're going through into the right-hand sweeper. They've got the 777 GT3 car and the 717 GTE of Unison Racing. Anton up the inside, going side by side through the corner, and they're coming out. Oh, a little bit of a run wide, and Inigo Anton looks to have taken the lead, using the opportunity when it presented himself at the most, but Rasmus Andreasen will not take that one lying down, hurtling their way through 130R, and Rasmussen really keeping it pinned at the moment. But great dueling between the two. You see the steely face of concentration for Rasmus Andreasen. A little bit of a sigh of frustration there, I think, but we said about backmarker traffic, this is what happens when you're against somebody else for the same position out on track. And in all honesty, Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses knew that they were going to have some rivals. I'm not too sure if they thought the 7.9 axle was going to be on their radar. They are now.
I mean, it was smart driving from Inigo Anton as well. Always knew that the traffic was going to stick to the racing line, which was on the outside of the corner on the exit, and that's exactly where Anton put Andreasen. And the move worked because Andreasen had to back out. He had to make sure he didn't run into the traffic in front of him. So it was smart driving from Inigo Anton, and he's taken the lead of LMP2.
Yeah, we now head back to GT3, and it is Tony Janssen versus Gergo Bolog in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing versus the 74 Aston Martin V8 Vantage GTE of Juices Motorsport Club. Really good showing in qualifying. We had a really good chat with, well, you and Yusuf actually had a good chat with João Barbosa in official qualifying session 2 last night, and there you can see the lovely panoramic shots of the GTE lead battle. Left hand side of your screen, it is the 404 Lee Russell now having taken over the car from Callum Wilson, and that car steadily running in a solid second position. That's where they qualified. And there's a bit of LMP2 traffic coming up to the GTE battle for the lead, as the leaders making their way through past one of the Musto cars. That is going to be the 53, the defending GTE champions, who get it all nearly kind of squirrely going through into the approach into the Casio triangle, and Andreasen pulls again to the left on the final corner to get past the 53 Porsche. You can see by the shots the sunlight is starting to fade, and this is where we're going to go into the deep of night, Kieran, very, very soon. I would probably say within the next couple of hours. I'd like to see if we can get a bit of a weather update from what is actually surrounding the circuit at the moment, but hopefully we'll have that on our screens very, very shortly indeed. And at the moment, seems like all 28 cars that started the race are still circulating here at Matsusaka, 5.807 kilometres. And what a wonderful sight seeing that Ferris wheel. That's going to light up with glorious LEDs in the hours to come and the minutes to come here at the 12 hours of Matsusaka. And keeping my eye on the LMP2 leaders, especially Rasmus Andreasen as he makes his way through 200R and now into the hairpin and puts the power down. Well, he's going to go through 200R now. My apologies there. Now having to sweep towards the outside of Teleforingen, but good job so far by a lot of these battles. We did see the spread of distances between cars, Kieran, but they have started with driver changes in atmospherics. That is another set of factors that the drivers and the teams and the engineers have to contend with.
Yeah, and it's the beauty of endurance racing. You've just got to roll with the punches sometimes, and as I was saying to Yusuf, you're going to go through moments where things are not going to go your way. You're going to have some sort of issue in the race. It's being the cool head on the shoulders and making sure you manage whatever issue you have coolly, calmly, and just collectively, as so, you don't lose too much time and too much composure.
Yeah, number 27, Ricky Jimenez behind the wheel of the Aston Martin Vantage V8, dropping off of its air jacks, and it's been in the pit lane for now 20 seconds and counting. Both axles on the floor, and they'll just be refueling the car, so the tyres have gone on to... you know what, I like the fact that there is a little bit of Aston Martin Racing WEC green tribute here on this car. A little bit more colour than the beige's pink livery that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, what you've got against beige's new pink is beyond me. But yeah, the tributes underneath for the Aston Martin. In fairness, though, pink and green is a good colour combination as it now leaves the pit lane. Just that green trim with pink, rather than Aston Martin's F1 entry of a green livery with pink trim last year,
which has now gone metallic British Racing green with a lighter hue of green like we've got on the Aston Martin here. But the battle GTE, the volume has been switched up to probably not just 11, maybe even 12 as things stand, because Tony Jansen and Gergo Balog are still battling away. The gap between them is negligible at best.
That was a slight mistake there from the Juices Motorsport Club car, and that's going to allow even more pressure from the Mugen Sim Racing, the machine driven by Giorgio Ballo, as they make their way now up through the left-hander and putting that power down. Looks like that Tony Jansen managed to just about get away with that one, but any mistake you present to another driver is just like trying to use blood to lure a shark. It's not going to end well if you keep presenting those opportunities.
Yep, just keeping an eye on David Mrocek for Burst Esports Simplexity. They still continue to lead the overall standings and also the DPI class. Points were already on the board following timed qualifying last night. And what's more, it was a case of, if memory serves me correctly, Juices pick up a point for the 74 car in GTE, Mugen Sim Racing 82, pole position in GT3, and it was double delight for Burst Esports. Good as Sunglasses 94 took pole in LMP2, and with the sterling display of the likes of Mrocek, Simoncic and one Michi Hoyer putting in the most dynamite of qualifying laps when it mattered the most, took pole position in DPI. So 4 teams already on the board when it comes to points. It's 1 point for taking pole position, it's 1 point for completing the entire race even if you are multiple laps down, and 25 points for a victory. However, for the EEWC Le Mans finale in late October, those points will be doubled, and that is where things may not be 100% assured, Kieran McGinley, going into the penultimate round at Spa. Because even if you are, what is it? So that would be 50 points for the Le Mans victory. A total of 54 points on offer for someone that gets a clean sweep. And if you're within 54 points of that team that is leading the championship, and that team has a drama, you can capitalise at the most pivotal required moment possible. And
someone who has capitalised on a pivotal moment is the number 54 machine, Musto Pescara. Have found themselves now into the lead. Deegan Fairclough now leading the GTE class, having the 74 of Tony Jansen coming into the pit lane. And, well, that Musto Pescara car really flew under the radar, at least of my radar, because it's now into the lead of GTE. And Mugen Sim Racing, who were running in second place for such a long time, made a slight error. It allowed Deegan Fairclough to take full advantage, and he now leads with that 54 machine in the GTE class.
I'm going to try and see if I can tee up a replay of the overtake from Deegan Fairclough, young Brit running in the Junior Saloon Car Championship in real life, but make sure that he has got just as much prowess on the simulator, because I think the move might have happened going into the first corner. So once I've teed up the replay, we'll be good to go on that one. But I'm just sort of seeing the different dynamics in backwards motion, not forwards, and just going to change the camera angle very shortly. But however, the replay is now ready for production. Give us a thumbs up if you're ready, guys. Fingers crossed.
This is where they ignore you. That's it. Leave your hand.
Okay. Well, we'll wait in just a moment, but Deegan Fairclough, the youngest driver in the MPE 54 squad, out-qualified the defending champions, the sister car, the 53, by 3/10 on their cumulative average, as the Mugen Sim Racing BMW has, I've just spotted, entered pit lane, so that gives Deegan Fairclough quite a significant amount of opportunity to make hay whilst the light is very much fading.
Yes, it allows Deegan Fairclough, as you said, to just get on with the job. A clear track now. He's got the track to himself for now. Allow him to put some strong lap times in and make the strategy work, as they'll be on a slightly different strategy to Mugen and to Juices as well. The sister car, driven at the moment by Michael Francesconi in the 53 machine, currently in third place, but we'll have to wait and see how they will rejoin. They are currently on their outlap, approaching the final sector, so 67 of Mugen Sim Racing could rejoin behind, because that's where João Barbosa is now currently in the 74. He's taken over in that machine, driving the number 74. So all eyes at the moment would appear to see that Musta Pescara, for the time being, will be running 1 and 2.
As you said, we've got a yellow out, I think ever so briefly in Sector 1, which was quickly retracted. We haven't had as much yellows as we'd anticipated, have we, Kieran? Because we're getting into that ebb and flow, the pendulum swinging from left to right, and and that just goes to show that the drivers are now getting into a steady rhythm. When we get into the night time, like we found in qualifying yesterday evening for session 2, the cars are going to start getting quicker. We've got another yellow flag just briefly showing up. It might just be that the car's just gone slightly off track, but on what I can see on our track map, I can't really see much in terms of who that was, because if it flickers on and off, you can't really, if there's like several cars going through the same corner, your mind gets sort of having tricks played on you.
Yeah, just very slightly, don't you? And just making sure you get all that information. I mean, as you say, if it just blinks up, it's gone before you even know it, before you've even been able to catch it. We're only human, I promise. Yeah. But yeah, it might have just been a slight off-track excursion, or it might have been someone just diving out of the way of a faster car coming through and just slowing it down so that they don't meet them at the likes of 130R or at the hairpin, something along those lines, which just triggers that little bit of a yellow flag moment. Yeah,
and yellow flag moments are not what they need, and there is one. I've just spotted there was a brief moment for Viaducton, the number 1 car in the DPI class, who are running in, what is it, they're in 4th place at the moment, so at the minute, with 8 hours 43 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock still to go, gotta go Balog in 3rd place in the Mugen Sim Racing number 67. So we're going to give you a roundup of what's been happening at the moment. So Hypercar David Mrocek is leading the way for Burst Esports Simplexity, as Lorenzo De Cutis is, I think, probably the best part of nearly, 80 seconds adrift, and it's a further 48 or so seconds back to Artem Shulayev. Viaducton in the pits. Romain Senior for Team Adrenaline, the Frenchman in his mid-30s, unable to take part last year because the region in where he was living was very much affected. There's Glam Racing in the 404 car. A lovely livery. Still trying to chase down at the moment. Alexander Zeka now behind the wheel of the Volante Racing by Azatec Sim Sports car, and the gap between them is just shy of 1.4 seconds as things stand. So Glam Racing, third in last year's championship, switched powertrain and drivetrain layout as well with their chariot of choice, or weapon of choice in the words of Fatboy Slim, one particular year ago or so. Still looking pretty handy in second position in the class, despite having a lot of dramas battling away with the likes of the 777 DSR Callaway GT3. So Lee Russell still behind the wheel of the car at the moment, 1.561 seconds adrift. Then it's B32 who started, and they didn't have the best qualifying, let's be honest here, Kieran. B32 started at the back end of GT3, but dramas for Rodrigo in the in the CKR car. Adam Surej now behind the wheel of the pole-sitting car in GT3. This has, I really hate to say this, this has shades of what happened early last year when the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car was in battle with Unison Racing, but they still have plenty of time. Things can happen in the meantime, as we've discussed earlier on in the broadcast, but at the moment, a good showing by Musto Pescara at the minute. The MPE crews doing a pretty good job, but at the moment it's David Mrocek in the lead overall and ahead of Muradnis E-Stars with Lorenzo De Curtis behind the wheel. Inigo Anton is leading LMP2 as things stand and is ahead of Rasmus Andreasen, and the gap now is extended to 4.4 seconds. Sabakis back behind the wheel of the number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car. Nello Pastorino, Benthe Horvas for Team Aris, and Tigran Mkhitaryan for Cyberlinks Racing rounds out the top the drivers in LMP2. Excuse me, seems like your throat's not the only one starting to suffer with problems at the moment. We're going to get through it. So Deegan Fairclough and Michael Francesconi, 54 leads 53. The duo of MPE Porsches leading the way. And there's Gergo Balog, I think I've just spotted there. Behind in the number 67 car rounds out the top three. João Barbosa, the Portuguese man of war for Juices Motorsport Club, in the 74 Aston Martin. In fourth, ahead of Nikolai Bezrukov for Unison Racing in the 717 Big Beast, as we like to call it. It was the BMW meme car that as soon as you got one car in front of it, everything would just be expanded, and then the BMW would be prominent and very much more than just visible. That car is in fifth place. Ricky Jimenez for MCM Motorsport, Jan Granqvist for Satellite Racing, DIS in eighth, and Michael Pedersen for ID Simsport that got hit with a 30-second stop-go penalty for not respecting the 284 of Cyberlinks Racing. There is Inigo Anton from the Philippines, and also you can see the E-Racing GP T-shirt on there. E-Racing GP, one of the prominent series in Asia that has been doing quite a lot of great racing championships over in Asia over the past 2 years, and coming into GT3 it's Alexander Zeka for Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport, Lee Russell for Glam Racing in second, B32 Racing rounding out the top three, Michael Ciccolini behind the wheel of the DSR Gadget House Callaway C7, Gert Nielsen for Teleforingen running out the top five, ahead of Adam Surej and, well, João Gabriel for CKR. That Ayrton Senna tribute band car, unfortunately, has been in the garage, and it looks like that is a significant amount of time that car has been in there. I'm wondering if that might be terminal.
You did say earlier on at the top of this hour, you said, we've got 28 cars still in the running, and I did wonder how long is that going to be unraveled, untwined. I think the curse of the commentator has struck again. I'm going to be honest with you, Alex. I'm putting that on you.
Well, you're the first one to throw me under the double-decker bus by London Bridge. Yusuf did not get that chance, I think.
Exactly.
You got in there first, Kieran. Plays to you.
I'm glad I was here when it happened, but there we go. I will say as well that battle for third place in GTE, battle for second place between the 53 of Michael Francesconi and Gergo Ballo. It's been lukewarm for a bit of time because Ballo's on fresh tyres. He's able to take these corners a lot better now and was really applying the pressure to Francesconi. Meanwhile, Anthony really struggling with one of the GT cars out there. Did well to avoid any contact.
Well, I've got a replay of the move that we will see hopefully very soon from Deegan Fairclough that he did on Gergo Balog in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car. This was through the first corner here at Matsusaka, so whenever production decides to give me the thumbs up, hopefully I've got that queued up, I've got that ready. Okay, PC troubles at the moment, so...
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay, well, actually, I think whilst we've got the opportunity, I think a camera has been set up with Viaducton, the number 1 car. I'm not too sure if we might be able to grab an image of that and see that on screen, so I will, for the moment, delay my replay. It's not the only one that it's happened to. It's happened to Yusuf as well, I think, if memory serves me correctly. So these things do happen. There is Viaducton in the number 1 car, currently sitting 4th in... So we've got Marius, who is behind the wheel of this car, the number 1 car.
Yeah, they have been doing a good job. Obviously, yourself and Yusuf were talking about earlier the how inclusive esports and especially sim racing has become, in the fact that we've got one of the youngest driver lineups on the grid here in GTR24H.
Yep, Charlie Lechner, 11 years of age, so doing a very, very good job. I mean, they're learning this car. It's no easy rodeo getting into something like a 5.5 litre V12 Cadillac DPI that's got a lot of power and torque on the rear wheels. And this just goes to show that these youngsters are having a trial by fire as it fires its way through 130R. But at the moment, they're still running in a genuine 4th position. Bit of a difficult time for the number 11 car for a Sem 9 Axel, because they've been in the pits quite a significant amount of time more than I think than everybody else in terms of what's happening. They are I think they are a few laps down as well, so fingers crossed for them that they managed to get a little bit of lady luck on their side, because that's what you also need in endurance racing. We're about to hit the 8-hour and 40-minute mark to go, and with that in mind, I think it's time for us to go to a commercial break. We're going to be back after these short messages. Stay tuned. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the deep of night. It's Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf bin Sahar. We're going to take a quick replay because there's been an almighty moment for the 166 ID Sim Sport. So without further ado, we're going to head to the replay now. And the car itself, watch this, Yusuf. Bang. And then the back end pirouettes for good measure and manages to avoid one of the DPI cars. I think that might have been Viaducton.
Get the curb at the wrong angle and it can sling your car up in the air, as we saw there. Now, we do have battles going on all over the place, specifically in the GTE class, because your top 4 drivers in the GTE class are separated by about 6 seconds. That's not all. Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717 Unison racing car is just 3/10 behind DIS Sim Racing Lab as they've made their way out of Spoon Corner and are heading down towards 130R, nip and tuck, nose to tail.
And you'll be pleased to know that Kieran McGinley was the first one out of the rest of the commentary team that threw me under the double-decker bus by London Bridge.
Oh no.
He did.
What did he do? I mean, yes, what did he do?
I can't quite remember.
I'm going to jump across you because we've got this battle with DIS and Unison still going. Unison have gone round the outside of DIS through the Casio Triangle. A bit of a kerfuffle involving 2 of the LMP2 cars, and DIS have jumped into the pits as a result.
Oh, so that gives a place to Unison Racing 717 BMW M8 GT piloted by one Nikolai Bezrukov. Oh, now there was someone that was having a massive moment. That was the 17 Unison Racing DPI car with Artem Shulaev behind the wheel, getting it massively all crossed up behind Manuel Biancolila from MPE in the number 54 car, who has taken over from Deegan Fairclough, who did a peach of a move on Gergo Balog earlier on to take the class lead when Tony Janssen from Juice's Motorsport Club entered pit lane. But Yusuf, this is one of the things I like about this track now, that the light is starting to get that little bit darker. The floodlights are ablaze, the headlights are on the car. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens under the night, because we've seen it before last season. We saw some intense battles, the speeds, the lap times. We get that extra bit of motivation and adrenaline, not just for us here in commentary, but also for those drivers. They're absolutely pushing like crazy.
So much for Japan being the land of the rising sun, more like the land of the setting sun.
Yeah. Arigato.
Arigato
gozaimasu. There you go. That's probably the extent of our Japanese.
I've got a few more. That I can drop out. I'm a filthy anime weeb. I know quite a few phrases.
You know what? I haven't heard that in commentary ever. Weeb.
Yeah.
But I know the term. I do know one Japanese term. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Yeah.
You know, itadakimasu when you're going to sit down to eat.
Yep.
You know, you're giving thanks for the food that's been provided for you. Anyway, we're going off on a bit of a Japanese language cultural identity crisis here at the moment. We'll get back to the action, but really good to see that battles, as you say, GTE looking really close. I mean, they've got João Barbosa behind the wheel of the number 74 car. So really good to see that Juices are... And it was really good to hear from João yesterday. He gave the thumbs up, the sign of approval for your footwear. I'm not mentioning the particular word because I've done that too much. And the poll that we had on the YouTube channel chat was 67% went yes, reference a particular type of footwear. We'll leave that one. That's water under the bridge. But Biancolila closing in on the 67 Mugen car.
To the outside into turn 1, and is he going to be able to hold it? I think he has, actually. That is brave stuff from the Masto Pescara driver.
Oh my goodness me, that was, I think as the Italians would say,
contact. Mugen give a little flash of the lights as well. They're not very happy with that move.
Right, well, I'm going to try and get a replay of that from an outside angle, because that is definitely... I'm going to tee that up, hopefully very shortly. I'm just waiting for my screen. Okay, right. I've got the replay ready, production.
We've got the thumbs up from production. So
here we go. Let's have a look from the outside view here between Mugen and MPE. Into the first corner, up the inside. There's the first contact. And through they go into the next... That was a tank slapper and a half.
Could we actually go back and get the view from Mugen? Because I just want to see if the if Musto cut across Mugen from their perspective here.
Okay, right. So we're gonna just try and roll this back.
Lovely stuff.
Indeed. So we're gonna do this at normal speed. Into the first corner.
So I think that's fine. Turn to...
there was a double tap there.
So that's rubbish. Yeah, that's the questionable one. That's what I think Mugen are very unhappy about. I think aggressive. To be honest, I think Musto get away with it. It's borderline. It's towing the line. I think it was a bit over the line, but I don't think it's penalty worthy.
Yeah, I'm actually siding with you a little bit there. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do give opinions, but I look at it from as neutral a perspective as possible, as does Yusuf. So, but now the darkness really quickly setting in. Oh, Team Adrenaline runs wide, going through the first corner. You can see Team Iris there in the 77. That's Benthe Horvath trying to get through. That's one of the that's the 54 car. The MPE car. Is that the 53 just
that
up?
Is.
That's the 53 up ahead, the sister car. And the LMP2 and DPI traffic trying to make their way through the SS. This is going to get rather gnarly all of a sudden, because everyone's trying to fight. And all the two MPE cars side by side. Adrenaline can't find a way through. And into the Degners. And luckily enough, thank goodness, the rear gunner of the MPE cars decided to hold back. That was Francesconi, who's got Balog right behind.
And, well, Balog is going to want revenge, and he might not have even realised that the car in front of him changed and is now the 53, to be honest, because they look identical from the rear. But the Musto drivers, the Musto Pescara drivers, were never going to battle, and Michael Francesconi just allows Biancalila through the Dunlop curve, and now Biancalila is just going to try to pull away as Gergo Balog tries to find a way through on the 53 car.
Yep, so the intensity increases another level. We go up another gear through the gearbox here in GTE at the 12 Hours of Matsusaka, the first round out of 6 for the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Over the course of the season, we'll be heading to Monza in Italy next month, and then we head to the Sunshine State that is Florida for the Sebring International Raceway in April. Then it's Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, Interlagos, July. August, Spa-Francorchamps, deep buried in the Ardennes forest of Belgium, and then Le Mans for the EEWC 2022 finale. Anything that's picked up on your radar quite yet?
Yeah, Gerko almost running into the back of the, I think that's the ID SimSport BMW, sorry, the Teleforeningen BMW, heading down into the Casio Triangle. It's allowed Michael Francesconi to pull a bit of a gap to the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car, now about a second between them. Although, as I say, that Musto Pescara run wide through turn 2 and brings the two a bit closer together. We also have a battle starting to form for our LMP2 class lead. The 94 Rasmus Andreasen only 1.3 seconds ahead of Nabil Aslan, and last time round, Aslan going 1.5 seconds quicker.
Okay, with regards to hopefully, I've just had an email, funny enough, as I speak, that Elos Masciuli has just emailed me reference an internet issue that he is currently suffering. We're going to try and hopefully catch up with one of the Juice's motorsport club cars. Robert Pawn was due to have an interview with us, so he is probably hopefully getting himself primed and ready. So just to give production a heads up, that's the thing when you're having to multitask with multiple different platforms, live timing, Discord, Messenger, WhatsApp, and also all the great action that we've got out on track. So we'll hopefully see
Well, speaking of that action, Nabil Aslan half a second behind Rasmus Andresen. If we could actually get picture up to keep an eye on the battle between Francesconi and Baloch as well, that would be fantastic. We don't want to be missing any of the battles here at Matsusaka. 8 hours and 21 minutes remaining, and the fighting, the battling is still as furious as ever. Into turn 1 we go. Nabil Aslan slotting in behind. This is the battle between SEM9 Axel and Burst Esports. Got our sunglasses for your LMP2 class lead.
Yeah, so hopefully we're. I'm just trying to schedule Robert Pawn to get into the drivers' meeting. So hopefully we'll. Okay, well let's bring him in. Juices Motorsport Club's Robert Pawn. Can you hear me? Oh, hang on. Okay, well hopefully we'll have him. He'll let us know as soon as he gets in. So we'll, fingers crossed, have
Robert Pawn's Juice's car. Currently, Saba Kiss at the wheel, sitting in 4th in the LMP2 class. They're about 50 seconds off this two-way battle for the lead.
Yeah. So still plenty of battles going on as we speak, all the way through all 4 classes, and we are fast approaching. Well, how can I put this, Yusuf? We're about to hit 1/3 time distance. We're about to complete 4 hours in about just over 20 minutes time, and then we go into the next one. So we'll see what happens.
This might be the move. This might be the moment. So close into 130 R4. Nabil Aslan unable to find something as round the outside now for Aslan into the Casio triangle, trying to find a way through the 717 Unison Racing GTE car, but unsuccessfully. And look at that gap now between the two LMP2s. Nabil Aslan's going to have to get his head down and close in what is now a 1 second plus gap.
Yeah, so the night time quickly jumping in. We're going to see if we can get a bit of a weather update from our map itself. You can find that at weather.gtr24h.org. So we'll hopefully keep our eyes, but GTE looks to be hotting up very, very shortly indeed. Biancolila at the moment is leading, and it's the 53. So Biancolila is up in front, and it's the battle behind Yusuf. So we'll see what happens over the course of the coming moments, because it's going to be nip and tuck between the 53 and the 67, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we're talking about our top 4 separated by about 6 to 7 seconds. Biancolila is pulling away, and Francesconi is playing the underdog beautifully. He's playing the defensive drive, holding Gergo Baloch behind. Biancolila in the 58s, Francesconi and Baloch in the 59s. Biancolila pulling about second a lap roughly.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the LMP2 side of things. Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses.
So still pulling away from Nabil Aslan after Nabil got caught up into the Casio triangle by the 717 Unison Racing car.
Okay, let's head to an interview. Well, it's close to good evening, Robert Pawn from Juices Motorsport Club. Good to have you with us. It's not been an easy run for the number 15 so far, has it?
No, it wasn't. We had a few issues at the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
I think Darius...
Oh, we've lost audio from Robert, so hopefully we can get that
yes,
back.
I think I fixed it now.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, like you were saying, that with Darius taking the opening stint, a couple of incidents. It's not been an easy go for Juices, but you guys are currently sitting in 4th position in the class. Sabakis behind the wheel. We know that he's very, very aggressive. He'll take controlled risks, and hopefully to get you guys back up into the top 3. I know it was a really, really tough battle for qualification. I mean, it was less than 4/10 in between you guys and Burst for pole and LMP2. But how's the thinking with the team at the moment? You guys trying to keep as positive as possible, just keep pushing and just take as many controlled, calculated risks as possible. Is that right?
Yes, that's about our mentality.
Mm-hmm.
We still think we have a chance at the win, maybe even a podium. We are currently trying to catch the top two cars. That's I think Excel and Burst. We are using a single stint strategy, so we push as hard as we can, do shorter stop stints, so we can maximize our pace, and hopefully at the end of the race we can fight for the top spot.
Well, Robert, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much for joining us here at GTR24H. We wish you, Saba, and your colleagues at Juice's Motorsport Club, with not just the 15 but the 74 car, all the very best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Robert there from Juice's Motorsport Club there, Yusuf. It's never easy when you have an early set of incidents that don't always go your way, but you, as Robert said, you have to keep positive. They're going for an all-out, flat-out, full-throttle approach, going single stints, keeping drivers fresh, and that's quite good when you're doing consistent rotations. It means that the drivers are more focused, they're able to keep each other motivated, they're talking to each other all the time. That's quite a good paramount thing to have if you have the backing of everybody else.
Absolutely. I don't even think we've seen Rui Rice in the car yet for Deuces, so I think it's just alternating right now between Robert Cornet and Sabakis. You always want to have your incidents at the start of the race because it means you've got something that you can chase, something you can focus on. If you're just at the front, you don't have a real sense of urgency. With regards to keeping it fresh, personally, I'm actually not a big fan, but I think it's more a case of driver preference. For me, I never really like jumping in and out of a car because every time you jump in, it feels like you're fresh or you're brand new to the track. You don't know how the car's going to respond to the circuit, to the levels of grip. You don't know how much it's changed in grip level over the previous stint or however long you've been out of the car for. But if the drivers are comfortable to jump in and get straight up to pace, then it's great.
Oh, here we go. Battle for the overall lead at the minute. It's Nabil Aslan versus Rasmus Andreasen, I think. Well, no, it's actually the lead itself in DPI. Got my wires a bit crossed up there. My apologies. Michi Hoyer is in first, but he's actually got that Sem 9 Axel just behind. I thought it was the battle for the lead, but it's not the battle for position. Michi Hoyer is now trying to get past.
That is Rasmus Andreasen and Nabil Aslan. You were right the first time round, Alex. Yeah,
that's the battle on the screens. That's for the overall lead in LMP2. I'm keeping my eyes on DPI, but that was close. I mean, we saw the move that I think it was the driver from the Philippines. I'm trying to remember his name. There's so many different names I'm trying to remember at the moment, and this is one of the things in the first round of the championship. We have to keep our eyeballs on stalks on which driver, and that was Inigo Anton. My apologies there, Inigo from the Philippines, but that is the battle for. So Rasmus Andreasen has got his teammate Nabil Aslan breathing all over the rear wing of that Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses number 94 entry, and the gap between them is minuscule. It's coming down from 4/10, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I'm loving the fact that we've got Burst and Axel both in the DPI class and in the LMP2 class, and right now it's the LMP2 class where things are hotting up. Don't forget, for the 11 in the DPI class, they had some issues, so they had to actually jump out of the server, jump back in. They picked up a 3-lap penalty, and right now they're actually trailing. I'm just double-checking. It's Alistair Young at the wheel of the DPI Axel Motorsport car. They're down in 12th overall. Only 44 seconds behind Viaductin, 6 laps off the overall lead, but they are slowly closing in. So we're going to have a charge from Axel soon. But right now, it's a charge from Axel in the LMP2 class.
Into 130R they go at full speed. There is the ID SimSport Aston Martin just up ahead, the GTE car that went through a little bit of a pirouette stage through the Casio Triangle. Not happening there.
Oh, mistake.
That was sideways from Andreasen. Oh my goodness me! Aslan nearly hits the left rear of the Aston Martin. It's side by side. Aslan's going to get the run down to the first corner and gets through to retake the lead for Sem 9 Axel in LMP2. You cannot script this even if you tried.
And at the end, it all comes down to a mistake from Rasmus Andreasen coming out of the Casio Triangle, losing the rear end, going over the curb, and it just becomes more than easy for Nabil Aslan. The most difficult part was navigating the GT3 car, but it's done, it's dusted. Nabil Aslan leads the LMP2 class for the first time for Axel Motorsports.
Yeah, Inigo Anton did a perler move on Rasmus Andreasen earlier on in the race, so it's the second time in just a matter of moments, I think probably within the last 60 to 75 minutes, that these two teams have swapped places. Now, let's not forget that Sem 9 Axel went...
Oh, they're sending it down the inside into the hairpin. Where
no,
has that come from?
That's the sister car. That's Michi Hoyer. Michi Hoyer's just gone through and put another lap on the pair of them. And Rasmus, this could give a window of opportunity. He could get a double toe coming down the back stretch, going through into 130R. Look at this from a strategy perspective. The sister car comes through and gives the window of opportunity, and now you can see that Rasmus Andreasen is in the wheel tracks of one Nabil Aslan from Sem 9 Axel. The battle for the lead in LMP2 is on, and I'm going to keep my eyes on what's happening between Rasmus Andreasen and Sabakis. Sabakis last lap around was a 1 minute 47.7. Now the back marker traffic coming into full effect. That's the DIS car, and Rasmus Andreasen pulls to the outside to get through, and there is a car behind, and that is that's the number 11. That's Alistair Young behind the wheel and has just got through up the inside on the approach to the apex for the first corner, and has got through on Rasmus Andreasen. There's the Teleforingen GT3 in the MCM Motorsport car. This is going to impede the LMP2 leaders as the sister car, the DPI, trying to also make it through. They nearly have the drama, the pair of them. This is bringing in Rasmus Andreasen back into the fight for the lead, but Nabil Aslan for the moment is clear.
And it's so tricky seeing two of the burst cars, two of the Axel cars, one in the LMP2, one in the DPI class, nose to tail, trying to figure out who's who. But it is Nabil Aslan who is on your screen, who leads the LMP2 race, and then just behind him is effectively his teammate of Alistair Young in the Axel hypercar, who's acting as a bit of a buffer between Nabil and Rasmus Andreasen.
Yeah, just actually keeping an eye on Rasmus himself. I'm actually on board on the left side of the car as they're going through this right-hand sweeper, heading into Spoon Curve. And there's a lot of correction, minimalistic correction from Rasmus Andreasen as he turns the car, steers it in. As now the night time is coming in with 8 hours and 42 minutes on the... Well, 8 hours and 9 minutes on the clock still to go. And you can see that the two Sem 9 Axel cars running in formation, LMP2 ahead of DPI. They've got the Mugen Sim Racing 82 car, piloted by Adam Surej at the moment, in front as they come out of the Casio Triangle through the final corner. And there is Rasmus Andreasen, and I'm keeping an eye on the lead. The gap has now extended to 2.3 seconds between first and second in LMP2 as Nabil Aslan leads the way. Absolutely epic stuff. Great traffic management by both of the LMP2 and the DPI cars there, Yusuf. But this battle is far from over by a long shot.
I'm calling it now. One of these battles, we've had so many battles so far this race, one of these battles is going to go right down to the wire. Come the last 10 minutes, we are going to have a stadium finish here at Matsusaka. Which battle it'll be, I have no idea whatsoever, as the Axel car forced up onto the curb by the B32 GT3 car, not seeing him coming. And, well, Alistair Young has a bit of an argy-bargy with the B32 car afterwards, just pushing him wide a bit on the entry into the hairpin.
I'm noticing the gap rapidly decreasing between second and third. Sabakis has got clean air. The third place, number 15, Juices Motorsport Club LMP2, the Eureka 07 in third place. The gap was at 1.41 seconds. Sabakis, get this, Yusuf. Last lap was a 1 minute 47.031. Rasmus Andreasen 151.508. Nabil Aslan 149.724. Gap now just under 33 seconds. Sabakis is hungry, and it's for some LMP2 prey.
Sabakis is an incredibly quick driver. We've seen it last year, we've seen it the year before, and Well, we were speaking to Robert Paul before, and they said that their goal right now is just to push, and that's exactly what they're doing. 3.5 seconds quicker than Rasmus Andreasen last time round, 2 seconds quicker than Nabil Aslan, 36 seconds off the LMP2 class lead. The question is, how long can they keep that pace going for?
Well, Sabakis is absolutely ripping his way through the field and tearing it all asunder. As a little bit further ahead, you've got that is the 777 DSR GT3 car, and there is Alistair Young on the side of your screen there, on the left-hand side. Alistair has been running in single-seaters, real-life racing driver, son to Alex Young, the team principal of Sem9 Axel, who I caught up with just a few hours before, and you can just see the amount of steering wheel correction going through out of turn 2 and through into the S's. This is where you have to keep it pinned. It's quite a lot. You can actually see his movement, but on the right hand side it's actually the run on board with the view that I've got, because you've got the Teleforingen car. This is the Juices Motorsport Club car of Sabakis, and Sabakis last time 1 minute 47.5. He is taking lumps out of the time between him and Rasmus Andreasen. 1 minute 50.4. Sabakis 1 minute 47.5. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. The way that Sabakis is moving forward and trying to close in on the top two. As you said, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, that's a mistake from one of the Axel Motorsports car. I think that was Nabil Aslan who made that mistake. He's run wide through the Castillo triangle, rejoins the circuit. Still a couple of seconds ahead of Andreasen though.
Just going to see, I think that might have been the DPI car with Alistair Young behind the wheel. I'm just going to try and have a look.
Very possible, because they look pretty much the same to me. I know I can kind of tell the difference, and you've got to look at the front headlights is the biggest giveaway, and then the rear lights also, but from the side angle, couldn't see anything.
The thing is that the bigger apertures over the front wheels is what tells the difference between the LMP2s and the DPIs. I've actually got an outside view of Alistair Young in the number 11 car, so if production is ready, I've got a replay ready to tee up and show for... Here we go. Right, let's have a look at this one. Okay. Now you can see that's the Juices 74 car. Young pulls to the outside, back end steps out, and has no other alternative. He lost his braking point completely through no fault. He tried to get past Juices, and that was the LMP2 car behind the sister car of Nabil Aslan. That just shows how hard these drivers are pushing here, Yusuf.
Yeah, the issue wasn't that he missed his braking zone. It's when he tried to get past the GT car, he put one wheel onto the grass, and we've seen what happens when you jump onto the brakes when you have a wheel on the grass. It can send you spinning. So you've got to lift off the brake, bring it back onto the track, then jump back onto the brakes. That's what Alistair Young did. It meant that he had to run wide, but critically, he doesn't pick up any damage. He doesn't spin the car, and he can keep on going with maybe having hurt his pride a little bit.
Well, with that being said, we're going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be right back after these short messages. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
So we are into the deep of night here at Matsusaka for the opening round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt now rejoined by Kieran McGinley. There you go, nice little wave for you people at home. Hello. Right, so things are changing every single time we head back out to the track. Glam Racing at the moment are leading in GT3 with Lee Russell behind the wheel. It looks like there has been a change for the lead in that particular category. Alexander Zeka in second for the 585 by Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport. B32 Racing finished last in qualifying last night. They are currently up to P3. And in terms of what's going on here, Michael Ciccolini, Gert Nielsen, Adam Surej, there's 6 cars. The 7th unfortunately falling by the wayside with regards to the number 13 car, CKR, entrant from Brazil, out of the race I'm afraid, and it has been in the garage for a considerable amount of time. Manuel Biancolila leads the way for the 54 Musto Pescara MPE car ahead of Gogo Balog for Mugen Sim Racing, with Joao Barbosa now rounding out the top 3, having making his way out of the pit lane, with Ricky Jimenez for MCM Motorsport completing the top 4, with Nikolai Bezrukov completing the top 5 for Unison Racing in the 717 GTE entry. We have got a yellow out, and that is Michael Pedersen. I think there's just brought that out as we're on board with one of the LMP2 cars. Looks to be Team Iris, I believe, judging by that livery. So the 166 ID Simsport car, I think, brought out the yellow in Sector 2. And LMP2 at the moment, it's Nabil Aslan, having gotten past Rasmus Andreasen, leading the way in the LMP2 class, and has got a gap of now nearly 8.7 seconds. Michi Hoyer, I think, is now coming into the pit lane in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. Just going to try and find that vehicle now as we speak. And they're leading by Lorenzo De Cutis ahead of Artem Shulayev for Unison Racing. So it's Burst Esports Simplexity, Radnis E-Stars in second, Unison Racing third, Team Adrenaline with Francis Homash Senior behind the wheel, Alistair Young in fifth in the Sem 9 Axle number 11, and Team Viaducton in 6th place in the number 1 car. And Kieran, it all kicked off when you stepped away for a short while, didn't it?
Didn't it just? I mean, Yusuf does know when to come in and take all the bits of action away. But no, it was all going to come to a head eventually. It just so happened when I was on a bit of a short break. But nevertheless, I'm sure there's plenty more action to happen with the remaining 8 hours of the race left to run. And what's also happened is someone's turned the lights out on the track. It's got very dark very quickly.
Yeah, we were waiting for the deep of night to come in. So you can see that the LMP2 leader... Oh, my apologies there. Ooh, whoops, sorry. My bad.
You got scolded for that.
I got my knuckles wrapped considerably. Whoops! Sorry, Peter Munkholm. Yeah, you can see it's been well, I've been here for quite a considerable amount of time. I've been here since Tuesday with a lot of work going on behind the scenes, but at least the good thing is we're all here, we're all enjoying it, and the leaders were the leaders in LMP2. Sem 9 Axel now making their way out of pit lane. That gives Rasmus Andreasen from Burst Esport Good as Sunglasses in the 94 the lead, with Saba Kiss from Juices Motorsport Club rounding out the top 2. And looking at the distance between them, it looks like Saba Kiss has been on a binge of speed. Looks like that car might be coming into pit lane as we speak. He's on an in-lap, so there will be a signal that they'll give to the teams, and also via the server, Kieran, that they'll be now pitting on the next lap.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there's a similar scenario going on for the race leaders, the DPI machine. Number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity looks like they're on an in-lap as well, as they're making their way through the S's, so shouldn't be too long before we see them into the pit lane as well.
Yes, indeed. A little bit later on, we will be joined by Chris Buxton. He'll be from his Somerset HQ studios. We will, at some point later on this season, welcome him with open arms into the bosom of GTR24H HQ here in Denmark, and we're looking forward when that opportunity comes, and it'll be good to have him alongside us in the studio. We have been, over the course of last season, we were all at home, apart from a few of us that came over in October last year to actually come to the studio. It was the first time in a year that Yusuf had actually been back to the studio here in Denmark. But wonderful, wonderful shots of these cars flying their way through the nighttime sky here at Matsusaka for the first of 6 rounds. We are just over 7 hours and 55 minutes remaining on the clock, and at the moment Michi Hoya, who has said that he will chat to us after his next stint in the car. We're glad to have Michi with us. Good to speak to Robert Pawn, and also Kieran, going back to the strategy that the number 15 car is employing, which is now currently pitting as we speak, and they are sitting in pit lane. That car has been in the pit box for just 3/4 of a minute and climbing. Really good to hear the opportunity, well, the mindset of how Juicers are approaching this. They're going absolute full throttle. Car is just leaving pit lane as we speak and has been in the pit box for nearly 60 seconds as the current leader, overall leader and DPI class leader, Burst Esports Simplexity, jumps into the pit box. But Yusuf said, I don't like the strategy of them keeping fresh, rotating the drivers every so often, but it is a proven strategy that can pay dividends when you've got nothing to lose and absolutely everything to gain.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where a team will pick that from the very get-go, to switch out drivers every single stop, and it will keep that sense of freshness throughout the entire team, which has its benefits. But the other downside of it would be that, is it long enough to allow yourself to get into that rhythm, into that momentum? Is it a long enough stint to really rubber down, get your head down and really set those consistent lap times? Or does it feel like you're being yanked away too soon? If a driver's in good stead and putting in some good lap times, it's almost heartbreaking to take them out of the car to replace them.
Well, we just had a message on the Discord server from Pedro Delgado. Muito obrigado, Pedro, as they would say. That's thank you very much in Brazilian Portuguese or normal Portuguese. He says that, unfortunately, it's the end of the race for us. This message got to us just under 10 minutes ago. Sadly, we had a problem with the GPU usage and the frames per second dropping, making it impossible to continue. Well, Pedro, to you and all the team, we do have to say a very, very big thank you for what you've been able to do, and we look forward to seeing the Brazilian flag emblazoned McLaren 720S for round 2 at Monza. So thank you very much for joining the championship, and also making sure that you gave us some good talking points, despite unfortunately the car's demise due to a technical issue with the software that you guys were using. But we'll hopefully see you back fighting at Monza in the latter part of March. There is a yellow out in Sector 2 as things currently stand. However, it's really been rather interesting in the LMP2 battle. I mean, you were watching in the broadcast booth when it all kicked off between Burst Esports Good of Sunglasses and Sem9 Axel. It was that you had the ringside seat, and myself and Yusuf were probably shouting the house down here in Denmark.
You were, but we just let you get on with it because it was great racing, and in the end, the Sem9 machine managed to get the position and make it stick, and has done a really good job since then. One thing that has caught my eye though is the fact that the number 53 machine in GTE currently shown as DNF. And that's the Musto Pescara car, one of the Musto Pescara cars.
Right, okay. I'm now going to expand on this, and thank you very much to this with regards to it. There is actually a storm in his locality at the moment, and it has... he's unsure now because there is a storm that destroyed the internet, that basically cut off his internet. And he said, I hope it's not an issue, so we will have no... Eros Masciuli, because the car has actually got his name on it, and he said, I'm really, really annoyed about it, but I can't do anything. So he has made that. He's put that to race control, who have been informed accordingly. And you know what? Considering the fact that we were looking forward to seeing the 53 car and the 54 car, the former being the defending champions, MPE under their previous guys, Musto GDE Sports, took the GTE title in fine style at Le Mans at the season finale last year. However, this is not always a bad thing, because, as I said to Yusuf earlier, when you get to the last... Well, I think it was you, actually, I was talking to you about this, where you get the double points for the Le Mans finale, where there's 54 on the cards if you win and pick up a maximum score. However, they can come back from it. It's only the first round. If it happened halfway through the championship, it'd be a completely different story altogether.
Yeah, it would indeed. And I guess it happening so early on, you'd be hoping that sort of luck sort of stays away from you for the rest of the season. So it's sure it'll be frustrating, but there will be frustrating times in an endurance series. You're racing for a long time. You're putting your hard way through, and who knows? Even the weather might have a say in whether or not you can race. It just seems like a cruel way to miss out on the action. But it does happen, and hopefully there'll be better weather next time around when we go to Monza. Not only at the track, because it's been absolutely stunningly dry at Suzuka, but where everybody's racing as well. Hopefully the weather's not quite so intrusive into everybody's internet. I do see a message from one of our, Mr. Chris Buxton, who said, has Kieran's voice been commentator cursed? I'd like to say yes, it has.
It's all Yusuf's fault.
It's all Yusuf's fault, yeah. Yeah. Everything started to go downhill when he threw me under the bus. So,
and that was last night.
It's not got better.
It's all because of those damn things he's got on his feet, and I'm not mentioning that word. No. I have said I will not mention that word.
The poll as well contributed to this, with people agreeing with Yusuf. It's just not gone right.
It never rains, but it pours.
It does.
Am I right, Kieran?
It does. It does. Get the violins out, and
If he starts playing a fictional one in there, I think the first thing that we're going to have to do is give him a bit of a stern telling off after the broadcast when we finish it early in the hours of Sunday morning. But nevertheless, we get on with the business at hand. And there is number 94, João Pitaes, the Portuguese driver, now in the car, having taken over from Rasmus Andreasen. So Burst Esports, good sunglasses, the number 94. Now third in the class, Nabil Aslan leads, but it's Nello Pastorino for Satellite Racing in the 164 that is in second. Cyberlinks Racing with Tigran Mkhitaryan that is now rounding out the class. It's not been an easy one when Alexis Zagorodnev got the drive-through penalty for overtaking under the formation lap, which in real-life motorsport is a big no-no, and there was a big old slap on the wrist and a slam dunk penalty from race control, which we're simulating real-life racing as much as we can. As we see, that is the MCM car coming out of the pit lane. And João Pitaes gets around the outside rather quickly. Portugal known for quite a few spectacular drivers. Felipe Albuquerque and also Antonio Felix da Costa, the latter being former Formula E champion after Jean-Eric Verne won the title twice on the bounce under the same stable, DS Techeetah. And both have had their fair share of endurance races, particularly in this class. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how João Pitaes gets on, Kieran, as Bente Horvath for Team Iris, that rounds out the top 5, has put in the fastest lap for the car so far this race, 1 minute 46.063. Times are tumbling because of the fact that we're getting cooler temperatures now. Air temperature 16 degrees Celsius, track temperature 26.
Yeah, and that will work both ways. It allowed the engine to work harder without having the same ambient temperature outside wreaking havoc with it. On the flip side, when in terms of the track temperature, when that goes down, and as that goes further and further down, it sort of interferes with how much grip you have through each corner. Now at some circuits where it's built to really take on the track temperature, and you can really punish the track. Tracks that are normally close to the equator are sort of designed for that. But with Matsusaka here, in a case of Does the track get better? Do you get blistering on tyres if the track temperature is too warm? So it'll be interesting to see. On top of that, the qualifying sessions, some drivers and some teams were faster in the night. So I wonder if their cars are going to be set up better for these conditions, and whether we'll see their setups really come alive.
You've got to have that ultimate compromise, because ID SimSport have just gone exit stage left at the first corner. Whoops. That's what they don't need at this particular moment, and because of the fact that they're also down in the latter stages, I'm not too sure. Have you got a replay queued up by any chance?
I might have a replay queued up as they're making their way down the start-finish straight. Just give it time to make sure it captures every single angle, but I'll let you know once I've got it ready.
Okay, no problems at all. So we'll leave Kieran to tee that up very, very shortly. João Barbosa, I think, is just coming to the pit lane. Cars in the pit box at the moment. 15 seconds for the number 74 car. So the front axle has hit the ground, so is the rear, and now the long, arduous process of refueling the car gets underway. Car's now been in the pits for 30 seconds, and that does not include the time for going down pit lane and then hitting pit exit.
You have that replay queued up now for the ID SimSport machine. Let's see what happened as they made their way down the start-finish straight. So, looking at it now, down in towards turn 1. What on earth happened here? Oh, that looked very bizarre.
Right.
The car seems to just go straight on there.
You might have to I'm not too sure, because I did try and see it on the big screen. Well, we'll wait to see. So, just cue that back up again, I think, as the 74 Juice's car has now exited pit lane. So, whenever we get the signal to go... well.
We've already seen it, apparently.
Oh, we've already seen it, apparently. Okay, all right. No, that's fine.
Well, we can watch it again if you really want to.
Well, no, it's all right. We'll carry on. But yeah, that was a bit of a moment. Hit the kitty litter a little bit going through the first corner, did that car. But Juice's Motorsport Club in the number 74 car, just keeping an eye on where that is. João Barbosa has exited and rejoined, 27.7 seconds ahead of Ricky Jimenez for MCM Motorsport. So, and Gergo Balog is about 9.3 seconds behind Manuel Biancolila, and the 53 is parked in the garage, I'm afraid, especially with what happened with Eros Masciuli. So that is a real unfortunate thing to happen for that car. The defending champion's already on the back foot, but as I said earlier, there are still 5 more rounds, including the double points finale for Le Mans in late October this year. I'll give you a rundown of what exactly is going on in each of the respective categories. And Michi Hoya is going in on the 1 minute 47.1s. Looks like Muradnis E-Stars is in the pits now from second position on the road, which is the case. So Artem Shulayev is actually coming in this lap, and the Muradnis E-Stars car is still sitting in pit lane at the moment, and that's just about to pull away. 54 seconds. So the cars are moving in and out of pit lane quite significantly. Artem Shulayev and Romain Seigneur round out the top 4 in DPI. That's for Unison Racing. And so Seigneur running it out for the top 4. Alistair Young for Sem9 Axel in 5th, and Viaductin running out the top 6 at the moment. And then for LMP2, it's Nabil Aslan leading Nello Pastorino by 6 seconds. Joao Pitayas, I think, has just come out of pit lane in the number 94 car. We've just seen the car out on track. It's going through the Degmans as we speak. Sabakis in 4th for Juice's Motorsport Club. We caught up with Robert Pawn a little bit later on, with Team Iris and Cyberlinks Racing rounding out the top 6. Kieran, what's the running order at the moment for GTE and GT3, please?
Well, GTE at the moment, it's the 54 Mosto Pescara car at the head of the field, the 67 Mugen Sim Racing in 2nd place, and Juice's Motorsport Club rounding off the top 3 in their 74 machine. It's Ricky Jimenez in 4th place in the number 27 MCM Motorsport machine. Then it's the 717 Unison Racing machine, the 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab in 6th place, Satellite Racing in the 264 in 7th, and then the 166 of ID Simsport in 8th place. As we mentioned earlier, the 53 Musto Pescara car currently not running due to those weather issues that has unfortunately befouled of Eros Asciuli.
Last but by no means least, we've also got the GT3 action. Still very much underway. It's Glam Racing leading the way in the 404. I'm sure that Maria Rinak will be happy. There'll be a smile on her face, but at the moment we still have quite a lot of this race to go. 7 hours and 40.5 minutes still remain, and it's still a battle between the two Audis. Valente Racing 585 by Aztec Simsport running at the top 2. B32 Racing still running on genuine pace, a P3, because of the fact that everyone else behind them has fallen into dramas. CKR out of the race because of the technical problem, and also with regards to the CPU and the frames per the second rate not helping. Unfortunately, they have pulled the car into the pits, and it's going to stay there. So a real shame for them. Adam Surej on the comeback trail. The Hungarian driver from the number 82 Mugen Sim Racing car rounds out the 6 that are still running in GT3. Gert Nielsen still behind the wheel of Teleforingen's 188 BMW M6 GT3, with Michael Ciccolini running out the top 4 for 777 DSR Gadgethuset Dottico, and has just brought out the yellow flag.
Not great at all, and riding on board then with the one of the LMP2 cars battle for second place. We're riding on board with João Pitais in the 94 Burst Esport Gouda Sunglasses machine, chasing down the 164 Satellite Racing machine of Nello Pastorino as they now make their way in towards the Casio Triangle. And yet you can see there João Pitais had to leave some room on the left hand side there because he knew the GT car was still on his inside. Now they make their way down the start finish straight, second place in class this battle is for, and João talking away to his engineers down the short start finish straight, the real bit of respite coming through.
Yeah, good to see a thumbs up from John Fabricius, our CEO, enjoying the coverage at the moment, but also he's hard at work behind the scenes, as is Niels, as is Peter, as is Yusuf, and also we'll have Chris joining us in probably the best part of just over an hour and a half's time. We're getting towards, I can't believe I'm saying this, Kieran, nearly 4.5 hours of the race completed. Before you know it, we'll be at half distance, and we're going to go right the way through to the wee hours of the morning, 2 o'clock Central European time, plus also, hopefully, we'll be speaking to some drivers a little bit later on. There is a lot of focus on the racing thereof, and sometimes we do try and get the drivers involved, but always it doesn't work like that. However, we will wait and bide our time, won't we, Kieran?
Oh, absolutely. And we're here for the long haul, and I know the drivers are as well. So, yeah, whenever they have a chance or they want to chat to us, we are more than welcome to have them on board. João Pitais, though, still trying to battle away as they make their way through the latter part of the spoon curve. Back onto the power they go, and onwards they run towards 130R. Nello Pastorino will be looking in his mirrors as they head their way on towards 130R. This flying left-hander, João Pitais, looks down the inside, maybe just to fill the mirrors of the 164 Satellite Racing machine of Nello Pastorino. And one of the ways these drivers will try and manufacture the move is by looking like they're going to fill the mirrors and just make the driver in front of them think about making a defensive move. Once they've got them into that mindset, now they're caught in two minds. Which way do they go? And you're halfway to try and making a manufactured move.
And also the person in front has to anticipate. Oh, that was close going through the first corner. And it's sideways for Pastorino. João Pitais is waiting in the wings to pick up the pieces the moment the ball is dropped. And through into the S is well held by Nello Pastorino. Ahead of João Pitais. The battle for second in LMP2 is very much on. And Nabil Aslan is about nearly 9.5 seconds in front of this battle. You can see that Joao Pitaes will be looking to pounce at the earliest opportunity as we ride on board with the number 94 Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. There's Joao Pitaes on the left-hand side of your screens. Incredible amounts of concentration on the Portuguese driver's face, Kieran McGinley.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the amount of laps that Joao Pitaes and all the drivers that are racing here tonight is fully on show. They still need that same level of concentration to get the lap right, time and time again, to hit every apex lap after lap, to get laps on the board hour after hour. It's a lot. It's draining on these drivers, and in a weird sense it is that you get to that towards the fatigue end, but you're so focused on hitting every apex and making sure each corner is as good as the last one. The time simply flies by, and we have seen here on GTR24H, fuel has been an issue. Maybe not here today, but at the Le Mans finale, fuel was definitely an issue where drivers would have to get multiple warnings per lap, per corner, to say, you're running out of fuel, pit in this lap, otherwise you'll be stranded.
Pit this lap, box, 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 as Bono would say to one Lewis Hamilton. But you can see Nello Pastorino, rear view camera shot over the rear wing on your left. Joao Pitaes, front end camera angle going into the first corner. You can see how these drivers are pushing to the limit of adhesion. We'll hopefully go to a brief break after this, but at the moment, the way things are, that Joao Pitaes is reeling in hook, line and sinker one Nello Pastorino. The gap between them is around about half a second, and that gap looks to be diminishing quite substantially. I can see that is Tigran Mkhitaryan for that is Cyberlinks Racing just behind, and also it's not going to get any easier, but look how close he's getting is Joao Pitaes. I feel that in the next 2 to 3 laps here, Kieran, that Nello Pastorino will be powerless to stop an advance from one Portuguese driver by the name of Joao Pitaes.
Well, he's done well so far, the Saturday racing driver, to keep Joao Pitaes behind for now, so we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. I've said that phrase a lot tonight, how it all plays out. Well, it is true in a sense. You've got to make sure you get the move right, and just make sure you manufacture that move, make all the right moves, make all the right decisions. You won't make them all right all the way through, but get most of those decisions right. You'll be on to a winner as we head our way towards 130R. Pitaes here on board with the number 94 Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses. Machine coming down towards the Casio triangle, looking for a move down the inside, again making Pastorino think about putting on the anchors, getting a defensive move on, and more importantly, making him try to change his line. Once this line changes, he's compromised himself.
Pastorino's got to anticipate what Joao Pitaes will have underneath his sleeve. Will there be a royal flush? Will there be a house full of aces? We could find out momentarily. We're going to keep with this battle for just a couple of minutes more before we go to a commercial break. But the way that Pitaes is doing what he does, he's closing in. Actually, you know what? It's actually time for a commercial break. We'll keep our eyes on the action here in the LMP2 battle for second position. We'll be right back. Well, I thought we were going to.
No, production said no on that one.
Yeah, computer says no. Well, we'll try and just keep our eyes on that one. But okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Be right back with us. This battle in LMP2 is a definite powder keg waiting to explode here at Matsusaka. We'll be right back. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, everyone. 7.5 hours remaining here at Matsusaka. And you've been out jumping in for Alex Goldschmidt and joined by Kieran McGinley. Now, GTE class has a bit of a battle underway. Manuel Biancalila leading the field, but he's only 4 seconds clear of the 74 users of Joao Barbarossa, with Roland Zux a further half a second behind in the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car. So we're talking about less than 5 seconds separating our top three.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it? Lots of drivers just making sure they put the pieces together and get themselves a piece of this action, because it's looking pretty good indeed. We're watching Roland Schutz there in the number 67. He's looking for a move up the inside, which he does get, and that's on the missed that number there, unfortunately, but
it was the satellite racing car.
It was, you're right.
The 264.
Yes, that's, you're absolutely right there. So, yeah, there goes me missing the number. And you'd think in the night time, it'd get a little bit easier to spot the numbers with lights from every angle shining down.
I didn't see the number. I just saw the blue and red. I was like, satellite. And then I tried to work out which satellite it was.
That's a very smart strategy.
Now, any Italians in the chat who are watching, however you may be watching, I've got some pretty bad news for you guys, because Eros Masquili, or Eros Masciuli, I think. Masciuli, he has DNF'd and he's not back in. I don't know if you guys
we did touch on Eros Masciuli. He has a storm in the prevalent area where he's racing, and unfortunately his internet's gone down, and that's it for now, unfortunately. So we've lost two drivers, or two teams, from this race. The other one being, I think you said, the number 13 as well, the Brazilian liveried car, the CKR outfit. And yeah, unfortunately for them, they had hardware issues with their GPU, and FPS issues have meant and forced them to drop out of this race. As they say, it's simply not possible and not safe enough to race.
It's a big shame from us, though. Again, it just seems that opening rounds are not their forte. We saw, I think it was Indianapolis last year, where they had the whole thing of leaving the pits in the wet on slick tyres and then spinning and then getting a penalty and all kinds of stuff. Lee Russell is within a couple of tenths of Adam State, but I just want to keep an eye on Roland Zux and Gates Joao Barbosa, because, well, Adam State and Lee Russell are in different classes.
They are, yes, and running, at this stage in the race to still be in the running, it's good enough. You can always improve on where you are, as long as you're still in this race, all 4 wheels are still on the car, you're doing pretty well so far. And with 7.5 hours left on the clock, still a lot of racing to unfold here at Matsusaka.
We're seeing the burst car of João Pitaes, who's currently 10 seconds behind Lorenzo Di Sweetis. Nabil Aslan, though, leading the LMP2 class, which I don't think is something that we were expecting at the start of this season, you know, a few weeks ago, or indeed after qualifying.
No, and I'm just going to watch on with this GTE battle, because we've got a GT3 car that's it's the McLaren just it doesn't want to give up on his own position, but the GTEs are trying to find their way through. The Juices Motorsport João Barbosa trying to find his way through. He might try and move up towards the hairpin here at the moment, but Roland Schulz is just watching that with bated breath and seeing what on earth can happen here as they now make their way out onto the power and going through. It's the B32 racing machine, so that's second in class, and you've got Roland Schulz just flashing the lights at the Juices Motorsport outfit, just letting you know, I'm here.
Was that Roland Zux or João Barbosa flashing his lights? I'm not quite sure. It was definitely one of them flashing. B32 still in the way of the pair of them. This is the battle for your GTE second position. Manuel Biancalila, a further 7 seconds are up the road. That's not him. That's the ID Sim Sport car still. B32 keeping these two at bay. B32 second in the GT3 class. A bit of contact, but João Barbosa is through. Roland Zux looking for the outside into the Casio triangle. Needs to get the move done quickly, otherwise we'll lose a whole bunch of time. And does exactly that. Both of them clear now of B32 as they make their way onto finish straight to start a new lap. And in the corner of your screen, you could just see Manuel Biancalila taking the opening corner.
Yeah, and B32, they're not willing to just sort of let that one go lying down. And, well, a little bit of hard battling might have cost himself some time, might have cost the team some time, but when you're out there and you're trying to battle away, it's very clear. In fact, I might know the reason why, and it could be because of this reason here. Lee Russell trying to find his way through. I think the B32 racing machine knows that the Glam racing machine is nearby and doesn't want to give away too much pace. That makes much more sense as to why the B32 racing machine didn't want to yield so easily.
Yeah, and that satellite racing car of Adam State sandwiched in between this GT3 battle, making things a bit more entertaining as Lee Russell's back end stepping out through Degner 1. Meanwhile, the Viaducting car going past the two GTE cars. He's having a much easier time than the GTE cars had on finding a way through the GT3 that we saw earlier.
Yeah, and riding on board with Lee Russell, it's the 264 satellite racing machine just ahead as they make their way through and seeing what they can do on the back end of the circuit in towards the spoon curve. And this is going to cost Lee Russell just a slight bit of time through the corners as he's trying to find that way through still in towards the second part of the spoon, back onto the power. Might get a little bit of slipstream now towards 130R, but running side by side through 130R is risky at the best of times. Yusuf is closing, maybe a flash of the lights there. Oh, that was the LMP2 car barreling its way through to really take that position. Nabil Aslan, I think that was, charging through and just making sure they João Pitaes, sorry, my apologies, charging through there, just making sure he doesn't lose a lot of time. But in terms of Lee Russell, he is losing a little bit of time now.
João Pitaes still pushing, just over 30 seconds behind Nabil Aslan, is at 2.5 seconds clear of Zabakis. The last time round, Zabakis actually going 2/10 slower than the 94 Burst car. And let's see if Zabakis can pick up the pace and close back in. Not much time between the two cars in this battle for second in your LMP2 class. But Roland Zux still trying to close in as, is that a move from Lee Russell? No, not quite. Gonna have to sit behind through the S's. However, the pair of them are closing into that B32 car. You can see it getting bigger and bigger on your screen.
Yeah, that's very true. But with Lee Russell trying moves as well, it's going to see the satellite racing machine maybe try and take a defensive line through the second Degner curve. A little bit of a missed apex there, and that's another reason. Oh, very, very close then in towards the hairpin. Did very well on the brakes, did Lee Russell, to keep that out of the back of the Satellite Racing Corvette as they make their way through 200R. That's another thing that these drivers are going to have to really keep their wits about them, as we've said all the way through. The likes of the hypercars and the LMP2s, we saw that was Cyberlink Racing making their way through. That is going to be a concern that the GT cars are going to have to be careful about when and where they make their moves, because chances are, and it always seems to happen when at the least convenient time where you want to make an overtake, here comes a hypercar, here comes an LMP car.
And Lee Russell just going to have to bide his time. Eventually they will close on to that B32 car if they are able to continue with the pace that they have been showing. You can see that Satellite Racing car very close now to a B32. On your other screen you can see Roland Zux trying to close in onto João Barbosa. 1 second between the pair of them. João Barbosa in the white and red Juices car. Roland Zux in the silver and a blue BMW.
Yeah, Lee Russell looks like he's got the move then down the inside, and it looks like he has indeed. So he gets that position on Adam State, it was, in that 264 Satellite Racing car. But tell you what, Adam State's still looking for that way back through on Lee Russell there. But the most important thing for Lee Russell is he has that position now. He can now try and close in on the 32B32 racing machine.
Lee's got the pace and he's closing in onto B32. Just quickly while we talk about that, I just want to get a quick update on the Mugen 82 car, and they are 77 seconds behind Carl Lukagor, and they're around about 3 laps off the race lead. About 3 laps off.
Yeah, here we go in towards the hairpin. Lee Russell taking a wider line on entry, and then on the exits try and get the power down earlier. They're going to run side by side all the way through 200R, and the B32 machine still in the lead of the GT3 class. But Lee Russell is applying this pressure and then some, heading up towards Spoon Curve. We will go. Well, the line sight going to be through here. Yeah, Lee Russell has to back out of that one, as the B32 racing machine had pretty much got the car planted exactly where he wanted it. And now on the run on towards 130R, you see there the B32 racing machine trying to break the slipstream on towards 130R. We will go, and then to the Casio Triangle. Lee Russell taking a much more aggressive line across the curb in towards the Casio Triangle. He's going to try and go for the move then in towards the triangle. He'll have to compromise the first part, back onto the power out of the second part, and still no way through. But that's allowing the Satellite Racing Corvette to simply swoop by and take that position back from Lee Russell that he worked so hard to get past in the first place.
And Lee Russell's going to have to do it all over again. He tucks in behind the Satellite Racing car. Now he's looking down the inside into turn 1, really late on the brakes. So from Glam Racing, they get back ahead of a Satellite, but they are still critically behind B32. And Lee Russell thought, hey, I can look for the switchback coming out the Casio Triangle, and Satellite Racing said, nah, because I'm going to throw my nose down the inside. Is not what Lee Russell wanted. Adam State kind of ruining this battle between the GT3 cars, but he doesn't care. He's in his own race. He just wants to have a bit of fun. But B32 will now have to defend once again from the 404 of Lee Russell.
It's a good line from Lee Russell through the Dunlop bend as they now make their way on towards the Degner curves, and side by side through here doesn't normally work. Oh, there's a bit of contact. There is contact, but they're both facing the same way still. B32 still leading this class, with Glam Racing right behind as they head their way up towards the hairpin.
Can Lee Russell send it? He's going to try to send it around the outside. Maybe could look for a switchback or just hang it around the outside throughout the entire corner. In the end, he is unsuccessful. Satellite Racing right on their tails. And as you mentioned, Kieran, this is the battle for the GT3 class elite. I don't get how we're this far into the race and we're still getting so many battles for class leads. It's absolutely fantastic. As B32 a little bit late on the brakes, and Lee Russell closes in through Spoon corner. He's able to hold it tighter through the second part of Spoon. Gets on the power earlier. Surely he gets to drive out of the corner, but that B32 Corvette just seems absolutely ridiculous in a straight line.
Well, they've got the Corvette of Satellite Racing behind as well to really keep an eye on, as well as they head their way towards the Casio Triangle once again. Will the Glam Racing car look for a move? Not this time around. Heading in towards the Casio Triangle. but again, trying to take a compromised entry into the triangle to prioritise the exit down this run. We go onto the start finish straight, and Yusuf once again heading our way down towards the first corner. B32 Racing still leading the class.
Yeah, and thanks for correcting me on that. It's the B32 McLaren. The Corvette is for that 264 satellite car just behind Lee Russell, though not close enough to make a move into turns 1 or 2. He's going to have to sit behind through the S's. Maybe he could look for something crazy into the Degner. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait once again for the hairpin. Look how much faster Lee Russell's Glam Racing Audi is through the S's. It just sticks to the track so much better than the McLaren.
It does, as we head our way through those final parts of the S's. Now through the Dunlop curve again, Lee Russell gets a better run on the entrance, but he hasn't really anywhere to put that spare momentum. He has to tuck behind the McLaren once again, heading our way in towards the Degner curves, and this is a battle that could go on for quite some time. And we're seeing now as he makes his way up towards the hairpin once again. And there might be a sense of frustration here for Lee Russell, because not only does he have a battle in front of him in the B32 machine, but he's also got to be careful of that satellite racing machine behind him as well. So that's something that they are going to have to keep their eyes on as they make their way through. And Viducton, meanwhile, also wanting to be a part of this battle, but waiting to try and find a way past. And, well, they just about managed to stay out of trouble just for now.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Kieran, but I can't see anything, so hopefully that's not the case for our viewers. Otherwise we can get the battle back up. And there is Satellite Racing on the rear end of Glam Racing. They're going to look for the outside on the run towards 130R. Can they get the move done? Oh, contact on the entry. The pair of them will run wide. Glam Racing hold on to track position, and I think that is Teleforinningen now joining into the fray as well.
It is, and they want a piece of the action. They've seen this great battling, and they say, you know what, we want one as well, as they head their way through onto the start finish straight. Once again, what it has done though is it's split up this battle really. B32 have now come into the pit lane, which brings an end to that battle, and Yusuf, I think we can go straight over and really recover from that one.
Yeah, I think that is a Michi Hoyer on our screen, so I think we might be getting an interview with him shortly. He has just jumped out of his chair, so maybe while we were watching all that action in the GT and the GT3 classes, he was just sat there patiently waiting. Yeah,
and unfortunately the battle just kept going and going and going, and we just couldn't keep our eyes off of it, could we? But no, it was a great battle between them all, and it's been put on hold for now because the B32 car is currently in the pit lane.
Well, B32 into the pits, that's going to unleash Glam Racing, but guess what? The battling is not done just yet. GTE class still battling. The 67 Mugen car right on the rear end of Deuces. They're actually catching up to one of the ID SimSport cars, and this might give Mugen an opportunity to find a way through. Otherwise, maybe it'll be like the B32 incident all over again, with Mugen ending up dropping 1 to 2 seconds behind.
It could be, and Roland Shoes here knows he's got to play this patient. We left this battle last time with the running order the same as Viaduct to the squeeze.
Oh, that's a big incident, and that is the Mugen car upside down through 130R. Oh, it's all gone terribly, terribly wrong in the GTE class. That is not how you wanted your battle for the lead to end, not even between your two class leaders, but between the GTE car and the hypercar, pardon me, not the hypercar, the DPI car.
Yeah, and to me it looked like Viaducton had a bit of a squeeze. They thought they had the corner before they actually did.
Straight into the pits as well.
Yeah, straight into the pits. There's going to be a lot of damage on that car. The fact that they've got it going again is really good, but there is going to be a lot of damage on that car. And Yusuf, I think we might be looking at that one again and again and again.
Yeah, well, I'll get that replay up, but first I think we've got Michi Hoyer waiting for us.
Hello.
Sorry, Mitchie, we've had you waiting for a long time. It's these GT cars, they don't stop battling.
Yeah, it is interesting because passing them is a real challenge, especially when they're battling, and sometimes they go side by side through the S's. And yeah, despite the DPI is not the most efficient corner and most efficient car in the corners, When they go side by side, the road's literally blocked, and you have nothing else to do than sit behind and impatiently wait for them to stop battling.
Well, so far things are going okay for you guys, I think, by your very high standards.
Yeah, I think there's nothing we can mourn about. Obviously, I think we're roughly 1 lap ahead of the Muratness car. Not quite sure what they are doing strategy-wise. Like, we're looking at it for the last couple of hours, but we haven't really found a solution on what they are actually doing or what they are actually trying to achieve. But so far things are looking really good indeed. The biggest threat really is dealing with the traffic. There is some 1 or 2 DPI cars that hardly react on blue flags, which is something that should hopefully be fixed for the future. But apart from that, things are looking good, and now it's about staying in that position for another 7.25 hours.
So when you're in this position, Mitchie, where you've got yourselves a large lead, how do you approach the rest of the race? Does it become a case of taking it more safely when navigating through the back markers, or do you just try to continue with the race as you were before and continue taking the same risks?
Things change a little bit. Like in the beginning of the race, especially in the first stint and the first laps without traffic, you know, I've kept lapping the 45s, 45 high, 45 mid. Now I think in that stint that I just did now, there was not even a single 45 lap. So yeah, you're taking it a little bit more easy in general. So you don't go 100% corner by corner, you just go 95% in, but still with a little bit of a push, because if you start letting go, if you start not to push with this car, then there is a quite significant chance of mistakes. Those brakes are very weak compared to the engine of the car, so you have a very, very long braking zone. And usually when you're not pushing 100%, doing a little bit of lift and coast, doing a little bit of, you know, I'll just brake early and stuff, but you don't brake with the same aggression, then those brakes do not work at all. In other news, if you are starting just to cruise around too much, you suddenly find yourself going wide in a spot where you rather not go wide and may end up in the barrier. So as much as you try to take it easy, and as much as you try to not to not risk everything, at the same time you're still pushing and kind of keep doing your race. As in for the traffic, of course, you don't go necessarily into every little gap, and you don't dive a GTE if it's not 100% necessary because you're fighting for a position right now. So from that regard, of course, you take it a bit easier.
And right now as well, just double checking, both of your burst cars are leading. Is there any communication between the pair of you to help each other out if one of you did get into a difficult spot?
No, not really so far. Both of our cars looking at their own race. I had a situation where our LMP2 driver was lifting to let me by to lap them right in the beginning of sector 1.
Okay. Kieran, do you have any questions you'd like to throw to Mitchie?
I think we've lost his audio at the moment. Hopefully we can get that back at some point. We'll just let him know when we can hear us again. But Mitchie, you can hear us? No. I'm
going to take that as a no.
I can. Someone muted me, so.
Okay.
I'm back.
Don't go just yet.
Hello.
Hello, Mitchie. Sorry, this croaky voice commentator has just got just one question for you before you head off. I mean, it looks like you're having fun out there. Simply put, you've got a commanding lead out there. Your next driver or your next car is the 64 Satellite Racing Machine. I mean, just talk us through what's the mood at Burst at the moment.
Oh well, we are just trying to.
And it looks like.
Speaking of.
All right, I take that full blame. A little bit of a spin there on the 1x of 130R. But apart from that, Mitchie, how's it all going? How's the mood at the camp?
Yeah, we call it commentator's curse, but things are fine really. Apart from that spin now, we got a little bit of damage on the car, but it's nothing too serious, nothing too much to worry about. And from that point on, we're just trying to survive and trying to stay in the position as much as we can, and hopefully bring in that victory home. I think it's safe to say anything less than a victory would be a disappointment today.
Well, Mitchy, thank you so much for having a chat to us, and good luck for yourself and the team for the rest of the race.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Michi Hoyer there at Burst Esports, and apart from that slight spin...
Yeah, Kieran, how does it feel now being the reason that a team had an incident?
I've got a croaky throat. I think I can be given some respite. But yes, I did cause that, and I take full responsibility.
Now, if we could go back to this replay, this is how it all went so terribly wrong for the Mugen Sim Racing team in the GTE class. So we are getting it up on the screen. So Roland Zux driving, and Viaducton just comes across him, and I think Roland Zux then got a bit of a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell with the wheel movements on board there that he took his hands off the wheel, which is probably a good idea when the car's halfway through the air. You never know what that force feedback is going to do, but he did come back out of the pit lane though. How much damage is still left on the car remains to be seen, but that's one for the stewards to have a look at as we draw ever closer to the next hour, Yusuf.
Ever closer. Well, it is 6:57 on my Danish time, my wonderful Danish monitor, which means that there is just over 7 hours remaining in the race, and I think this might be a good opportunity to give a quick rundown of your class leaders. So in the DPI class, it is Burst Esports Simplexity, the number 18 car. And then heading down into the LMP2 class is currently actually Nabil Aslan leading in the 21 SEM9 axle, but they have to make a stop, so the lead will then default back over to Burst Esports. Got our sunglasses in the 94. GTE's Manuel Biancalila leading in the 54 Musto Pescara car, and in the GT3 class, which will, I'm sure, make a certain Alex Goldschmidt very happy, is a Glam Racing and the 404 of Lee Russell.
Yeah, absolutely. And we leave you then at the top of the hour. We'll be back very shortly after these commercial messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
almost halfway through the race. 7 hours remaining of our 12 hours here at Matsusaka. I'm joined by Alex Goldschmidt. And, well, we left on that ad break with Mugen Sim Racing doing a triple vault somersault that probably would have picked up a 10 out of 10 at the Olympics.
Triple Salchow with pike, I think is probably the terminology I would use if that was some sort of... Yeah, that's basically an ice skating term. That was a hefty impact. I really feel for Mugen Sim Racing because the Lady Luck has not been on their side. First of all, the GT3 car, that's still 6th in the classification for that class. And now, Roland Zooks, he was in the pits for a significant incident there involving Viaducton. And I'm not too sure if there was a lack of awareness or something. I'm not 100% sure with Viaducton, but it was a clear cut across. And there has been a penalty issued. I have been informed that Viaducton gets one of the stringent penalties going. Stop go 60 for that incident. I'm not at all surprised.
No, it's well, it's unfortunate. I mean, with these incidents, they are never intentional, but sometimes you get these lapse of judgments. We've already talked about it's a long race in the night as well, and I think Viaducton just thought that there was a space that they could drop into before taking 130R flat, and they misjudged it. And very sadly for them, they've got a stop-go penalty. Even sadder for Mugen Sim Racing, they've dropped really far down the order. Roland Zooks is now sitting in P6. He's 41 seconds behind DIS, and he's about 2 laps off the GTE class lead.
Yeah, Robert Bourne has been on a bit of a binge of speed, as has Saba Kiss. I mean, they're trying to reel in Burst Esport Gooder Sunglasses. And that gap is, well, at one point, between 2nd and 3rd in LMP2, that was around about 33 seconds, I think the last time I looked when I saw, and now that's getting even closer still.
Well, just 1 and a bit seconds, and when we were talking to Robert Horn before, they were saying that they were essentially just trying to push as hard as they can, keep their drivers fresh, and right now it is working for them. Just 1 second behind, and then after, or if Robert Horn can get past Joao Pitais, there is a further 30 seconds to Nabil Aslan. So your top 3, well, your top 4 actually in the LMP2, all on the lead lap right now. Meanwhile, further down the order, Adam State and B32 Racing, those two, they're still duking it out between the pair of them. We've also got a few GT3s battling, and actually, this one here is a battle for position. So I'm going to bring this one up on the screen because this is the 777 of DSR, Carl Lukegaard at the wheel, right behind Jan Brodesgaard.
Jan Brodesgaard was a little bit further down the order, and yeah, you did mention before the break we're going to hopefully, we might hear some team radio. We do have accessibility through the relevant channels for the teams here at GTR24H.org. You can actually go to, I think it's radio.gtr24h.org in order to actually listen in to the team discussions. But one of the things that has really impressed me, and I don't know who it is behind the wheel of the B32 racing car, but that car started stone dead last, as there's a little bit of traffic negotiation because I'm on board on the left-hand side of Juice's Motorsport. And that is... Oh, that's the Burst Esports car up the inside.
And Robert Porn using the traffic to his advantage to be able to close in onto Burst Esports. Our 2 battles that we were keeping an eye out for merging momentarily. However, it is still as it was before. Carl Lukegaard behind Jan Brodesgaard. And meanwhile, up ahead in the LMP2 class, Robert Porn behind Joao Pitais.
I'm actually on board with Robert Porn at the moment as they're going through the right-hand sweeper. And realistically, now we get a really good onboard shot from the number 15 heading into Spoon Curve. They've got DIS up ahead, and it looks like Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport on the 585 GT3. Oh, Robert Porn having to wrestle with the back end of the car as he puts down the hammer down the back stretch, and he pulls to the right-hand side as DIS keeps on the left-hand side of the circuit through into 130R. Porn has got to just keep it pinned. He's done that. He was in 5th gear at about 240 kilometers an hour through the apex and kept it as tight to the inside as he dared, and he's kept Joao Pitais very much in the crosshairs. And this really I did say about battles and, exacerbating. This is proof in the pudding that this is one of them. But at the moment, with the way things stand, that Nabil Aslan is leading by the best part of 14 seconds. And really good to hear from Michi Hoyer just before the commercial break, Yusuf, that he said that, they're running their own race, we're running ours, and we're looking for victory, and that's the biggest goal that a lot of these teams have. But at the moment, Sem9 Axel have the check advantage before any checkmate happens when we cross the start-finish line to complete the race.
Absolutely. I'm just starting to think, where does Robert Pawn want to make a move? He's clearly faster than Joao Pitaias. He's closing in by over a second a lap. Last time around, 3/10, although that was because he closed up to the back. So you can't really go faster than the car ahead when you're right on their rear end.
Also, looks like they've got the GT3 class leaders. And you said that this might please one Alex Goldschmidt. Well, yes, I am pleased. Because Glam Racing are leading GT3 at the moment as both LMP2 cars battling over second position sweep their way around the outside of the number 404 Glam Racing car, currently piloted by Lee Russell, as Robert Pawn trying to keep into the wheel tracks, keep in that aerodynamic toe of one Joao Pitaias as the run down to 130R continues. And Pawn looks to nose up the inside, decides better of it. He's got plenty of opportunities around this circuit as Unison Racing in the 717 GTE car runs a little bit wide coming out of 130R. But look, their line is stern through the Casio triangle. How is this one going to turn out? Because straight away the headlights goes Joao Pitaias, and Robert Pawn is in the slipstream down the start-finish straight.
He's right on the rear end of the Burst car. He's going to look to the outside as Burst go defensive. Joao Pitaias on the inside, but Robert Pawn can't hold it around the outside. He looks for potentially a switchback, but unsuccessful, and he's going to have to sit in third for a little bit longer.
Yeah, air temperature 16 degrees Celsius, track temperature 26 degrees Celsius, as the two LMP2 cars, the 94 and the 15, battling their way tooth and nail. Robert Pawn just keeping in the wheel tracks, keeping on the same line as Joao Pitaias from Portugal as they go through Dunlop. Ferris wheel now very much ablaze with the LED lighting. Through into the Degners they go, down on the brakes, down the gearbox, into the right-hander, now underneath the bridge. And Robert Pawn got all kind of a little bit wide going out of the second Degner, but he kept it pinned, kept the throttle down exactly how he needed to, and he's looking towards the inside through the hairpin. This is going to be a run through his viaduct and pulls to the right-hand side through 200R. We ride on board with Robert Pawn on the approach to Spoon Curve.
Viaducting doing a good job to get out of the way at the earliest possible moment. They don't want another incident like they had just a few minutes ago, but Robert Pawn still searching for a way through on Joao Pitaias. They make their way out of Spoon Curve now. The Deuce's car can sit, tuck in behind Joao Pitaias, and maybe have a go into the final chicane, into the Casio triangle, into 130R is always going to be crazy. It's a long race ahead. You don't need to risk everything right now. But it just seems to me that the 64 Burst car just has a little bit more straight line speed, maybe running slightly less downforce on their prototype.
Yeah, very much like how teams run at Le Mans. They'll have a high downforce package and then a low downforce package, but you can tweak it here. Well, the Eureka 07s are back in the slipstream. Goes Robert Pawn. They pull to the right-hand side. Pawn was so close to the wall. He's pulled to the outside. Round the outside. He does an M&M, but they nearly clash going through the second half of the first corner. And Robert Pawn, he's going to keep it pinned. He's going to get the inside line for the next left-hander. Juices are through for second. Epic setup by Robert Pawn. And Joao Pitaias had to fall in line for third position. Epic stuff.
And it all started coming out of the Casio triangle. Joao Pitaias, he lost the back end momentarily, and it just meant that Robert Pawn was able to get alongside on the run towards turn 1. Fantastic defending from Joao Pitaias. Great respect between the two drivers, keeping it close but never touching. And for a second I thought I saw someone going sideways through turn 1. But in the end, Robert Pawn gets the job done. Now he is 43 seconds behind Nabil Aslan. This is for your LMP2 class lead. Time for Deuces to get their head down once again and do the hard work.
You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to get an onboard replay from Robert Pawn, how he just absolutely sent that from a country mile behind. He really teed it up well. And then we go back to the 777 DSR car. Carl Lukegaard still running behind the wheel of that car. But very shortly I'll have that teed up very soon indeed. But it was an epic...
That's wide. Wide from Jan Rødsgaard. And that means that Carl Lukegaard is going to be able to find a way through. Easy does it. Down into the hairpin. In the end, didn't have to do it the hard way. Was just able to wait for a mistake as... Well, that almost went terribly for Teleforeningen. They lost the back end and almost ended up hitting one of the LMP2 cars. It then goes on the grass to try to find a way through.
Right, we're going to go on board with Robert Pawn as he absolutely sent it like a good one around the outside. Here we go at full racing speed. So Pitaias pulls to the right. Pawn nearly goes into a little bit of a clash with the wall. Pulls to the left.
And it's just bravery.
That was just absolute cojones, I think, is the terminology I would use right there. He kept it pinned, and you can just see... I'm going to try and get another angle here. How he just literally just sent it through, and I have to give credit where credit is due to João Pitaias for keeping the foot pinned and trying to keep from Robert Pawn going around the outside, but Robert Pawn would not be denied. He had the bee in his bonnet, the bit between his teeth, and he got the job done.
Yeah, they left each other enough room. Robert Pawn actually was sideways at one point through turn 1, so my eyes were not deceiving me, but he kept it, and he kept it on the circuit, and he got the job done. Honestly, my favourite move of this race so far. Yeah,
very much the case, as we see Adam State in the 7th place Satellite Racing 264. It's not been an easy start for the season for this crew. However, they are going to try and get to the end of the race, and they will still get points in that particular car. You've got Schwanner Meyer, Tom Kapusta, Sebastian Lukasik, Jan Granqvist, who took the opening few stints, and then Adam State from Great Britain, now behind the wheel of GM's finest offering in the sports car world today, and has competed all across the globe. Yusuf, anything that's picked up on your radar just now? Because I can see it. I can see in your eyes that there's something happening, and we need to know about it.
You might like this one. Guess who's the fastest driver out on track?
Go on.
I'll give you a hint. Not in the top 10.
Oh, Alistair Young by any chance?
It is indeed a 47.2 last time round. The quickest time aside from that is actually Robert Pawn in the LMP2 class with a 47.3. But Alistair Young is trying to carve down this gap between himself and Arturas Mazaitis in the 33 Adrenaline car. Currently 70 seconds between them, but that gap will be dropping down, and don't you guys at home worry, we'll be keeping our eyes on it as well.
You know what, I think you haven't asked me about liveries yet, have you?
No.
Not that much. Not that much, but
you weren't here for the morning show. That was a livery show.
I know it was a livery show.
Honestly, when I saw you out there, I wanted to let you in. You looked like a cat out in the rain.
Oh, thanks. I don't look like a drowned rat, thank you very much. And no, it's not raining.
I didn't say rat. You are like, if you... do you call a cat a rat?
Well, if it's wet, it's going to look like a drowned rat. That's what one of my friends normally says.
I think
but there we go.
You've seen some weird cats.
I don't see many cats that often. But nevertheless, we carry on regardless, and we're getting...
Okay, so Kieran and I, we did our favourite liveries. What are your favourite liveries for each class?
Maria Rinak's going to love me for this one. Glam Racing, definitely.
Okay, what's your second favourite livery in the GT3 class?
Second favourite livery?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest here. I like the B32 racing car.
Okay. I can respect that. That's a respectable decision.
Do you want to know my third one?
Yes.
CKR. Because the thing is they've gone very patriotically Brazilian. Oh, moment for Viaducton I've just seen. Oh, in the wars again is the number 1 car in DPI. That was going through into the Casio Triangle. But as I was saying, CKR, I love the fact that they've got the Brazilian flag, national flag, on the car. And what's more, we were talking about driver names when we were roasting rides last year, weren't we?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I actually thought when I saw that. Because my issue wasn't the fact that they had the names. It was the positioning of the names. And we can actually bring up the car in call... Actually, no, we can't because it's in the pits. Call it constructive criticism. I think that the names were too big and they were just slapped onto the side of the car rather than being properly positioned, in my opinion.
Indeed.
Because this is all subjective, of course.
Yeah. I do have to say that I have started to find a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for the 717 in GTE. Because it's something very, very different. You know, it's something that I would...
Have I ever shown you my Ferrari 488 livery design that I did with some friends?
You can probably show me that a little bit later on, because I would be definitely very interested to see that. We've now got the 67 back out on track, and that has got behind the wheel. Roland Zook's back again, but that incident that we saw earlier on was significant, and that has now put them down into 6th position when they're at one point battling with Manuel Biancolila and João Barbosa at one point for what was going to be...
It was a 4-way battle for the lead.
Yeah.
So it's a big shame for them, but this... I always like to bring this up whenever we see incidents befalling teams, or as Kieran would say, your mandatory issue. Sadly for Roland Zook, it's a bit larger than some other drivers' mandatory issues. But these are the points that make champions, right? This is an endurance series. It's a long series, 6 races. If you have an issue here, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you pick yourselves up, damage limitation. You can still win all of the remaining races.
Mm-hmm.
You can't let this get to you. There could still be plenty of issues that affect other drivers. And one of my other favourite sayings is, if you're in a 12-hour race and you are 25 laps behind before 6 hours ends, you can gain that all back. It's only half of the race, so whatever happened to you can easily happen to everyone else.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is the words Lady Luck that I mentioned earlier on is one of those things. You know, people say, well, I don't believe in luck. You know, drivers do have superstitions. You know, they'll get into a cockpit a certain way, or they'll put their left shoe on before their right, or whatever. And it's just one of those things. Some people I know don't have any superstitions at all, but they will be hoping, praying nigh on, that something might transpire. And as I was saying, the luck for Mugen has not been with them this round. Next round at Monza, you know, McLaren's good in a straight line in GT3, the BMW's good in a straight line in GTE, so there is an opportunity for them to claw points back. If they make it to the end of the race, they are still going to score points, and points make towards the championship. You know, you can't just sort of lick your wounds and go, no, we're not going to carry on. If they've got if they're still able to carry on, keep pushing. You never know what's going to happen in front of you.
Honestly, you're talking about Lady Luck, but considering Mugen in 2021, I honestly think someone in that Mugen camp married Lady Luck, divorced Lady Luck, and took the kids with them.
And opened Pandora's box at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely understand with that one, really, to be honest with you. I think there could be... Well, Robert Pawn, I've just seen, I think is coming out of pit lane.
We've got a DNF. I'm going to try to grab a replay of this, Peter, because Angel Benegas has DNF. So I'm going to jump on board and rewind the clocks a bit.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on what's happened there, but just having a look, we are trying to get some of the drivers will be completely focused. They may not be saying anything on the team radio channels.
I think you might need to get the replay up, because my camera is the one on the screen.
So, okay, so we're talking about the MCM Motorsport car, where I said that pink is the new beige.
That is what I said.
After you, so you said that.
You stole my saying and didn't credit the original owner.
All I'm going to say, well, you didn't see my message where it said watered down BWT. So...
Yeah, but you got the credit for that.
Yeah, well, watered down, yeah. So my apologies there. Right, we're going to move on. Crockmeister. I'm going to try and see if I can find the 27 and get an understanding. Oh, B32 has just had an off in the first Degner. And they are currently running in GT3. They're currently running third. They've got, so I'll have a look in just a second with regards to Angel Banganas from MCM Motorsport, the number 27 car, the Aston Martin. But okay, so let's just see. I will try and track that down, good sir.
I'm also keeping an eye on another battle that's coming up, and it's not even a inner class battle, it's an inter-class battle Robert Pawn behind the 64 of Lorenzo Di Quitis. Now, Robert Pawn has dispatched one of the Burst Esports cars. Now he's going to try and dispatch the other Burst Esports car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might take me a little bit of a while to get this.
It's a long way back now.
It's a long road, as they say.
Because we don't even know when it happened. I just saw DNF. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's... yeah, so I'm going to say, please hold, caller, on that one. It's one of those things, but yeah, it just goes to show that I sort of put the commentator's curse on saying, yeah, we've got 28 cars running, and then I was instantly brought to my attention, there is the car in the garage, so I'm actually winding the clock back. So we're I'm gonna get that replay. Come hell or high water, I am going to get that replay to find out exactly what happened with the number 27. So we're having a bit of a reverse time lapse at the moment. Yeah. So it's going to take a little bit of a time, so please bear with me.
While that's happening, Robert Pawn is all over the rear chuff of Lorenzo in that 64 Burst Esports Simplexity car. But can he get a move done? Because we know that the DPI is faster in a straight line than the LMP2. And that might make things a little bit tricky for Robert. Now, I think if Lorenzo is smart... Actually, no, I was going to say Lorenzo should let Robert through so he can close into Nabil. They can fight and that allows Drow to close in. But actually, Lorenzo should hold Robert up so that Drow can close in.
Right, okay. I actually have the footage. Quite surprised about this. So, when production is ready, we'll go to the replay. So the car makes its way down pit lane. 164 Satellite goes in front. Car pulls into the pit box. Okay. Car goes up. So the timer already counting on the top right of the windscreen, normally where you'll see, as we have got the yellow in sector 3 that's been retracted.
Okay, so what goes wrong? Okay, it gets dropped.
This is where it gets interesting, because the car now drops onto all four wheels. Car's been in the pits now for 25 seconds.
Everything seems normal. Honestly, this feels like an extract out of David Attenborough show right now. It's like a majestic MCM car in its natural habitat of the racetrack in Matsusaka.
In the pit lane comes the car.
But little does it know,
there's a surprise in store. there's a surprise in store.
For the Studio 397 issues are approaching.
Danger lies ahead, they say. So 56 seconds in the pits. We want to do this at real time. Okay, so the car's about to go into the lane to go out of the pits.
Why is it going... What?
Okay,
why is it so slow?
Just watch. This is where it gets interesting. Car is crawling. Not up to full pit lane speed.
I can walk faster than that car.
Yeah.
What? Huh? Okay, and now it goes. And it stops again. It feels to me like the driver is trying to change some settings as he's driving off.
I'm wondering if there's been an issue and it goes straight in the garage. Now I'm wondering if there has been a failure or there's been a problem if there's been a driver swap.
It can't be a driver. The thing is, if it's an issue with the wheel, he'd pull it to a stop, try to fix the issue, and then go again. That is bizarre.
Yeah, so that's basically the story of MCM Motorsport in a nutshell, and that car is tumbling down the order. So that is what I felt very, very odd, and it took me quite a few... It could... I'm wondering, is it fuel? Well, the thing is, that car was in the pit lane for 56 seconds, so...
I'm going to hold that thought because juices are right on the rear end of a certain burst car, actually touching through the 200R corner as they're making their way through. Spoon Juice is so close to the rear end, desperate to try to find a way through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to keep our keen eyes on over the next few moments, because Robert Pawn is not hanging about. He is on a mission, and that just goes to show how pumped up these drivers are, and they're about to go, oh, is that the Maradna Sea Stars car I spy in front of it? Yes,
sorry.
it is.
Yes, Moradness. Why have I been saying Burst Esport this entire time? No idea. There we go. I was thinking I was trolling somewhere, and I indeed was. Okay, Deuce is then behind Moradness. At least I got the driver name right. It is Lorenzo the Sweetest. Pronouncing that completely incorrectly, I'm sure.
I think there's been a note in the chat that I've been getting Eros Masciuli's name wrong.
Yeah.
Apologies.
That's my fault. I'm the resident Italian. I should be getting that right.
Well, the thing is if it's German, Austrian, I shouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Masciuli, I would have thought is probably. Please correct us if we are getting some of these surnames wrong. We can only apologise about that. But a big thank you for Eros for getting in touch a bit earlier on. We're now on board with Robert Pawn. And that car is now leading, considering the fact that gap between them and Joao Pitaya is... Oh! There was nearly a little bit of a touch, a little bit of a rub between the two cars as they were going through. But Robert Pawn was able to keep it out of harm's way. And, well, the thing is we're about just over 34 minutes or so until we hit halfway of the 12 hours of Matsusaka. This time, Yusuf, has absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
It has. I'm trying to think what we were even doing. We were talking about best liveries. We haven't even got through all of the best liveries from the class. We just did GT3 GTE. So, with that teaser in mind that Alex Goldschmidt will reveal his favourite liveries of the LMP2 and the DPI classes, we're going to throw into a quick break. And the coolest thing about breaks here at GTR24H, you still get to see the on-track action.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
And a half hours remain of the opening round of the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. It's the 12 hours of Matsusaka, and it's Alex Goldschmidt and Yusuf bin Sahil back with you once again. Yusuf, it has been an enthralling race so far. We're just a cusp over 30 minutes away from the halfway point. There have been multiple, and I mean that sincerely, multiple talking points, multiple dramas, but we saw, I think, one of the best moves so far with Robert Pawn round the outside of João Pitaes for P2 and LMP2. It was a joy, a privilege to bear witness right in front of our very eyes here at Matsusaka.
Honestly, this race, Alex, call me a McDonald's advert because I'm loving it.
Well, you know what they say, Tesco's always say that every little helps. There you go. It's strap lines come in. It's all that marketing jazz that we keep on getting pumped into our brains at random times. But the and Kieran McGinley is nodding his head side to side as if saying
Kieran,
no.
You know you loved it. Kieran, try something new today.
Oh God, here we go. Right, back to where we were. Let's give you all an update. Yusuf, can you take us through Hypercar and LMP2 in the current running order of things as we speak?
I could. So, am I mixing and matching the two classes?
I would say DPI first, then LMP2.
Okay.
I'll do GTE and GT3.
So, leading the DPI class is the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity of David Mroshek, who leads the DPI class. Then we have Lorenzo Di Sweetis in the 64 Maradnes E-Stars car, currently sitting in second. Then Alexei Mizin in the 17 Unison Racing, ahead of Alistair Young in a recovering SEM9 axle car. Then Arturas Masaitis in the 33 Team Adrenaline, running in fifth. And last but not least is the number 1 of Team Viaducton. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 class is João Pitaes, who leads for the 94 Burst Esports Goodar sunglasses, but they're on a slightly different pit strategy, different pit timing to Nabil Aslan and the SEM9 axle, car SEM9 axle, showing a lot of pace so far today. Robert Pawn in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car sits in P3, having recently made their pit stop. Meanwhile, Marco Slanzi in the 164 Satellite Racing car sits in fourth, ahead of Matej Varga in the 77 Team Iris car, with Alexei Zagorodnev in the Cyberlinks Racing. Alexei jumping into the car for the first time since he picked up that drive-through penalty for overtaking on the formation lap.
It was quickly, but on the naughty step thereof. GTE at the moment, it is the 54 MPE Porsche 911 RSR GTE of one Manuel Biancolila leading the way, ahead of Wojtek Polezny from the Czech Republic with Juices Motorsport Club, who we are on board with now. The gap between them is around about 77.4 seconds. That's a minute and 17.3 seconds at the minute. Nikolai Bezrukov, a further well over 1 minute and 17 seconds adrift in third. The recovering Roland Zooks after that massive incident just over, well, probably the best part of nearly an hour ago, with the contact with Viaducton going under the bridge towards the hairpin, and is still in fourth position. Good recovery from DIS Sim Racing Lab, who were languishing at the bottom of the timesheets earlier on in the race, but obviously both Yusuf and Kieran caught up with Andy Kirsten a bit earlier on in the broadcast. Adam State rounding out the top 6 with Michael Pedersen completing the 7 cars in GT. We have had 2 retirements, I'm afraid. Angel Banganas from MCM Motorsport, a sudden return to garage in the pit lane after a 56-second pit stop, with Eros Mashuli from Musto Pescara, MPE number 53, the defending champions. Unfortunately, Eros suffering internet dramas due to a localized storm in his locality. And GT3, it is the Glam squad, Glam Racing leading, having taken second in time qualifying yesterday evening. They lead the way by about 8 seconds. They're on an in-lap at the moment. Magic Kasperschik from Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport in the 585 makes it an Audi 1-2. It's the McLaren 720S GT3 of B32 Racing, who started stone dead last. They actually made their way to the front of the field, and they were ahead of Glam Racing. They were showing good, consistent pace. They're running in the 201.8s at the minute. Carl Lickergaard still keeping the DSR Gadgethuset Dottico 777 Callaway GT3 in 4th position, with Thomas Brenjegard for Teleforingen in the 188 BMW M6 GT3 in 5th, with Adam Serej, after dramas for Mugen Sim Racing, last year's vice champions, ran out the top 6, and unfortunately, due to issues from a technical perspective for CKR, the Brazilian squad, the number 13 McLaren is unfortunately out of the race and was one of the first casualties, falling by the wayside.
And I'm genuinely really happy for B32 Racing and DSR because they've been racing with GTR for a long time in the LMP2 class, struggling. They've moved to the GT3 class and they are involved a lot more in these races, involved in the battles for the lead. We saw mainly DSR in I think it was a three-way battle for the lead or three-way battle for second. And they ended up sadly having some issues. They've dropped down, but their pace is still there. B32 Racing, on the other hand, only about a minute down, a minute and 15 seconds behind this two-way battle for the lead. 8 seconds between Lee Russell and Masi Kashprish. Meanwhile, up ahead, we have a certain Nabil Aslan, who I am riding on board with, closing in onto Joao Pitayas. This is the battle for the lead in the LMP2 class. Robert Pawn a further 52 seconds behind.
Yeah, gap between them is about 1.5 seconds as things stand. We still ride on board with Wojtek Polezny from the Czech Republic. Absolutely stern face of concentration. The 1,000-yard stare, very much being engaged for the number 74 driver, doing a great job. We did see that in terms of time qualifying, Juices Motorsport brought back the two-pronged assault that they started with last season. And you know what? They were on the back foot in LMP2 earlier on in the race, a couple of incidents. But then we saw some brilliant racing from both Sabakis, absolutely pushing like a madman. And then we saw a perler of a move around the outside of Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses by Robert Pawn to make sure that they got that position. And you know what? Their strategy is working. For now, I might hasten to add. Because you and I talked about keeping drivers fresh. You're not 100% a fan of that, but at the moment it seems to be working for them, and they're enjoying the challenge. That's what these drivers are here for. It's a challenge to race against such great competitors.
Absolutely, they're showing phenomenal pace, and yeah, as I mentioned, not a huge fan of switching, chopping and swapping the drivers between every stint. But if the drivers are comfortable with it, if the drivers find that that helps them more than essentially having the chance to, what's the term for it? Having the consistency, being able to get into a rhythm, because in endurance racing, rhythm is such an important factor. If they can get into that rhythm quickly, then the strategy works, and right now, it's working for them.
Yeah, as soon as they get their tyres up to temperature, Yusuf, and the colder air now that we've got surrounding the track here at Matsusaka, still at 16 degrees air temperature, 26 degrees track temperature, 0 millimeters per hour of rainfall predicted. Let's have a look at the weather map if we can from weather.gtr.
I don't think we can get it up, sadly.
Right, okay. Well, the thing is, the skies are free and clear, as I can see on the weather map at the moment.
Apparently, the weather map is available now.
Yep.
Unless I have misread signals from production.
Probably they might not be able to show it on the screens, but you can head to weather.gtr24h.org to get that information, which I'm actually looking at right now as we speak on the secondary screen on the desk in front of me. I've nearly tripped over my tongue there a little bit. A bit of a tongue twister, unduly wanted, right there from yours truly.
I got some information from production. Apparently, our weather helicopter that goes over Matsusaka to get information has been hit by a storm, so the helicopter can't get there. And yeah, that's why we can't get up.
So I'm effectively getting it from the Nonchalin blimp that is probably about 15,000 feet upwards.
You're getting it from some third-party source. I wouldn't trust that. No.
I was going to say, I'm hoping that a virus does not hit the PC too hard here. But, yeah, it's clear skies. There is no drizzle predicted. There's no light rain, no heavy rain, no storms, no hail like a particular race.
Bit boring, isn't it?
Nürburgring, 24 hours a few years ago, if anyone might remember the hailstorm. Really?
No.
That was a few years ago. I remember that one like it was only yesterday, but still really good to see that the drivers. And one of the things that I don't think either you, me, or Kieran have really talked about it, right, Yusuf, when we've talked about going from the braking points, the turning points, the marker boards. When it's during the daytime, it's fine, but when you get into the middle of night, like we are in right now, it's going to be a case of seeing how the drivers adapt. And we saw several teams yesterday go quicker in the nighttime qualifying. Glam Racing was running, amongst others.
I have a list of them here.
Ah.
So, right, I'll just list the teams that went quicker during their qualifying night stint than they did during their day stint. So the first team that shows up is Satellite Racing, the 164 in the LMP2 class. Then we have the 17 Unison Racing in the DPI class. We also have the 33 Team Adrenaline, the number 1 Team Viaducton, Mugensen Racing, the 67 car. That would definitely come in handy for them right now.
Yeah.
Who else do we have? I'm still scrolling down. Not many others. Glam Racing, the 404 was one. They went 3/10 quicker roughly.
That's quite a lot.
Further night. CKR went identical in both, so they just don't care. For them, it's just someone turning off a light switch. And Teleforeningen
also
that's
went harsh. Turning off the light switch. It's like put you in pitch black, sir. But coming back to the liveries, you wanted to know my choices for LMP2 and DPI. I'll be completely honest with you. With DPI, I actually do like the Unison Racing. It's very discreet. 17.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to get it up on screen, boys.
Oh,
okay, yeah, it's very nice.
It is very nice. I think that's a really nice one. I'll be completely honest with you. I am a bit of a sucker for a traditional style livery. So the number 18, Burst Sims Esports Simplexity.
Production, could we get my screen up on the feed so I can showcase these wonderful liveries that Mr. Goldschmidt is talking about?
Well, that's the LMP2 car, I think, for Burst. And I'm a bit of a sucker for traditional liveries. Here's Unison Racing, the number 17. And once you get it really under the spotlights, you're going to see these colours, these flecks of colours really, really pop. And one of the things I like that they have done is that on both cars, they've actually put some of our partners' logos on there. So Aztec Simsport, Sten Goldman, Film Vault Limited. I like the fact that, sometimes the eye is in the detail. And from my perspective, Unison Racing is really good. I do also like the Sem9 Axle livery as well.
Okay, let's. I'll get that one up.
I've actually got that one on my screen at the moment, the DPI car.
Oh, you want the DPI car?
Yeah, so we're talking DPIs at the moment. I haven't come on to LMP2 yet.
No, you haven't.
So I like the fact that there's a nice, I like the sort of like the 50-50 split on the front cowling.
Right.
Where you can actually see, so the car comes in white, so you got, the sort of like the deep yellow on the left, the blue on the right. And yellow and blue go very, very well together. So it's a nice, and I like the sort of like the kaleidoscope sort of look on the side of the shark fin as well. Very, very nice. And obviously this design has improved from Axel. Because
so you think it's an improvement from last year?
I like it. I like the improvement from last year.
As I said to Kieran, I really like the top half.
Yes.
I really like the bottom half. I don't like them putting it together. It's like a cheese and onion sandwich. Love cheese, love onions, but together,
Okay. Point taken. But those are the three that really stand out for me for DPI. As Alistair Young gets up the inside of the 54 of MPE's Deegan Fairclough, one of the many Brits that are actually in this field as well. So good to have some of the Brits trying to fly the flag, so to speak. I do like what Team Iris have done with the LMP2 car. I really do like that, because you've got the deep purple with the black on the front of the car.
So this is a car that I really like.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh. And I like the accents. They actually complement the livery as well.
Yeah.
So
sorry, this isn't the one that I really like. This is one that Kieran really liked.
Okay, so what's the one that you really liked from LMP2?
Behold, in all its glory.
Oh, hang on, we switched.
It's in the pits. it's this car. It's the 241.
Cyberlinks Racing.
There we go.
I understand. I mean that's actually in that top two as well for me.
Okay.
The third one, it's a bit of a difficult one, but I'm gonna show deference to the newcomer. I do like Juices.
Don't praise him. I'll go to his head.
I already said that when I called him a superstar DJ.
Oh no.
The other day. I think we might be getting another interview very, very shortly. I'm just being given a heads up. Reference one of our GT3 competitors very, very soon. So hopefully when we get the heads up from production, we'll hopefully have them with us. And Chris Buxton will be joining myself for the first of 3 hours in about 14 minutes time. So we're just waiting for a heads up from production when we get the go ahead. But yeah, those are the sort of like the 3 liveries. So you now know my top 3 in all respective classes. So if I throw myself under the bus, I will take the full blame.
See, I'm going to have to get Kieran back in because Kieran was a damnant before about, no, Yusuf, you can't do 3 liveries. You can only give your favourite livery.
Okay, well, there we go. We've got one of our GT3 compatriots in the house. Gert Nielsen from Teleforingen. Good evening. How are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm fine, and hopefully you are too.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Good to see that you, after discussions between yourself and me via email, we talked about possibility of the M4 coming on board, but you went with the old Trojan workhorse from Munich, the M6.
Yeah.
That car looks lovely, Gert. I mean, how's things with the team at the moment?
We are just fine, and I think right now we are P6 or 5, something like that.
You're currently P5 at the moment. I see that Thomas is behind the wheel as things stand. So three driver lineup.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting one out here at Matsusaka, hasn't it? We've had so much going on.
Yeah, and that's it's a track that is difficult to pass, and well, it's interesting when you are in the GT3 class and with all the other cars are faster. So, but we manage.
That's the main thing. Now, go for the
hopefully without any problem for anybody. But I think we've got a one. No, not. That was our sister car in the GT that got a drive-through and something like that.
Yeah, they got a slap on the wrist and a trip to the naughty step. Gert, just to let the viewers know out there, how long have you been a part of a driver lineup here in GTR24H? Just to give the folks at home how much we respect.
Since 2007 or something, I think that was the first race.
So from the very beginning, 15 years. So Teleforingen, who are working in conjunction with ID SimSport. I know that Thomas Brenjegard is one of the drivers with you. He normally will be. I've had multiple conversations via email, and that just goes to show that you guys have been part and parcel, and to now have the best part of nearly 30 cars from 4 different classes, to be a part of that must be a really, really good feeling that hits you square in the chest, in the heart, and says, yeah, we're really proud to be part of it.
Yeah, we have fun with it, and I can feel now that I'm 66 and the speed is not right on the top 10 class, but we are with it for having fun, and hopefully we can this year meet to the big LAN event, and so we can chat with the other teams and so on. That's
And hopefully we can chat with you in person. Yusuf, have you got any questions for Gert?
Just quite simply, what are your goals for the overall championship, and do you see any particular teams as like your rivals for the season that you would really like to be able to beat?
No, we are. I think we are not in the run for winning the championship. There is too many strong teams. But could we be in the top 5? It's the last time we had in 2000 and I think it was 20. We were ended in 5th place. So could we do that again? It will be very nice. So we will see. And but we are mostly with it, for the fun of it. So and we have a very nice sponsor. I shall just put a reply to get some money, and they send a check. So that's that's fine.
Brilliant, Gert. Well, listen, tusen tak. Thank you very much for joining us, and all the very best of luck for the race.
Yeah, thank you, and have a nice evening.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Gert Nielsen from Teleforingen. 66 years young. That's great to see a character like Gert, who's been with GTR24H as a competitor for 15 years. So he was in his early 50s when Teleforingen made their first foray into sim racing, and it's all about the banter, it's all about the fun, it's all about the crack. That's what it is. That's what draws people like Gert back and back again every year, doesn't it?
And it's great that we've got, such a diverse grid. We've got the ultra competitors. We've got the likes of Burst Esports, Axel, Yusuf.
Yeah,
the list goes on. But then we've also got the young blood of Viaduct, and we've got the older drivers as well, who are still here more for the passion of racing than to win.
Yeah, I think you could probably compare. I'm going to make a little bit of a real life to sim racing comparison. If Gert Nielsen is the quintessential gentleman driver for GTR24H, I think his possible doppelganger in GTE AM is Aston Martin's Paul Dalla who's a significantly well-connected businessman, and he's in his 50s, and he still races at Le Mans and races in the World Endurance Championship. So you can see a little bit of the correlation there, and it's really nice to have a character like Gert being part of this field. We're now seeing that is going to be the lead car, Daniel Mrocek from Burst Esports Simplexity, coming into the pit lane. We are on what's now going to effectively be 191 laps very shortly, as James Juba, that name rings a bell here at GTR24H. He's now in the car in the 64 Maradness E-Stars car, going across the line. And that will give James the opportunity to have a bit of clear air as we ride on board with Maciej Kasprzyk from Poland for the 585 Valente Racing by Azatec SimSport car. And guess what, Yusuf? They are trying to close in. And it looks like, we've had a change of driver. It looks like Alexander van der Voorde is behind the wheel of the leading GT3 car. So I know for a fact we're just over 9 minutes away from the top of the hour once again, as we're going to hit half distance, and then we bring in Mr. Chris Buxton. But also good to see the perspectives that we get from the drivers that are in the meeting on the Google Meet. Arturas Mazaitis, full VR, full immersion, when there's no room for triples.
You know what, I tell you what, Arturas Mazaitis, if he saw the incident for Mugen Sim Racing, I think he's glad that didn't happen to him in that rig, because there would be vomit everywhere. I timed that to try to get Alex to spit out his drink.
He's thrown me under the bus when I didn't even realise it. 1-0 to Yusuf, I'll get you back later. So he did a bit of he could have had nearly a sim racing version of Mark Webber way back when.
But the unfortunate thing is he actually has to clean it up, whereas Mark Webber gets someone else to do it for him.
Yeah, someone gets to do his dirty laundry.
Yeah. Also, we've got battles. So, you've already touched on the one that was on our screens with Glam Racing and Valente Racing. DIS Sim Racing and Alexander Zakharov, Unison Racing having come out of the pits, about 6 seconds between them. Unison Racing, though, a little bit quicker. Wojtek Polesny, 14 seconds behind Deegan Fairclough in our GTE battle for the lead. And those two are matching times as well, so things are fairly close around the board.
Oh, they're getting even closer in GT3. Let's see if we can head to that lead battle as the top two cars, the two Audis, filter their way through the Degners. And it's getting rather close. 585, Maciej Kasprzyk closing in on the GT3 car. That is Alexander van der Voorde, if memory serves me correctly. Unfortunately, the last bit of his surname has been... Oh, my goodness. Kasprzyk catches a slide coming out of the hairpin, going through into 200R. Now they're going to head towards Spoon Curve. Up the incline here. Line astern of the two Audis. Who's going to blink first? Kasprzyk looks to nose up the inside. Van der Voorde runs wide, and oh my goodness me, that was epically close. But Glam Racing for the moment hold on to the lead. The gap is about a 1/10.5 as they go down the back stretch, pulling gears. They're now going to be up to 6th gear, and both cars will head into 130R. It's 6th gear, 255 kilometers an hour from Kasprzyk as they go through a little bit of a wiggle from the Glam Racing Audi, but it keeps a hold of the lead as they break into the Casio triangle down from 6th to 1st. Game on in GT3.
Glam racing hard, but fair slammed the door shut through Spoon Corner, but the battle isn't over yet. Volante Racing tucking in behind in the slipstream on the start-finish straight. Too far behind to have a look into turn one. He's going to show his nose, just show his lights into the side mirrors of that Audi up in front. Glam Racing in the Audi R8 Volante, also in the Audi R8, so there's no difference in terms of car manufacturing. There is a difference in setup, and you can see how much more aggressive we're seeing. Matsusaka being looks down the inside. That's it. Use is going around, a bit of contact that might unsettle the purple Glam car. But will it give an opportunity for Volante? Not quite through the very tricky Dunlop curve, and it is still Glam from Volante.
Yeah, that was Robert Paul, and I think both cars got to frighten up the inside goes Team Adrenaline. That's heading into the Degners of all places. Oh, wiggle from Glam Racing right there. They managed to catch it. Alexander van der Voorde doing a cracking job to hold on, but Magic Kaspersik is reeling him in. That gap was a second and a half. It's less than a tenth and a half. They're going to go through the hairpin. Glam Racing keeps it wide, keeps it pinned, hammers down the throttle. And Kaspersik is still not giving up, not giving in. This is the battle for the race lead, and we're 5 minutes away from halfway of the 12 hours of Matsusaka here live on GTR24H. This battle is one for the ages. We thought we saw it enough with Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses and Juice's Motorsport going through the first corner with Robert Paul filtering it round the outside. But Van der Voorde has really got to keep his wits around him. He will be told by Henrik Hoyer and Maria Rinhack, right, just keep it pinned. Wait and anticipate what Kaspersik does behind you. And this is where it's going to be crucial. A little bit wider coming out of 130R from the 404 Glam Racing Audi. But Kaspersik using the car as a braking marker. They're nearly touching bumpers going through the first part of the Casio triangle as they both power out of the final corner. As Van der Voorde pulls to the inside, Kaspersik in the tow.
This is the closest we've seen two cars on the start-finish straight all race long. Glam Racing leaving a little hole on the inside, but it doesn't matter. Mashi looks for the outside, almost collides with one of the satellite racing cars. Can't make it down the inside or outside into turn one. Looks for the inside into turn two, but is unsuccessful. And this season of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship is already shaping up to be the best season we have ever had. We've had battles all race long, battles between the leaders in every single class.
Well, this is getting really, really close. We're going to keep with this battle as now towards the inside of Dunlop goes Kaspersik. No room there at the end, I'm afraid, for the 505 Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport car as they hurtle their way through the Degners. It's about half a car length. It's not even that through the second one. And under the bridge they go as traffic makes its way towards 130R. It's now the run down through the right-hander, through to the hairpin. And here comes Kaspersik up the inside. Clash between the pair. He's got to let them through because otherwise there would be a protest sent right on in. But Van der Voorde has absolutely got the fire lit. He's like saying, hey, Sunshine, you got to do better than that to get past me.
Look, I love dive bombs as much as the next person, but Alexander Van der Voorde was completely within his right to turn in. Mashi was not alongside at the apex, and we can see this on the instant replay. Van der Voorde trying to defend, Kaspersik looking from side to side. He goes down the inside, but the Glam Racing car's already turning in when he gets his nose up alongside, so not quite the right move. However, heading into 130R, still nose to tail. Can he look for the center dive? Instead, he's going to look for the outside. How late does he go on the brakes?
Right, here we go. Van der Voorde's got the inside line for the Casio triangle. Neatly shuts the door firmly in the face of the 585 Audi as they come through the final corner. We're going to keep this battle as long as we can. But to be completely honest with you, this is where it's going to be really, really crucial because now Van der Voorde has got a lead. It is a slender one in the battle for GT3 as they hurtle their way through. They've got the Mugen 67 BMW GTE car closing in on them hand over fist. And they've got to watch what happens now because any compromise for any of these two drivers will mean that we'll be denied of what has been a titanic battle over the last 5 to 6 minutes, and it's still waging on. No one's giving an inch, no one's taking a mile. Through the right-hander now, they're going to head into the next few corners through the Snake Complex. The 67 Mugen BMW trying to pull around the outside of Kaspersik. goes through the inside and could thread the eye of the needle, which happens now. The BMW is in the middle of the two Audis through Degner 1, through Degner 2. The first thing that Alexander van der Voorde has got to do is just let the 67 go past, and that's Jorge Balog. And there we go. You know what? Van der Voorde had the presence of mind to say to Gergo Balog, you're not getting past, mate. If you want to get past, you've got to do it on track. And he did exactly what he did previously to Magic Kaspersik on the previous tour, going through that hairpin. And Kaspersik is wondering, come on, mate. Oh,
He's
wide
gone
from Glad! Wide from Glad. This is going to give the run through that they need, but still Van der Voorde hangs on by a thread. My goodness.
Van der Voorde on the marbles. He's not going to find as much grip, but he's still been able to get the traction out of the corner. He's got the slipstream from the BMW, and it's what's stopping Maciej Kaspersik from finding a way through, from punishing that mistake from Glam.
Well, through 130. Oh,
Wide
run
again.
wide again. Run wide again. This is going to open the door. Is it going to be a break fest? It is. Valente to the outside. They squeeze Glam Racing, who give a little bit of an assist from behind and a flash from the lights. You know that Alexander van der Voorde not happy at all.
I think that was a little bit too aggressive from Maciej Kaspersik. He just turned across Alexander van der Voorde. Maybe he thought that was payback for the incident between the pair of them that happened moments ago into the hairpin. But what we know for certain is that currently on track, Maciej Kaspersik is ahead of Alexander van der Voorde. That will be sent in by Glam Racing to race control. That will be investigated. And I have a feeling that either...
Oh, keep your eyes on Cyberlinks. They're going to open the door here a little bit, I fear. We're going to keep our eyes on this battle. We're going to go to a commercial break. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. ...2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship, brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flits, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Well, I'm having to take a stand up out of my chair because we have had dramas. Glam Racing, I've just been informed, has disconnected. The car is in the garage after what was a titanic battle for the best part for nearly a quarter of an hour. We're going to have a look at the replay here on your screens. And here is Alexander van der Voorde. and the car was on the grass and instantly disconnected, putting them on return, unfortunately, to the garage. And joining me for the first of 3-hour stint in the broadcast, Chris Buxton. Good evening.
Guten Abend, mein Freund, and hello to everybody watching along. My goodness me, do these people know that there's another 6 hours to do? It's absolutely incredible the amount of racing we've had, and not just for any position. It's been for lead of category for absolutely ages. But yeah, Magic Ashmashik and Alex van der Velde, what an incredible battle of the Audis that we've just witnessed. Magic a little bit elbow happy in certain points, but I think the move into the Casio triangle, it was a bit firm, but it was certainly on. He was the lead car at that point, so whether that one gets challenged or not, but you never want to see a battle end the way it did, and I would imagine that Clan Racing must be absolutely gutted that the battle did. Right. It's leaving its garage. So whatever issue it's had, it's lost a position, but he's back out into the race.
And it's probably have lost the lap as well, because what they need to do is inform race control. And if they do not announce that they're going to get the car back out with a change of driver, which they haven't done, they have to inform race control. That's the procedure, and they'll get an automatic 1-lap penalty. So that puts them into 3rd position. So a disconnect, they can reconnect to the server, they have to inform race control. If they don't do it, then they get an automatic stop-go 60-second penalty. But after what was a brilliant run, we've seen multiple changes for the lead in GT3, Chris. And you can see the highlights from the last hour. The battle, it was Ingolstadt's inner warring children from the workshop at Audi Sport GmbH in Neuburg am Donau. A bit of contact here and there. They were pushing each other like mad. And already Alexander van der Velde is getting on with business. He's brushing off what's happened and getting back to brass tacks, which is to chase those in front down. And that's the biggest thing you can do. You dust yourself off. You go, you know what? I've got nothing to lose. I have got everything that I can do in my power to gain that back. And believe you me, with 5 hours and 54 minutes still to go, keep your eyes on the 404 in GT3.
That is a very lively car, isn't it? Currently, as we can see, working its way through Spoon. Flash of the lights there. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I'm not sure what the flash was for. But yeah, there's definitely some frustration to have to get out of his system, and hopefully he's able to do so in his chase back for the GT3 lead. But it's really hard to do when you've been involved in an incident, especially when it kind of culminates in a disconnect, where that just compounds the frustration. But that's where mental discipline really comes into its own, to be able to just hit that reset button and get right back into the game.
Right, now I've got the blood flowing through my legs again. I'm going to take a perch, as always. But, Chris, let's have a look through. So what's happening in DPI? Because I see that Michi Hoy is leading ahead of...
Well, there's a surprise to no one, isn't it? To Michi Hoyer and Burst Esports. I mean, dear Lord, can anything other than Michi Hoyer stop Michi Hoyer? Let's be quite honest about
apart
that.
From Michi Hoyer himself.
Apart from Michi Hoyer, yeah. Only Michi Hoyer can stop Michi Hoyer. What does he need by leads? But I would say the lead 2 are just coming out of the pits, I think. We've got a yellow... Top 3, yes. Alistair Young just had a yellow out there somewhere briefly. Yeah, we've got quite a few cars coming out of the pits at the moment. Yeah, top 3 of the DPIs are certainly there. Some of them, 3rd and 4th in LMPs as well, have come out of the pits. It's Damien Scavron and Liam Rance for Burst Esports, Gooder Sunglasses and Satellite Racing, respectively. But Michi in the number 18 for Burst Esports Complexity leads by, it's got to be a good lap and a bit, from James Zuber in the Moradness E-Stars number 64.
Yep, indeed. LMP2 at the moment, Robert Pawn leading the way for Juices Motorsport Club in the number 15, and also Nabil Aslan for Sem9 Axel. There's about 5.7 seconds adrift. Damien Scovron coming in to pit lane exit, and there is the polished driver on your screens there just above myself in the studio, and we will have Chris from time to time, you'll see his wonderful face at the most defining of moments, let's say, Mr. Buxton. That's the top 3 in LMP2. What about GTE, Chris? What's happening there, buddy?
GTE being led by Musto Pescara, and currently in the hands of Deegan Fairclough. That's the number 54 car. The Porsche leading the way by, well, not a huge amount. Again, we've got some pit lane action going on there in the GTEs. As was around 11 seconds between the Musto Pescara 54 and the number 74 Duties Motorsport, currently in the hands of Czech Republic ace Wojciech Polesny. Third, Alexander Zakharov for Unison in the 717, that brightly coloured BMW. Is your top 3 in GTE.
And GT3, it's Magic Kasperczyk for Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport in the 585 Audi, after that titanic duel between him and also Alexander van der Voorde. And I've seen the Glam Racing cars in the pits again.
Yes, I saw that as well. A great shame that the 404 is back in the pits. We've lost a few by the wayside as well. 2 of our GTEs have fallen. The number 27 MCM Motorsport, Angel Benegas, in control of that when he came in. The number 404 is back out again, I think. Although that's coming up as being disqualified still on track. So I'm not sure what's going on with the 404 at the moment. Number 53, the Musto Pescara Porsche Eros Musili,
I think is the terminology.
Mashuli, thank you.
The phonetics were definitely displayed in the YouTube chat, and a big thank you. I can't remember who that was that made that, but Glam Racing, I have just spotted from the bird's eye view, is coming out of pit lane as we speak. So yeah, Glam Racing having a bit of a difficult time at the moment as things stand, but I think they're now going to start coming, they've got to start firing back. That's the second time that they've been in the garage. A real shame for them, Chris, but when you look at it, you've got B32 Racing. That McLaren's been on point for quite a lot. They've actually managed to weather any storm that has sort of ended up being blown their way, even though the wind is quite minimal here at Matsusaka. And Carl Lickergaard from DSR Gadgethuset.decor running a genuine P3. Thomas Brenjegard, we had a really good catch-up with one of the gentlemen drivers of GTR24H, the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Mr. Gert Nielsen, 66 years young. He's been involved with GTR24H since 2007. That's 15 years. His 15th year with the competition. That just goes to show how much fun people can have in their spare time when they get behind the wheel. They don't need to worry about invoices, any bent panels. It's only virtual.
Absolutely. And does that not show that he kind of back up one of the points I was making during the first qualifying session yesterday? It really is open to all. It doesn't matter your age, your gender, your political stance, whatever. If you have a passion for racing and you have a steering wheel, or even you have a controller, you got to start somewhere. Give it a try. You never know where that road will lead you. So you look at, oh no, the 404's in again. So Alex van der Voorde is still not happy with the 404 Audi.
Looks like
I'm gutted that we've lost the CKR number 13.
Yes, the Ayrton Senna tribute band. We did get a message from the team and saying that they had problems with of a technical nature, frames per second rate, and also CPU problems caused the Brazilian team to decide to call it quits. But we want to see that McLaren back at Monza. So a big thank you to CKR for trying to get off the ground, so to speak. It's a real shame they're not going to get any points at the end of this round, but there is still an opportunity for that team to come back fighting, and I would expect with the fact that as I know it, the McLaren 720S GT3 with its 4-litre twin-turbo V8, the M840 engine designation, Anorak me, that comes with 2 decades in the automotive industry. That car's going to be rapid at Monza, where they're over 70% full throttle, and that could be one to watch next round next month, Chris.
Yeah, such a different characteristic, isn't it? Monza, there's a lot of right foot. In contrast to here, that is a very technical, very precision and setup-based circuit, whereas Monza is less to do with the finer specifics of downforce and technical accuracy as it is raw pace and lots of right foot.
Okay, I think we're hopefully going to be speaking to another of the drivers very, very shortly. So when we get the heads up, we'll let you know. Second place at the moment, B32 Racing and the McLaren 720S GT3. They have weathered the storm, and that's one of the things you've got to do in an endurance race, Chris. Bit of lady luck, a bit of avoidance doesn't come, is also required at times. It's always a case of seeing how things play out, and B32 were at one point leading this race ahead of Glam Racing. So they're looking pretty good at the moment, but we've still got 5 3/4 hours left to go in the motor race. Anyone's guess as to what might transpire for B32 Racing, but we've got all that to wait to look forward to unfold in front of our very own eyes, good sir.
Yeah, completely. And that car looks gorgeous. I'm making no apology for saying I did notice. We talked about the liveries, didn't we, yesterday in the qualifying show? And that one I particularly noticed. I'm still a big fan of the 404. I love that purple and black colour scheme that is now in the hands. I've just seen they've changed driver. That's why they came in again. It's Enrique Hoyer that is in charge of the 404. So they should hopefully be back out without too much incident. Yeah, but that B32 car doing pretty well. It's around about-ish a minute and a half, give or take, behind the 585 as Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport Audi at the moment. But like we said, long way to go. And persistence is very much key. Again, like we said yesterday, persistence and patience are absolutely vital for racing at Matsusaka. There is Enrique Hoyer to find his way in the car. Now, when you first jumped in it, you still have got to get used to how the car feels under your own right foot. It's all well and good watching your team do well in it, or where the car seems to be strong. You've still got to make that adjustment, and it's very easy in those first exploratory laps to throw it into the wall. And considering the pace that 404's car has got, as has been proven with that amazing battle for the class lead, they really do not want to be spoiling that.
No, they don't, but I've caught up with what's happening with regards to LMP2 at the moment, and the B32 Racing Piggy in the middle here, unfortunately. Daniel Scovron manages to get through behind Nabil Aslan. The gap is less than 0.6 of a second. We saw a brilliant battle between Burst Esport, Good of Sunglasses, and Juices Motorsport Club when we had some great racing. Joao Pitayas versus Robert Pawn. And the good thing is that we're hopefully going to be speaking to one of the Burst drivers in a short while. I was going to say, did you use a musical lyric reference just a moment ago, Chris?
If I did, it was accidental.
A long way to go. Well, we're definitely not on the road to nowhere is how I'm going to retort on that one.
I did yesterday, because you said there was a deep purple on one of the cars. So yes, no smoke on the water to be found.
Exactly. There we go. But the good thing is we've got this different aspect now. Air temperature is finally dropping. We're down to 15 degrees air temperature. But the tarmac underneath the cars, however, Chris, is still at a peachy 26 degrees Celsius. On my weather radar, I can't see any rain inbound, be it light rain, normal rain, heavy rain, storm, and we've even got hail on the weather radar. God forbid. Nürburgring Nordschleife for anybody. I thank you.
No, thank you.
I don't thank you. It'll be like, no, we don't want it. We don't need it. We've got some great action as Damien comes into the pits for Burst Esports, Good of Sunglasses, the 94. Damien Scofferon from Poland. So the cars coming into the pit lane from second position was close. But a different alternative strategy between the two cars battling for the lead in LMP2. And Chris, it's always good to see these different dynamics, isn't it? Reference how drivers and teams expedite their strategies as best they can.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly when you've got a driver changeover going on, it's interesting to see how the next driver jumping in continues that. Continues along the way. We're at the halfway stage now, so some strategies may well have been adjusted. Take the technical issues with the 404 as we come back to Enrique Hoyer on his merry way. Wow, Damien Scavron wasn't stationary long. He's back on his merry way again. I was just finding out what the Polish greeting was, and I'll have to put that one away for slightly later. If we do get a chance to speak to the number 94, he may be a tad busy right now.
Yeah, I agree. 100% concur with your sentiment there, my good man. But yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting. I think it's going to be down to the wire in GTE. I think LMP2 is also going to be down to the wire, and I see 3 teams more than anything, which will be Sem9 Axel, Burst Esports, Good Sunglasses, and Juices Motorsport. There's 3 teams in that class that really have that real good opportunity. MPE 54, 74 Deuces, maybe even though they're a lap behind at the moment, the 717 of Unison Racing. That battle could get closer depending on what happens at the front end, the sharp end of the GTE field as such.
Yeah, you really can't discount anything. We've just seen the leader of GT3 go from first to last in the space of 15 minutes. So my presence as commentator cursed a car from first to last. I mean, poor Kieran, his voice has been commentator cursed into the Twilight Zone.
Shadow Realm,
into the Shadow Realm,
Well, Chris, I'm going to have to cut across you there, buddy, because we should have Tom Oldenmenger from Burst Esports, number 94. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Well, yes, indeed. Good to see you. It's been a dogfight out there in LMP2 for the lead. Joao going against Robert from Juices. You've been behind the wheel. We've got Damien behind the wheel right now. How's the feeling in the camp at Burst?
Well, I'd be lying if I said there was no pressure.
Spoken like a true professional there, Tom.
They came back at us quite hard, so now it's we're trying to push as hard as we can and make sure we keep in the fight until the end.
I think it was a really good start for the team, when we went green, probably, close to 6.5 hours ago. But every team in LMP2, they've had their trials, their tribulations. Yourselves at Burst Esport, Good Sunglasses, no exception. But you guys have been embroiled in some titanic battles. It's been really, really good to see how much racing room was given. And when we saw Joao versus Robert, we got a perfect example. And I think I nearly jumped out my chair. I was thinking maybe the defibrillator, I might need one by the right-hand side of my chair for the rest of the season, let alone tonight. That's really good to, for you guys to come in and go, you know what, we know that we're competitive. However, we know that we might be up against the wall with our backs flat up against it. And tonight has proved that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I was watching that move. And my heart rate got up as well. But it was all fine. Like, everyone could continue, and it's hard but fair racing, I say.
Yeah, we spoke with Mitchie from the sister car, the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity DPI earlier on, and they said that they're looking for the win. Obviously, we would understand that that'll be exactly the same for you guys at the sister car here at Good Sunglasses. How's the strategy looking at the moment? Are you on course for the targets that you guys are trying to hit, or are you needing to sort of make some adjustments here and there on the fly?
Well, what we've been doing so far is double stinting the softs, because we thought that would be the best way to go. But everyone around us is single stinting, so of course you start to doubt yourself and get out the calculator and well, so actually we're right now discussing whether to continue like this, swap it around, get really creative. Who knows?
Well, Tom Oldenmenger, thank you very much for joining us. We'll leave you to it. Good luck and all the very best for the rest of the race.
Thanks.
So, Chris Buxton, very good to hear from Tom Oldenmenger from Burst Esports, Good Sunglasses. Really good to hear that, there's still a very positive mood in the camp, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. They're very comfortable with their pace, as Tom was, eloquently putting. They're still feeling the pressure, so they're not, getting complacent with where they are, which is good. That enables people to, keep that pressure on. If complacency starts to creep in, then, that's when mistakes can happen.
Yeah.
There was a yellow flag out whilst Tom was talking there for Juan Amaya in the 264 Satellite Racing Corvette that's dropped into the back of the GTE class. So not sure what's happened to their growling American beast, but they're back on track again.
Yeah, the C8 Corvette, the current iteration. The C8s are currently used in the, I think in the World Endurance Championship, and I think it has also made a couple of segues last season in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship run by IMSA. It's their talisman car for GTE competition. It's good to actually have it as part of the crowd here in the GTR24H EEWC season for 2022. But looking at it from this perspective, Chris, it's really nice to hear from the drivers because we're getting an understanding of how they are approaching every single side of it. And that's what is important, that they can give us an insight, but we don't want them to give all their box of tricks away, do we?
I don't think they ever would they? They're always going to keep some cards close to their chest. They don't want to give any advantage to their competitors. But it's great to get an insight from a driver's perspective. We always guess and surmise on what is going through the minds of teams and drivers. So it's actually quite nice to get a confirmation, or either that we were right or that we were completely barking up the wrong tree on what's going on. Oops, yellow in sector 3. Who is that that's had a bit of a moment?
Just keeping an eye out on the track map at the moment, Chris, so once I know, I will find out. We're not that far away from another half hour completed. We're close to 6.5 hours of the 12 hours of Matsusaka completed. So at the moment we still have I think our leaders are now in the pits. They are, as is the second place DPI car. Maradness E-Stars James Juba is also in pit lane, so the top two.
Eek! That's getting close for Mitchy Hoyer off the back of the Glam Racing.
That's Liam Rance. So just
excuse me. Yes, Liam Rance. Beg your pardon. Yeah, but that was the 404 Glam Racing Audi that very nearly got integrated with the LMP2 Orica.
Squeaky bum time there, I think, is probably the best term I can come up with right now.
Somewhat. That's the DIS Porsche right behind it, isn't it? So they'll be trying to work their way past the Audi. Also, there's something else to bear in mind that I was going to mention earlier, that because Matsusaka is one of these very technical tracks, the faster classes don't have an opportunity to really get all the horses galloping. That's why you're seeing the LMPs mixed in with the DPIs and the GT3s mixed with the GTEs. Monza, very different story. That's when you'll see almost exclusively all four classes completely separated into their own divisions, and where they hopefully for the faster classes they won't kind of end up being tripped up by the slower ones inadvertently, but that actually puts an extra pressure on the drivers to not necessarily be more creative, but to also exercise the patience, because again, it's very frustrating if you're in a much faster car and there's someone that is just minding their own business ahead of you. You've got to pass in a way that isn't going to throw away 12 hours worth of racing.
Indeed. Right, quick roundup before we go to a commercial break. Mitchy Hoyer for Burst Esports Simplexity leads overall and in DPI. In LMP2, it's Nabil Aslan for the 21 Sem9 Axle LMP2 category. And then in GTE, it is Deegan Fairclough for the 54 MPE Musto Pescara Engineering Porsche 911 RSR GTE. And in GT3, it's Magic Kaspersik for the Audi at the front of the field, the 585 Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back after these short commercial messages. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Simsports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Five and a half hours remain of the season opener for the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Alex Goldschmidt once again joined by Chris Buxton. And Chris, it's been an enthralling first half hour, and we've got another one to go before we head to 7 hours remaining here at Matsusaka. If I can hear Chris.
I did it again. I left the mic on mute. I have done this broadcasting log before, I promise you.
Never could have told that.
It's been a brilliant first half of the race already, and very much looking forward to how the second half is going to transpire. I noticed the number 64 has been in. James Tsuba is still in the car, but now has got 5 LMPs in between himself and the lead number 18. So that could be a little bit uncomfortable for our second place DPI. As we're looking at Liam Rance. Just as I mentioned, the DPIs, a yellow flag briefly for Alistair Young in the number 11.
Car currently fourth in DPI. Was the fifth placed LMP2 car. Mate Varga for Team Iris, just getting past the sole MPE car of Deacon Fairclough in the number 54 Porsche 911 RSR. But we're in a steadier rhythm now, aren't we here, Chris? Drivers are making their way through back marker traffic. People are trying to keep on the racing line. They've got to watch for the blue flags that are flashing on the circuit whilst they're driving past the digital boards. And you can see, like, it's that old adage with endurance racing. It is risk versus reward. Alistair Young having a little bit of a wide moment there, going through 200R, trying to get past Henrik Hoyer in the Glam Racing GT3 in the 404 Audi. But you can tell by just the way that these drivers are pushing, it's like they've got nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Well, indeed. By this point in the race, because all the practice hours and laps that have gone on before, people should be fairly used to how the car is going to behave. Even these cooler temperatures, of course, we've been in darkness for quite a number of hours now. Yeah. So all the drivers should be, knowing what they're up against. As Damien Scovlon continues his merry way, third in the LMPs. What is he? He's only about 8.5 seconds behind Robert Bourne in the Deuces Motorsports. There goes Alistair Young in the Axel car. That's fourth in the DPIs. It's got a lap to close in, I believe, on the 17 Unison car, but dispatches of his did do. As Damien Scofflot is continuing. And again, they're two different classes, but this just goes to show that the DPIs cannot use their performance advantage anywhere near as much as they would like. As we can see in the pictures, James Tsuba in the 64. Is that been in again? Have they had a problem or something? Because they were.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm hoping for some kind of update, so we'll find out as things progress. But that is very, very odd indeed. That car is. I'm just keeping an eye on it, and there is the back end of the car itself, very resplendent in the Muradness Racing colours thereof, which Daniel Murad, real life racer, does sport himself. I've seen him post quite a bit on social media with those colours adorning his upper torso with the T-shirt, and also his sim rig as well. So that car, that's a bit weird. I'm not too sure what's going on. That car has been in the pit lane, Chris, over a minute.
They've been in there a while, haven't they? I'm just sort of realising that, and as before we had the outbreak, they were. I think there was just one LMP in between themselves and Michihoya, and now all of the LMPs are
Who's
all
just hang on, has Alistair Young had a moment through the Casio triangle because that car had spun 180? I'm going to try and see if I can pick that up. And,
good spot, yes. Alistair Young did indeed cause a yellow there, so very well spotted there, Herr Goldschmidt.
Danke sehr. That's the thing that you will get to love between me and Chris, that it's a bit of a Deutsches love fest, only the thing is that Chris's German is minimal at best, and we do try and make light-hearted work of it, don't we, good sir?
So I'll use the few German words I know and have to try and figure out the German response that I clearly don't know. And as Tsuzuba's car's not in the garage, so it is just in its stall, but it's been there a very, very long time, and there it is.
Yeah. I'm a bit concerned right now because that means that Unison Racing, with Artem Shulayev behind the wheel, has now gone second in class. I'm at a loss. I'm going to try and do some delving if I can and find out exactly what's going on. I'm not 100% sure.
Delve away, mein Herr, as we continue on, as everyone else is kind of minding their own business. Oh dear, other than Liam Rance facing the wrong way at turn 1. That's never ideal. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with what happened to the 164 car literally a few moments ago. That's quite a scary moment when you can see the headlights coming towards you. It's never ideal in any particular racing category, no matter. And there's a yellow hand sector. Well, that probably is the yellow indicator at the top can be a little bit behind the action that we directly see. So that was probably from Liam's car, as no other car that I can see is causing a yellow. That would have been a little bit of clinching going on, hoping nobody came and found him. But that's going to put him a little bit further behind Damien Scovron in the third place, number 94, Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses car. Whoa, that was not an ideal way of taking the hairpin. Very, very slidey tail end on that satellite racing car. Has he been involved in an incident, or are those tyres absolutely dead? Or is Liam pushing a little bit too hard to make up for lost ground? We're not certain at this point.
It's difficult to say because you want to have an idea from what the driver is thinking. As Medvarka goes sweeping through the first part of Spoon Curve like an absolute whirling dervish and manages to put the power down coming out of the second part of it on the back stretch heading down towards 130R. Oh, that naturally aspirated V8. That's goosebumps all over going through to 130R at the best part of nearly 270 kilometers an hour in 6th gear. That's actually, and that's the Team Iris car. I was saying to Yusuf before you jumped on with us, Chris, for commentary duties, I like the fact that the Team Iris car, it's got this very nice deep purple, very much like glam racing, but you've got these very, very nice accoutrement and a little bit of accompaniment with the brighter colours on the tuning vanes, on the front splitter. And, as I say that commentator's curse, I've done it again. What am I like? I like the livery. And I do have to admit that Yusuf saying about Cyberlinks Racing, a little bit of different colour scheme there from the 241, who rounds out the top 6 in LMP2. I mean, there is such a smorgasbord of colour, wouldn't you agree, in this field for 2022?
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't seen all of our competitors yet. There's a couple of cars that aren't here for this event as well. So more to look forward to as we progress through the season. Next time out at Monza, as we've previously mentioned. Yeah, that is a good-looking beast. That lovely, purple, and pink accented car from Satellite Racing. They've been known to give us some brilliant liveries. Last year's livery, I seem to remember, Satellite was pretty hot, but the Team Iris one is pretty special this time around. They've done a good job there. And yeah, the Cyberlinks one is a similar kind of arrangement. Oh dear. is that Matsusaka that is pushing that a little bit too hard?
Oh, the back end could have possibly have stepped out to either the right or the left and spun the car 180 degrees the wrong way. But, you know what, I mean, we'll try and see if we can have a look at... Well, I had a really good chat with Gert Nielsen. Let's have a look at the Teleforingen 188 BMW M6 GT3. That's coming through. It looks like it's got the... Well, James Juba is actually out of the pit lane. There is the Teleforingen car. The M6, steeped in motorsport tradition. Road car engine pulled straight in to the... So it's the engine and the gearbox from the actual road car that went into the GT3 homologated version. To be honest with you, I still like the fact that it's a bit of a Munich tank, so to speak, but it's nice to see that car on the grid, isn't it, Chris?
With the M8 now very much an established force, it is good to see the M6 still has some love out there. And yeah, like you say, it's still an absolute monster, isn't it? It's it was the M8, wasn't it? There was the meme car, the one that was seen here to be larger than life, essentially. But the M6 still has a great presence about it. Yeah, it does have its, of course, links to its road car variants on how the GT3 car was homologated, but that doesn't make it slow. Still an absolutely rapid beast. It's quite a handful to tame in its sim racing, guys. I never managed it. If I'm entirely honest, I've spent more time facing very much the wrong way in every single direction other than forwards. And the few times I've tried to handle the M6, but it is still a gorgeous beast, not entirely unlike yourself, sir.
True, I am a bit partial to a bit of Munich's finest. I actually grew up with quite a few cars. For those wondering, I'm talking about the old Shark Nose, the BMW M635 CSI. My dad had actually a couple of them, if memory serves me correctly, and he also had, when the Shark Nose was on the 5 Series, the 528i with the Toblerone plastic black rear spoiler that used to sort of go around the propeller of the BMW badge on the tailgates, and some fun times back then. But still, Munich, you know, BMW still holds a place in my heart as a proud Anglo-German, an 8th by descent, if people are wondering. Yes, my surname is full-blown Germany, but of course born in the UK, but also a dual national. But I'm very proud of that heritage, to have that, and to see Ingolstadt being represented, Munich being represented on this grid, just really gives me the goosebumps, to be honest with you, Chris. There's so much folklore. The Audi R8 has been one of the most successful customer racing GT3 cars in real life, and it's a car that a lot of drivers do really like on this platform.
It is it's a very stable car. It is not necessarily got the most amount of horses in the straight line, but wow, can the thing handle so well. And we talked yesterday about confidence, about drivers having the confidence to push that a little bit harder, to get the best out of their cars, out of their setup, and out of their times more accurately. It doesn't necessarily have to be the fastest thing in a single lap. It's all about consistency, and particularly here, patience. So I keep coming back to that particular phrase because it's so easy to push too hard at the wrong time, and you've blown the lap, and all else fails, you've chucked the car into the wall. And how many times have we seen in the last couple of days cars embedded in the wall and missing vital bits?
I think the Teleforingen car was actually one of them. It did have a couple of moments coming out of Degner 2, if memory serves me correctly, and one of the sides unfortunately clattering into the barrier, the wall, the aluminium sheeting that surrounds yourself and the wire fence, surrounds yourself by the wire fence that is just behind, as we go to Team Adrenaline in the number 33 car. Sebastian Deville now piloting. So we've had Arturas Mazaitis, we've had Homer Senior, and now Sebastian Deville. Really good to catch up with Sebastian on the official free practice session, which also comprises of the official press conference. This team here, they were close to getting third position on the grid for the DPI class, and that in itself was a pretty milestone achievement. I think there was probably smiles for miles for that crew, Chris. But nevertheless, they're still trying to make some inroads, as is everybody else that's trying to move up way of things. And you know, we were talking about the fact that Mugen Sim Racing have had some difficulties in both GTE and GT3, obviously with the unfortunate misfortune of you know, the Glam Racing. Martin Mergley, behind the wheel of the 82 McLaren, is now 5th position in the GT3 class side of things. And also we saw that absolutely humongous, I think probably one of the biggest incidents since the beginning of last season, where we've had a car literally, in the words of Limp Bizkit, go rolling, rolling, rolling in the 67 BMW with Roland Zooks behind the wheel. That was quite a, well, spectacular is probably the least understatement that I have. Reference superlatives. I think it was quite literally gargantuan, sir.
Yes, it's not the ideal way of taking a line in a race car, let's be honest, but yeah, they do their best with the situation they presented. We just saw...
Sorry, Chris. Just seen a change for 4th position because Mugen Sim Racing have just got past the 188 of Teleforingen. So Gert Nielsen has been passed by Martin Mergley in the meantime. I'm going to... I think we did catch that on camera. So a very clean move there by Mergley. And so now Teleforingen round out the top 5 positions. So a very clean move there from the 82, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. It's good to see. Didn't need any kind of barging. Is that the number? Is that the 21 coming back out? Is that the 79 axle car that is coming back out on track? I think it is. It's difficult to tell when you've got staring in the glare of the headlights, but that is the number 21. So from the lead of the LMP2s, that is now back in the hands of Inigo Anton, who's in that car for the first part of qualifying, and that is now, it's had its stop, driver change, and back out on track. About 17 and a half or so seconds behind Damien Scavaron for second in class at the moment. So a nice, straightforward stop for the 79 axle squad.
Yeah, we're just over, well, probably about 10 minutes away from hitting the top of the hour, and the deep of night. It's about getting through it, Chris, isn't it? You know, we've seen that in endurance racing, both in real life and in the sim racing world. Here at Matsusaka, and for the first round of the championship, it is no different. And these teams are going to be put through the ringer over the course of what is probably pretty much the best part of nearly 8 months of competition. 6 circuits, very different in their own respective layouts, some shorter than others, some faster than others, but also the fact that it's 6 circuits at 4 different continents. The mix that we've got this season, you and I have already talked about that. Which one of the tracks that we've got out after Matsusaka is really, really tugging on your heartstrings right now?
You evil man. I knew you were going
I had to get one back.
Oh, that's so hard. They're all really spectacular circuits. I'm particularly looking forward to the next one at Monza, and the main reason is because I just love to see, you know, diversity. And like we said earlier, the characteristics of Monza are the polar opposite to Matsusaka. So I really want to see how our drivers and how our teams fare with their car choices following that round in particular, having obviously done battle and finish where they're going to finish here in Matsusaka. So yeah, Monza, I'm very much looking forward to. I'm looking forward to all of them. Of course, I'm going to say that I'm on the payroll, but but no, they're all fantastic tracks, and I very much look forward to seeing them.
Right, I think I've just heard about a disconnect. Just trying to catch the number. I think that might be, well, I caught a 7 at the end of it. Right, 27. Well, Angel...
That's Angel Banegas. They've been gone for a while.
Yeah, the MCN car, that was a very, very long time ago when we saw the car trundle to the end of the pits. Oh, well, it stopped in its box, Chris. 56 seconds on the pit stop, and then it decided, right, We're going to drive to the end of the pit lane. It literally crawled.
Oh dear.
And by crawled, I mean crawled, big time. And that just goes to show...
Walking pace was faster.
Well, and then the car ended up in the garage. So it has been a difficult tall order for some of these cars. And from this perspective, we're now seeing a lot of drivers just getting into their rhythm. They're now at that point where they can concentrate. The first 6 hours of this race have been nothing if short of explosive to put the point across here. But and I think Yusuf very rightly put this. He said until the last 60 minutes, you're not going to have a real indication, as we know in endurance racing, as to who is going to be battling for the victory in all of the 4 classes. And people might say, well, the way things are at the minute, it might be a mere formality, but you, myself, Yusuf, Kieran, the entire team at GTR24H know that you cannot say that without having to realise there could be something that is going to upset the apple cart, and it will come at no notice whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when fatigue is kicking in, it makes those errors, it makes those surprise moments even more likely. As we've got a great split screen here of Matti Varga in the number 77, Liam Rance in the 164, and they're not separated by much. Liam can just about see his quarry. That is 2.8 seconds near enough between the two competitors. That is a potential battle for 4th, and there's a few cars that aren't that far apart in endurance terms. I was looking earlier, the Ted Fonningen car is back in the hands of Gert Nielsen. He's less than 10 seconds behind Martin Mergley, so the 82 Mugen Sim Racing car is now up into 4th place. But that gap between the Telefonian car and the Mugen car is kind of fluctuating around 7 seconds. So there could be a bit of a battle there. Another one, I beg your pardon, that's 2 different classes. So yeah, the battle for 4th in the LMP2s could well get lively again before very long. As I say, there's less than 3 seconds separating those. And LMP2 lead isn't all that far apart. It's about 17 seconds, which sounds a lot in kind of sprint racing terms. It is a lot in sprint racing terms, but that kind of gap can disappear in a single mistake in an endurance race. So the 94 Burst Esport Goodar Sunglasses squad are chasing down the number 15 Deuces Motorsports Club car of Robert Pawn in the lead. But Inigo Anton, back in charge of the 79 Axel number 21, is less than 9 seconds behind that battle for 2nd. And last time around was, let me just look at the lap times, was quite a bit quicker than Damien Scotron.
1 minute 46.6. And Damien Scotron was close to 3 seconds off of that. And I think what I'm going to come back to a point that Tom Oldenburger really did actually say, and he said that we're going to have to start being a bit creative. We've double stinted the softs. That says that there's a lot of creativity in terms of getting your strategy right. You've got to line up all your ducks in a row and think, right, okay, well, that one's going first, that one's going second, that one's 4th. You know, so you've got to put them all in the row and put them in the right place. It's like organising your chess pieces on the checkerboard. That's what these teams are having to do. And as I asked Tom, I said, you know, you're having to work on the fly. He said, yeah, we're going to have to get creative. Every team has the opportunity to control what happens, but there is always a window of opportunity where something does not go to plan, and that's happened with a few teams here so far. As things stand, as we're fast approaching the turn of another hour here at the 12 hours of Matsusaka. Chris, we know that predictions have been put in for the season. It's been quite interesting how we can predict what we think's going to happen, but it's a completely different kettle of fish when you get across that checkered flag and the finish line is there, 12 hours completed, you cross the line, everyone's exhausted. Everyone. And that'll be us in the broadcast booth, everyone in the production studio, every team, every driver, every engineer, everyone will have spent every single ounce of energy to give it their all. And that just showcases how much passion there is for sim racing, and especially here in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship.
100%, as we can now see Liam Rance really getting close to his quarry now. Less than a second separates him and fourth from the Team Iris car. Oi, that was close from the Porsche, but Liam Rance had the faith to make that one stick. Yeah, it was interesting hearing Tom saying they're double stinting the softs. I can't see that they can get away with that in the daylight hours, because those would just overheat after a period of time. But here they are doing very, very well to make that stint work and doing something different to their competitors, not just following the mule train, not doing what everyone else is going to do just to keep pace. They're interested in improving their standing, so very much, and it's paying off for them at the moment. He's doing pretty well. Go on.
I'm looking for the back of Team Iris at the moment, and Liam Rance is on an absolute mission, trying to close in on that car. They're going down the start-finish straight at the moment as we speak, so I don't know if we can get to that angle very, very shortly. Fingers crossed we can. And there we go. There's Liam Rance. That's the viewpoint from his car. I've got the viewpoint from Mate Varga from Team Iris, actually from the rear wing. And you can see how close these two are. At one point, Mate Varga, the back end started stepping out. There is the view on your screens at home. That is just incredibly close, and the gap now is less than 8/10. It's close to under 7. Liam Rance is reeling in Mate Varga, so could we see a move for fourth in LMP2? I think it could come sooner rather than later, Chris.
And you've got to remember that the Liam Rance and that 164 Satellite Racing squad was very, very late to qualifying yesterday, so they had way less track time in competitive situations than everybody else. I think it was just half an hour left of the session before they actually were on track. So they lost 2.5 hours to everybody else. So, Liam Rance trying to get a great switch there. We obviously couldn't see from that angle. There was a GTE Audi on the way, but it did look like that Liam Rance was trying to get a switch back on Mate Varga there. So we're now screaming up to 130R, and wisely Liam is thinking, no, I don't fancy that, but that's pushed him a little bit too wide. I think that's one of the DPIs that's behind. I can't actually see who that is from that angle.
Could be Unison Racing, I think, judging by the livery, to be honest with you. But whilst this battle rages on, we're now going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. Stay tuned. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC inaugural round of the 2022 season here at Matsusaka. 7 hours down, 5 remaining. It is myself, Chris Buxton, in the box. Alex Goldschmidt taking a well-deserved rest. Kieran McGinley, are you here, ready and willing?
Of course I am. My throat, on the other hand, has a different answer, but I'm certainly here anyway.
You beautiful, beautiful man. I shall do my best to waffle on as best I can, as we are looking at Mate Vargas in the 77 Irish car, still fending off the advances of Liam Rance for fourth. That's, I think, it was someone getting out of the way at the top of the shot there. Now coming through the Cassia track, and Liam Rance is still attached to the back of the Irish car. He's been there for a while now, still half a second separating the two. They're doing a great job of navigating the traffic, and that's no mean feat in these cars. You're a little bit more familiar with driving than I, Mr. McGinley. Before I make that particular point, my goodness me, Liam Ross nearly integrating himself to the back of the Gadget House Corvette there. Struth, that was close. The 777 is trying his best to be as small as he can, which is not an easy thing on a Corvette. But how are your thoughts for the various cars we got on the field? If you were in one of these machineries, what would be your chosen weapon?
It's interesting because we've seen from the hypercars all throughout this weekend that what they have in the straight line speed with their engines, they're sort of a little bit nervous, the cars through the corners. You really have to be on top of your game to guide them through the corners, especially the high speed corners. So I'm not sure I could tame a beast like that, but I'd certainly give the production cars a go. They look much more grounded, a lot safer to drive, and I think they give a little bit more leeway in terms of mistakes. It's you can get much closer to crossing the line without crossing it, which I don't think you could do for the DPIs. And if I had to choose a GT car, which I assume is going to be your next question, Chris, and I don't want you to call me a coward, I would probably say I'd go with either Audi or McLaren. They seem, to be the best handling cars, and I think I much prefer a stable setup rather than quite a nervous, jittery car.
Mr. McGinley, would I dare brand you so? You hurt. But no, I'm exactly the same boat. There's no way I could tame the DPIs. They're monstrously quick, but they are so hard to hang on to. Lap after lap after lap after lap, as we see Mate Varga and Liam Ross. Oh, Mate Varga got turned wrong, and nearly Liam Ross smashed into the back of it. That's the GT3 leader. They've just gone past Mark Vermeer, that's now in the charge of the 585 Volante Racing by Azatec in for Audi. That got a little bit close. But no, I'm in exactly the same boat as you, Mr. McGinley. I would actually go McLaren. One, because I'm a sucker for the brand, but two, it's stability more than its raw pace. Speaking of stability, Mate Varga again. That car getting all out of shape coming through the Degners. Now, surely Liam Rance smells blood in the water here. Nearly slammed into the back again, Mate Varga. That car is just not wanting to behave itself now. Is Mate Varga really feeling the pressure? Is he pushing that a little bit too hard? Are these tyres gone? I mean, who knows? No one really knows the answer to any of these questions. That's what's running through our heads right now. But Liam Rance is all over the back. He's got to pick his moment carefully. He's clearly the quicker of the two, because Mate Varga has so far had no answer to shake off his pursuer, the 164 car. But again, Liam Ross doesn't want to just banzai that and hope that he can get away with the move. He's got to do his move carefully, because there's not a huge pace difference between the two. But yeah, we're talking about stable cars, and Mate Varga, by the look of it, that Iris car is anything but stable.
Yeah, it's a mixture, isn't it? It's a mixture of Varga really trying to push on and trying to get away from the car behind, and Liam Rance in response is just, turning up the dial of pressure at the moment and trying these moves in towards the first corner. Tried the move there, just trying to manufacture the move. In the end, it sort of ended with egg on his face there for Liam Rance as he runs deep in towards turn 2 there. He'll get another chance to go again, of course, but a little bit of a let-off there for Varga in the Iris machine.
Yeah, the little bit of breathing space was exactly what Maidvaga hasn't had for several laps. Now, finally, with a small mistake from Liam Rance, has given him just what's that 1 second gap, which isn't going to take too long to get rid of, judging by Liam's previous pace leading up to this point. It's already disappearing. Just watching the delta in the tower in the top left-hand corner, you can just see those numbers shrinking at every corner, every kilometre driven. That gap is disintegrating. That just shows how much more pace Liam Rance has, but he just needs to pick his moment carefully. They don't want to bin over 7 hours of racing just to try and make one particular move. Like I was saying earlier, Kieran, that Liam Rance, that 164 car, was so late to qualifying yesterday that they lost out on quite a lot of track time with everybody else. Now, I'm not saying they haven't practiced. Of course, they would have done practice and setup tuning and what have you, but that car was very, very late. Only half an hour of the 3-hour session was used, if I remember correctly, as one of the Audis skips out of the way quite nicely. So they were on the back foot coming into this round, but no one seems to have told Liam Rance that at the moment. He's absolutely flying.
No, he's enjoying himself at the moment, isn't he? Really ramping up the pressure on the Team Iris car up ahead as we've got a car leaving the pit lane. Obviously, blue lights will be flashing there, and it's the one of the I think that's the hypercar there. No, it's the Cyberlinks Racing 241 leaving the pit lane there, so it's rejoining now a couple of laps behind the leader of the class. But yeah, just getting well out of the way there. And yeah, like I said, Liam Rance, in a sense, very little to lose in this battle. As you said, come late to qualifying, limited time on getting the right lap time in and getting yourself into the groove of qualifying. So I think, Satellite, in that sense, might have come at this with a bit of, well, we don't have a lot to lose. Let's just throw everything at this and see what happens. Let's take the risks. Let's let some other people make the decisions that we force them to make.
Oh, the telephone! Oh, again, very, very close. Liam Rance has been almost into the tail of the Team Iris car several times at that very same point. It's just where they concertina up, yes, granted, but you can also see as Maid Vargas had to dance around quite a few cars in his defense of that fourth position, which is no mean feat. He's doing a brilliant job of just positioning his car exactly where he needs to be. He's not defending fresh air. The tail is getting very, very lively. Clearly the tail wants to see where they're going, but he's doing a great job of keeping that pursuing Liam Rance behind him. The 164 Satellite car we're now on board with. Again, we're not seeing any huge big dive bombs. He's trying to outbrake the 77 Iris car, yes, but he's not kind of making silly mistakes. He's not outbraking himself. We saw that one mistake in the S's last time around, yes, but that's not every lap that he's doing that. And as you can see, he's quite clearly decimated that gap back to the Iris car now. So those two very much glued together. Who is that catching up to them? That, I think, is the Miranda's E-Stars car, the number 64. There's the team layout for Team Iris, as Maid Varga in the car at the moment. Saying yes, several great names ready to take that over at the time that the driver change will happen. But yeah, it's great to see that after this length of time we've got such a close battle. Well, actually, there have been several close battles, but I mean, wow, the GT3 league battle was absolutely insane. And even for fourth in the LMPs, they're pressing for everything they can get. They're not just letting the time go by. They're not just rolling through the miles as some people do. They know they've got a lot of hours behind them, so they'll just stay where they are and just pick their moment later on. Liam Rance is clearly pushing very hard. You can see that when the car twitches around and the small mistakes that kick in, you can tell he's not just content to stay where he is. He's pushing for everything he can get.
Yeah, and these LMP2 cars have a certain threshold where you can try and throw everything at them, and they'll have a wiggle here or there to warn you, no, you were very close to the limit there. But the hypercars have even less of a tolerance there. That's why they're so you've really got to be confident in what the car can do. Meanwhile, Liam Rance leaving that braking very, very late then in the Satellite Racing machine. He's been so confident on the brakes, especially going in towards the Casio triangle. No real surprise there. He is trying to gain the space try and gain the mileage back and see if he can try and make a move into the next corner. The problem is, though, Chris, in such high downforce vehicles, really the only chance that Liam Rance has of making a move is on a heavy braking zone, and you've got the hairpin, you've arguably got the Casio Triangle as well, but those are your two major braking points, and at the moment Varga at Team Iris is placing the car perfectly.
Yeah, so far so good. And now we've seen a few times already in the race where the lead car has used back markers to box in their opponents. We've seen that several times in the race. And look at this, getting very, very busy now around Mate Varga. I don't envy him right now because he's got a lot of people chasing him, because that's not all for position. As we know, we've got at least one DPI at the back of that particular train that will be very keen to get out from this train. That's James Azuba in the third place DPI car that just wants to get on with it. He doesn't want to be stuck in this particular train. But again, the DPIs don't have a massive pace advantage over the LMP2s. And the LMP2s don't have to jump out of the way. We say this a few times in endurance racing. The slower classes have to be predictable. They can't... It's very much frowned upon if they try and jump out of the way, unless they do it in a very obvious manner with plenty of space. But that is the last thing Liam Rance is wanting to do, because he's going to lose so much time against Mate Varga, which, yes, he's closed that gap down several times. Oh, this is going to get a little dicey. Again, that's going to put the Iris team in a really awkward position. Is Liam Rance going to have the opportunity? Yes, but no space to use it. Again, Mate Vance, I thought he was going to be a little bit hung out to dry there, but he's gone to that defensive line look. He's feeling the pressure now. Liam Rance getting the slipstream in, but he's been forced to the outside line. That almost never works into turn one. Bit of nudging. I was going to say door banging. They don't have doors there. A bit of wheel banging going on between the two, but Liam Rance is actually nose ahead of the Team Iris car. Can he hold it? No, not quite. Side by side. I hope they know they've got another 5 hours, but Varga has managed to nose back ahead of Liam Rance. It's still not finished, though. I think it's now done. Mate Varga somehow managed to get rid of the advances of the 164 car. What a great drive from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That started all at the Casio Triangle, where the Iris car tried to get the move done and get past the Unison Racing car going in towards the Casio Triangle. To me here, the Unison Racing car, well, where else can that car go? He's given the space and even gives a little bit of a love tap just for safe measure as well on the exit. And yeah, I mean, fair play to Varga then. He managed to hold on to that position, took a lot of side-by-side action going through the S's, but all for the cameras. What a battle we've got here.
That was brilliant. There's Alexander Zakharov. He did the right thing. He just had to hold his line and stay predictable. He knew he couldn't turn to his left because he had Mate Varga there. He couldn't brake because he had Liam Rance right behind him. So he did the absolutely right thing and just minded his own business. As again, coming through 130R, is Liam Rance going to try and banzai into the Casio Triangle? As again, there's somebody in the way. Oh, that's gotten a little bit uncomfortable. And again, Liam Rance corner position where he cannot use his pace advantage. That Team Iris car is brilliant on corner exit in particular.
Well, I have to say, sorry Chris, I cut over you there, because that was a GTE car of Satellite Racing. Who got slightly as Satellite Racing in the LMP car trying to go round the outside, but runs out of road, tries to rejoin here, and now you've got Cyberlink Racing, who are not involved in this battle but will happily take a on-track position if they want to. They're a couple of laps down on this battle for 4th place, but they won't care. They've got themselves up a position, and yeah, I think Liam Rance will be absolutely kicking himself there. That was a golden opportunity to try and get a move in towards turns 1 and 2, and it has not worked at all.
No, not for Liam this time. And again, we come back to the original point about patience. You've got to maintain your concentration. It's so difficult to do, especially in the dark. And, you know, Liam's been in that car for quite a few hours already. You know, he did a lot of he did what qualifying he could yesterday. And, yeah, every time I've looked at him, he's been in the car. So he's been in there quite some time. So he must be feeling fatigued by now. And he's still able to press on and, you know, do what he can to keep the pressure on the Team Iris car. Absolutely fantastic. we've talked about liveries, or certainly me and Alex did yesterday. The one in front of, the one in between the battle that we're looking at, in between Mate Varga and Liam Rance, not quite so keen on that light blue and pink livery going on. Do you have a particular favourite in the current lineup? Oops, as Mate Varga gets very twitchy coming through 130 up. What's the pick of the McGinley for the liveries?
I think we're looking at one of them, well, at least the rear wing of one of them right now. I really am a huge fan of the Team Iris livery. It looks absolutely stunning as it makes its way through, and you get a bit of a different look at these cars and these liveries under the lights as well, and I think that Iris livery looks absolutely brilliant. I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah, that is a good-looking car. I quite like the 404 Glam Racing Audi. I've mentioned that a few times. I very much look forward to that making its way back through the field. Of course, they had trouble earlier on. Someone else I've just noticed has had definite trouble is Alistair Young in this M9 Axle car, in the DPI car. Number 11, he's in the pits. According to my list, he's in the pits, and he's way down the order. What on earth has happened to him, I wonder?
Yeah, it's still in the pit lane, though. A good 20 seconds, it looks like, in the pit lane at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that number 11 car. But it's going to be hard to look anywhere else when the satellite racing machine are in control. Liam Rance has got back ahead of that Cyberlink racing machine and is now in prime position to try and take away fourth place yet again. I hope you had a chance to refill your popcorn, because this battle for fourth place in LMP2 is well and truly back on.
Very much so indeed. This is what we love, isn't it? I mean, we love very close and intense racing, but it's very hard to do that for hours on end. It's hard for the drivers to do. It's hard for us commentators, even with a throat, to shout about, let alone you, poor Mr. McGinley, that is having to do so with, it sounds like you're kind of trying to commentate through a cup, the cup of sand at the moment, and I'm sure you're through. Oh, no! The Iris car has come in. I'm sure that's been planned. Oh, ours only just slows down in time for that. I was looking forward to that battle getting underway again. But Mate Varga has brought in the number 77. That brings an end to the battle for fourth for now, because, of course, we don't know how the rest of the pit stops are going to go, etc. As it looks like the car behind is creeping forward. I think you might have got the wrong pit box, sir. He's struggling to find the right spot, it seems. Bit of a confusion over the pit boxes there. Mate Varga is up on his jack, so he can't do anything. But Liam Rance now with a clean run in fourth position.
Yeah, absolutely. And all good things do have to come to an end. I'm sure you know, Mr. Buxton. In this case, strategy has to come first for these drivers and these teams. We've been told many times over the lap to make sure you pit in. But with that battle just on pause for now, just on hold, it's probably a wise idea to have a look at the leaders in each category so far. So we're looking at just in the top right hand corner, the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity, driven by Jerne Simoncic. It's currently leading the race by a full lap around this circuit with 4 hours and 40 minutes left to run. Unison Racing, the number 17 car, also a fantastic livery. Do want to mention that, in second place. And rounding off the top three is the 64 Maradnes E-Stars, as driven right now by James Juba. In LMP2s, it's currently the 21 car, the SEM9 Axel, as driven by Inigo Anton right now. Second place, Juices Motorsport Club, the number 15, driven at the moment by Darius Andre. And in third place, it's the 94 Burst Esport Good Sunglasses, at the wheel of that one, Tom Oldermanger. Chris, maybe if you want to take us through the top three in GTE and certainly GT3.
Yeah, so like you say, the race leader now, Jerne Simoncic, taking over the Burst Esports Simplexity number 18 from Michi Hoya. The GTE lead car is Wojtek Pelesny, the number 74 Juices and Motorsports Club car. Leads that by around about 20 seconds or so from the number 54 Porsche, the Musto Pescara car, currently now in the hands of Giordano Valerino. Again, I'm sure I'm not getting these entirely right, so apologies if I'm not. And in third, in GTEs, is the 717 Unison car. We saw that very multicolored BMW. Alexander Zakharov still in charge of that one. Leading the GT3s is the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec SimSport car, currently in the hands of Mark Vermeer. Quite some way ahead of his counterpart in GT3, which is the B32 Racing McLaren. That's another fantastic livery on that one. And the third place car, the Cogwheel emblazoned Corvette, that's the 777 DSR Gadget Houset car, currently in the hands of Michael Cicciolini. That circulates about 50 seconds ahead of Gert Nielsen in the Teleforingen car. So we continue to look at our leader, Jene Simoncic, making his way through 200R. Well, it's not really a great deal to worry about. He's got quite a considerable lead over the next DPI, which is the 17 Unison car. That's the way it goes sometimes, but anything can change. We saw, as I came into the broadcast, we saw the GT3 leader go from first to last. Any mistake can befall anyone, no matter how good they are, no matter what battle they're in, and crucially, no matter what gap they have.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to Michi Hoyer as the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine had a spin at 130R a few hours ago, and that was my case of curse of the commentator. But for sure, Jene Simoncic doing a fantastic job, and of course, Chris, you were there watching on with Michi Hoyer setting that 142.7 in qualifying. I'm actually pretty jealous you got to watch that, because that's a lap that's going in the Hoyer scrapbook for a long time.
That was inhumane how fast I was, and he very calmly said that there was a 42.6 in the making somewhere. And what I also loved was the fact that he was drinking a cup of coffee when he was doing his laps. It was brilliant. It was clearly very relaxed, and wow, did it pay off though.
Yeah, I mean, just making it look cool. I was saying to Yusuf last night, do you reckon we could pull that off as commentators? But I don't think it had quite the same effect. But hey ho, we'll give it a go. Maybe we could master it at some point this season.
The stealthily drinking of something through a straw, perhaps, maybe. We will see. I think we might be upsetting our production crew if we suddenly start slurping something on camera. Hey ho, the race continues. So Jene Simoncic, he's a lap ahead at least. I think there's a couple of laps now ahead of the next car down the road, which is actually the LMP2 leader of Inigo Anton. So some distance before he has any trouble. There is GT3 leader Mark Vermeer, the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec. Aztec, not Aztec, beg your pardon. SimSports, the wonderfully coloured Audi that fought very hard for the class lead about an hour ago, and has very much enjoyed the lead. Now was the 404 racing car that they was fighting with. They then had connection issues that dropped them to the tail of the GT3 field. There's actually several GTEs in between. There's two GTEs indeed in between Mark Vermeer and second in class, the B32 Racing McLaren. The car directly behind them is that. I'm trying to see. Oh, that is the fifth GT. Yes, that's car 82. That is Gabor Hevesi in the 82 Sim Racing car. That's with several LMPs around him now. I think is that our LMP leader that's just gone through? I think it was our LMP leader that's Inigo Anton that's just gone past. So that's again a thing we've talked about, is you've got to remain. You've got to very much remain predictable, especially in a track that is really hard work, such as this. So we jump to third place, Tom Allmendinger. There he is in the 94 car, and we've had a potential disconnection, I can see from our chart, from the 241, and that's Alexei Zagorovnev in the Cyberlinks racing car is in the garage. Trouble for the 241.
Yeah, of course. We'll try and keep you updated on that as best as possible and as soon as possible as well, because, yeah, as you say, that car has got a DNF next to it. And we'll start dropping down the order sooner rather than later. Just wanted to say as well that Gabor Hevesi driving the that machine there, that GT3 number 82 Mugen Sim Racing. A very odd thing that has happened is that someone who's not the leader of the class going through, and someone who is the leader of the class willingly letting them, as if it was a blue flag. You don't normally see that one, but this is Mugen, who fell afoul of a couple of issues earlier on in the race. They fell to last in their class, and they are truly trying to fight back. They were about 3 laps down. They now find themselves 5th overall. Just having a look and seeing where they roughly are in terms of timing. It looks like they are 2 seconds now behind the next car, at least according to my timing. So they are doing a stunning recovery drive job, and this is what endurance is all about. You will fall afoul, you will have some issues, but it's how you make those issues work and how you recover from them. That's what everybody is going to be looking on for. And if they can get a podium out of this, Yusuf did say that he reckons that this team can get a podium. It's very possible now, considering that they're not too far away from 4th in class.
Oh, that was a bit of a moment there for Tom Allmendinger. You did see the Volante 585 Audi. He went to take the racing line, not realising Tom was there. Oh, sorry, side by side with the 67 BMW. That's a little bit uncomfortable. That's Gergo Balog in the Mugen Sim Racing car. He has come out, and you can see in the picture-in-picture, the 241 is back out on track. Alexei, Alexei is back out on track now. There he is. Down into 6th in the LMPs now, but he's back out on track. Also someone that's back out on track, I notice. Beg your pardon. No, he hadn't left the session. I was just about to say Alistair Young is back out on track, but no, he's not. He's still in his pit box, where he's been for quite a considerable period of time. There's Gabor Hevesi in the 5th place GT3 car. That's the 82 Mugen Sim Racing car. There he is in the McLaren, right behind the Telefonian. I can't get this right. I've been trying all night and I can't get it right. The Telefonian BMW nearly integrating himself with the GTE car. 4th place. I beg your pardon. That's the M6. Excuse me. That's the 4th place. So that's actually a battle for position between Gert Nielsen and Gabor Hevesi. Gabor's been pretty quick in that car since he took that one over. Gert was about 3 seconds slower. Oh my goodness me! Never mind. Can't even finish the sentence. And that's a move of position. That is 4th place now in the hands of Gabor Hevesi. That was a determined move on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, it was a scenario that made Gert Nelson think, it's not worth battling this position in the 188 Telefonian machine. Yeah, you could see Hevesi right along the right-hand side of his car, and that was just Nielsen saying, do you know what, it's not worth the battle. It's not worth the trouble. We'll just let Gabor Hevesi get on with it. And that now brings him 52 seconds away from the podium spots in GT3. I mean, Mugen themselves in that 82 machine are doing a fine job right now. A lot of eyebrows were raised when Mugen Sim Racing entered a GT3 entry, Chris, because the talent that they have, they really, all expectations would have said, I think we've all said, that we are expecting Mugen Sim Racing to win the GT3 class. That is the quality of their drivers.
Absolutely. A couple of yellow flags went out there. One was Gert Nielsen in the I can't get this right. Telefonian BMW. And also Gergo Balog in the 67 Sim Racing, the GTE car, also had a yellow flag up briefly, but they've both gotten back underway again. So you saw the Sector 2 yellow banner flash at the top of the screen. It was actually 2 separate incidents that caused that. So as we see, Gabor Hevesi very much dispatched of the 188 car, very much on his own, partly due to the spin, but he's now setting about it looks like he's decimating that gap between himself and the 70 and the 777 DSR Gadget Husa car. That gap is disintegrating. Let's see what the lap times were last time around. So for Michael Ciccolini in the 777, that was a 2:05.1. 5 seconds difference between the two cars. Gabor Hevesi is really a man on a mission at the moment to claw in to a potential podium position.
Yeah, and a man that's on a mission like Gabor Hevesi deserves to be left alone for a bit of peace and quiet. So we'll leave him alone and go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, well, we'll get more of the same battling up and down the field. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first round of the 2022 season here at EEWC, hosted by GTR24H. We are at Matsusaka for the 12-hour race. We are over halfway now, 4.5 hours remaining. And we look at Gabor Havesi, that has very dominantly taken that fourth position in the number 82 Mugen Sim Racing car and is absolutely destroying the gap between himself and the Treble S7 DSR Gadget House car. Quick rundown. Herne Simoncic for Burst Esports Simplicity leads the DPI class. Darius Andre for Jesus Motorsports leads the LMP2s. Giordano Valeriano in the 54 Mr. Pescara car leads the GTEs. And Mark Vermeer in the 585 Volanti Racing by Azatec Simsport leads the GT3s. In the box with me, Mr. Kieran McGinley. Are you back with us, ready and raring?
Yes, I am. Don't know about my throat though, but you know, we'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. It's hanging in there.
Absolutely. There is our LMP2 leader, Darius Andre, with some company around. Someone has wandered off the road somewhere in Sector 2, but that was too quick for me to notice who it was. Through the Cassia Triangle for the number 15 car. I'm not quite sure who he's chasing there. It has a lead of, was around about 17 seconds or so from Tom Olberdinger. Now up into second, the 94 Bertie Sports Goodar Sunglasses car up into third position and very, very close. And there it is. There is that essentially battle for position. Inigo Anton in the number 21 Sim 9 Axle car has lost that second place to Tom Olberdinger. Now, we said that he was charging on quite merrily. But actually Inigo was the quicker of these two cars last time around, so a battle in amongst the podium for LMPs.
Yeah, so that means then, Tom Oldenmenger now moving his team up to second place. Burst Esport could have sunglasses, number 94. I mean, they were on a charge. I mean, both the Burst Esports entries, both in Hypercar and in LMP2, got pole position on the average lap time. But for the 94 team this time around, things haven't quite gone to plan. I say that, it's about 18.5 seconds between the two battling here and our race leader, or I should say class leader, as the battle for second place is making its way up towards the hairpin.
And again, it's good to see that Inigo Anton's not just let Oldenmenger run off into the distance. He's not willing to just let the laps go by. It's great to see that they're happy to, they're prepared to fight for their positions, even with quite a few hours remaining on the clock. Also, a message has come through. Car number 241. That is the Cyberlinks Racing LMP car, currently being driven by Alexei Zagorodnev. Now, we said that he disconnected, or there'd been a problem there. They've earned themselves a 1 lap and a stop go 60 penalty for not telling race control that they have rejoined the server. It is mandatory. If they've had a disconnection, they must alert race control upon their rejoin. Otherwise, a penalty is served, and that is exactly what they've been hit with. So the 241 car is in the pits now, I think, to start to serve. That's a big, big penalty for them. So drop them to the tail of the LMP class, unfortunately. But no such issues for these two. Inigo Anton still staring at the back of the 94 car at the moment, being that they're so close on pace. This is going to be fascinating to see. It's not like the battle for fourth that we saw earlier on with Liam Rance, although he's fallen some way off the back of the Iris car, now in the hands of Bent Horvath. The 77 car has changed hands since we last looked at it. These two are fighting absolutely hammer and tong. This is brilliant.
It is indeed, and with the leader of the class in Darius Andre for the Juices Motorsports Club only 18.5 seconds up the road, it does fall into a case of, do they try and work together? Is there some sort of unwritten code that, we'll go after the leader, we'll work together for now, but when it gets to an hour later, forget about it.
Yeah, now the number 94, as was being alluded to earlier, this is the team that most of us, actually bar me, I'm the only one bucking the trend, that are pegging this team for the top spot. I went a different way because I like to be different. I'm a sucker for satellite, so they're the ones I've got my kind of tip for the win at the moment, but we will see. I mean, they won the DPI class last time around. They're in the LMP2 class this time around. Inigo Anton is not interested in that whatsoever. He is piling the pressure on. It's good to see as well. Sometimes you have where you realistically are in the pecking order. So I thought that was going to be an integration with the wall there. That was very, very close for the 94. And look how defensive. I'll come back to that sentence in a minute. Never mind about that. It's drawing side by side. Wow, did Anton not have a lot of room there? Oh, that is very, very close. And he's not giving up on it either. Still on the outside of turn one. Now coming into the S's. Who's going to win out on this one? Inigo Anton on the left of the picture. He's done it. Inigo Anton has muscled his way past Tom Oldenmenger. Oh my word, that is for the lead of the class. Great move.
Well, it's for second place in the class, but that doesn't take anything away from the battle going through in towards turn two. You'll see there's a little bit of contact here on the exit, but that's by the by. It still allowed the 79 axle number 21 machine to take second place back, having lost it about 4 or 5 laps ago, and that's going to open up the challenge for Tom Oldenmenger and the number 94 Burst Esport and Gooder Sunglasses team, is that they need to get that position back.
Well, the number 15 that was leading the class has actually had a pit stop, so they're behind this battle now. Darius Andre still in control of the number 15, so Inigo at the moment is leading the class. Of course, people are on different pit stop strategies, so it's often difficult to tell. There's no pit stop phase per se that you see in shorter races. No such luck here in endurance racing, as people have their own strategies. So, and there is Mr. Anton, who I thought had a distant resemblance to your good self, Mr. McGinley, and I mean no disrespect by that, but he reminded me of you.
I mean, he's a lot more professional than I am, that's for sure. I would have been probably the bed's well made, mine wouldn't be. We cover that with a green screen, of course. But no, he's doing a great job at the moment for the Sem 9 number 21 Axel machine, and I think Axel have really shown up, especially in the LMP2 class. They really mean business this season. They could be the dark horses. You just never know.
There's something I observed yesterday as well during qualifying, is Aniga was the driver that qualified the car in qualifying 1. He's so relaxed. You don't see the wild soaring and massive changes of direction. Although every time I said that, someone made a mistake and had to do exactly that.
And you've said it again. And you've said it again, Chris. Stop saying it. I know.
I'm there. He just had a big snap. I really mustn't do it. I will be fired from this commentary box if that carries on happening. But he just seems so relaxed. I don't know about you, Kieran, but whenever I'm in a position, I've never really been in a position of leading a race, but when I've got someone that is hustling me for a position, I'm not this relaxed. I'm tense. I need to know where they are at all times, and that forces me into a mistake. But Inigo just looks, just absolutely chill. Actually, Tom Allmendinger is not one to look too flustered either, in fairness, and he does look like he's beginning to close that gap in a little bit on the back of the now class leader, the 21. But he's, again, after this long, how are they still going? I hold endurance races in so much respect. I'm dead and useless after like 45 minutes, absolute most. I'm not built for endurance of any description. Be it racing or anything else. But these guys can go on for absolutely ages. Maintaining their concentration and pace every single lap is fantastic to see.
It really is, and to see it lap after lap, hour after hour, it is absolutely brilliant to see. And there we see Tom Oldenmenger trying to just catch back up. We've seen them have great battles over the last few hours or so, and hopefully we're going to get that once again, as there's a couple of cars to negotiate here for the Sem 9 Axel machine, and one of them was the satellite racing machine, and Tom Oldenmenger getting past the Azatec team as well. The GT cars, that's a big oversteer moment there for one of the Mugen Racing, that's the GTE entry, getting a bit of a tail and a tank slapper on, going through the Degner curves. The Degner curves do seem to be one of those sleeping curves. If you don't take too much care into them, they will bite back, and you'll soon be awake if you've made a mistake, and you'll know it.
Speaking of the number 67, and they've just come past, they've deserved themselves a penalty, a stop-go 30. For not respecting space of the car 188. That's the Teleforingen BMW M6. And the BMW M8 of Mugen Sim Racing has had a bit of a moment with the BMW M6 that's still circulating in the GT3 class. So the 67 Mugen Sim Racing car will be in to serve that penalty fairly soon, I would think, as Tom Allmendinger is really doing what he can to close in that gap. It was almost under a second. No, never mind. He's coming. That battle has ended again. There's a few battles that I've been really looking forward to seeing that have come to a premature end in the pit lane. But that is the nature of endurance racing. In comes Tom. Is that car being handed over? We will keep an eye on it. There is third place, currently third place, Darius Andre in the number 15. That's the Deuces Motorsport car that was leading the class before they had to come in, and pressing on. No one around them to find at the moment. I'm having a look at the timings to see who is anywhere near anyone else. At the moment, everyone is kind of just minding their own business and occupying their own bit of track, but I'm sure it won't be too long before we have fighting going on again. The quieter moments haven't lasted too long in this race, which is always good for us spectators, but it must be hellishly hard to keep up for hours on end.
Absolutely, as the Juices Motorsport number 15 takes back second place in the pit stop phase. So Darius Andre now moving himself up to second place, as I just see out the corner of my eye the number 94 car moves away from the pit box and will be rejoining the track shortly. And
that's a bit close.
Almost A little bit of contact there as, well, the Juices Motorsport car of Darius Andre. You've got this far, Darius. Don't throw it away now.
There is Tom Aldermenger, now third, just having done his pit stop, maintaining possession of the number 94. There was a yellow flag out. The number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche had a bit of a moment somewhere in Sector 2, so that's what that yellow flag was for. But they are back on their merry way once again. And Tom now with no company around. Now, not all drivers like this situation. Some drivers really do relish having the clear track around them, no immediate pressure. They just concentrate on their own lines, their own braking points, their own apexes, etc. But some really need someone around them just to maintain that focus. And I am kind of, it depends. If I'm the one that's behind, if I'm chasing, I find it does help me keep my focus. It's very easy for you to lose that moment of concentration and put it into the wall. Which camp are you in, Mr. McGinley?
Well, I got slightly distracted, Chris. I'm afraid I have no idea what you've asked me, but hey ho, that's the life of it.
Oh, the irony of that question. Oh, wow, as Tom goes nearly on the grass to get past the BMW. Ironically, I said the question I just asked you was, are you a driver that prefers to have someone in front to chase to keep your focus, or do you find that a distraction? Do you prefer, like Tom has got now, completely open track and pressing on, just minding your own business?
Yeah, I would be caught in two minds. I hate being chased down, so that's why I could never step back in a racing car, because if I'm being chased down, I'm vulnerable. But at the same time, I'm sort of one of those drivers who needs every single bit of information right now. What's the car ahead doing? What's the car behind doing? Is there anybody on fresh tyres? What's the fuel like on other cars? I am just a driver that if you feed any information, no matter how meaningless you think it will be, I'll find meaning to it. So I'm probably best suited for a commentary box instead. Works out in the end, hey? We've
always enjoyed your company, and long may it continue, Mr. McGinley. As we now look at the Team Iris car, Benz Havorth, I'll try that again, right syllables, wrong order. Horvath has got the number 77 car now, as he's coming up to the Cogwheel Corvette. That is the Gadget House car. Should easily get rid of that one. There he goes. Dispatch of that one before he gets down to turn one. And there's the lineup for Team Iris. So Maid Varga had that one previously. Akos Vorgax is due to take that one over. Tim Dillon also on the squad if they choose to field him at some point in the race. That's who the lineup consists of. As I say, it is Benz Horvath that has control of the car. What's the lap time he's last put in? 48.2 last time around. Well, Tom Aldermenger has been through the pits, so he had a 3-minute lap on the board last time, so a bit unfair to Benz slides through Degner 1, really pressing on though. He's not leaving too much on the table. The best lap for, I mean, it's probably a little unfair to look at the best laps because that was set in the daylight hours, so track obviously much cooler, as he's got one of the GT Porsches, that's the DIS Sim Racing Labs Porsche to get past, which he's done, and also the B32 McLaren. That's our race leader, caught in a right old pack of cars there. So there is the Gadgethausen Corvette. That's also around him is Liam Rance, that's right behind him. That's the lineup we can see for the Burst Esports Simplexity squad. Jasper Peterson is the leader of that particular team. Simincic in there at the moment. Michi Hoyer, the qualifying god of that car so far. Dawid Morchak is taking that one over at some point, or is in the lineup to drive the car. Screaming its way through, has a colossal lead at the moment. Always slightly tangled up with that Gadgethausen Corvette, but will continue nonetheless and see what is what. So I think it's fair to say that at the moment it would be unwise to bet against Burst Esports Simplexity for the overall win. Who are you keeping your eye on, Kieran, further down the field in the other classes? Who are you secretly rooting for?
secretly rooting for. I thought we were being as neutral as possible, Mr. Buxton. But
well, we always are. But let's face it, we're human beings as well. We have our wants to. Okay, who are you anticipating coming out on top? Let's rephrase the question.
Okay, I am expecting the 82 of Mugen Sim Racing in the GT3 class. Yusuf called it hours ago to try and break into the top 3. And looking at it, I think the 777 DSR Gadget Houset car has just re-emerged from the pit lane, so they would be in a battle very shortly for track position. But I'm assuming the Mugen Sim Racing might be slightly out of sync, considering the issues that it did have. But nevertheless, a podium doesn't seem too far out of the question now for Mugen Sim Racing. In GTE, as my voice is on the brink, ID SimSport, they've had a tough time of it today, but they're still out there, 17 seconds back from the 67 Mugen Sim Racing. I have to say, Juice's Motorsport Club, if they can pull this together and get these two cars across the line, they will have really picked up from the momentum they basically set at Le Mans at the season finale last season. If it wasn't for that brake failure, they would have run away with their class victory in, I believe it was LMP2 towards the end of that one. And it's just that unfortunate brake malfunction that led them to the wall and having to come back to the pits to put the replacement and basically fix the car up. So I think in that sense, those are the two that I'm looking out for, whether Juice's Motorsport can get 2 class victories out of 2, and the other one is the GT3 entry from Mugen Sim Racing. How far can they go?
Very, very good question. As we cut back to race leader, the number 18 once again of Jene Simoncic, doing what he can to work his way through the back markers and continue along his ever relentless march. It's not like they've even slowed down in pace. They're still lap on lap on lap the fastest car out there. They're not letting off the gas pedal at all. And in fairness, Inigo Anton, back in charge of the LMP2s, isn't that far behind on raw pace either. But again, that's partly the characteristics of the track, neutralizing the raw advantage that the DPI has. Tom Allmendinger does not have a lot of free space, however. Oh, wow, look at that. The car ahead of us getting very, very squiggly. Not 100% sure who that is that's getting squiggly. There's the Telefonian car. There's the setup for the Burst Esports Goodart Sunglasses team. Tom Allmendinger is at the wheel of it at the moment. Damien Skovron was in charge of that during qualifying 1 and did a pretty good job of that. So Joel Piteas and Cameron Roger are later on to take over the car, as he's got a actually faceful. Is that James DeSiba right ahead of him? Just trying to see. Yes, that is the number 64 Miranda's Esports. Keep saying Esports, E-Stars car directly ahead. That is sliding around all over the place, it seems. But pressing on nonetheless, Tom Allmendinger. On track, he's actually laps ahead. So, strictly speaking, James DeSuba is actually getting blue flagged. Now, that's something you don't expect. A DPI car being blue flagged by an LMP car coming up behind it.
Well, I have to say, the car 67 has now been awarded a drive-through penalty. So that's Mugen Sim Racing, the GTE entry for contact that was made with the number 188. So that's the GT3 car, the Telefonian race outfit. So that's a drive-through penalty then for that team there, number 67, Mugen Sim Racing. And we were talking, Chris, about penalties earlier on in the stream, possibly even yesterday, how a drive-through penalty it's not the end of the world unless you're at Spa-Francorchamps, in which case it's a pretty hefty penalty.
It takes a long time to go through the pits there, as we have a yellow out Sector 2 who's had a bit of a moment. Oh, trouble for, again, the 241 car, Cyberlinks Racing. Alexei Zagorodnev is disconnected again. So more trouble for the 241 car. As we look at the number 67 Mugen Sim Racing car, that's just a second penalty for an infraction with the number 188. That's twice that they've had a bit of a contretemps with the Telefonian car. currently in the hands of Gergo Balog, who that car was qualified by Roland Sukes, who had a huge brown trouser moment here in the end of turn 1 during practice that was rather well publicised on GTR24H social media. Head over and go and follow if you're interested in seeing that one, amongst all the other posts that you can see us crazy people doing our crazy things, talking about these crazy drivers, no less. But Gergo Balog is going to have to bring that car in for a drive-through penalty. As you take her in, not the end of the world with, still 4 hours to go, but it's one of those things that kind of plays on your mind a little bit. You as a driver, you've kind of made a few mistakes. It can kind of weigh on your mind a little bit. You have to kind of adjust how you drive, etc., etc. And what's the gap between them and Michael Peterson in the ID Simsport car? Around 17 seconds. So those two could well be fighting for position before too long, having served that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, because you're looking at roughly 20 seconds, 25 seconds in the pit lane, possibly less than that. It is quite a short pit lane with quite a high pit speed limiter relative to the distance of the pit lane. So you're not going to lose too much time in that pit lane with your drive-through penalty. But as you say, Chris, it's a penalty you'd rather not have in the first place.
Absolutely so. As we can see Gergo there getting a bit of a slide on through 130R. Now, is he going to come in this time to serve drive-through penalty? You have a little time to serve it. Not this time. He's carrying on his merry way. They ignore it for too long, there will be the penalty gets worse. So it's not worth them ignoring it for too long, but that is going to somewhat stunt the progression of the number 67. He was doing his best to close in on the 4th place DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, the grey and orange flashed car. And Mr. Sakharov is coming back out on track again. Now, hopefully they've avoided the error that caused them to get a penalty last time, where they didn't inform race control that they'd returned. They are back out of the pits and back out on track, but their progress in the LP2 field has been really hampered by the connectivity issues that Zurognev is still experiencing, but hopefully they'll be able to overcome that before too long.
Yes, absolutely, and hopefully their issues will be subsiding as they head through. And for us, at the top of another hour, it's time for us to go for a commercial break. When we come back, 4 hours left on the clock. We're almost there to that checkered flag. Don't go anywhere.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural round of the 2022 EEWC season here at Matsusaka. 4 hours remain of this 12-hour race, and what an incredible race we have had thus far in all 4 of our categories. Kieran, off to rest his ailing voice, and I've got the one and only, the godly Yusuf bin Suhail. Are you with me, sir?
I am. Godly is not an introduction I've had before, but you know what? I'll take it, Chris.
Always a pleasure to have you on board. Are we having fun? I certainly am. It's been an absolutely fantastic race, and you and Alex were commentating some brilliant, particularly the GT3 action that was going on as Tom Almanega is almost tangling up with the BMW.
That got a little bit close into turn 1, but I've been absolutely loving it. When I jumped on the broadcast yesterday for qualifying 2 with Kieran, I made the joke that you and Alex, you were the boomers and that me and Kieran were the zoomers. But now, honestly, I'm going to be honest, I'm feeling a little bit alone, because I think Kieran's aged by about 50 years over one night and is now the oldest person in Denmark.
Bless. Oh dear, oh dear. Get well soon, Kieran. We'll be seeing him back in the box a little bit later on, as we see Tom Almanega doing his best to eat away the random 21.5 second gap between himself and the Juices Motorsport number 15, currently in the hands of Darius Andre, who's just caused a yellow. Not sure, because it disappeared before I had a chance to find out who it was. So who's your money on there? So I asked this question to Kieran. Who are you anticipating to be our class winners from what we've seen so far?
See, I like that question, because this gives me a chance to go back to what we talked about before the broadcast, because we did a little predictions for each of the classes on what our top 3s are. So currently, I think you've got to be crazy if you bet against Burst in the DPI class. Yoni Simonchik at the wheel right now, and they've got a very, very comfortable lead to Alexei Mizin, who is 6 laps down. So even if they had a disconnect and rejoined, they'd still be 1 or 2 laps up. LMP2 class, the thing is with the LMP2 class, is really interesting right now, because I think they are all on essentially different strategies and going a little bit further. So right now, you know what? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to say I think this is a Juices win. Yeah.
Okay.
GTE, I think I'll go with a Musto angle, I think, there.
Fair. And GT3s?
GT3. It's got to be yeah, it has to be Volante right now.
It's got to be Volante, isn't it? Yeah. I was thinking the same. Oh, they've been absolutely untouchable. I mean, in fairness, that B32, the number 32 McLaren, has been doing brilliant stuff, and they didn't have a good qualifying yesterday, or certainly not in qualifying 1. They did not have a good time at all. But that McLaren has been really steadily moving its way through the field, and even has some GTEs behind it. It currently sits in second. It is some distance behind the GT3 lead, but still, with just under 4 hours to go, it's anyone's guess on who's going to finish where. But as for me, Burst, you can't bet against the Burst Esports Simplicity number 18 for overall win. I'm going to go with the number 21, the 79 axle car, to take LMP2. Sounds a bit obvious, but they've been doing so well. Speaking of trouble, though, the number 1 Team Viaduct has thrown the yellow flag out in Sector 3, so they're having a bit of trouble. The number 1 car. As for GTE, they're good, but I'm a sucker for Unison, though. I've been a fan of theirs for a while. Nikolai Bezrikov has taken over the colourful BMW. I'm going to go for the outside bet. I'm going to go Unison, and there is the very colourful BMW. GT3s, though, it's. I think B32's got an outside shot at the pace they're showing. I still think Volante are going to take that one.
See, I'm surprised by the GTE, because that is an outside shot with Unison. They're currently 3 laps down on Wojtek Polesny, the class leader. So, do you reckon there's a bit of late drama awaiting our race leader, Wojtek Polesny, and Juices?
Wojciech Polesny I've seen before. I've commentated on him in other series, and he is ungodly quick. So I'm questioning my own bet. But I mean, you just never know what's going to happen when, as I say, fatigue and what have you kick in. But I've actually forgotten my own prediction on who was going to.
I can give you your predictions. Would you like to hear them?
Well, I'm looking at the list myself. So actually, we all four of us went with the number 53 for GTE, didn't we? Of Musto, which that hasn't gone well for us because they're unfortunately gone.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It really is difficult because they're all brilliant drivers. Everybody, first to last, are really, really awesome drivers for being able to tame these beasts for this long, lap after lap after lap after lap. Yeah, I'll throw it out there. I'll go Unison just to put a different vote in there.
See, we did you a little dirty, Chris, because after we did those season predictions, we actually went off and we made our own race predictions. This was after we got to see qualifying, so we pretty much all went in the DPI class for Burst. This was after I think most of us actually said Moradness, or you and me both thought Moradness would be at the top in the season. Alex and Kieran, though, they knew what was up, and they both went on the side of Burst Esports. LMP2, I think we all went with Burst in the LMP2 class. You, though, you've been a bit of a Satellite fan.
Yes, a little bit. Oh, we have someone asking for an interview, I've just realised.
Oh, lovely.
Mr. Kaspersik is asking for an interview. That's something you can potentially sort, Mr. Bizuhale, or production crew?
I'll leave it with the production. I can wave frantically at production. That could help speed up the process. But hopefully we can get them in shortly for an interview. That would be very good.
Yes, so we get Magic Kaspersky in to have a chat with us. He had a great run earlier on. He was getting his elbows out a little bit when I cut on the broadcast, so it'd be good to hear his view on how his team is doing. Hopefully we'll be able to get him on board as watching Simoncic, and you see how you need to wrestle those DPI cars. And these guys are in the cars for hours on end. That's absolutely amazing, and they have to really wrestle these DPI cars, despite the fact that they've got a decent amount of downforce on them, which is certainly very useful at a track like Matsusaka. They really do have to wrestle these things.
And it's one of the biggest things that we've seen so far with the DPI. It's the fact that we've got one DPI in the form of that 18 burst at the top, and then loads of LMP2s. However, Mr. Kashpashik is ready to join us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think I can hear you. Hello, everybody.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
First question, I'm going to have to say straight away, could you pronounce your name for us? Because I've been getting it wrong all broadcasts, I think.
It should be Mache, but you can call me Mako as well.
Mache.
Yeah, Mache is always it's good, but you can see on my name it could be Mache, but okay, it's Maku is okay.
Okay. Well, Mache, your race has been going fairly well so far, and you guys are leading in the GT3 class. What's the game plan for you guys from here to hold on to that lead?
Well, to not make mistakes, honestly, not so much, because we are we are pushing like fourth stint on the first few laps. We are got trouble with the tires as well, so the first one was not so good for me because I spun. I lost like 5 positions, something like that, so I had to figure it out, and we are still leading, so it's quite good.
Now, you guys are currently about 70 seconds ahead of B32 Racing. How much of a threat are they posing to you currently?
Well, I don't know, to be fair. I'm a little bit tired at this point. But yeah, we'll see. Still like 4 hours to go, everything can happen. So, for example, the McLaren that they were leading, for the fourth stint, I guess. He crashed into the wall, so I don't know. I did my best, as always, so we will see what happens. But
I'm quite happy that I can represent the Volante on this event. Yeah.
Chris, I'll throw to you if you've got any questions.
Dobry wieczór, Maciek. I hope your race is going well. Hopefully I said that correctly as well. Hopefully I haven't just said something inadvertent. So, I mean, you were really having a fight with the 404 Glam Racing car. That looked a very intense fight so early on. In these types of events, when you're kind of facing you've done 6 hours, you had 6 hours to go. Do you try and avoid those kind of battles and try and save your energy and concentration, or do you take any battle that comes your way?
No, I will take always. I will take. Especially on the hairpin that I overtook like 2 people. They unexpected, yeah, because there was a gap and I went it, so it's clear. Basically, sometimes I'm too aggressive, maybe. It's not correct for endurance, but yeah, it's worth it from my side.
Awesome stuff. And when are you getting back in the car?
Next event.
Next event? Oh, so you're not coming back out today in this race? Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to come and chat to us. I need to brush up on the few Polish phrases I know to try and speak to you again in the future. But thank you very much, Maciej Kasperczyk.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good to hear from our leading GT3, and great stuff. It's great to hear from the driver's perspective. By the way, for those wondering what I said, Dobry wieczór means good evening. Yes, I did know the phrase, but I did have to look it up. I'm not multilingual. I just know that one phrase.
I thought it was the start of a comedy sketch because you got Maciej laughing so much that he dropped his phone over.
That's true. I did notice that. No, I just like to, I do like to say a hello or a goodbye or have a good race or something like that in the native tongue of the driver. So, of course, with Maciej being Polish, Dobry wieczór is good evening. So, but I'm always a little bit worried about saying. Yeah, I do try and make the effort to say another language, but I'm always worried that like Google Translate may fail me and I've suddenly insulted their mother instead of saying good evening. It's one of these things that I always worry about. But I do try and earn a brownie point or two with our drivers. But yeah, it's great to hear
if the robots were ever going to take over, I think that'd be a good place to start. Just messing up Google Translate to turn us against each other.
So true. And I won't read out what Mr. Kieran McGinley has just said.
I want to check what this is and read it out now. What has he said?
He's just called me a teacher's pet for saying hello in a driver's native tongue. Well, there goes my support of you and your raspy voice, sir.
Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think being a teacher's pet is kind of cool. I was the guy in school who asked for more homework. Right now, though, Inigo Anton might be asking for a bit more power as he looks for a way through on Tom Oldenmenga into turn 1, but he's got a slot in behind. This is the battle for P2 in the LMP2 class.
Yes, the number 15 Deuces Motorsport car has retaken the LMP2 lead, obviously now that everybody has done their pit stops at the moment. But yes, a great scrap for the LMP2 second position, which hopefully we'll catch up with shortly as we continue to look at Gergo Balog in the 67 Mugen car. That's been through the pits a few more times than they would have liked. Also, Alexei Zagorodnev is back out on track again, having had yet another connection issue. And there is Inigo Anton, as we actually have the world's best drone pilot, briefly, right behind him. And again, here we go. So you've seen how that car just gets really, really close under braking. As the advantage seems to be in the braking areas for this particular car, but he's now got a real fight in his hands to retake that second position. It's very much as we were before.
Yep, and these two, I'm sure, are going to be duking out to the end of the race. It is the 15 Deuces car that is leading. They're 23 seconds ahead of this battle currently, and actually lapping faster than the pair of them. So things are looking good for Deuces. But right now, our focus is on whether Axel can find a way through on the Burst Esports car, not down into the Casio Triangle. And Inigo Anton will have to wait a little bit longer before he can find an opportunity to make his way up into second.
Another penalty for the 241 car. That is the that's the forever disconnecting Cyberlinks Racing. They haven't learned from the last time. They didn't inform race control they were reconnecting, and that's another stop-go penalty for the 241. Goodness me, their day is going from bad to disastrous at the moment. Struth, but this fight for second in LMP2s has gone on for a while, and it's looking to continue. Absolutely great stuff, as they've now got the Gatchethausen Corvette.
Wait, no way!
Oh, what a great effort there to try and use the Corvette to box in his opponent. Well played, and it didn't quite go his way. But that was a great effort there from Inigo Anton.
Up the inside into Dunlop curve. If he had pulled that off, oh my god. I think that would have topped the overtake around the outside into turn 1 as my favourite overtake of the day.
That was a stunning effort, and he almost got away with it, but fair play to Tom Olmenegger for maintaining his composure and just getting through at the right time to keep the number 21 car behind. But as you can quite clearly see, Inigo Anton is not finished with this battle. He's not content to stay there, and as Marseille was saying as well, we were speaking to him, that he just goes for the fight. He doesn't go to just settle into a position. And fair play. Let's hope that the rest of our drivers continue along the same vein, because this is proving to be brilliant stuff. It's what we love to see. We don't want lots of just mule training going on, and this race has been full of action like this.
Absolutely, and we've got action that might be starting up in the GTE class as well. The 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab car on the back of Nikolai Bezrukov in the anime-themed Unison Racing car. Less than 2 seconds between the pair of them. But is this another opportunity for Inigo Anton tucking in behind Burst Esports? Does he look for the inside into turn 1? He just shows his front end, just puts his car into the wing mirrors of Tom Oldenmenga, but won't be able to find any way through. Does he dare do it up the inside into Dunlop once again?
I think he was rather relying on the Corvette to box in the number 94 to make his move work. Although, wow, he's trying very different lines. Even was on the grass as the tail tries to let go on him there, because he was on the grass and tried to power out coming up to Dunlop. Struth Inigo is really pressing on, so much so it's causing me to cough. Bravo, sir. But it's working for him. But then the problem Inigo's got is he just hasn't got enough pace to pull away from Olmenegger once he gets the move done.
I tell you what, I always heard that Japan was a very futuristic company, a very futuristic country. But Inigo Anton is really trying out the experimenting skills here, trying to invent a new overtaking spot at Matsusaka.
Absolutely, great stuff. Brief yellow flag there. That was Bens Horvath in the 77 Irish car, in 4th in the LMP2s, quite some distance behind the battle that we're looking at the moment, well over a lap behind. But Struth alive, Inigo's just not giving up, and they've got to be feeling it by now. I mean, as I say, it's a 12-hour race of which less than 4 of them remain. So, oh wow, a small mistake there. It could have been disastrous. We saw a few cars, we certainly saw in qualifying 1, where a few people just got flirted a little bit too much with that outside rumble strip and catapulted their car into the barrier. And I thought Inigo was going to go the same way there, but he managed to hang on and keep his car pointing in the right direction.
And you can see Inigo Anton in the bottom right of your screen. See the feedback off that steering wheel every now and then as he launches his car into these corners down the inside of the Mugen Sim Racing GTE car. No issues whatsoever as he keeps his eyes firmly locked on the Burst Esports LMP2 mobile.
Absolutely, and doing a great job of just maintaining his line, keeping that pressure on Tom Olmenegger, who himself looks very, very relaxed. We can see that in on our screens that Tom just looks very relaxed and keeping on. And then Inigo isn't exactly looking flustered, just doing exactly what he can. Lots of steering lock coming through the second deck. Now, notice that quite a lot with the LMP cars. They need to push on. There is the picture-in-picture of Tom Olmenegger, just doing what he needs to do. It doesn't look flustered at all, does he? He's been in the car a while now. It's just doing what he needs to do, but it's enough at the moment to keep Inigo Anton behind him.
Yeah, we got to speak to Tom earlier. I believe that was Alex and Kieran on the comms when they had that interview. Now Tom Oldenmenga back out on track, trying to keep Inigo, Anton behind. And this is, well, effectively a three-way battle for the lead. We're waiting for when the 15 Juices car does need to pit. They suffered some earlier issues, and Juices are now into the pits. We do believe that Juices, essentially, after this pit stop, will have made the same number of pit stops as the 94 and 21. But once we get to the end of the race, Juices are going to be able to make a very short splash and dash to take them to the end, and it's going to be so tight between these three. I can't wait to see how things pan out in about 3 hours' time.
Yes, indeed. And also, I'm keeping an eye on the GTE battle for third. The last podium spot is very much under contention between Unison, the 717 BMW, currently in the hands of Nikolai Bezrikov, and the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Very, very close. Basically a repeat of this, as the Audi is in a bit of an awkward spot there, but both of the LMP2s get past that one as the Teleforingen BMW is slightly caught out there coming through. Done a bit of a flash of the lights. There we go. There's Tom Olmeninger on the right-hand side of the shot, so you can now see how what is now the LMP2 lead, as was being said, was the leader was the Deuces Motorsport car. That's been in the pits, and now we look at the battle for third in the GTEs. So whilst the LMPs have got a little bit of a gap between them, not a great deal, but you have a little bit of a gap. Here comes the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche putting pressure on for third, and wow, I mean, yes, the BMW is pretty wide and well parked there from Bezrikov to keep the pesky Porsche behind him.
BMW versus Porsche, German versus German engineering, traditional livery versus cool anime theme livery. I'm not biased, you're biased, as we head on to the start and finish straight. Unison Racing holding on to the position for now, currently in third, the final podium spot, as DIS look to the outside into turn one, super late onto the brakes for DIS, but not quite brave enough to hold it all the way round the outside.
It's also Denmark versus Russia in another sense, because the Danes have the DIS squad. That is, all three drivers are Danish, and then it is all Russian for the Unison Racing. So Nikolai Bezrikov is doing what he can to keep that Porsche in check, but that's a lot of hard work he's got to do. Because truth alive is that Porsche, who I would have thought would have a bit of a kind of cornering advantage here at Matsusaka. The BMW not known for being agile, but it's just huge, and Bezrikov using the tools at his disposal to keep that Porsche in check. But just as I say that, the DIS Porsche running a little bit wide, kicking up a tiny bit of dust. No particular harm there. It's not a long run down to the hairpin, so he won't have lost a great deal of time. And there on the left-hand side, you can see the LMP2 battle going on. So that's for currently LMP2 lead between Olmeninger and Anton, as we now switch to that one. But yeah, it's difficult to know where to look. Fantastic racing with still 3.5 hours remaining.
3.5 hours remaining and a lot more action to come. I tell you what, Mugen are going to be praying that DIS and Unison battle as hard as they can, because they are only just over a lap behind the pair of them.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see quite a lot of traffic now gathering around the GTE battle. And again, they just have to mind their own business. Whoa, as the Porsche's wide again going through 130R. And wow, you saw a lot of brakes being put on the LMP car there. Sorry, they didn't want to get involved in that. I think is that the Cyberlinks car that's right behind? Yes, that's the 214 that's behind them now. Did not want to get involved in where that Porsche was going. But look at the amount of traffic that's just along the start-finish straight alone. It's not ideal. It's not what you want. When you're certainly battling at night, you just want the battle to go straight forward. Now, we're not sure on who's in the DIS car at the moment or how long they've been in there for, but Bezrikov has been in the BMW for a while now, and yeah, he'll certainly be feeling the pressure. And you don't want to be dancing around LMP cars and DPI cars either. And that's allowed the Porsche to close back in on the BMW. That's where the Porsche is really strong, is through the corners, which of course Matsuzuka has a lot of. That BMW just being parked in perfectly the right position to keep that Porsche at bay. And again, having a look in the inside of Degner 1, you're never going to make a move there in a month of Sundays, not without sending both of you off into the dust. But both cars getting twitchy on the exit of Degner 2, and that's denied the Porsche a potential run into the hairpin.
that little shake from the BMW is almost like someone asked the Unison car, do you want to let this DIS car pass? And it was just like a quick shake of the head. No, I'm never letting you pass.
Denied, sir. It's from the BMW. And charging on now down towards Spoon. Again, the Porsche having a look. I mean, you can try and outbrake someone on the inside line of Spoon. You've got to commit to it very early. But now the Porsche is going to get its horses galloping. And even though the Porsche is going to be in the slipstream, it's probably not going to be enough to challenge the mighty Beamer into Cassia Triangle. But that's going to be a great opportunity if the Porsche can hang in. Oh, that's not what they want. They don't want someone on their inside line. That's going to put the Porsche off. And it did very slightly. And again, look at the gap that was generated because the Porsche had to make allowance for the LMP car coming through. And again, a prime opportunity into the Casio Triangle is denied the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche.
And it's just such a tricky situation to be in when you're trying to line yourself up for a move and then you end up getting lapped in the wrong spot. But DIS closing in massively with that grunt of the Porsche in towards turn 1. Again, looking for the outside. DIS, they hold it all the way round the outside of Nikolai Bezrikov, but a bit too wide through turn 2, and Unison hold on to P3.
So close. He almost got that right, but as soon as he was nailed to the outside line of the second part of turn 1, he was never going to work. He just ran out of road and ran out of traction at the wrong time as the Porsche nearly tangles with the viaduct and car coming through. And the Porsche just beg your pardon, that's Allmendinger that's in the pit. The banner was a little slower than I was anticipating to update. So that's Allmendinger in the pits for another scheduled stop for the 94 Burst Esports Goodart Sunglasses car. Yeah, that's as soon as the Porsche got nailed to that outside line at turn 1, it couldn't do it, couldn't turn in when he needed to, and the BMW was then free to deploy its horses just at the crucial moment. But this battle isn't going anywhere, and long may it continue.
Well, Tom is out of the car. It's Rasmus Andreasen who is jumping on in. I'm just wondering if that was a scheduled pit stop or not for the 94 Burst Esports car.
Well, only they know what their schedule is. There's quite a lot of cars for us to keep track of. As again, the warring GTEs stay out of the way of more DPIs and LMPs coming past them. As we fast approach another half hour complete. The BMW is very, very wide, but should be able to keep his foot on the floor. Coming through 130R, does indeed. And still keeps the Porsche behind, but that's a bit of a chink in the armour for the 717 Unison Racing BMW.
I've also got more news because there has been a pit stop in the GTE class further up. Giordano Valeriano 1.7 seconds behind Joao Barbosa in the battle for the lead, but back to the action for P3. Round the outside once again for DIS. First time didn't work, second time didn't work, and the third time will not work either. The BMW holds on to P3, and the DIS driver can see nothing but the rear end of that BMW right now.
He's got to be getting so frustrated by every attempt he's making to try and capitalize on the advantage that Porsche has in the corners to try and outweigh the raw power and speed that BMW has. But every attempt is just not succeeded. Again, coming back to my original point, patience is key, particularly here at Matsusaka.
Honestly, if the DIS car sits for any longer behind this BMW, I'm going to start to think that whoever's driving the DIS is a bit of an anime fan and just wants to see that livery for even longer.
It's a good livery to stare at. I mean, don't blame him for that whatsoever. But it's not helping their race any, as he's just, whether he's determined to stare at it or not, he's still tried to pass this several times. But fair play to the BMW for keeping them at bay. But that's another half an hour gone. 3.5 hours remain. It's time for another word from our sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the opening round here at the EEWC at Matsusaka, and still we look at this ever increasingly ever hottening war between Bezrikov in the 717 Unison Racing BMW and the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. That is for third in the GTEs. They have been going at it for quite a while, and still the BMW is reigning over the Porsche, but only just.
And they can't find any way through. The closest they've gotten is in turn 1, but every time DIS have to look for the outside and they just can't find the grip. One time I thought it was practically done as they lose the back end, but DIS catch it and somehow they keep it out of the barriers and they only lose about half a second.
What? Again, sign that man up to the cricket team. My God, he's caught the tail end of that car so many times. And again, you talk about a way to stay focused. It's true. That's taking a huge amount of practice. I think that's the 32. Yes, that's the 32 McLaren they're catching up to in the GT3 class. It's making great. It's doing some great pace in the GT3 class. Second at the moment is some distance behind Mark Vermeer still in the 585 Volati car, as that is the that was Liam Rance in that LMP2. Who's in it at the moment? It's Marco Slanzi that's in the 164 satellite car that's just gone past them. Now, the Porsche's not going to have an opportunity to make a move here. There's the 32 McLaren in the way, lots of other cars around them. Oh, that's getting very, very close. I mean, how many times have I said that? They just always seem to be in amongst the traffic somewhere. As we can see in the picture on the left-hand side, James Zuber in the 64 Maragnis E-Stars car, currently third in the DPI class. We've actually got he's having a fight for second in the DPIs, and we've got a fight in the GTEs, GT3s, and also DPIs now.
Did someone ask for battles here in the Endurance Racing World Championship? Because we've got a lot. It's like when you try to print a document, but you press print so many times to get about 10 of the pages coming through instead of just the one that we asked for. Because right now James Zuber is all over the rear end of Alexei Mizin through the Dunlop curve, and Alexei Mizin's into the wall.
Oh no, that is a huge incident there for Mizin. As you said, the 17 Unison car has gone into the wall. There it is on the left-hand side of the picture. It is just trying to move. Oh no, that was a big move, and that would have been a momentary lapse of concentration, maybe a little bit too wide. Hopefully we'll get a replay on how that one happened. He's now back underway, and on the right-hand side again, the Porsche and the BMW side by side, as the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche tried to box in Bezrikov behind the GT3, the Telefaringen M6. He's still trying to do it, still trying to get alongside, coming through 200R, and there's an LMP there as well. Good Lord, it's still going going on. And there goes the Porsche on the inside line of Spoon. He set that up on the exit of the hairpin. They're still side by side. And the Porsche's just about managed to wrestle that third position from Bezrikov. But the BMW can get its horses properly galloping now. But the Porsche will have the slipstream from the Teleforing in M6. Struth alive. That took a while, but the Porsche now up into third.
It took some time, but the Porsche of DIS are up into P3 in the GTE class. Can they pull away from the BMW? The Teleforingen GT3 car might be a little bit of a thorn in the side of DIS. If Andy Kurtzen or Michaela Lundtoft can't get through quickly, you can already see the gap starting to form between these two. DIS definitely have the pace advantage. I wonder if whether Nikolai Bezrikov and Unison have been double stinting their tyres and maybe losing a little bit of a pace through just a tyre deficit.
Could well be. We've heard, I think it was Tom Oldendinger saying that they were doing something similar with their car. So it's certainly very possible that other teams have had the same idea. Doing it, double stinting the tyres in the dark does make sense, of course, the temperatures being that little bit lower. Oh, well allowed there, Bezrikov, just seeing the LMP car coming dancing through, threading the eye of the needle. Oh, the Teleforingen BMW's gone a bit wide. Oh, bleed out the throttle, let everybody go. Ooh, that could have been nasty. If the M6 had a spin there, it was going to be collecting people. So that was brave of everybody around it. But Bezrikov is starting to fall off the back now of that Porsche. Like you say, Yusuf, that could well be down to tyres. They could have burned the best out of those tyres at the moment. Obviously, we don't know what the situation is for the BMW, but now finally through into third in class is the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, now continuing on its merry way.
Marcus Ster is the one we're riding on board with on the left-hand side of your screen. He's 1.2 seconds behind Mark Vermeer. These two aren't battling for, they aren't battling for class position, they're battling for overall position. Marcus Ster currently sitting in P6 in the GTE class, Mark Vermeer leading the GT3 class. So I doubt Mark Vermeer is going to try to defend this one too hard. He'll be focusing on bringing his GT3 car home to win the maiden race of the season. That's a rear end and a half. Taking the sausage curbs just too harshly in the Casio Triangle.
Oh dear, that's a mistake that's been very, very costly. Yeah, Marcus was indeed gaining slowly but surely on Mark Vermeer, but that has just undone all of that. And there is actually the BMW we've been staring at for a while. There goes Bezrikov. So that just goes out to show how much that 166 ID Sinsport car has struggled in this particular race. They're quite some distance behind the fourth race competitor, which is of course Bezrikov. Ronan Sukes is fifth in the 67 Mugen car. That's as we've seen earlier, has had a few penalties to serve, has been involved in a few wars. There on the right hand side, actually on both screens you can see the gap between the Porsche and the BMW is not increasing too rapidly lap on lap, but it is slowly increasing as the Porsche, now free of interference ahead of it, can now start to deploy its advantages and use either fresher tyres or just the cornering efficiency of the Porsche to start to break away from the BMW. But they're being sensible about it. They're not burning the best out of their tyres too quickly. They're holding on to third and doing what they can to try and secure it as the race goes on.
Now I'm keeping an eye on the 77 of Team Iris on the left of your screen, currently being piloted by Bent Horvath, who is closing in onto the 164 satellite racing of Marco Slanzi, gaining about a second. He gained a second in the opening sector. We'll see how much he gains in the middle sector, 0.8 of a second. The gap between the pair of them currently sitting at 17 seconds, so this will take a few minutes for a battle to really emerge, but eventually we will have a battle for P4 in the LMP2 class.
Yes, indeed. We'll hopefully catch up with their lap times as they come over the line. 1:48.7 for Slanzi in satellite racing. A personal best, or team best, I should say, for the Iris car of 1:45.756. Wow, that's an absolutely storming lap, faster than anyone else in class that time around, gaining a good 3 seconds exactly on Slanzi, about another 17 to go. So yeah, as you say, Yusuf, those two will be together in the next kind of half a dozen laps or so. So another battle is looming.
just battles everywhere, and again Bent Horvath in that opening sector taking 8/10 out of Slancy. We might also be having the GTE cars getting closer. That is the battle for the lead. Joao Barbosa for the 74 Deuces leading over the 54 Musto Pescara of Giordano Valeriano. Just under 8 seconds between them, and last time round Valeriano taking a second out of the Deuces car.
So as a summary on who's leading what, the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity DPI car leading the way now in the hands of Dawid Moracek. It's leading by quite some considerable distance, I think it's fair to say, but Dawid now takes that one over. Leading the LMP2s is Inigo Anton for the number 21 Sem9 Axel car. Now some distance ahead of the number 94 as obviously now Rasmus Andreasen, beg your pardon, has taken over that one. The number 15 Deuce Motorsports car is about 40 seconds behind the Sim9 Axel car at the moment. Of course, pit stops will level that particular field out as time goes on. Yusuf, do you want to take us through our GTE and GT3s?
Yeah, sure. Joao Barbosa leading for the Deuces car, the 74, as we mentioned, 9 seconds clear of Giordano Valeriano and the Musto Pescara 54 car. Then it's a further 2 laps down to DIS Sim Racing Lab. They really love finishing in third. They did it all last season pretty much, and it looks like they're going to be doing the same again here this year for the 2022 EEWC. Then you have Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717, a further 2 seconds behind in P4. Roland Zux a further lap behind, recovering for Mugen Sim Racing. How much further can Roland Zux and the Mugen Sim Racing car climb? If they could get a third after the disaster that befell them earlier, that would be a result and a half. The 166 of Markus Ster for ID SimSport currently sitting in P6 ahead of Adam State, who is a further few laps behind. And then we have our retirements of Angel Benegas and Eros Mashuli in the 27 and 53 of MCM Motorsport and Musto Pescara respectively.
Also lost early on was the number 13 CKR McLaren. It was in the hands at the time of Joao Gabriel. I was really sad to see that one go. And also Alistair Young in the 11 Sim9 Axel DPI car has been in the pits for a number of hours and is still not showing any signs of shifting, so assumedly that is not going to return to the field. There is Alexei Maizin in the number 17 Unison car. Again, doing what he can to maintain his second position. The third is in the hands of James Tsuzuba in the Maradnas E-Stars number 64, separated by about 20 seconds. Now, the number 64 went through the pits last time around. Let's see what the lap time is for Alexei Maizin. That is a 49.1 on the board for the DPI car. And in about 20 seconds' time, we'll know what James Tsuzuba's time is. We'll see if that gap is going to change to any great degree. And that is, also on the doors, a 48.9. So it did change by about 0.3 of a second. So maintaining position at the moment.
The number 64 Maradnas E-Stars car not really closing in right now. And they did just come out of the pits as well. So I would assume fresh tyres, but maybe they are double stinting those tyres, which I guess could explain why James Zuber is off the pace of Alexei Maizin. James Zuber, one of the quicker drivers in the GTR24H circus. Giordano Valeriano still falling back from Joao Barbosa. DIS are pulling from Nikolai Bezrukov's Unison Racing car. We saw him overtaking Bezrukov not that many laps ago. Still keeping an eye as well on the LMP2 class, our three-way battle for the lead. I say a three-way battle, we are talking about 76 seconds separating them. The 21 Axel car leading from Darius Andre and the Deuces Motorsport, and then the 94 of Versk Esports Goddard Sunglasses.
So back into kind of management phase now. The battles that we were very much enjoying have resolved themselves for now. Of course, 3.25 hours still remain of this 12-hour race, so still plenty of action to come, plenty of pit stops, and potential mistakes could well befall our drivers on this track. This is darkness still very much the order of the day as we look at Nikolai Bezrikov in the 717 Unison Racing BMW. It's losing time, I think it's fair to say, against the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. Well, there he is at the top of the shot, just tangling with someone. I didn't quite see who that was. But roaring down the road is the BMW there. And there's our race leader in the picture-in-picture. That's Dawid Moracek bringing in the number 18, or seemingly a scheduled stop, into his, well, at an odd angle, but that's something you can get away with in sim racing. The invisible pit crew have an amazing ability to adjust themselves to any angle you give them. Actually, somebody else has come into the pits as well. That looks like it's no, it's not James D'Souza. That is the Viaducting car that's come in. Number 1, there he is in 5th place. Has also come in. And no, I thought Moracek had moved, but no, not just yet. He's going through a pit stop, assumedly not a driver change because he's not long taken that one over. As we still look at Moracek. Moracek, no, that's Moracek in the picture-in-picture. That's looking at Bezrikov. But it's just allowing one of that is, I think that's Roman Signal in the Adrenaline number 33 that's just gone past him. Nicely done. And that's we saw that Audi, the black and red Audi. That is Mark Vermeer, still in charge of the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec SimSport Audi. It's been in the class lead for quite a long time and doesn't look to be slowing down any. Last lap 202.5, whereas the B32 was a 202.7. So similar lap times being set, but still pressing on. Again, I'm still in awe that these guys can just go on and on and on and on and on for seemingly forever and just lose so little pace.
So I've been asking some of the drivers questions. I forgot to actually ask this to Maciej Kaszprzyk as to what their chosen food is during a race or an endurance race, you know, just when they're sitting in between their stints. What would your go-to be, Chris?
Unfortunately, I did a bit of a Kira and I got distracted by something and I missed the basis of your question.
So what would be your go-to food in an endurance race?
Oh, if I was participating in an endurance race, what would I munch on? Oh, very good question. As I'm not an endurance racer, I've not really thought about it. It would have to be something I could kind of grab, you know, maybe crisps or nuts or fruit or something like that. It would have to be something I could kind of grab with one hand and not have to kind of concentrate on eating. You know, it's nothing that I needed cutlery for or anything like that. So it would have to be something simple to eat, I suppose. Having never done endurance racing from a driver's perspective, I honestly couldn't tell you.
See, so for me, my go-to is noodles, and I have the same thought pattern as you, but for me, it has to involve cutlery, because if I get my hands dirty, then I can't jump onto the wheel, or it means that I've got to go to the bathroom and wash my hands, which honestly I'm too lazy to do. So noodles just fits in for me really well. I think Kieran said a pasta pot, and he specified from a supermarket. He wanted to make it abundantly clear that he wouldn't make it himself.
I see. I was just thinking that was a little bit oddly specific. You know, it couldn't come from a corner shop, had to come from a supermarket. But no, I see what you mean now. Not fresh pasta, it's an instant one of some description. And there's the number 241 again. It's Alexis Sogorednev. He's been fighting with that. Well, he's not so much fighting with the car. He's been fighting with his connection for a long time as Zagorednev. But fair play to the 241. They haven't given up. They haven't parked it. They're still pressing on. They are some considerable distance behind the field of LMP2s, but they're persisting. I'll give them that.
I'm keeping an eye on actually Rasmus Andreasen, who is closing in onto Inigo Anton, not by a lot, only 4/10 on the last lap and 5.5 seconds separating the pair of them. Nikolai Bezrikov still falling back from DIS. Mark Ster on the back of Mark Vermeer. Maybe we could actually be seeing a little battle there between the pair of them. The ID SimSport of Mark Ster and the Volante Racing GT3 of Mark Vermeer in that red, white and black. Just going to double check what make that is actually. I believe it is a Corvette. Wait, no, it's not a Corvette. It's an Audi R8. Got there in the end.
Interesting. The number 18, our race leader, has handed back to Jurnej Simoncic. Moracek is out of the car again. So that was a very short stint for Darren Moracek. But either way, Jurnej Simoncic, who, in fairness, was doing a storming job in that car last time around, but he is back in it and continues to lead by an
the bathroom or something. And he just said, yo, David, quick, jump in for a bit so I can nip to the toilet.
Or grab maybe grab his own instant noodles.
Yeah, actually true.
It would actually make sense. I mean, these guys have got to eat at some point. 12 hours is a long time.
Also, I forgot to mention, for anyone watching, you can also let us know what your endurance food of choice is. You can either message in the YouTube chat, or even better, you can use the hashtag EEWC and get involved through Twitter.
Absolutely. Now, I asked Kieran this question earlier, Mr. Yusuf, so I'll bounce it at you. Now, are you familiar with these cars from a driver's perspective?
Not on the R Factor 2 game itself.
But you've driven similar in other sims?
Yes. ACC to be precise.
What would your usual weapon of choice be in the so that'll be a GT3 class then. So what would your weapon of choice be?
As in what car do I go for?
Yes.
So, my go-to car, and this is not because it's my preferred car, is the Ferrari, the 488.
Oh.
And that's because when I did an endurance event with some friends, I actually really didn't want to be in the Ferrari, but they picked the Ferrari, and we all bought setups for it. So as a result, I only have setups for the Ferrari, so I've just practiced in the Ferrari all the time. I have tried the McLaren 720S on ACC, and that was really fun. It felt not understeery at all. It had really good bite on the front end, so that was a very fun car to drive.
See, McLaren would be my weapon of choice as well. Perhaps either that or the Audi would be where I would go. So me and Kieran are in a similar boat. They would prefer a stable car rather than something that's blindingly quick but wishes to kill you at every corner. I'm staring at you, Mr. Bezrikov. And who's caused the yellow? That is Marcus Steyer again. That number 166 car.
I have a replay of it that will be coming up soon, if this thing, wants to actually let me rewind.
Oh dear, the ID Simsport car in trouble again.
Okay, I have the replay queued and ready to go, production. I got the thumbs up. So let's see how this went badly for Marcus today. He's making his way through the S's. It's cool, it's nice. He's under the night sky here in Japan. He's having a lovely time with his best date, a friend, a car, and then he turns in on Burst Esports and loses the rear end. I actually think Burst might get a little slap on the wrist for that one, because I think, personally, Marcus was within his right to turn in there. What do you make of that one, actually?
Tricky one, that, because strictly speaking, he did turn in on a car that was trying to lap him, but that's really not a passing place. If you were going to make a move, you should really go to the outside. You've got the grip and the speed to do it, but the Burst Esports car just went straight for that inside line, assuming that Marcus wasn't going to go for it. You may well be right. I think maybe a bit 50-50, because it's not like Marcus should have seen him coming. They do have that rear-facing camera monitor you can see to the right of the dashboard, and he was most certainly in it. But making an inside pass there is risky at best. So maybe a bit 50-50, but I think more emphasis that the move should have been done a bit cleaner than that. I think less blame on Marcus than on the LMP guy he bounced off of.
Yeah, I think it was Rasmus Andreasen. If he had got maybe half a meter further up, I think it would have been fine, but maybe a little bit hesitant to go for that move. I've also just seen in the Discord, and this is always really nice to see, but from a very certain driver, Mr. Tom Oldenmenger, actually giving a little shout out to Inigo Anton for a good battle between the pair of them. So it's always good as a driver, or to see the drivers just giving a thumbs up to each other after a good battle, being able to respect each other and enjoy the racing, really.
I mean, we certainly have, so it's good to see that the drivers enjoy it as much as we do. We hope you lovely people watching along, either live or post-event, are enjoying it as much as we have thus far. I'm keeping an eye as well. I'm just having a look at the gap between Maisin and Zuba. It's come down a little bit. It's now about 15, 16 seconds. It was around 20, I believe, when we last looked. It's come down a bit, but not come down in a great hurry. Everybody is kind of minding their own business out there. Lap times of the LMP2s, that's very much advantage Anton there. Certainly last time around. And Inigo Anton with a 46.2 last time around, gained about or nearly 2 seconds on Darius Andre, but is 26 seconds behind the class lead at the moment. But at that kind of pace, you never know, he could well be involved in the LMP2 lead before the checkered flag falls.
Speaking of being involved in leads, Martin Merkley still trying to charge forward for the GT3 Mugen Sim Racing car. His last lap, a 2-minute 1.8. For B32, a 2-minute 2. And for Mark Vermeer, your GT3 class leader, a 2-minute 3. So Martin Merkley is closing, but it will take a while. I guess it's a good thing that we have over 3 hours remaining in the race.
Absolutely, and speaking of, there is Martin Merkley in the 82 Sim Racing McLaren. Third in GT3 class, as mentioned. About a minute behind the next car down the road, which is actually Adam State, who's taken over the 264 racing car, a racing McLaren. He's trailing in the GT field at the moment. And there is the lineup for the Mugen Sim Racing squad. Adam Seregi and Christopher Klanek also lined up to drive that car during the course of the event. That's not a bad-looking machine, if I may say so. But Mugen doing well. Now, you were talking earlier about Mugen getting on the podium, and that's certainly something they've managed to do. And their GTE effort not quite going so cleanly, unfortunately.
No, it's not going fantastically well for them. They're currently sitting in P5. It's not terrible. They're a lap down on P4, and there's still hope for Roland Zux, and we'll see what does come their way. I think they've also picked up a drive-through penalty somewhere, so if it wasn't for that, they'd actually be on the same lap as DIS, I think. But we are approaching a break. Now, Chris, we're not going to throw it to a break straight away, because this is your last half hour, your last stint in the comms box with us. So I want to get some final thoughts from you. Predicted winners in each of the classes, Chris.
Okay, well, I mean, you'd be silly to bet against the Burst Esports Simplexity squad for the overall win. As a brief yellow flag there for Bence Horvath in LMP2. As you can see, the current standings of the field flashing up on screen. So Darius Andre leading the way for Deuces. It's going to be a fight between Deuces and Sim9 Axel, I think, for the LMP2 field, but you can't ignore the Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car. They've done pretty well thus far. I'm going to go for a bit of the outside bet and go Sem9. Because I reckon they've got a bit more pace than what we've seen, but Deuce is doing a brilliant job, certainly consistency, putting them on top of the field. GTE, I mean, Joao Barbosa, that's a name we've seen many, many times, and it currently holds the 74 Deuces Motorsport Club Porsche to himself by quite a way over Deegan Fairclough, but that number 54 Musto Pescara car has led the GTE field in this race before now. So who's going to win out on that one? I'm going to go Deuces on that one. I'll go for the number 74. And as for the GT3, it's very hard not to look away from that 585 Volante Racing by Aztec Sinsport. It's been a class of one as far as consistency and just raw pace. Whilst they don't have the class lead lap by very much, as you can see from the best lap column, you can see there's about 7/10 as all that separates Mark Vernier from the B32 car, for instance. Actually, they don't have the best lap. I just realised that's actually the 82 of Martin Merkley that has that one at the moment. But as far as consistent, decent pace, I think 585 are going to take that one.
Fair enough. Well, Chris, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to be throwing to a quick commercial break, and when we return, Alex Goldschmidt will be alongside me. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flits, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Andre has jumped into the pits, and that has relinquished the lead of the LMP2 class over to SEM9 Axel.
It swings and roundabouts between those two crews. I think there's a very good distinct battle between the top three in LMP2, with Indigo Anton leading for SEM9 Axel, Rasmus Andreasen behind the wheel of the 94 Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses car, and Darius Andre. We've seen some great racing from both Sabakis and Robert Paul in the number 15 car, and Robert Paul is now actually switched back into the car, so that keeping that fresh mentality, keeping that strategy going, could prove to be big dividends for the team at the end of the night. I mean, I can't believe it. We've got just under 3 hours left to go. We're into the final quarter, and then before we know it, Yusuf, we'll be back into the last 60 minutes of the race.
Yeah, next thing I'm going to be back in the UK, thinking where I thought I was in Denmark.
I know. Time flies whilst you're having fun.
Absolutely, time flies while you're in the commentary box as well.
True.
It's weird because every time I think, oh, this is taking so long, and then at some point, it's just the time disappears, and I'm like,
yeah,
what? I think for a few cars out there, they'd be wishing that the time would stay out for a little bit longer. Yes.
Yeah.
Mugen.
Shots fired.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm firing shots. It's been unlucky for them, and they need more time to try to climb their way back through the field. Roland Zux and Martin Merkley are doing a phenomenal job. They're showing fantastic pace, but they just need more time to close into those guys ahead of them.
They do, because time waits for no driver, especially when it's a 12-hour endurance race, and we've got another 3 of these to go. And then we've got the 2 24-hour races, one at Spa-Francorchamps, and then we've also got, that's in late August, and the one at Le Mans for the finale of 2022. And we seem to be getting some team radio from Gadgethuset.de, the DSR car, that's 777. Still running in 4th position. It's been a bit topsy-turvy a little bit from them, but they have shown some really good signs of flourishing performance, and from our perspective, that can only mean a good sign. You know, LMP2 last year, we discussed it a couple of times in this broadcast, where LMP2 was not really... They probably thought, you know what, we've bitten a bit more off than we can chew, and we decided, well, let's go back to basics. Let's go back to where it all began. And you know, they've picked a pretty good car. I mean, the Callaway GT3 is a pretty tried and tested vehicle, and Carl Lukagard was the person that put it in qualifying, and he's still driving away, and it's like he's just pounding in the kilometres.
Yeah, and I'm really glad as well that we are seeing DSR and B32 in the GT3 class. I think they're looking at home in the class. They're having battles, whereas I think in the LMP2 class they were just kind of out of it in sorts, and it's never nice when you see a team that's off the pace like that. So I'm glad that they are having better battles now. And well, Carl Lukagard 39 seconds behind Martin Mergley. He's a fair bit ahead of Thomas Breinegort, and sitting in P4, doing a decent job as well. We've currently got on my screen the 67 Mugen racing car, and that's Roland Zux, because he's about 10-15 seconds behind DIS Sim Racing Lab. Once he overtakes DIS Sim Racing Lab, he will be on the same lap, and he can try to hunt down for that final podium, or it wouldn't be final podium spot, for that 4th place spot.
I think with now the if you can get yourself back onto the same lap as the car in front, that's going to give you that little bit of additional motivation, just to spur you on. Just gently open the taps, unlock if you can some performance in the car, and we're actually hearing some live radio transmissions from the 777 team radio, which you can actually listen to yourselves at radio.GTR24H.org. And a big thank you to Peter Munkholm from Broadcast Control, saying they're talking about how dark it is at the circuit. They're really giving some feedback to each other, and that's the sign of a good team, how they work together and conglomerate and say, look, you know, this is what's happening. It's a bit skittish going through the Casio triangle. You know, how the tyre degradation's going, fuel level. They'll be monitoring things. They'll be calculating it on the fly, like I spoke with Tom Oldenberger from the 94 car from Burst Esports Good as Sunglasses, saying that people are having to get creative with their strategy, and that's what we're seeing at the top end, the sharp end of LMP2 right now.
I think it's always fun as well to see how different drivers want information being fed to them, because you'll have some that will want information being given to them more regularly. They'll be wanting to know their lap times all the time. I know for myself, when I did some of the Club 100 endurance racing, because when you're doing karting, you don't really have the luxury of being able to see your lap times. When we did finally get a radio sorted out, it was, okay, I always want to know what lap times I'm getting, so I can think, was that a good lap? What am I changing? Who are the people that I'm racing with? When you're in sim racing, it's a little bit different, because you have more of that information at your disposal, but you can still get information over what the other guys are doing, where they're dropping time, where you can find time. Other drivers, probably the likes of Pauli Ahonen, would just want you to shut up and not say anything to them for the whole race. Yeah,
you probably find the old Kimi Räikkönen adage, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. And Pauli is, you know, he's the most eclectic, eccentric, I think, of our guests so far since I joined GTR24H at the beginning of last season.
I feel like eccentric is a weird way to describe someone who's quiet.
Yeah, well, the thing is that normally through interviews, you know, we've had quite a few people on the show: Tom Olderman, Michi Hoyer, Gert Nielsen, Andy Kirsten, amongst other people as well. So we're actually seeing quite a wide variety of different characters. I really like the fact that when Chris mentioned about Kieran's teacher's pet comment, well, Chris forgot to mention the one that I put on. You greet someone in that, you know, he's put the commentator's curse on the person's camera on the other side. But I have to admire the fact that Chris decided to, you know, just do a little bit of, you know, a nice gesture, I think.
Well, we'll be seeing a lot more of Chris. Hopefully he'll be here with us in the commentary booth for the next round at Monza.
He will be working from home. He's got a family holiday actually that week or the week after. But
I think he just doesn't like me. He just doesn't want to see me in person.
You know what the funny thing is? I have never met Chris in person myself, but you know, he's a great addition to the commentary cast that we have here at GTR, and we all have our foibles. We all have our little nuances as Jone Simoncic still leading the way in the DPI class. James Juba currently I think is in an in-lap in the 64 Maradnis E-Stars car. I mean, did we ever get down to the bottom of why Alistair Young was in the pit lanes for so long? I don't think we did we?
Your guess is as good as mine there.
And that guess is absolutely non-existent right about now. I'm sure that we'll probably find out in due course, but you know, it's been a difficult struggle for the 79X11 car, but the number 21.
Because I don't think they would have called it quits.
No, I know for a fact that when Alex has got pedigree in motorsport. He's a multi-time champion. His son Alistair is cut from exactly the same cloth. He's run in single-seaters. He's run overseas, and I mean, despite his young years, he does have very mature head on his shoulders, a bit like his dad. So there will be a lot of things that Alex will have been able to advise Alistair, saying, look, if you've had a really, really bad race, you don't quit, you go to the end of it. And nevertheless, they're still going to score points at the end of the round. They'll complete the race bonus, which will be a point.
Yeah. And
also they'll get the respective points for 6th position. So it's early days for the championship. Alex, when I did the pre-official press conference, I had to actually do the call with him. I think it was when it was 10 o'clock at night in Kuala Lumpur, and he was just in the latter stages of his mandatory 5-day quarantine in Kuala Lumpur, having come back from Dubai, being over there for the Formula Region Asia and Formula 4 championships over there. So Alex is a very, very busy man, very, very well connected, but has bags and bags of experience, as the B32 car has just had a little bit of an off-track excursion going through Spoon Curve, whilst Michael Pedersen in the 166 ID SimSport car gets James Juba passing into the left down the back stretch. ID SimSport running in 6th position at the moment, behind Roland Zooks, with DIS Sim Racing Lab in the 45 running at the top 4. Nikolai Bezrukov in your favourite, it seems to be your all-time favourite livery. You are going to be showing me what you talked to me about later on about the particular anime, I think.
Let me see if I can find it there.
Well, we'll definitely make sure we do that after the broadcast. But Deacon Fairclough, young Brit, doing a really, really good job. In 2nd position, it's a minute and 7.8 seconds between João Barbosa, and I mean, I'm looking back at my predictions from, and I will be honest with you, I have to sort of side with Chris Buxton now, because I put Volante maybe to come in 3rd with Mugen and Glam based on track record in the championship, 1st and 2nd, but now that's completely changed. But still good to see that Martin Muggley, he's got the car up into P3 at the moment. But I went with Burst for the win, Maradnas, E-Stars and Adrenaline, and Unison Racing are a little bit of a fly in the ointment for that particular prediction. It's very close. I mean, the top 3, I put Burst 1st, Juice 2nd, Axel in 3rd, a 7.9 Axel. GTE, I thought, well, Juices straight away, and then I put the 54, and that's where they are at the moment. And then Mugen, Roland Zooks with the biggest of rolls after the incident with Viaduct, and I think it was about 4 hours in or something.
I've sent you the video of the car reveal that we did on YouTube.
Okay.
It requires a certain acquired taste, let's say, to it. It's terrible, in other words.
Where did you send that to me?
I sent it in the commentators' Facebook chat, because I thought everyone else would want to see this majestic Ferrari, a clear improvement to a Ferrari.
You know what? I've actually put my phone on silent.
Yeah.
So at least it kind of well.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'll have a gander at that.
Yeah.
And John's just put
imagine seeing that in the EEWC.
Yeah, you are right about the words that you use there. Acquired taste. Reminds me of Deadmau5's Ferrari a little bit, with the light blue, because Deadmau5 got a lawsuit thrown against him by Ferrari, and he called his I think this is 458, the Ferrari, and he put like a little miniaturized cat on the where you normally would see the Cavallino Rampante, and he actually had a badge made. No word of lie. If you want to Google it, Deadmau, he got a lawsuit thrown at him by Maranello, and he then probably sold the car after getting it de-wrapped and everything. He had Ferrari, which is PURRARI, the badge, like the chrome badge that you get behind the engine cover on the spoiler.
It's a Nyan Nyan cap.
You see?
Oh, that is... he's put a Puma badge on it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why Ferrari, because it was actually absconding on their trademarks. And they said, you can't do that to Ferrari.
Of course you can.
Yeah, but the thing is that Ferrari are very, very particular.
Did they win the court case? There you go.
I don't think he did. I think they did.
The Ferrari won it.
Well, the thing is that Ferrari do have a legal precedent, and you know, when you think about it, if they have registered it as a trademark and someone sort of does something different, I will have a look at the story.
If I buy a Ferrari and I paint it and I decide to call my car a Ferrari, that's just my name for the car.
I know, but
if he's selling the car, I get it. But otherwise, I don't see any way you could lose a case where they're like, no, you're not allowed to give your car a pet name of a Ferrari.
Yeah, well, the thing is that the actual reason why Ferrari sued Deadmau was that they sent him a sharply worded cease and desist letter accusing him of trademark infringement. But Deadmau didn't disclose the letter. We've got Inigo Anton on here. But the thing is that they're very traditional. They don't like certain things being done, and like seeing the I think, what was it? There was one site that said Deadmau gets caught in trademark catfight with Ferrari. Quite apt, because it was called a Ferrari at the end of the day. It's just one of those things. But there's the weather map overlooking Matsusaka, and just to think that we're not that far away.
There's a big rain cloud, but it is looking to go north of the circuit.
It's very north of the circuit itself. Looks like there's some light rain not too far away, but looking at the way things stand at the moment, I'm keeping an eye on Jenny Simoncic. I can't believe the best lap that they've done, 1 minute 44.854. That's pretty good race pace, if you ask me, from that particular crew. I mean, especially when
it's less than 2 seconds off the best time set in qualifying.
Yeah, 2.1. Well, yeah, it was a 1 minute 42.792. So yeah, just over a second and a half off. But the pace that has been unrelenting by Simoncic, Morocek, and Hoyer has been absolutely brilliant to watch. I mean, they do say that if you're not talking about the leader enough, they're doing a really, really good job. I mean, unless we saw, I think, wasn't it when Kieran was asking Mitchie a question, and then all of a sudden David Morocek has a moment. But
Kieran learnt that technique from me, by the way, with DIS.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're getting into the last 2 hours and 41 minutes, and I'm trying to look for battles that I could possibly see that really are throwing themselves at me.
Yeah.
Rasmus Andreasen is about 39 seconds off of Robert Pawn, who's is in a fresher car, and there is the car on your screen. It's actually chasing down. That's the 264 satellite car. Adam State behind the wheel of that one as they go down the backstretch, heading into 130R. And I've always wondered about those. I like the fact that when the LMP2 cars go, they've got like the LED lights showing on the back at the bottom of the diffuser. They've got the red lights that flash as well, just to indicate to the traffic saying, look, I'm here. Just because I might have these LED lights on does not mean that you can't ignore the ones that are flashing directly opposite them, directly adjacent. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think looking at the battle between Sem9 Axel, Juice's Motorsport Club, and Burst Esport, Gooder Sunglasses, that one is going to go down to the wire. Looking at GTE.
So GTE is where things are getting fun, because João Barbosa is leading, but he's got a very, very fast Roland Zux right behind him, who's desperate to unlap himself. Deegan Fairclough is a further 65 seconds behind, so the top two in the GTE class are looking fairly set. But then you've got DIS who are in third. They're 6 seconds clear of Nikolai Bezrukov. I think DIS might have a pit stop due soon.
Yeah.
But then you've got Roland Zux, who's about a further 5 seconds behind, plus 1 a lap. And that's where things are getting feisty, because Roland Zux is faster than the pair of them. So DIS and Unison Racing doing mid 2 minutes, whereas Roland Zux doing mid 1:59s. And is practically the fastest GTE car on circuit alongside the Musto Pescara 54 car. So Roland Zux will be trying to close in, he'll be trying to unlap himself. Whether the other GTE cars make that easy for him, we'll have to wait and see.
Very, very true. It looks like there's been a real good battle. There you see the DIS Sim Racing Lab crew down there on the left hand side of your screens. Car currently P3 on the final step of the virtual rostrum in the Porsche 911. A lot of work always goes behind the scenes with DIS. They also have an association with Azatec Sim Sports as well, like Volante Racing do. There's been a lot of hype about Azatec's new pedal set as well. That I have to give a shout out to Boosted Media, that actually was talking about them on his YouTube channel not too long ago. Boosted Media, one of a guy that really gets immersive into his sim racing, and just check out Boosted Media if you haven't already for the innate, ridiculously immersive and so true to life realism on his sim rig. I think he got his partner to go in, and it was at dark, and she went, "Oh, it's night, and there's light," and like literally, it was just, you look at it from the aspect of where he sees it, and you just go, I cannot tell the difference.
Yeah.
I really cannot tell the difference. And that just goes to show the ultra realism of how far you can push that envelope with that as well. And it's good to see that, there's so many sim racing content creators and racers out there that are really, really getting a welcome name for themselves. They're getting exposure, and I think also it comes down to the sheer enjoyment of just getting yourself immersed, just not worrying about what's going on outside in the real world, or what's in your personal life, or what's happening with family. You get in, you have a blast, you feel infinitely better, and then you come to something like this, where you are literally just in your bubble, behind the wheel of your rig, and you are going 10 tenths, maybe 11 tenths, and you're pushing like crazy, and wanting to... I think Kieran really put this very eloquently earlier on, that it doesn't matter about the car in front, you want to get past it.
Yeah. Well, whether they can find a way past it, that has to be seen, because right now we've got Roland Zux, who wants to find a way through on João Barbosa. He's been losing a lot of time behind the GTE class leader. Not something you hear often, the fact that you're losing time because you're stuck behind the leader, but that's exactly the case for Roland Zux. It's not a huge amount of time, but it's probably about 2-3 tenths a lap, and finding a way through on João Barbosa is going to be so difficult. And I think right now for Roland Zux, I think he knows that he just needs to sit behind João Barbosa. He can't risk fighting against the Deuce's car. He's going to wait for João Barbosa to close in onto Bezrukov and DIS, try to follow the Deuce's car through. Once he's done that, then maybe he can look for a way through on the Aston Martin.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Robert Pawn. He's picking up the pace as the number 15. Had a chat with him earlier on in the broadcast. Last lap around was a 1 minute 48.5. Inigo Anton at the moment from the Philippines for Sem 9 Axel in the 21. 1 minute 47.648. Rasmus Andreasen running in the 149.4s. Marco Slanzi for Satellite Racing. He's getting another turn behind the wheel of the 164 Arica 07 and has just put in a 1 minute 47.930. So is quicker than the two in front, but the gap between Andreasen and Slanzi is quite significant thus far, as just seen Robert Pawn go past Nikolai Bezrukov, who's on the right hand side of your screen. Battle for GT. Now this is for 4th and 5th in the class, and the gap between them looks a lot closer than I think it might have been for quite a time, because Bezrukov has just gone through 130. Roland Zux is behind João Barbosa and is approaching 130. Now goes through it. So as you said, it's about Roland Zux just keeping the wheel tracks of João Barbosa, using the slipstream, maybe hoping to save maybe a litre or two of fuel here and there by maybe some minimisation when it comes to hitting the throttle. And by doing this, you know, he'll gain extra speed that will help the engine a little bit more. But one of the other things that he's got to worry about when you're right up with another car that's punching that hole through that dirty air, the car's engine and oil temperatures do actually go up, and there was nearly a little bit of a touch between the pair of them going through the exit of the first corner. So Roland Zooks has to watch what happens, because if there's the slightest incident, I'm sure that something will be fired over to race control, and Juicers will be saying, well, hang on a minute, we were leading the class and this happened.
Yeah, the 67, I think, as you said, will just be sitting behind, lifting and coasting into corners, trying to save up some fuel. I don't think the engine temperatures rising is a particular issue on the R Factor 2 game. Maybe some of the drivers in the chat can clarify that for us. So I don't think he'll be worried about any potential reliability issues from following behind the Aston Martin. It's just a case of losing some time. Dirty air, not a huge factor in terms of grip with the GT cars as it would be with the likes of Formula 1 cars that are a lot more downforce and aero dependent.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, just through my automotive experience and having spoken to people before, that when they've raced, even if it's not in this kind of level, but when it's like grassroots sports car racing, they do...
Oh, contact!
Oh,
you called contact, and I saw the pair of them going sideways, and all I see now is the fact that Mugen are ahead of the Deuces Motorsport Club on circuit. I'm going to go back. Okay, we've got an instant replay. What does Roland Zooks do? I think he just throws it down the inside of Spoon.
Yeah, they're going through 200R, and he measures the move up, and he's not even alongside. He's not even halfway alongside it. Car goes sideways. Joao Barbosa gets a little bit of a love tap on the left rear of the car, but yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort. But I think Roland should have really just maybe judged that a little bit better going into the first part of Spoon Curve. It can happen. You can sort of overcompensate or underestimate what the car in front of you is going to do, and that was case in point.
I wonder if he gets a penalty for that, because it wasn't for position,
no,
and neither of them spun. That's it feels like a slap on the wrist to me.
That could be well, I mean, the least that they could probably throw at Roland Zooks might be a drive-through penalty, which is a
I don't think it'd be a stop-go.
No.
Drive through the absolute max.
Yeah, but that's dependent on how race control look at the incident, and they'll look at multiple different angles. They'll look at how far along the car was alongside. In this case, it was probably no more than maybe less than a quarter of the way alongside the car whilst making the move. So that's why we're here. We can give our viewpoint, but we're not the ones that make the decision.
Nope.
That's race control.
Unless race control is something very odd, then we flame them for it.
Well, yes.
That hasn't happened yet, to be fair, so we've not been in that situation. Now, I have some info, and that is that the current pit order of the LMP2 cars, because I've been keeping a rough view of this, is as follows. The Deuces car will pit. 2 laps later, the 94 car of Rasmus Andreasen will pit. Then almost 10 laps later, the 21 car will pit.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Or I think, as Mr. Spock would say in Star Trek, personally. Yeah. It just goes to show how diverse these strategies are when it comes to it. But hang on a second. I think it's time for a commercial break, don't you?
I think it's perfect time for a commercial break, Alex.
We'll see you back in a couple of minutes. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just under 2.5 hours to go here at the first round of the GTR24H 2022 Endurance E Racing World Championship. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming back with Yusuf bin Sahil. We've been keeping our eyes on proceedings at the moment. I'm keeping an eye on GTE because the pit stop phase has just happened again. And Deegan Fairclough from the 54 Musto Pescara Engineering Porsche is being hunted down by one Wojtek Polezny from Juice's Motorsport Club. I did say earlier on in the broadcast that GTE is looking rather feisty, and Polezny, we know, is a known quantity here. Yusuf, what have you picked up?
I mean, look at Henry Sinek. He's twitching from left to right, trying to find a way through on Denis Eshenko. This is for P2 in the DPI class. The Miranda's E-Star 64 against the 17 Unison Racing car, and they're nose to tail as we head towards Spoon Corner. Henry Sinek's been closing in lap after lap, and he's now finally within striking distance.
Right, well, I've just seen that the 67 Mugen Sim Racing BMW M8 GTE, piloted by Zoltan Varkonyi, and that size says everything right there. Go on.
No, I'm putting my hand on my head because I feel like you're about to say Mugen have got another penalty.
No, Mugen are in the way. Mugen are in the way of Juices. They're trying to get past, going through underneath the bridge through after Degner. So there's Deegan Fairclough, there's Zoltan Varkonyi, and just behind is Wojtek Polezny. They've just gone through the hairpin, and now it's closing up. And at the minute, it's getting frightfully close. They've got, looks to be Glam Racing in the 404 just up ahead. That is the case. So Zooks is basically Piggy in the middle in the GT3 battle for the overall lead, and possibly in the next 2 hours and 27 minutes is going to be for the victory for the first round of the championship. Let's not forget that Juices did not, Juices did not get pole position in LMP2. It's getting rather hairy as they're heading down into 130. Oh my goodness, 3 cars line astern, and all three of them turn in. And Zooks runs wide. That opens the door for Polezny, and Deegan Fairclough has now got a rear view mirror filled with the Juices liveried Aston Martin 74. Battle for the lead on, coming through the final corner.
Yeah, I'm going to try to bring this one up onto the screen so we can see exactly what's happening, and they're all following each other. This is brilliant stuff.
Dogfight, and oh my goodness, Wojtek Polezny to the outside of Deegan Fairclough. They make contact, and sideways for the Juices car, but he holds on. Oh my goodness, then he runs wide.
And that just means that the BMW of Mugen will be able to find a way through, of course, one lap down. But this Mugen car wants no part in the action. They just want to get their head down and try to find a way through on Bezrikov and DIS up ahead to get onto the same lap in their own little battle for P3.
Oh, this is getting really, really a bit too close for comfort right here, because Zoltan Varkonyi trying to find every which way in his power to get past Deegan Fairclough and going through into the Degners.
He's letting Juices through.
He's doing the right thing there. But that was so close earlier on, just a few corners ago, that Polezny was round the outside doing an M&M on Deegan Fairclough and nearly pulled the move off. But when he started turning in, Fairclough was on the racing line, which is his right to be there, but they were more than alongside each other. I am going to try and scoot back and have a little look at a different angle, maybe on board from Deegan Fairclough, so just hold the phone on that one because I want to get that from an on-board perspective from him.
Big battle though going on right now between Wojtek Polezny and Deegan Fairclough. To be honest, if I was Mugen, I would not have let Eustace through. I would have gone onto the back of that Musto car and essentially said, you let me through or we're battling and you're going to cost yourself time, because Mugen are quicker than the pair of them as they're heading down towards 130 yards. Eustace on the outside, now looking to the inside. Musto trying to hold on to the lead of the GTE class for dear life. They're closing on to B32 down the, B32 Glam Racing. Musto not going to be able to find a way through, but you can see Juices looking for the slingshot on corner exit, and that's a really poor exit for Musto Pescara.
And that is not what they want right now, because Wojtek Polezny back in the slipstream once again, down the start-finish straight. Fairclough weaves to the right-hand side, and Polezny, he's got 2 GT3 cars up ahead. He's going to go for the same move at the same corner. This time he keeps it pinned. He's going to get the inside line for the next apex. They make contact twice in a row. But Wojtek Polezny keeps it pinned, keeps it the throttle very much in, and that was well held, but he's got Teleforingen up in front. They go off the track and come into the path, and Deegan Fairclough back up the inside. Lead is changing through the next left-hander. Polezny's got the inside line. Fairclough runs a little bit wide, and Juices are through back into the lead. Epic stuff, but it was so close. It could have been one wrong move and someone would have been spat out to the left or the right hand side of the track.
I have a feeling that this battle might not be over yet either, and right now, again, I'm still looking at Zoltan Varkoni. Yes, I know this is a battle for the GTE lead, but Zoltan Varkoni on this charge for Mugen Sim Racing, the fastest GTE car on track. He just wants to find a way through. He's practically alongside the Musto car, can't find a way through yet. He already got past Juices before. Then he ended up behind, so I don't know if he let the Juices through due to the contact that we saw between the pair of them into Spoon Corner a few laps ago. But look at Juices, they've already pulled a gap to the Musto Pescara car. And right now, that is Wojtek Polezny absolutely flying in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, pretty good work by the Czech Republic driver. I'm actually going to bring you a little bit of an onboard. And it's going to be a lengthy one, so we're going to play that at full racing speed very, very shortly once I've teed that up and got that ready. Because I'm looking at the actual onboard in reverse at the moment for Deegan Fairclough. And you're going to see the amount of steering wheel correction. And it's going to start from just as they come down past the pit lane. So I am ready with my replay. Production, are we good to go? Right, let's have a look at this real racing speed. So Fairclough to the inside. There is Polezny. Look at the steering wheel input. Glam gets out of the way. A little bit of a clash, and he straight away has to overcorrect, and it pushes Juices sideways, going through into the next left-hander. Now into the right, you see the Teleforingen car just up ahead. And this is where Juices get a little bit compromised going through as Teleforingen, and it opens the door for Fairclough. He goes up the inside, now through, and you can see in the left-hand mirror ever so slightly just through shot, and there is Polezny, gets the job done.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Wojtek Polezny as he continues to climb up the order. Zoltan Varkoni in that 67 he's got through on the Musto Pescara car. So now he's trying to close in on to Juices. Just a reminder, 2 hours 20 minutes remaining. Both of the Mugen cars suffering issues earlier on, trying to climb their way back through the order. Also, if you are a Mugen fan, Martin Mergley is now 1 lap down on B32 Racing and is lapping quicker.
Well, that just goes to show that you take a lick and keep on ticking. That's the old saying. And to be honest with you, I have to give credit where credit is due. Adam Surej got back into that car after that massive drama for Christian Kianek that started in the 82 car. As we see Nikolai Bezrukov trying to chase down. That's getting rather tasty as well. Just under 0.8 of a second between third and fourth on the road. So Unison Racing. It's been a difficult... Well, I mean, the good thing is that with the number 17 that's currently sitting in P3, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, yellow out in sector number 3 at the present moment. But there's DIS's cam into their location there. And so I would imagine we'll probably... there we go. Peace sign from DIS. And there's Andy Kirsten on the right-hand side. He had a chat with us earlier on. That's what you like to see. So I say, hey guys.
A nice little wave. We do have developments in LMP2 and developments that might determine the course of the race, because Robert Porn has made a mistake somewhere. He was about 20 seconds ahead of Inigo Anton and the SEM 9 Axel car. Now he's just 11 seconds ahead, and he needs to be a lot further up because Robert Porn has an extra pit stop to make relative to Inigo Anton.
Yep, still nothing really decided as of yet because we have just under 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. It's running up to close to quarter to midnight. We've been going strong since 1:30 this afternoon. We are going to be going deep into the early hours of the morning. Oh, and a little bit of a misjudgment.
That's for position.
There. That is for position, so... Nikolai Bezrukov in the Unison Racing, the 717, the same number that they used last year when they secured the GT3 title with Aston Martin power, and they've switched to Munich's finest, the one that is no longer, funny enough, used in GTE. That was actually taken off the shelf, so to speak, and put into pasture, but we are keeping that car alive and well here in the EEWC.
So I think we might actually be getting an interview from DIS. I got a nice little message in saying that they would be free for an interview if we have time, and I think we've got a brief lull state before I'm sure the action kicks off once again.
Okay.
And the action on track is with the DIS car, so we get to have their live emotions if there is some contact between the two.
That's actually really, really good. So, Yusuf, do you want to take us through on that one if they are ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, DIS, can you guys hear us?
I can for sure. How are you?
Not too bad. So, is tension running high at the moment with you guys in your battle for P3?
Yeah, it is for sure. I think we knew these last hours was probably going to be rough. We have Mikkel in the car right now, and we'll take the last stints. Hopefully, giving the good guys a run for the money.
Now, it is very close between you guys and Nikolai Bezrukov. I do have to ask, are you guys at all worried about Zoltan Varkoni in the 67?
No, I think Andy will keep his head his head cool. I think the gap is a bit too far. I think it's always tricky here in the end. I think we have one pit more than at least 717. So of course that means that we gotta be faster on track. So of course everything can happen, but hopefully we don't have to worry about Sultan.
So right now as well for your driver out on circuit, for Mikkel, if there is a battle with the Unison Racing car, what are his orders? Is he allowed to battle, or is it just think about your own race?
I think this early in the season we got a battle for sure. This is what we've been waiting for all winter, right? So and this is a great track. I think the last fight for position we saw between with Andy and Unison were great. And I think didn't they have 3 or 4 laps where they were battling back and forth? So for sure a lot of racing.
Great to hear that you guys are looking to battle. Alex, any questions from yourself?
One question I do have. Good to see that you guys are sticking with the tried and trusted weapon, the Porsche 911 RSR. It's like the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we've seen some great battles from you guys last year in 2021. I still remember the all-out GTE war that was Silverstone. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys bring to the party in terms of Chinese fireworks, particularly at this round.
Yeah, I think we stepped to the GT class last year, and I think there's a lot of work to switch car. And for us, I think it was important to stick with the Porsche for now. And for this season also, because we're having a bit of a mix around, I'm taking more of the team management role for this season and supporting as I can, as we see Andy and Mikkel change cars. But I think that's we shouldn't change too much in the same season. So sticking with the Porsche is going to be now, and hopefully a bit of good old racecraft and engineering from the tactics side. We'll try to focus on that as well.
I've got one final question for you, Yannick. Are we going to see you in for the 24-hour races for Spa-Francorchamps and Le Mans later on this year, my friend?
That's the plan.
Glad to hear it, Yannick. Thank you very much for that. Yusuf, any more?
No, nothing else from me. Best of luck, Yannick, for you and the team, not just for this race, but for the entire season.
Thank you very much, and hopefully I can get my Nico Rosberg hair back for the next race around.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, you got 4 weeks.
That's the deal.
So thank you to Yannick Gotthardsen from DISSR Lab there. A big thank you to him, and also good to see him giving the peace sign and the wave, friendly wave to the camera. Really good to hear from Yannick, and good to see they're all at fine spirits in that camp, and they are losing a little bit of ground at the moment. I will be completely honest to Nikolai Bezrukov, but there is time for them to claw that back, Yusuf, because we're about just under 14 minutes away from the top of the hour, and then we'll be going into the final 2 hours of the 12 hours of Matsusaka. How about that?
Absolutely. I was a little bit disappointed, I'm not going to lie, when I asked him about Mugen Sim Racing. Is he worried? He was like, they're a lap behind. I was like, I know, but I just wanted hope.
You were probably doing this.
Yeah.
Both sets of fingers crossed behind his back.
Honestly,
just like,
right
please,
now,
please.
I don't want anything bad for the teams, but I'm hoping that all of them have the same issues, and it means that we have a 5-way dogfight for the win.
Yannick, that means that you can throw the Yusuf under the bus if something goes completely awry. Literally.
Only if it happens to everyone, then you can throw me under the bus.
Point taken. There's Wojtek Polezny, Deuces Motorsport Club. Nick Newcomb was actually in touch with me about, what was it, must have been a couple of hours ago, and he said that GT and LMP2 were going to go down to the wire, and he said, and so literally he then messaged me and said, 20 minutes, I'm on the decks. Well, there we go, nothing changes there then. But Juicers have been very, very busy indeed. I mean, they've got multiple campaigns. They're racing in multiple different events. That's what we find. We've talked about this already. Look at that. Wojtek Polezny is like a man possessed right now. Just the intense concentration on the Czech Republic driver's face. Crossing the line once again. I mean, he's just put in... Oh, hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. 158.609. That was the best part of nearly 9/10 of a second quicker than Deegan Fairclough, who is probably very soon going to be crossing the line in the car itself, and I think he's just done a 59.5. Nikolai Bezrukov is a little bit further adrift as well, but it seems to be that all the little ducks are in order at Juices Motorsport at the moment, with 2 hours and 11 minutes still to go of this race. They've got a bit of a commanding lead. I think Deegan Fairclough, has just gone out of pit lane, or seen Satellite Racing in there as well. They're just that's got Adam State. It's not been an easy one for Satellite. They were up into the top 5, and they could. We know that they can come back with this. You know, Juan Amaya was in one of their DPI cars last year. And right, okay, we have a penalty coming.
Ooh, this is a drum roll moment. Well, I need to be doing the drum roll for you.
Unfortunately, stop-go 10-second penalty for Mugen Sim Racing 67 for not now this is the verbatim I've just had from Race Control. Not respecting other cars for 3 infractions.
So that'd be for one of the juices, I'm assuming, that we saw.
I would probably say that will be for multiple incidents, and when you think about it, that could be involving juices maybe several times. Because when you think about it, if you're the faster car, the car behind, if they're lapped, that's a blue flag. So if they're not getting out of the way quick enough, that could also be an infraction.
But with endurance racing, you don't need to get out of the way before a blue flag.
No, but the thing is that if there's something happening that race control has spotted, and if there's multiple incidents, and they've been thrown at Mugen, it may not just be that Juices have sent in a report. It might have been that other teams might have sent in a report.
I wonder if the contact that we saw between Musto and Juices, between Juices and Mugen, we saw something, if there was something similar between Mugen and Musto. I don't think it'd be for disrespecting blue flags. I think if that's the case, that's an iffy one, because Mugen were the quicker car, and you can't tell a quicker car not to get on with their race.
What I'm basically asking race control is just to confirm which numbers were the other cars.
Yeah.
Just so we get full clarification. So I'll wait to hear from race control to inform me, and I'm being told I'm getting a message as we speak right now. So I would rather give a bit more of knowing what the okay.
Ooh, I've seen a nice video from Roland Zux in the Discord channel, and he's not very happy with Musto. So I wonder if that's one of the reasons for it. Right,
well, I'm just getting notification from race control of the 3. Okay. Well, the last one was B32 Racing.
Okay. So that would have been them just overtaking them normally.
Yeah. So that was the third incident on that one. I'm just asking for the other two. So just I want to get full clarification. I want to make sure that I have the information to hand. It's just would rather make sure. But yeah.
Robert Pawn did make a pit stop a couple of laps ago. So if those LMP2s can go 45 minutes, which is what we usually expect of them, he has 2 more pit stops to go. We're still waiting for Andreasen and Inigo Anton to pit. I think Rasmus Andreasen will be pitting at the end of this lap or at the end of the next lap.
So the strategy call's being sort of analysed by one Yusuf bin Suhail, MD, of course.
Is it time to get the bandana out? The bandana of thought.
Here we go. He has been waiting patiently.
I've not been waiting. You've been waiting. You've wanted this for the last 2 weeks. I wanted to
see this in person. And now we have the Milky-san, the Milky Kid here, the Daniel LaRusso tribute band to my immediate left-hand side. There we go. First the footwear, and now this.
I just need to stand over there and do a crane kick.
Who can be Mr. Miyagi? Who knows?
It's got to be Peter, right? I think Peter's got a Miyagi kind of vibe. Oh, okay. Bringing me up, I'll just display this. It's all the sweat from commentating. It gets into the eyes, clouds my vision and judgment. Hence why I'm wearing this band.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for that. Sorry.
Okay, the 94 has pitted. Andreasen into the pits. We saw him coming in. Driver change as well, and this will probably be their last driver change as well. Joao Pitaias jumping into the car, and he's now about 50 seconds behind Robert Pawn. So I think that 94 car will be finishing third in this race. Unless something major happens from this point onwards. Inigo Anton's probably going to go for another 15 minutes before they have to make a pit stop in the 21.79 axle. So they're looking pretty good for taking the LMP2 class win.
Yeah, indeed. I'm getting messages left, right and centre, and we're not too far away from going into, we're just under 6 minutes away. You can see the respective current standings. Wojtek Polezny, Juices Motorsport leading in GTE ahead of Deegan Fairclough from Musto Pescara in the 54. Nikolai Bezrukov rounds out the top 3 for Unison Racing in the 717. I'm just getting another video at the moment, so...
Oh, I'm seeing a message from Mugen Sim Racing in the YouTube chat. Mugen, drop me a message. You've got me on the Discord, Yusuf bin Sahel, and we'll get you sorted for an interview.
Yes,
I'll run
the
you through it
person
there.
that we are... I just had a message from John. I think the person might be Gabor Hevesi. That we might be able to get on screen. I have got the 82 car actually up on my PC at the moment. We have said next time he has to be on camera. We've got Martin Mergely, and I'm just wondering. I'm just waiting for the go-ahead. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Gabor Hevesi, good evening.
Good evening, guys.
It's been a difficult one for you guys, putting it on pole position after time qualifying. What happened?
The gearbox failure.
Oh no!
Just like last year. Yeah, just like last year, our engine fired, and we had to get DQ and DQ and get the 3-lap penalty. So we are trying to recover, but it's so hard. We're hunting the P2 right now.
So, was it a case of, again, the car going into neutral randomly and then upshifting into first?
No, it was... my teammate said he was going into 130R.
Yeah.
And got a small slide. And accidentally he downshifted when the RPM was so high.
Oh.
So it wasn't into neutral.
Yeah.
But still a big shock for the engine.
So effectively, if he was, if Christian was in 6th gear pushing 250 kilometers an hour, that car will have been bouncing off the rev limiter and blown the internals completely. So he's either accidentally shifted down from 6th maybe to 4th, and that's blown the engine sky high. That is a real shame to hear, Gabor, but nevertheless, you guys have been fighting back. Martin is, as you say, catching B32 Racing in the same machinery. The two cars separated by 53 seconds. You guys have got just over 2 hours. How's the positive feeling in the camp with you and the likes of Martin, Christian, and also, of course, Adam Surej? How are things in the camp feeling? Are you guys revved up, filled with adrenaline, and just going to go for broke and see what happens?
The gap is actually almost 2 laps, first of all. But we are like almost 2 seconds faster lap by lap. I'm going to finish the race the last 2 hours.
Wow.
Not actually the last 2 hours, but after Martin's stint, I'm going to jump in and trying to make a miracle. But I'm not sure I can do that because the gap is so big. The teamwork was so good throughout the race. Pace was so good compared to the others. I think after like 10 hours I can say we were the quickest based on analyzing the live timing. And it's a promising start for the whole season. For Monza at least we have better setup. We already have a base setup, and we're gonna try to do a perfect race, not like this, and hopefully we get.
I want to jump in because with your GT3 car, you guys, as you mentioned, you're quite clearly the quickest. You seem to have the pace, and if it wasn't for that unfortunate gearbox issue, I think you'd be leading by a very comfortable margin. So I want to talk a bit about your GTE team. What are your hopes for that team, and who do you really see yourselves battling with for the remainder of the season?
The GTE squad, as far as I know, they were also fighting for the win this race, but unfortunately they crashed with viaduct and into.
Oh, I think their mic has gone out. It's happened before in the Google Meet, so hopefully we can hear from Mugen again soon once that comes through. As we are seeing Zoltan Vodkoni making his way towards...
Oh, there we go.
We can hear you again.
Oh. Okay, so as far as I know, the GT squad was hunting the win, just like we. But they unfortunately crashed, and after that they tried to get onto the podium, but like 10 minutes ago they got a stop and go penalty for dangerous driving or something. Like they were fighting with the Musto Porsche. They wanted to get back their lap, and there was a small contact. So in the end they got the stop and go, and as far as I know they are
So I'm just going to jump across you for 5 seconds just to let our viewers know, but the 15 Juices car has just DNF'd, and that's from second place in the LMP2 field. So I'm going to grab a replay of that. We'll continue talking to you guys at Mugen while I do that one, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been, just to let you know, Gabor, I've actually had some information from Race Control. There was some contact between the 34 and also when Zoltan was behind the wheel of the 67, but there was also an incident involving some contact with B32, one of the GT3 cars. So obviously that's down to Race Control. We don't have any bearing on it. But the thing is that we cannot believe that in the first round of the championship, like we had at Indianapolis last year, that we never thought that lightning would strike twice. It's two different incidents, but nevertheless, we know how good you guys are. We saw the LMP2 being in the fight for the championship right up until Le Mans last year.
Thank you.
Also the thing with the Jenson Button tribute band, Team Rocket RJN 41 McLaren, which was the old school 650, that was very, very close to winning the GT3 championship. I mean, realistically, Gabor, I think that you guys have got some great drivers. You've got two very, very compliant packages, and we wish you and all the teams at Mugen Sim Racing the very best of luck for the rest of the race and also for the rest of the season. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Right, Yusuf.
Well, wonderful to hear from Mugen.
Yes.
I did want to get in the quick question of what's been my go-to question? What food they eat during the race. Okay, now this looks bizarre because I've just seen it. Would you like an onboard or an offboard view?
I would like to see a trackside version of this.
Okay.
That'd be quite good.
Well, we have the replay ready. Production. We got the thumbs up. We're riding on board with Robert Pawn as he's made his way out of Degner 2. And then look at this.
Oh, that says to me some sort of technical malfunction because you went straight.
You know what that is?
Go on.
That's the Newcomer version 2 from Indianapolis.
Oh no, you just...
Honestly, EEWC 2022, I'm calling it now, it's just 2021 version 2.
I had a feeling that was going to happen at some point, and you were just grinning inside, and now
I don't... Okay, I found it vaguely funny that it's happened again.
Yeah.
But I, like anyone else, never like to see this kind of stuff happen to a driver.
No.
Especially when they were battling for a win. Because even, let's say in the scenario that I didn't like Juices, which is not the case, I would still want them there because it's a battle for the lead, and that's fun.
Exactly, because when you have that kind of significant incident, which not only puts you into the barriers, so you don't wish that on anybody at all, not one iota. And I really, really feel for Juices, because there was so much going on that you and I have been guessing for quite a long time, but we have gone into the last 1 hour and 55 minutes. Join us in a few moments as we head into the last 115 minutes of the 12 hours of Matsusaka. We'll be right back after these messages. 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Racing World Championship. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and for the next hour I'll be joined by Mr. Kieran McGinley. Welcome back, Kieran. Good to see that you've had a good rest and tried to rest those vocal cords. And Chris Buxton throwing you under the bus, saying that you were commentating like you were commentating a cup of sand or something like that. If you heard me correctly.
Yeah, probably as raspy as a cup of sand as well. So it's a fair criticism actually. But no, I've been well and truly carried, and hopefully it will last just that little bit longer. Just that little bit longer.
Yeah. So Kieran will be joining us for the last 60 minutes of his stint, and then you'll be here for the next, I think, probably about the best part of just over an hour and 20 minutes. I'll come back at about 1:30, and then myself and Yusuf bin Sahai will take you through to the end, and obviously the roundup of the show itself here for the 12 hours of Matsusaka. But I will be completely honest, when I think there was a little bit of gratification taken by Yusuf bin Sahai when he was talking about Juicer saying Newcomer version 2.0. I mean, from seeing it from your perspective when you were in the broadcast booth, what was your take on it? Because literally the car went straight on, smacked the barriers, rear wings being torn asunder, and then all of a sudden the car's gone straight into it's denied us of what was really looking like a really great battle. And there is the car back again on the circuit. There's Robert Paul, and the car's now demoted down to 5th position. And it's and I've just had another penalty come through. You know how I talked about the fact that I was hoping that lightning was not going to strike twice when we were talking to Gabba Hevesi from Mugen?
Are you only going to say that lightning has just struck twice?
Well, the thing is that we've just seen Juicers have one drama. They're now going to have another one because Car 74 has just been given a drive-through penalty for not giving enough respect for Racing Room on car number 54, which is Deegan Fairclough, and that is the battle for the lead in the GTE class. I really have no words right about now, and the gap is 73 seconds, so when you look at it from this perspective, Wojtek Polesi's got to serve that within the next 3 laps. They'll be saying to him, right, okay, Wojtek, you've got a drive-through penalty you've got to serve. He'll contest it anyway, but they will have to serve it within the next 3 laps. The quicker that he gets on with it, gets it done, gets it out of the way, they will probably, I mean, I'm wondering how long it's going to be, if it's like about 30-35 seconds just trundling down pit lane. That could be quite close between first and second. That could really open up the GTE League battle going to the last hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's roughly 20 to 25 seconds you'll lose in the pit lane. So when he does rejoin, he'll be rejoining, you know, with the best part of a minute in his pocket. But it's going to be 20 fewer seconds or 25 fewer seconds that they would have built up and could maybe use to their advantage for their final scheduled stop.
Yeah.
So the fact that they have had to, well, they will now have to make this unscheduled trundling down the pit lane is going to be, you know, a big task to try and recover that time in the long run. But at the end of the day, they've got the penalty now. They'll have to serve it. There's, you know, as you say, they could contest it, but if you contest it and don't serve it, you just run the risk of getting that penalty worsened and worsened. It's just not worth the risk. Serve the penalty and then do the talking afterwards. That's probably the way it should go.
I think that's probably the best thing they could do. They can approach it with the full throttle application attitude. Just go for broke and see what happens, and you know, whatever does transpire at the end of it. I mean, this race has had more twists and turns than a never-ending story. That's very, very true, isn't it?
Yeah, and I just saw on your screen there that one of the DIS Sim Racing Lab went for a spin just as you said that. Poetry in motion.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Goldschmidt.
Yes, indeed, Mr. McGinley. Well, let's see if we can switch to another interview. Have we got Burst Esports' very own Rasmus Andreasen? Rasmus, can you hear us? Good evening. Oh, you might need to I'm not too sure if he's muted or unmuted at the moment. Bear with us 2 seconds. Hang on.
Oh, sorry. That's on me.
Hey, Rasmus. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
I was having a chat with Tom Oldenmenger a bit earlier on. It's been tough for the 94, but it's coming to the crux of it being a two-way fight between you guys at Burst Esport, Good of Sunglasses, and then the 21 car of 7-9 Axel. There's been some great battling with Juices, obviously, until the drama that's dropped him out of the battle for the lead. But you couldn't ask for a more challenging first race of the season if you tried, could you?
No, not really. It has been up and down so far, but we have kept, as you probably heard from Tom earlier, we have kept our heads high and our spirit high, and we are still believing we can get it done. Even though there's a bit of a gap between us and the leader, we are still believing. Yeah, of course, we have been helped a bit by Duches crashing out, and it's unfortunate for them because they did a really good race up until that point. Yeah. But we're looking at the bright side, and we keep pushing, still believing.
I think, well, when I spoke with Tom earlier, Erasmus, he was saying, yeah, we were double stinting soft tyres. Very, very significantly bold approach from you guys at Burst Esports, Good of Sunglasses. But he then said, yeah, we're having to be a little bit creative on the strategy, and that's going to be crucial. I see that nice big cheesy grin on your face there as soon as I asked you that question. But with an hour and 46 minutes on the clock, it is difficult to predict how the race is going to pan out. I mean, you guys have just got to keep on pushing. I mean, Schraul's in the car at the moment. He's running the 147.7s. The consistency is the key to maximising that strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we have a few tricks up our sleeve. No, just kidding. Double stinting was the initial plan. The first couple of hours it seems to work, and then somehow we fell behind. We went over to a single stint strategy a few hours ago, and it has been a good choice for us. Where we are working on a few things, and hopefully it will come good at the end. We have to push as much as possible, but at the same time we need to, as Tom said, be creative with the strategy.
Kieran, have you got any questions for Rasmus by any chance?
Yeah, Rasmus. Obviously, it's been a hectic race so far. How are you approaching these sort of last hour and 45 minutes? Are you just going gung-ho? And is there a chance you could maybe get this over the line for the win? What's your thinking on that one?
Well, of course we are going for the win. Has been planned from the start. If we can do it or not, there's different things that it depends on. Our pace, the leader, their pace, and maybe some strategy at the end. Of course we are going as fast as we can as always, but we are working on a few things, and hopefully it will come good at the end, but time will tell.
Okay, well, I've been asked by Yusuf to ask you a particular question. He seems to be starting a theme at the beginning of the 2022 season.
Oh, no.
What's your preferred food choice during an endurance race like this one? Is there something that you have a go-to? And I know we asked you this question earlier on, Kieran McGinley.
Well, definitely not pineapple on pizza, which was a topic in official practice.
Brilliant.
No, I'm not have any particular. I have a bottle of water next to me always to keep myself hydrated. And nothing in particular, not any favorites. Just normal, healthy diet as much as possible.
Brilliant. Well, Rasmus Andreasen from the number 94 Burst Esport, good of sunglasses. Rasmus, good to chat with you. Good luck to the team for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
You know what? If Yusuf's going to ask me to ask that again, I'm going to throw him under the bus right now. He can do that his damned self.
I mean, throwing each other under the bus, it's quite a way to start the 2022 season, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
It might be a theme throughout, not just asking every single driver we interview, what do you normally eat? What sort of food do you have beside you on a stint? No. We'll just throw everyone, each of us on the commentary team, under the bus and see who is the last commentator standing. I think that's how this season is going to pan out. We've got 6 rounds of this.
Okay. Right, okay. I'm actually getting some other notifications from Race Control. Juices Motorsport have received a 1-lap penalty. They did not inform Race Control as per the regulations and automatically get a stop-go the 60-second penalty. Satellite Racing have just got a penalty as well, I've just been informed. They did not respect the space for the slower car, which was the 188 Teleforingen GT3 car. Stop-go penalty, 60 seconds has been applied by Race Control. And we're getting to that point now, Kieran, where mental and physical fatigue are starting to set in a little bit. There's been, I'm not going to say the word clumsy, there are some unforced errors actually being made, and it's not conducive. Marco Slanzi in the 164 now going through. That's the drive-through serve. They have 3 laps to do so, otherwise Race Control at their discretion, if memory serves me correctly, can further exacerbate that penalty to a higher stringency. And I am hopefully waiting for somebody else. I just had a message from Maria Rinnak actually from Glam Racing, the 404 Audi team boss, so we'll wait to see if we get the go-ahead to see whether we can have a chat with her in the next few moments or so. But Robert Pawn rounding out the top 5 positions, all gets a bit sideways going through the corner, manages to keep it parked up the inside of Teleforingen right there, so a very, very good job indeed from Robert Pawn. The car now down in what is 5th position at the moment, and realistically, we've been denied of that LMP2 battle. You could see that there was a little bit of air of disappointment from Rasmus because Burst Esport Good of Sunglasses had 2 other challenges for the victory, and now one of them has been taken away, and they said it's very unfortunate. And as I say that, we just saw a brief yellow out for Jesper Pedersen, the team boss of Burst Esports himself. He's now behind the wheel of the number 18, so he's taken over from Jone Simoncic. There's a brief yellow flag out there, but they managed to keep it on the black stuff, and the good thing is that car at the moment is still leading the motor race.
Yeah, and by 1 lap against the nearest car out on track, the LMP2 machine, that number 21 car, but also having a look down at its nearest class competitor, it is 6 laps ahead. That's an astonishing gap at the best of times, let alone over the last 10.5 hours. That's an astonishing gap to have, 6 laps leading Burst Esport from Maradnes E-Stars. And if you would have told me that they would be leading by 6 laps coming into the closing 90 minutes of the race, considering how relatively close everything was in qualifying, especially in the nighttime session, I'd have called you mad.
There's a box of frogs.
What, the one like stuck in my throat?
I'm not even going... Look, we've had too much banter behind the scenes about that, and I think I'm not going to do that to my poor mate Kieran, even though I have taken the mickey out of you quite a few times to your face this evening, but I'm not going to do that live on air. I'm not that kind of person.
Not on air. No.
Not on air, no, not on air. But I have to give this man credit. He hasn't been feeling 100%. But the main thing is he has been a trooper. He's part of the commentary team here at GTR24H. It's always a pleasure to work alongside this guy. And for him to be a trooper, to have gravelly voice and all, still here in the dying throes, and you've definitely done a fantastic job all the way through. You did the morning show this morning with Yusuf. You started the broadcast with me. Hasn't gone plain sailing. Chris Buxton threw you under the bus about your voice.
But then again, I did throw him under the bus, so that was well deserved.
Exactly. So we're just going to keep on keeping on. We haven't got long of the race to go. 1 hour, 38 minutes and 50 seconds still remaining before time runs out to 0. And I'm wondering, production, I don't know if we might have Glam Racing in the meeting, because they want to have an interview. So a very good morning, actually. Maria Rinhack, are you with us? Hopefully. There she is.
Yeah. Hi.
Morning. I'm not going to say good morning because I'm not going to say good morning, Maria, because it has been a very difficult race, but there has been a very, very solid performance. Second in qualifying yesterday evening. After the 2 qualifying sessions, the car went 0.3 faster in the second session, which we were absolutely blown over by. You were off your maiden GTR24H pole position in the class, running in the lead at one point. We saw some great battling with Callum and Lee behind the wheel. Mr. Van der Voorde also doing his level best to keep 585 Volante at bay. Despite the trials and tribulations the team has gone through, with the pace, the consistency, everyone's got stuck in, they've got their elbows out, they're still pushing to the end, to the checkered, and you're still going to get points. How proud of you are you of the team after, despite all these dramas, would you say?
Well, like you said, it's been a good race and been a bad race, but that's a normal Glam Racing race, basically. But I am happy for all of us. I think the drivers been doing the best they can and been doing amazing battles. That's been fun for the viewers to watch. So I think, hands off, I'm glad that they are on my team, because they've been doing amazing.
Yeah, just looking through the lap times, actually, I think the car itself might have, apparently according to this, I think the best lap so far is a 1 minute 58.5 for the Audi, your car. So in comparison with what we saw in the latter stages of 2021, I think the switch to Audi power was very, very much validated. We talked about that when you and Henrik came to visit the studios before official free practice. I think all that wheel time that the boys behind the wheel actually put in to test the cars, they went with a bona fide choice. And I think, you said about your third place for 2021, you said if we're third or higher, I'm happy. I think we could see something rather special from Glam Racing. You were fractions off a pole position, which would have been a point on the board, but still, the car is doing it in perfect Glam Racing style with that wonderful livery, Maria. It's one of my favourites.
Thank you. I know the boys earlier said it was one of them said it was a 7 out of 10. I wasn't happy about that, so I want my cake back. Thank you.
Oh, Yusuf. No, Maria, Yusuf's not getting his share of it. I'm sorry.
Good.
That's going to me. That's going to me because it's a 9.5 out of 10 in my book.
Thankfully, he didn't get a sticker, so.
Oh, shots fired to Yusuf. Oh dear. Kieran, have you got any questions for Maria from Glam?
Yeah, I mean, as Alex said, and you'll have to excuse the croaky voice. Everyone has to today
no
so
worries,
far.
No worries.
Considering this race, it's been up and down is a fair way to say it. There's been a mixed bag throughout, but how would you sort of, going into the last 90 minutes of the race, a few words to sum up the drive today? Sort of, how have you made it? The season opener is here, it's almost gone. How do you look forward to the rest of the season?
Well, right now the boys have shown we do have pace up there. We can do battles, and like I said, we did pick the right car. So right now we should just do what we did before the crash happened, and we know we can beat up there, and just keep doing it, because if that thing didn't happen, we'll be up there. We'll be in the top 3 at least. So just going off that, I am very pleased, and I look forward to the season because I know we can do it. I have to believe in it. So
there we go. The only female team manager in GTR24H, Maria Rinhack from Glam Racing. Maria, tusen tack, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck for the rest of the race over the next 90 minutes.
Thank you, and thank for you.
So big thank you to Maria Rinhack from Glam Racing. With that in mind, we have just shy of 90 minutes to go for the 2022 GTR24H EEWC season opener. The 12 hours of Matsusaka will be right back after these messages. Don't go away. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hour, 30 minutes to go, and at the moment we're into the final hurrah as I was just about to do a lovely introduction, and Jakub Kowalski has a moment going out of the first corner. Real shame for Glam Racing. Really good to catch up with Maria Rinhak, and Yusuf Bin Sahal tagged me in the Discord earlier, and I said I'll definitely outdo him. Yusuf doesn't know what's coming when I go off in about probably the best part of just under half an hour's time. But it's Alex Goldschmidt, Kieran McGinley, GTR24H, EEWC 2022 season opener, 12 hours of Matsusaka. On your screens is the LMP2 class leader, Sem 9 Axel, with Nakib Aslan having been partnered with Inigo Anton from the Philippines. They are leading the charge. Joao Pitaez from Burst Esports, Gooder Sunglasses in the 94, about 20 seconds behind at the moment. Joao Pitaez is actually out on track. Good to catch up with Rasmus Andreasen from that car as well. Bensi Horvath for Team Iris as Jesper Pedersen pulls the car, the 18 overall leader in DPI in that class for Burst Esports Simplexity. Satellite Racing, Juices Motorsport Club, after their massive incident, got a 1 lap penalty for rejoining the server and a 60-second stop-go penalty for not informing race control. And Cyberlinks Racing, they've been through the trenches as well, especially with that Alexei Zagorodnev being at the biggest receiving end of that, unfortunately, but has managed to keep the car going. Tigran Mkhitaryan is behind the wheel of the car at the moment. Jesper Pedersen leads overall ahead of Henry Sinnick from Maradna E-Stars. Dennis Sashenko for Unison Racing completes the top 3 in DPI. Sebastian Deville for Team Adrenaline, 4th in the 33 car. Team Viaductin in the number 1. And I think, Alistair Young's still showing on the Sem 9 Axel car as well. And this is effectively what is happening at the moment. And GTE, Wojtek Polezny leads for Juices Motorsport Club. They are the best part of nearly a minute and 50 ahead of Deegan Fairclough. Sim Racing Lab in 3rd place. Nikolai Bezrukov for Unison Racing 4th. Zoltan Varkonyi 5th. ID for Mugen Sim Racing. ID Sim Sport in the 166 in 6th position, with Satellite Racing in the 264 Corvette it's still in the race. MCM Motorsport and Musto Pescara in the 27 and the 53 round out the GTE class. And going to GT3, it's Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport with Alessio Neto behind the wheel. B32 Racing started last in overall and actually in the class. They're up to 2nd ahead of Mugen Sim Racing's Gabor Hevesi, who we spoke to earlier on, talking about what happened with the gearbox problem when the Christian Kianik was going through 130R. Carl Lickergaard for DSR, Gadget Huset Dottikor in the 777 Callaway 4th. Excuse me, take a breath then. Teleforingen, Gert Nielsen, 188 BMW M6 in 5th, and Jakub Kuba Kowalski for Glam Racing in the 404 Audi. Still in the hunt for points at the end of the race with Pedro Rodrigo and the team at CKR in Brazil, unfortunately DNFing earlier on in the race. Cisco S saying, bring it home, Alessio. Mikael F saying, Volante Valor. And then I think RS1 Simulations, is that hot? I think that's Roman Senor from Team Adrenaline on that one saying, yes, I think, ha ha ha. We're getting the restream chat on the on one of the displays in front of us. But I want to talk about Mugen Sim Racing. You actually talked to me about that in the commercial break, Kieran McGinley. They had that. They had the engine problem going through 130R, the car bouncing off the rev limiter, having accidentally dropped down probably what was more than 1 gear. It would have been 2, because otherwise it wouldn't have blown the engine sky high. If it was in 5th, if it was in 4th, that's more realistic, more real in terms of bouncing off, as Mugen Sim Racing going a little bit wide coming out of 130R. But to be back up into 3rd position, they've done a really, really good job, and that's a good haul of points, isn't it, at the end of 12 hours of racing?
Yeah, in a sense, it's points gained rather than points lost in that one. They were a long way behind the leaders at that point. At the, what was it, 90 minutes in the race, they found themselves really between a rock and a hard place. They got on with it. They, just put lap after lap in and got themselves now up into the top 3. And Alex Goldschmidt pointing something out. What have you spotted?
The number 11 Sem 9 Axel car is parked nose end in the garage, I'm afraid. I've just spotted it, so that's a real shame. That's going to be another car that won't be bringing it home to the checkered flag in around about an hour and 25 minutes time. I'm just having a look at what's happening elsewhere up and down the field in terms of the battle in LMP2. Just seeing Nabil Aslan coming through the final corner. There's Joao Pitaes not too far behind, about 23.1 seconds separating the two. So Aslan crosses the line. Pitaes coming through 1:30R. So it looks to be it's going to be between those two for the class victory. We've had chats with Tom Oldenmenger and also Rasmus Andreasen from the 94 car. We've talked to him. Pitaes now coming into the pits. And one of the things about the R-Factor 2 platform is that you can also notify the server when you are going in for a pit stop. And that's quite important for us because it gives us an indication of how things are changing. And realistically, this is going to be absolutely... I mean, I'm just getting a message from John Fabricius, our CEO, at the moment. I'll wait to see what he tells me, but you have to... I think the word... Well, his words are, Alex Young is going to... Well, John's message to me is Alex is going to absolutely scream. I think he's going to hit the roof and be bouncing off the ceiling. But when you think about it, you know, the best part of just over 5 weeks ago, this team was running in the Le Mans 24-hour virtual and finished 4th out of, what was it, 30 cars in LMP2? So we know that the opportunity to get a race victory under your belt to start a real... And Alex was very, very adamant. He said, look, this is our first race of the season. And to me, the number 21 car, they brought 2 drivers, Nabil Aslan and Inigo Anton. They have been like a freight train right now. And they're 95 seconds ahead of Burst Esports Good Sunglasses. And you could see from Rasmus's expressions on his face that they knew that they had a challenge. And I know for a fact that you might see their face that like, but inside they're going like, you know what, this is really cool. We're really glad that we're competing against such stern competition, and that's what you want in a championship.
Yeah, I mean, for a close and competitive championship, yes, you want a close competitive championship, but know that it's one you can win.
Yeah.
It's sort of the greatest compromise you can have, really. I suppose any driver would say, oh, I'd love to win a championship, regardless of how it is, I'd just love to win it. But yeah, to have these journey of steps along the way, and you know, there'll be a couple of bumps in the road, and I think today, Burst Esport, you know, they qualified both their entries on the top of the DPIs and the LMP2s, and they will be looking back at this and thinking, in the LMP2 class, what didn't click? Why are we, you know, nearly a lap down on the current leaders, and a lap down when you're now into the last 80 minutes of the race? A lap is not that big a margin.
No, it isn't, and we have seen it before where, you know, you get towards those last, you know, the golden hours, I like to call it, the last 60 minutes, and I'm sorry, I had to take a bit of a brief pause there because I cannot believe that we've been going on the broadcast for just over 11 hours. We've still got a little bit more time to go. They do say that you'll have, you know, when you do have fun when things, you know, when you really enjoy, you know, time flies by whilst you're having fun, and this is very much the case. We're getting some more messages via the YouTube channel. Big thank you for everyone. Aldo14 Silva says, speed up, Alessio. Well, at the moment, with the way that things are going for the 585 Volante Racing by Azatec Simsport car, they are comfortably ahead. And I never thought I'd be saying this. B32 Racing are in second position. They're on an in-lap. I'm actually just looking at the car at the moment as it's going through the Casio Triangle. I'm just going to keep an eye. I think I'll just see it and wait for it to veer right. And it actually goes past pit lane at the moment. So it's... If... Oh... I wonder if Yusuf can see... Yeah, I'll send you a picture a bit later on, Maria, of the big sticker that you provided me with the other day, and Yusuf will not be getting any cake. He's barred.
Yeah. there was the option of cake, and Yusuf chose not to. You know, he chose to give up that cake.
Means more for you then.
It does. It does.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Chris, we can't send you anything in the post because it's perishable. Never mind. But the B32 have done an absolutely brilliant job. They have been properly consistent. Just seen Gabor Hevesi, he said that he was getting behind the wheel of the 82. He's just put in a personal best, a 2-minute .0. There's 2-minute 3.309. Trying to get my numbers out here. You can see how. And one of the interesting things now, Kieran, the track temperature a few hours ago was, well, the air temperature was 15 degrees Celsius. The ambient temperature has creeped up. It's 21 degrees. Track temperature now 26 as Joao Pitaes goes up the inside of the 717 GTE car. That's got Nikolai Bezrukov behind the wheel. That's also going to add another bit of spice to the mix, isn't it, with around about 20 minutes to go before we go into the last 60 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, all eyes will be locked on and seeing what on earth will happen. I mean, I just wanted to expand on what you said for the B32 racing team. I don't think any of us in the commentary scene, any of us in the commentary box could have predicted, let alone put money on B32 being in a position to finish in second place.
Yeah.
It is astonishing. They have put on a fantastic show. The pace has been good. Their consistency has been second to none.
Yeah.
And they've thoroughly earned this second place. They just need to make sure they get that car across the line.
Yeah, they're just in the pit lane at the moment, so the timer is ticking away on the front of the windscreen at the moment. It's now coming up to 10 seconds on the clock, so new tyres will be going on the vehicle, new load of fuel into the car. Keeping an eye on what's happening with regards to GTE at the sharp end of the field. It's now Tony Janssen behind the wheel of the 74 Juices Motorsport Club Aston Martin. They're the best part of nearly 40 seconds ahead of Musto Pescara's, that's MPE for short, the number 54 car. And that is on an in-lap, I believe. The gap is now increasing, so I would imagine that Deacon Fairclough will be in the pits as we speak. I'm just going to keep an eye on, just looking for the car at the moment. That is now making its way through the S's. So this time around it will be, there is the number 54, the Brit. I've seen him previous races at the Junior Saloon Car Championship. So a real-life young grassroots racer in his own right, but managing to manhandle a Porsche 911 RSR GTE in the virtual sim racing world. And I have to give credit where credit is due. Fairclough's done a really good job.
Yeah, he has. I unfortunately haven't seen a lot of him in my stint in the commentary box this time around, but from what I have seen, he has been putting in a great performance. Consistent awareness is up there as well, which is so important when you're in that GTE class. You've got to have every wit about you in order to make sure not only you can get the overtakes done, but you can also be aware of those hypercars and the production cars making their way through. And it is a lot. It's a taxing job to be able to do that. And I think Deegan, with that slight bit of a mistake there on the entrance in towards Spookov, I mean, if that's the worst thing that happens to Deegan Fairclough in this race, I think you can consider it a very, very successful adventure.
He's done multiple stints behind the wheel of that Porsche 911. I think the jury was out when Yusuf first clapped eyes on it when he was in production HQ when we initially started talking about liveries. But you know, he's young. He'll probably be filled with adrenaline right through his veins, and it's just going to show that even it doesn't matter how much adrenaline is through your system. There is going to be a case of how your body is reacting to the adrenaline. There's the sort of the plateau, and then you get that sort of like decrease of adrenaline spike in your system, and thereby your energy levels start to dip. You know, reflexes go, oh, hang on a minute, that was the leader in LMP2, Nabil Aslan. Now obviously they're racing Sem9 Axel based out of Malaysia. The time difference, okay, it is now coming up to 7:45 in the morning in Malaysia as we speak, particularly in Kuala Lumpur, which is where Alex Young is based. I'm going to sort of try and see if I can queue up a replay of what happened to Nabil Aslan, so I will try and get that up and running. So once I've got that teed up, we'll have a look at it very, very shortly, Kieran.
Yeah, we will indeed. As Marcos Lanzi in the 164 satellite racing machine had to think twice about making a move. I think that was on the Glam Racing 404 Audi going in towards 130R. Thought about the move to try and just get past through the traffic, and then instantly decided against it, which was probably the very wise decision, as we see the number 18 Burst car making its way through, just leading the way, leading the class and leading this race. Currently then having a look at the number of laps completed in this race. Guess how many? 349 laps completed so far.
That's a hell of a lot of kilometres.
It's a lot of kilometres. It's a lot of distance we've covered in this race. And for the likes of Jesper Pedersen, you know, he and his team have been putting in a stunning drive all race long. And barring a spin or two, a couple of off-track excursions, I mean, that's to be expected over 12 hours. But they have been really solid. And they've proven today that they're going to be so difficult to beat throughout the season.
Right, okay, production, I've got the replay ready, teed up to see what happened. Right then, we're going to do this at full racing speed, ladies and gents. Nabil Aslan into the first corner, flashes the headlights, into turn one, back end, steps out to the left, catches it nicely and neatly, keeps it from going into the kitty litter. Well held, Nabil Aslan. 350 laps equates to 1,780 kilometres of the Matsusaka circuit, so still quite a lot of laps to be covered in the next hour and 14 minutes. But yeah, I mean, just sort of looking at other things, I'm trying to... hang on a minute. Keep your eyes on DPI, because Henry Sinnick is in second position for Muradnas E-Stars. Denis Ishenko is less than 6 seconds adrift, not lapping on the same pace as Henry Sinnick, but could be closing. That's going to be an interesting dynamic. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on that one, and the gap has now gone down to 5.8 seconds, and I've just picked up the Unison Racing car as we speak, and I'm riding on board with it at the moment as the car makes its way through Spoon Curve.
Yeah, so definitely one to be watching on, as we see riding on board then with that number 17 Unison Racing machine heading up towards 130R. Yeah, as you say, gap is roughly around about 8 seconds, and it is coming down, so it won't be any more. Denis Ischenko catches the grass on the entrance in towards the Casio Triangle, and that's so unfortunate for Denis Ischenko. That's the curse of the commentator right there, but closing that gap, clipping the grass though on entry, managed to gather it back up, but he would have lost all that time.
Yeah, that's climbed over 6 seconds right now, and that's going to be climbing a little bit higher for Denis Ischenko from Unison Racing. Unison Racing, last year's championship winners for GT3, and as a result of that they did have to move up, and they decided, Alexei Maizin and the crew decided to bring a two-car assault, one in DPI, one in GTE, so splitting a dual campaign, so to speak. They had to fight against balance of performance changes on the R-Factor 2 platform courtesy of Studio 397. There were some changes mid-season, but Unison rose to the challenge and managed to get through. So effectively, from that perspective, they're now going to get past the satellite racing car. Gap is still around 6.1 seconds. And you can just see that Ischenko has not given up the hunt quite yet, has he?
Not just yet. Denis Ischenko, though, making his way onwards and upwards after that little bit of a mistake at the Casio Triangle. But, not let that affect him too much.
That was a bit of a replay I actually did there, my bad. you can see it does kind of happen. It is a very, very long day for not just you people watching at home, on Motorvision.tv, Esports Television Network, and of course on the relevant GTR24H streams, so LinkedIn, YouTube, I think we're on Twitter as well, amongst other platforms, and also YouTube. A big thank you to everyone that has interacted with us so far. We really, really do appreciate your company that it has been over the last Crikey. I think I've lost count of the amount of hours that we've been going for, but it's now coming up to just past 10 to 1 in the morning on Sunday, the 27th of February. I can't believe I'm saying that, we're nearly at the end of February. And we're nearly a sixth of the way through 2022 in terms of the calendar year, Kieran.
I mean, we are quite literally in the 11th hour of this race.
Yeah.
It is, it's absolutely flown by, and we've only got 70 minutes left on this clock, and we're going to be pretty quickly looking at the last stints of the likes of the hypercars and the production cars. For the GT cars, they'll be looking to make their last stops very soon, but the question is, which of each team, who's going to be sent forward as their final driver to take the checkered flag?
Oh, I wonder if we might see Michi Hoyer being the one that brings the car home for Burst Esports Complexity. I would probably say that maybe Inigo Anton for 7.9 Axel in LMP2.
I would have thought, I mean, I'd love for chat to correct me if I'm wrong, but I would have thought you put your fastest driver in last to take the checkered flag, so it would be whoever you think is the one that can really extract the last bits of pace out of the car, because you never know what that can do towards the end of the race. You leave them till last and just make sure you extract every bit of performance you can as Denis Ischenko makes his way onto the start finish straight. There's Nabil Aslan in that 7.9 Axle number 21 machine. And as you were saying earlier, the duo here at 7.9 Axle in the LMP2 category have been doing a fine job indeed.
Yeah, and we've just actually had a message from Robert Paul in the chat on YouTube. My game crashed for the number 15, so he had some buffering on, so whether that was frames per second, maybe if there was a GPU issue, we have actually, or a CPU issue, we have actually talked about heatsink. So like say when you have an issue with the thermal paste on the chips as well, for like the GPU, the CPU, if they're not changed and maintained on a regular basis, you can get thermal throttling that will then restrict the frames per second and also cause software to start buffering, and that can then cause that as well. We have had a couple of drivers actually talking to the team behind the scenes, and I've actually even heard that a CPU on one particular driver's PC was running at just over 80, well, the best part of nearly 80 degrees Celsius, and that's quite high when you normally would look at the performance of a GPU or a CPU, probably around about between 40 to 50 degrees Celsius at its absolute optimum, Kieran, and that's a bit like saying that your car's got a coolant leak and it's overheating rapidly.
Yes, and it's one of those things that it needs to be addressed as soon as possible, because the longer you leave it, the more damage it can leave as a lasting legacy of the problem. It's a problem that if you let it get worse and worse, it will just keep deteriorating. The hotter it gets, the more damaged it gets, and the more damaged it gets, the hotter it will become. So it's really this spider's web you really invite yourself into. As I'm just watching here, riding on board with, I believe this is Henry Sinek, in that, no, sorry, it's Denis Ischenko coming into the pits in the Unison car, coming in before what probably will be the final stop for Unison Racing.
Yeah, actually have to say a big shout out to Maria Rinhak. She's just messaged me on Facebook saying, forgot to say thanks to all you commentators, you are doing such a great job even in the last hour, such an amazing team. P1 for you. Maria, Tusen Tag, thank you very much indeed, that's really, really appreciated. Also, we'd like to say that we're really, really proud to be part of this organisation. It's been a real journey for all of us, and it's great for us to be here in the studio when we've got Chris Buxton here. You know what, I think the banter will be absolutely through the roof, Kieran. We'll be breaking through that glass ceiling, and you know what, it will be an absolute pleasure to have him here with us in person. And it's one thing to be on the side of a webcam, it's one thing completely different, as we found out at the Le Mans finale last year, how different it was being in the studio here in Denmark.
Yeah, and I'm sure Chris is looking very much forward to actually making his debut here in the Denmark headquarters, because we need our resident whimsical wordsmith and what is it? Metaphor maestro.
Metaphorical maestro. That's the one.
And that's the phrase I would use to describe our very own Chris Buxton. And it's always a pleasure to work alongside him, because as we've been previously saying, you know, he will come up with those metaphors that you just were not thinking of in the first place, and it's just fantastic. I absolutely love it.
It was really funny when you said, well, I know I'm going to make sure that you don't call me a coward, and you said, I'd tarnish you with that moniker. And I put in the chat straight away, yes, you would, Chris Buxton.
Yeah, you would. I saw that, yeah.
So, Chris, be warned. The banter will be plentiful when you end up here in Denmark, here at the GTR24H studios. Right, we are about to turn to the top of the hour in just a handful of moments' time, but we're going to run through the running order at the moment. So it is very much between LMP2, it's 21.7 seconds. That is between Nabil Aslan from Sem9 Axel, Burst Esports Good of Sunglasses, 21 seconds adrift courtesy of João Pitaias from Portugal in the number 94. Benz Horvath for the number 77, Team Iris, third place. Marco Slanzi for Satellite Racing, the 164. Rounds out the top four. Saba Kiss now behind the wheel. We saw how quick that driver was earlier on in the number 15, Juice's car. And Tigran Mkhitaryan for Cyberlinks Racing rounding out the top six. We now go to the DPI class. It's Jesper Pedersen leading the way for Burst Esports Simplexity in the number 18. And the gap now between them and the number 64 Maradnis E-Stars car, piloted by Henry Sinnick, is 7 laps adrift. It's a further lap. Back. Well, they're on the same lap now. Denis Sashenko from Unison Racing, the number 17, round out the top 3. Sebastian Deville for Swiss racing outfit Team Adrenaline. They're in 4th position. A further 2 laps adrift. A further 6 laps. It's Team Vardux in the number 1. And showing 148 laps down. Looks like there's no further activity for the number 11 Sem9 Axles. So that car looks like it's out of the race. So we're going to go through LMP2 again. So Nabil Aslan, João Pitaias, Bente Horvas, Marco Slanzi, Sabakis and Tigran Mkhitaryan round out the 6 that are still running. Kieran, take us through GTE, please.
Yeah, GTE, the number 74 Juices Motorsports Club car at the hands, Tony Janssen at this moment in time. Then it's the 54 Musto Pescara car of Tegan Fairclough in 2nd place. The 717 Unison Racing car of Nikolai Bezrikov in 3rd. Then it's the DIS Sim Racing Clam number 45 in 4th place. The 67 Mugen Sim Racing machine as driven by Zoltan Varkonyi in 5th place. The 166 ID SimSport machine in 6th as driven by Marcus Ster. 7th place and still running the 264 Satellite Racing machine as driven by Adam State, and 2 non-runners, Angel Manegas in the MCM Motorsport number 27 and Eros Masciuli, I hope that's how it's pronounced, in the number 53 Musto Pescara car, both non-runners. And in the GT3 class, looking at the top of the order, it is the 585 Volante Racing by Acetec SimSports as driven by Alessio Neto at this moment in time. Plenty of support for him in the chat there on YouTube, followed by the number 32 car, the B32 Racing car, who've put in an astonishing drive so far. The number 82 Mugen Sim Racing machine in 3rd place, driven right now by Gabor Hevesi. A great recovery drive from the team so far. It's the 777 DSR Gadget hosted number, I said 777, didn't I? Carl Leckegaard in that machine right there. Then it's the 188 Telefoningen Racing machine in 5th place, as driven right now by Gert Nielsen. And rounding off the 6 runners, the 404 Glam Racing machine, Henrik Hoyer at the machine and at the wheel there. Charles Gabriel, who was driving the CKR, we lost them very early on in the race due to hardware issues. So they were early dropouts in the race, but all to play for in the final hour, Alex.
Join us in a few minutes' time. We head into the 12th and final hour for the season opener for the 2022 GTR24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship as the 12 hours of Matsusaka continues. Back in a few moments. The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec SimSports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everyone, welcome back. 1 hour remaining for our opening round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2022 here from Matsusaka. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Kieran McGinley, and well, there is not long left in the race. Now, I do have to apologise to all of our viewers because I remember saying about 5 hours or so ago the fact that there would be battles happening all the way until the end of the race and that we would have a stadium finish. Sadly, it doesn't look like that is quite going to be the case.
Well, I don't know about that one. I still I'm holding out hope for my voice to last to the end of this sentence, but I'm also holding out hope about the battle for LMP2.
Yeah. Well, there's about 24 seconds between them. At some point it was about 20 seconds, then it jumped up to 30. Now it's starting to come back down. Joao Pitaias at the wheel of the 94 car as he tries to close in on Nabil Aslan in the 21 SEM9 Axel car, and those two have been within about a half a minute of each other for a long time. Sadly though, the 15 of Sabakis not in this battle. They had an issue, they disconnected, I think actually. Robert Pawn, game crash for the 15. It was Robert Pawn who was at the wheel of the 15 Deuces car when the issue occurred, and they just went straight on. I believe it was going through 200R actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's always going to be a little bit manic in these races. It's getting a bit manic going through 130R right now as Tony Janssen, leader of the GTE class, is got an armada, it could be best described, right behind him. The Viaducton car is trying to find its way through. Bit of a flash of the lights to let them know that they are coming through. Currently 5th in the DPI class, making their way past the GTE leaders in Juice's Motorsports Club. And it going into the final hour, Yusuf, I mean, you've been telling us you need to do your predictions.
Yeah,
we're into the final hour, and it'll be interesting to sort of contrast and compare, you know, what we thought was going to happen and what is actually happening right now. I mean, for example, I don't think any of us predicted the astonishing display that B32 Racing are doing in GT3. They're currently second, Yusuf.
Yeah, a very solid performance for B32. Are we going off our season predictions? That
I think for the race.
Yeah, I think that's fair because you cheated for the season predictions, but we won't go into that.
No, I didn't. I had a strategy, and you outed me before I could use that strategy.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't against the rules, the strategy.
I mean, one would say that those were the rules.
No.
It wasn't outing you. It's just...
Yusuf, this is motorsport.
Yeah.
You have to be clear about what is in the rules, because that wasn't in the rules, so I interpreted that as not being a part of the rules.
No,
Therefore
Kieran,
legal.
this is not right, Michael.
Well...
Okay, so our predictions. Should we start with the GT3 and go up to DPI, or DPI and go down?
The choice is entirely yours, Mr.
Love it.
Benham.
I'm going to start with the GTE just to be weird. No, okay, GT3. We all said Mugen. Now, I think, in fairness, that was a good decision, and I stand by that decision.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough thing because they showed a really good display in qualifying, didn't they? They were really on top of it, and their average lap time for their pole position was I think 6-7 tenths clear of anybody else. So it was a safe bet. You'd have put a mortgage on Mugen in the 82 winning the race, but such is the beauty of endurance racing, and it is the unpredictable nature. You have no idea what sort of issues the team could come across and how they're going to deal with them. The fact that after, 2 hours, maybe even 90 minutes, they found themselves at the back, last, 3 laps down on the leader. You called it out 6 hours ago, or maybe 5 hours ago, and you said they're going to get a top 3 position. We're currently in 3rd.
Yeah, well, hopefully they don't have any more issues, otherwise they won't be in the top 3 anymore. Our 2nd and 3rd positions was a mix between Volante and Glam. Us two, we both went with Volante, followed by Glam, whereas Chris Buxton and Alex Goldschmidt went for Glam over Volante. It is appearing to be the fact that it is going to Volante taking that P2 spot. Well, actually not Volante taking P2, Volante winning. And Glam down in quick maths, P6. So, yeah. So, to be honest, none of us got any of our predictions right.
Oh, we loved it. You love it. You absolutely love it.
But we got closer to the correct prediction than Alex and Chris did.
If you want to go with that, Yusuf, I'm fine with having that acclaim too. But it just shows you how unpredictable the GT3 class has been. It's been really great to watch, and long may it continue, Yusuf.
So GTE, we had 3 different predictions. We had a Juices, we had a Mugen, we had another Juices, and then we had a Musto 53. It is Juices who lead, and it was myself and Alex Goldschmidt who went for Juices. You went for Mugen Sim Racing. Chris went for the Musto 53 car. Sadly, Musto 53 had some issues. They're out. Can't really fault Chris for his predictions. To be fair, I think the GTE class was very close, and all 3 of those choices were decent choices to take the win.
I think so. They were really solid choices. It was going to be a bit of a headache to actually pick out who could have won as easily as that, and the fact that all of us were predicting different winners, different podium positions, meant it was so varied, so open coming into GTE, and it is one of the reasons why yourself and I have been saying, the GTE class is going to be one to watch. There are competitive teams, many competitive drivers, all vying for those positions, and it being so highly competitive means that if you're finishing in the podium places, you've got a good chance of being in the championship battle come the end of the season.
Absolutely. Now, our second predictions for the GTE class, only one of us got this right. There were 2 guesses for Mugen, 1 guess for Deuces, and 1 guess for the Musto 54 car. It was Alex Goldschmidt who predicted the Musto 54 car to be in second. Deegan Fairclough currently at the wheel. I went with Mugen, you went with Deuces, Chris went with Mugen as well. Sadly, Mugen had issues, so we don't really know where Mugen would have ended up in this, but I think Alex takes this because our third predictions, I went with Musto 53, you went with Musto 54, Alex went with Mugen, Chris went with Musto 54. None of us said the 717 of Unison or indeed DIS Sim Racing Lab, so Alex gets the crown of GTE prediction champion.
That's very fair enough, yeah, absolutely. Big thumbs up from Alex behind the
scenes.
We
need to get him a crown.
Well, for GTE, we need to get him a crown that says GTE prediction champion. Matsusaka.
We can have it written here, like on the desk.
That's it, yeah. A crown just in front of the desk, yeah. I think so. That's a good idea.
Actually, now that I think about it, what happened to my sword? Because before we came, Alex took a picture. It's like, I have the sword. Oh, okay, he's pointing that it's I'm gonna have to get that. I can, knight him, crown or champion of the GTE.
Live on air. Oh.
That's a good idea. Well, when you leave, right after this half hour, go get me my sword, and then I can do the crowning. Because I'm stuck here. I've got like the wiring under my shirt.
It's a tempting offer, but
you're gonna have to decline.
This voice is gonna need an ice bath, let alone anything else. So
fair enough. Okay, LMP2. We all went with Burst, apart from Chris Buxton, who was completely trolling and said Satellite Racing. Now, all of us are wrong because Burst are not leading, which means that actually Chris Buxton is doing the best out of all of us because he put Burst second, while the rest of us put Deuces down to be second. Now, Deuces would have been second if it wasn't for the fact that their PC died. So that happened. third, I said Satellite, you and Alex said Axel, Chris said Deuces. We were all wrong because it is the 77. Yeah, it is the 77 of... It's not appearing on my sheet, so I'm forgetting who the 77 is now.
77 of Team Iris, my favourite
Why does
livery.
it say 7 on my sheet?
Well, your sheet is wrong then, isn't it, Yusuf?
It is.
Tusk. Yes, it's the 77 of Team Iris there. Yeah, one of my favourite liveries on the grid this season. So I'm really happy it's doing well. That livery deserves it.
So what we're saying is Chris Buxton, who predicted Satellite to win the LMP2 class, is our king of the LMP2 predictions.
This is what we're talking about. This is how, in a sense, how unpredictable it will be, because this is just proving the point that we've all based it on, these drivers are quick, their pace has been strong, but you cannot predict the sort of trials and tribulations each team and each driver has to go through. I was talking about these problems, these mandatory issues that they seem mandatory. They're not actually mandatory. We don't throw a spanner in the works on purpose. But things like hardware failures that we've seen with Juices, we've seen connectivity issues, we've seen CPU issues that has befouled a GT3 team as well. It's all things that you cannot predict. That's going to put a spanner in the works for all of those quick drivers, and it allows those teams that maybe thought podium's an outside chance and has put them straight into the limelight.
You've just given me a fantastic idea. So how we've got a LAN event coming up in October for our series finale in Le Mans. What if, right? So just imagine you've got this big hall, lots of sim rigs around, and then you've got a giant obstacle course that goes around it, right? So imagine everything like swinging death lasers and big deep pit of those balls, like the ones that you get in play areas for little children that you've got to try to wade through and you sink in, right? And what we do is we get our contestants, I'd say our drivers, so each team have to submit one driver and they've got to race this obstacle course. And when you get to the end of the obstacle course, there are like boxes and you got to pick a box, and in each of the box is one of your mandatory issues that you get. And essentially, it's just to find out what your mandatory issue is, and it's like a massive game show that we have on top of it. So it could be you end up crashing into the barrier at full speed, and then in the race, they've got to go and crash into a barrier at full speed. Another one could be your PC dies, and then we just get Peter to be really mad and run at their PC with a hammer and smash it.
If anybody's keeping track, the time is midnight on the 27th of February 2022 Central European time. Mark it in your diaries. That's the moment.
It's actually 1:15.
Yusuf completely lost the plot. So mark that in your diaries.
So back to DPI predictions.
Yes. I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah. So Chris was trolling again with his DPI predictions, and he put Muradness over Burst. See, you, me, and Alex, we all said Burst Muradness. Chris went for Muradness Burst. It is Burst leading from Muradness. In fairness to Chris Buxton, he did get his third place prediction right because he said Unison. And Unison are currently third in the hypercar class. Denis Eshenko at the wheel. You and Alex both went with Adrenaline. I went with SEM9 Axel. Sadly, SEM9 Axel had some issues and they are out of the race. Alistair Young was at the wheel. I like to think that they could have been the ones there in third, but they aren't. So technically means it's a three-way tie for DPI, which means that we tied for the GT3 title. There's a three-way tie for the DPI title. Chris Buxton is the LMP2 champion, and Alex Goldschmidt is the GTE champion.
Of course, that's all provisional results because we've still got 45 minutes left of the race, so it's all provisional at the moment. But I think,
provisionally, we're losers.
But I think that's a testament to how unpredictable.
I'm trying to work out how you're going to phrase this one now.
How unpredictable this whole endurance racing is. Well, it is, because at the end of the day, we are basing our predictions on they've been quick at this track so far. I think one of the big surprises, as we are looking on the 18 Burst Esport Simplexity machine, I didn't think that the team would be leading their own class by such a margin, and it is a big margin as well. 7 laps around Suzuka. That's no tall order. They have been working hard at that one. They have been absolutely remarkable in terms of consistency. Yes, a couple of spins here and there, but that's to be expected over 12 hours. You're not going to be perfect running all the way through. But to be leading by that distance is absolutely, electric from them. And it really does show you that Burst are going to be ones to watch, especially in Hypercar this season. They are going to be a tough team to beat.
And I'm really interested to see what SEM9 Axel can bring, because I was not expecting them to be at the pace that they've been at in the LMP2 class. I think in qualifying, Burst have had the upper hand on practically everyone, but in the race, Axel have looked very, very good, and Burst have had some issues. We'll see whether it's just a case of blips here at Matsusaka, or whether it's something that will continue throughout the season. But I think SEM9 Axel and Deuces are genuine contenders for the LMP2 championship.
Yeah, and obviously there's quite a few things to take away from the season opener. There will be a couple of needles in the haystack that you need to find and try and take away from the first opening race of the season. But we've seen really good pace from a lot of drivers and a lot of teams coming into the new season, and some of them have slightly tripped over some obstacles, but it's sizing up to be an absolutely brilliant season coming up.
Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I had a replay lined up, and then I pressed the R button for replay again, which sent us back to live.
Oh, no.
So I will get a replay up, because there was a car just sat stationary on the racing line on the start-finish straight at the finish line. It was extremely bizarre. So I have got the replay pretty much up. I'm just going to wait for this to load, and then we can throw to it. Do you want to have a guess as to which car it was?
Well, I'm not. I'm not going to stick my neck on the line for that one. But I'm eager to see, because stopping on the racing line would indicate that, if they've manually stopped, then it would indicate some sort of failure, maybe with the screens or something like that. If they've made an emergency stop, something's wrong with the screen they were on. That's what I would think immediately. But we'll wait and see how it all...
We have the replay ready. Are you guys ready to show it on screen?
No.
They're not even listening to us.
That's okay.
It's that time of the night.
It's that time of night where there's a lot going on, so it's not a problem. But looking through the rest of the order, it's pretty evenly spaced out across the entire field. And looking at Jesper Pedersen then leading the way in the DPI class in the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity machine, leading then the LMP2s is the number 21 SEM9 Axel machine, Nabil Aslan at the wheel of that machine. Again, the team doing a sublime job out there, leading by a lap around here at Matsusaka. And GTE currently being led by Juice's Motorsport Club. There they are then out on track. Tony Janssen in the machine at the moment and leading the way in class, currently leading by just over a minute, close to 70 seconds out there on track. So again, a really nice job from the Juice's Motorsport Club team in GTE class. And leading the GT3 class is the 585 Volante Racing by Aztec Simsport, Eliseo Neto at the wheel of the Audi machine at the time. So there's your class leaders going into what is right now the last 40 minutes of the race, and Eliseo Neto gives us a little bit of a tail slide coming out through the Dunlop curve.
You'd love to see